Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique action on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds. So today we will gonna see what if Harry Potter was a genius to control the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Hiding behind a quiet smile and clever lies, Harry secretly outsmarts the entire wizarding world, one brilliant move at a time. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Sirius had taken his inspiration from the Hogwarts Great Hall when designing his party grounds, and charmed the ceiling to look like an open sky instead of the dull gray stone it was made of. Unlike the Great Hall, however, the clear cerulean expanse with its golden sun beaming down on them was definitely not a sky to be found anywhere in the United Kingdom. It's supposed to be Aruba, I think, Archie said, squinting up against the bright sunlight. It's as hot as Aruba in here, Harry said. If there were any actual ingredients around, they'd be dried up and ruined in about 10 minutes. Lucky you raided any salvageable ingredients when you were about 7, then, isn't it? Archie grinned, though I don't think the ingredients would need to worry about drying out, as they'd be completely submerged in water as well. Harry looked down into the basement lab, which was filled with about 30 feet of sparkling blue water, and smiled back ruefully. It is a rather clever charm, I suppose. Why thank you, Harry. Sirius bounded up beside them, floating a cooler of drinks behind him. It warms my heart to know that a potions enthusiast like yourself approves of my state-of-the-art improvements to the lab. You're welcome, Uncle. Harry hugged him briefly. Happy birthday, Sirius. This is really cool, Dad, Archie said. Are those treasure chests at the bottom of the pool? Of course they are. What else is the Black family gold good for? Sirius swept by them and went down to where the water line stopped halfway up the stairs. He conjured a red flotation ring and secured the cooler inside of it snugly before sending it away to glide across the homemade pool. Remus helped with the spells to keep the water insulated, and of course James transfigured most of the rafts, but the ceiling was all me. Who did the temperature charms? Harry asked. Lily, Sirius said, grinning. Her birthday present to me was an entire day of quiescence. No arguing and no scolding, and she also agreed to help however she could with the party decorations. Sirius grinned unrepentantly. I've got her rounding up the snakes as we speak. Archie and Harry exchanged a look. Can the snakes swim? Archie asked dubiously. That's what we're going to find out, Sirius said, clapping his hands together. Now go get your swimsuits on, kids, the party is about to start. He headed back toward the kitchen to collect the food, and Harry and Archie retreated to Archie's room to change. Examining her swimsuit-clad form in the mirror, Harry couldn't help but think that she was experiencing a level of novelty most normal, almost 12-year-old girls really shouldn't feel. Her swimsuit wasn't pink or frilly, but it was so clearly a girl's bathing suit just by virtue of having a top that Harry felt awkward wearing it. She'd only been home from school a week and a half, and the idea that she didn't have to hide her say was one she wasn't quite used to yet. She still got a mild shock every time she saw her bright green eyes staring back from her reflection, and there had been times when she forgot to respond to the name, Harry, but overall she was so glad to be home. You done staring at yourself yet? Archie called from outside the bathroom door. Harry opened the door, purely so that she could roll her eyes at him, not because she was giving in to his pestering, but the earnest look on Archie's face stopped her. What? She asked, resisting the urge to shift self-consciously. You really have to stop doing that, Archie told her. Staring in the mirror every chance you get is starting to get kind of noticeable. I think your parents are putting it down to puberty or something, but try not to look so surprised when you catch sight of yourself in every reflective surface, okay? Harry sighed. Yeah, sorry. It's just weird. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Archie lifted one foot to rub his other in a nervous gesture he'd perfected over the years. I'm not sure we'll be able to keep going as we are for 7 more years. How long will it be before one of the people who know you at school wants to meet both you and someone who actually knows what I look like at the same time? Harry nodded. You're right. I'm working on it, sort of. I'll tell you after the party, okay? All right. Archie shrugged. I figured you had something up your sleeve. You're the girl with the plans after all. Harry thought to herself that she didn't feel very much like a girl with a plan, but Archie probably didn't need to hear that, so she smiled in what she hoped was a confident way and followed Archie back down to the basement. The rest of the party guests, meaning the rest of their unofficial family including Remus, James, and Lily, were lounging about on the rafts James had transfigured when Archie and Harry finally arrived. Sirius had all of the snakes on his raft, and from what Harry could pick up from their disgruntled mutterings, none of the reptiles were pleased with the situation. Sirius tossed Harry a bottle of sunscreen, and Harry glanced questioningly at Remus, not sure if Sirius was joking or not. The werewolf shrugged from where he was lounging on his raft under an umbrella. We're actually not sure if the charm gives off UV rays, so better safe than sorry in this case. Archie laughed. Someday when I'm a grown-up I'm going to perform magic that I don't really understand, and no one will yell at me for it. Not on your birthday. At any rate, Lily muttered into her tropical beverage. Archie claimed a raft with an umbrella, but Harry picked a plain raft to sit on. She figured some sunshine would do her good after all those months practically cloistered in potions labs. Speaking of birthdays, Sirius said once they'd all settled in, clapping his hands together, I know I've set the bar pretty high this year, but I don't want you two to think we aren't celebrating yours just as well when the time comes this summer. Is there anything in particular you want? Archie glanced over at Harry and then shrugged casually, we'll think about it. Harry nodded her agreement. She and Archie had been born just a few days apart, and as such always celebrated their birthdays together to save effort. It only made sense considering they invited the same 4 people. This year, however, you should invite some of your friends from school, Lily suggested. It'll make a nice change to have other kids around the house. Lily often said, around the house, when she really meant in or around the 3 houses their pseudo-family frequented. Each house unofficially belonged to all of them in a way. Harry coughed slightly. I'm not sure who I'd invite. Most of my friends from America actually live in America, and it's a long way to come for just a birthday party. International flow is so expensive. Not to mention, Harry thought wryly, that all of the people that Harry knew in America thought Harry was a boy. What about that Hermione girl you're always writing home about? James asked. She lives in England, with her parents the dentists, right? Oh yeah, Harry said weakly, right. I'll see what she's doing the last week of July. What about you, Archie? Sirius prompted. It would only be polite to invite the Malfoy boy after his family offered you a life debt. And if Pansy Parkinson is anything like her mother Rose, I'm sure she's a lovely girl, Lily chimed in. We'd love to have them, regardless of politics and the like. Archie curled his toes nervously over the side of his raft. I would like to invite them, but I'm not sure their parents would let them come. You know how it is with the dark purebloods. It's unlikely they'd send their heirs off to a purebloods home they aren't familiar with. Oh, right, Sirius said, looking disheartened. Harry winced. He was still feeling the rift she'd inadvertently caused between he and his son by not sending letters as often and as honestly as she could have. No doubt he was thinking Archie would resent him for making the Malfoys and Parkinsons uncomfortable with letting their kids play at Sirius' house. It's no big deal, Dad, Archie said cheerfully. I saw them all year. I'd rather just spend my birthday with you guys like I always do. Still, Sirius said, though he looked a little more chipper, a kid should have friends over for his 12th birthday. What's so special about 12? Harry said idly. We can have a big party when we turn 17 or something. You just don't want party preparations to take away from your brewing time, Archie teased good-naturedly, though Harry could see the slight relief in his eyes at the change of topic. Friends were a tricky subject when you were lying to and about them. Of course, Harry shrugged. So what? Careful there, Harry, James put in with a grin. It's a wonder you made any friends at all this year with that kind of outlook. Maybe she didn't. Sirius flicked water at her from his raft as he floated by. Maybe our Harry just wrote home about friends so we didn't worry, but really she's been hiding in the potions lab at AIM all year. Harry shrugged, a smile tugging on her lips. I guess you'll never know. You do look a bit pale, Lily said, pursing her lips. You have been getting out, haven't you? James and I were surprised when you said you weren't going out for a Quidditch club this year. I just didn't think I'd have time, Harry said reasonably. The healer tract isn't exactly easy, and I'm keeping up with my potions work in my spare time as well. I want to be able to get a mastery by the time I finish school. In which one? Remus said, surprised. Both, Harry shrugged, though I'll always enjoy potions more. Then why did you decide on the healer tract? James asked concernedly. If you want to gain a mastery so soon, you should go into the potions tract. Don't you just have basic potions classes in the healer tract? There are a couple of advanced classes later on, Harry said, because a lot of healing has to do with potions, even if the healers don't brew them personally, but there's actually another reason I decided on healing. She glanced toward Archie very obviously and said, as apologetically as she could, I've actually been learning healing so I could teach it to Archie. It was his dream to go to AIM and get healer certified, so I'm helping him make it come true. There were exclamations from all the adults. Oh, Harry, said Remus seriously, it's wonderful that you're helping Archie, but what about your dreams? I've got it covered, Harry said firmly. Frankly, I don't need to be in the potions tract to gain a mastery by the time I leave school. My potions studies are progressing rapidly, and if I was in the potions tract I'd probably be bored with the level my classmates were at. This way, I learn something I don't already know, which will be useful to my potions work anyway, and Archie gets to learn healing too. He's really good, you know. Sirius turned surprised eyes to his son. You've begun already. Yes, Archie said carefully. Harry and I are about at the same level, actually, because Harry writes me letters with instructions and assignments, and we found copies of the textbooks in the Potter library. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think I was ungrateful of the teachings I can get at Hogwarts. I'm not. I'm learning a lot at Hogwarts, and I'm glad you insisted I go there. I've made so many friends. This is just extra, so that I can follow my dreams no matter where I am. I think it's wonderful, Lily said, smiling at the both of them proudly. You've both matured so much, helping one another and working so hard. She looked around at James, Sirius and Remus. We've done a great job with these two. What are you talking about? James sighed dramatically. It's a disgrace. Indeed, Sirius chimed in forlornly. The next generation marauders and they're doing extra studying for fun. Where did we go wrong? Prongs. I blame Moony, James said sadly. He gave little Fawn her first ever junior potions kit, and if she wasn't so far ahead she wouldn't have time to teach extra things to Pup. Now would she, Padfoot? I agree, Sirius said solemnly, turning his head toward Remus. Raft, sorry old friend, but you've crossed an uncrossable line. Get him. Sirius and James moved as one and launched themselves onto Remus' raft. The werewolf barely had time to oof before he and his attackers fell arms over ankles off the raft and into the clear, blue water. The three grown men sank thrashed about, wrestling in the water, and Lily ignored them with the ease of long practice, calmly sipping her drink and continuing the conversation as if there had been no interruption. Harry, I know you're rather advanced for your age, but are you certain you can learn all you need to without help? I was friends with a potions enthusiast once, and I understand there are many things you can't learn from books, Lily said worriedly. I think what you and Archie are doing is great. Of course, I just want to make sure you've got everything figured out. Harry nodded slowly. Actually, I was going to talk to you and Dad about this eventually, but I guess I'll tell you now. I was thinking of participating in a couple of summer classes, to help me with my extra studies, you know. Would that be okay? Her mother blinked with surprise. Summer courses. Where at? She frowned at Harry a bit sadly. You know most places in England discriminate based on bloodlines, and your father and I were really looking forward to having you home for the summer. I know, Harry said, ignoring the confused looks Archie was sending her. I was thinking more along the lines of an OWL correspondence program. At Lily's skeptical gaze, Harry rushed on. It's true that most of them aren't very reputable, but they'll take any student who pays their fees. I've found a really good one, I think, and I'd be able to do all of the work from home. I suppose extra classes never hurt, Lily said finally. I'll talk to your father later tonight. Speaking of, Archie said wryly as the three men finally surfaced, all three releasing their bubble head charms with loud popping noises. They climbed back up onto their respective rafts and collapsed in boneless heaps while Archie, Lily, and Harry watched. Who won? Archie asked with interest. All three of the participants grunted and waved their hands around tiredly in a way that conveyed no coherent answers whatsoever. Ah, conceding the battle to Aunt Lily then. Good choice. After a collective groan went up from the men, Lily laughed and said, "All right, enough of that, when are we going to have cake?" Sirius jumped up, starting the snakes, who had just begun to dry off once more, up hissing again, right now. He dove off of the edge of his raft and started swimming in long strokes to the basement stairs. Archie and James dove off after him, and even Lily decided to jump in and swim the distance to the shore. Harry shared a look of agreement with Remus, who grinned and lifted his hands toward the water behind their rafts. After a moment's hesitation, the water began rippling, pushing against the rafts, and propelling them forward toward the exit. "Hey Remus," Harry said, watching the water lap against the rafts insistently. "Yes, Harry, how do you do that? Magic without a wand, I mean," Harry asked, "and without words, too." Remus tilted his head as he considered the question. "Well, wordless magic you'll probably learn your 6th or 7th year at school. It requires great focus, and usually a very good familiarity with the spell you want to cast. Wandless magic, on the other hand, is much more difficult. To do magic without a wand requires extremely good familiarity with your own magic, to be able to direct it without a medium." "But anyone could do it, couldn't they?" Harry asked, thinking back to her first flying lesson, when she'd slowed Neville down without her wand, or in Transfiguration that one time, when she'd turned the match into a needle without words, as long as they had focus and determination, I mean. Remus frowned slightly. "Well, in theory every witch or wizard has the capacity to achieve it, but in practice most never do. It's not something like apparition, which about 60% of wizards learn how to do just by practicing it long enough. Wordless and especially wandless magic requires something that most wizards never bother to gain. That is, it requires an understanding of magic that doesn't come from copying the correct incantations and wand motions until a spell works. You can do it, though," Harry pointed out. They were at the bottom of the stairs, but neither made to climb off their rafts just yet. "Did you learn it yourself, or did someone teach it to you?" Remus smiled a bit. "Well, I picked up what I know from my postgraduate studies in magical theory, though I wouldn't ever claim to be proficient in it. I can work a bit with raw elements, which is the easiest kind of wandless magic to do. Magic is, for lack of a better word, freer in nature. The sense of wildness that magic has in the elements, like water and fire and such, allows for easier manipulation without a wand or staff. I couldn't try and move a chair, for instance, without a wand." "What about a person?" Harry said casually. "They're made up of elements, aren't they?" "Oh, no," Remus said seriously, "it's very difficult to use magic on another person without a wand. That is, if you're talking about a witch or wizard. Muggles, maybe, but wizarding folk have too much magic of their own, shaped magic, not wild magic like as found in nature. The other wizard's magic would interfere with wandless magic, which lacks the focus necessary to retain its properties when it comes into contact with shaped magic, which seeks always to shape new magic in turn. Does that make sense?" Harry frowned. "Sort of. So the magic in wizards isn't the same as the magic in nature?" "It starts the same," Remus explained. "Every magical core is born of wild magic, but as a child grows he or she develops a barrier of shaped magic, ordered magic, around the wild magic core, and that shaped layer is what interacts with the magic of the world. A wizard's magic needs order and shape in order to function properly. Without it, his magic would simply disperse without purpose, without effect, whenever he tried to use it. Because of this, all magic used by wizards is ordered, structured in a way that keeps the magic from going wild, bound by words and wands. Without the words, and especially without a wand, which channels the shaped magic, spells are usually ineffective, because there is not enough willpower in the wizard to force the magic to keep the shape it needs to work." Harry nodded slowly. "I guess that makes sense, but what if a wizard didn't have a wand, but was desperate or scared enough to make magic happen anyway? Like a child's accidental magic?" Remus clarified. "Sort of, but if the wizard isn't a child anymore? Well, Accidental magic works because a child's magical core hasn't fully developed the secondary layer of shaped magic yet. Because their magic does not have a stable form yet, when the magic manifests itself forcefully, it does so without the constraints that adult wizards need to make their magic work for them. Remus said, for an adult, accidental magic like that is very rare. Only an unstable magical core could produce such a result, I believe. Harry chewed her lip thoughtfully. Okay, thanks, Remus. Of course, Harry, Remus said, smiling. I do enjoy our conversations, you know. Me too, Harry smiled back. Let's go get some cake before it's all gone. They made their way to the kitchen in silence, Harry thinking hard. In light of Remus' information, things were making a bit more sense. The reason wizards had primary and secondary layers to their cores must be because of the way their magic worked. The true core would be the wild magic. As Harry thought about it, most if not all of the true cores she had seen when she was helping cure the sleeping sickness had been elemental in nature. Fire, water, air, earth, or some variation therein. The outer layer of the core would then be the ordered magic, given more stable shape to allow the witch or wizard to utilize their magic in everyday life. And her spontaneous bursts of magic from her first semester at Hogwarts could be explained by the fact that her core was still unstable at that time, like Remus said. She hadn't had a working wand, the magic in her core was unusually high, and if her core had still been a bit unstable or underdeveloped, that would explain the accidental magic she exhibited. Or would it? Was it possible that her core was really underdeveloped then, when just a few months later Snape told her she had overdeveloped her magical core in her efforts to suppress her magic manifesting? She didn't know. She also didn't know why so many people spoke of magic like it were an unruly pet, to be forced to act a certain way, or a bar of clay, to be molded into the shape a wizard wanted. Harry had started out that way, of course, but as soon as she realized how much energy she was wasting trying to browbeat her magic into submission, she changed her tune. Why didn't other people just get along with their magic? Or maybe they did, and they just spoke in terms of forcing the magic to do something out of long habit. What about that time in Snape's office, though? Harry still hadn't figured out that, though she tried not to think about it much. From what she now knew of Legilimency, it was nothing like what she'd done at that time. She'd somehow felt everything Snape was feeling, and made him feel what she was feeling, just by wanting it and concentrating on it. That didn't seem like accidental magic, because it wasn't really done out of fear or great need, and it also didn't seem like the kind of wandless, wordless magic Remus had described as possible, because she wasn't familiar with either her own magic or the magic that she'd been performing at that point. She still wasn't sure what she'd even done, come to that. All in all, she still didn't understand a lot about the way magic worked, but she supposed she had enough to be getting on with. Luckily, the Horde had saved them 2 slices of cake apiece. Singing was foregone in favor of just eating the cake already, so Harry and Remus joined their family at the kitchen table and dug in. When everyone was finished, Sirius cleared his throat and placed his napkin down pointedly on the table, sending meaningful looks at James and Lily, who in turn sent uneasy looks toward Harry and Archie, both of whom looked to Remus questioningly. The werewolf sighed in turn and gestured toward Sirius, who, upon having everyone's attention once more, began speaking. Normally I'm not one to tarnish occasions involving cake with serious talk, though of course if people want to talk about me, who am I to? Sirius broke off as Lily kicked him under the table. Yes, well, anyway, Harry, Archie, you two are already aware of what the SOW party has been most recently planning, are you not? The new anti-Muggle blood legislation, Harry said. Including the marriage law, Archie added, which makes it so that half-bloods can't marry anyone except purebloods. That's right, Sirius said, and you also know that it was tabled after the sleeping sickness was cured, because Dumbledore's faction, which was against the laws, was supported so strongly. They nodded. So Sirius continued, what you don't know yet is that the legislation is undergoing revisions while it is tabled, and from what Frank Longbottom has gleaned, it's going to be even nastier the next time it's up for ratification. Worse. Archie frowned. How? Well, for instance there's talk of adding a clause that prevents a half-blood from turning down an offer of marriage from a pureblood, Sirius said. Lily pursed her lips angrily, but didn't say anything, and James took her hand comfortingly. But surely if they make it worse, it'll get even less support, Harry said. Maybe if they get too carried away it won't pass at all. Maybe, though you have to remember that half-bloods are only about 25% of the population, Muggleborns much less than that, so the majority of witches and wizards simply don't carry their way, Sirius said tentatively, and maybe the Sow party has got something worse than the sleeping sickness up their sleeves. Harry blanched. What could be worse than comatose children? We don't know for sure that they were the ones behind the sickness, Remus said cautiously. It could have been very inconvenient timing. But you don't think so, Archie said, looking from face to face. You think they'll do something next year to make Dumbledore look even worse, and that they'll push the laws through after that. So we have a year before they possibly get approved? Harry asked, thinking of all she would have to do in that year. She needed to read the laws carefully and see what they would forbid half-bloods from doing career-wise. Usually the Potions Guild didn't allow the government to interfere with them, but then again they were a bunch of stuck-up East snobs, so who knew if they'd recognize the new legislation or not? Worst case scenario. Yes, we have a year, Sirius said. But, Harry, James said quietly, we don't want you ever be put in a position like this law if trying to force you and others like you into. Are you going to fight the law? Harry asked. Isn't it against the ICW Equality Accords or something? We are going to fight it, though the Equality Accords generally only recognize, race and personal beliefs to be possible sites of illegitimate unequal treatment, Lily said. But the thing is, Harry, we want you to be protected in the event that the laws do go through somehow. How is that possible? Harry asked, confused. Everyone knows I'm a half-blood. Oh, little fawn, we'd never ask you to try and change or hide who you are, James said, reaching across the table to ruffle her short hair comfortingly. There is a loophole, of sorts, in the legislation, Lily said, particularly the laws related to the marriage law. If a half-blood is already spoken for, then they cannot be claimed by another pureblood. So, you want me to find a husband before the laws go into place? Harry asked incredulously. No way could she pick a pureblood to marry within a year. No, Harry, of course not, Lily said gently. In fact, you won't have to marry anyone. We've been discussing it, however, and the best option at this point is to have you engaged to someone, not with the true intent to marry, just to make you off limits to other purebloods, if that makes sense. Harry bit her lip, and I suppose this would be a very long engagement. Since I'm so young, of course. Of course, Remus said, a smile tugging his lips. No one could expect you to marry for at least another, 6 or 7 years. Archie began to smile too. Oh yes, you wouldn't want to rush into anything, especially before you come of age. Harry grinned. Okay, so I get a pretend engagement for the next 6 years, and surely by the time I'm 17 we'll have either repealed the laws or I can find someone to marry for real. Yes, exactly, James said. Are you okay with this? We just want you to be as safe as possible. I'm okay with it, Harry said. Archie laughed at the surprised looks on the adults' faces. Well, of course, who else would put up with you for 6 more years? Harry flicked a small bit of icing from her fork to Archie's cheek, but he just laughed and wiped it off unrepentantly. So you two are really all right with all of this? Remus asked, looking tentatively relieved. Well, don't get us wrong, Archie said, glancing at Harry and wrinkling his nose. It's totally gross, and if I really did have to marry her I'd probably move to Japan. Archie, Sirius admonished, grimacing. Likewise, I assure you, Harry sniffed, her lips twitching as she spoke. I couldn't ask for a better brother, but a boyfriend, yeah, Archie's not exactly my type. You have a type? James asked, turning alarmed eyes on her. Oops, what? No, of course not, Dad. I hate boys. I was just using a figure of speech, Harry said, smiling innocently at her father. Oh, good then. Yes, Harry, boys are evil, James said, nodding judiciously. So predictable, Remus muttered. Lily smacked her husband upside his head. Don't forget who it was that proposed to me the first time when he was 11. That was different, James said, highly offended. I loved you. You didn't even know my name at that point. Love is not hindered by the mere absence of a name, James said airily. Or an absence of brain cells, apparently, Sirius added. You really don't like any boys though, do you, little fawn? James turned his pleading gaze on her, and Harry sighed with exasperation. Oh please, Sirius scoffed, isn't it obvious that living with the Marauders has ruined her for any other man? I'm sure you didn't mean that as creepy as it came out, Sirius, Lily muttered, shaking her head. So anyway, Harry said before the conversation could deteriorate further, do we need to sign a betrothal contract? I mean, just telling people we're engaged won't be enough, will it? You'll definitely need a contract, Remus said. I'll talk to the goblins at Gringotts. They should have some templates we can choose from, and alter if necessary. Yes, Lily said, we need one that is binding until their 17th birthday, but which doesn't require chastity or exclusivity of the prospective bride and groom. Ew. And Lily, Archie said. You'll thank me when you're older, Lily smirked. It should appear to be a loose but seriously intentioned contract, Remus said thoughtfully. With a clause for unsuitability that comes into play at 17, so that neither of them can break the contract before they are of age, to keep people from trying to break them up uselessly, but so that they can break it at 17 if one deems the other unsuitable, Sirius added. He was well versed in pureblood laws and customs. What are possible grounds for unsuitability? Harry asked. All kinds of things, Sirius said, waving a hand negligently. If need be, we'll make something up, but the point is that a clause like that puts the power to dissolve it in your hands, though not until you're both 17. That sounds good, Harry said. This should solve the problem of the marriage law, at least for now. There's more, Lily said. If the laws go through, a lot of things, jobs, housing opportunities, magical insurance and that sort of thing, will be out of reach for Muggleborns and Halfbloods. The only good thing is that if a Halfblood is married to or betrothed to a pureblood, then the restrictions don't apply to them. So by being temporarily engaged to Archie, I have the legal benefits of a pureblood. Harry said incredulously. Yes, Sirius said, this means that from the moment the laws go into effect, provided you sign the contract, you will for all legal purposes be pure-blooded. We're not ashamed of our blood, Lily said firmly, but we don't want bureaucrats standing in the way of your dreams, Harry. Unfortunately, this doesn't apply to Hogwarts, James said carefully. Most schools are run separately from the government, and the Hogwarts Board of Governors wrote the pureblood-only restriction into the school charter independently from the Ministry of Magic's stance on blood status. That's okay, Dad, Harry said, smiling to show she wasn't upset. I'm really okay at AIM. I have friends, and I'm learning healing, which means Archie is learning it as well. The engagement will be enough to make sure I can get a job. Thank you guys, Mom, Dad, Remus, Sirius, and especially you, Archie. Thank you for doing this for me. You deserve it, Harry, Remus said simply. You and Archie deserve every chance you can get. I know both of you will do extraordinary things one day. Besides, Archie said, pulling Harry's second piece of cake toward him with a winsome smile, what's a secretly fake betrothal contract between friends? You weren't going to eat this, were you? Harry shook her head, though she had, of course, been planning to eat that. What was the loss of a little cake when compared to the enormous gain that was her family? She forgot sometimes that other people were looking out for her too, and that she didn't have to do everything alone, or work out the whole future on her own. She didn't at all mind the reminder. The next afternoon, Harry found Archie in the Potter library. Archie looked up as she entered, toting a bag of books with her, and put a bookmark in the medical journal he was reading through. What's up? Archie asked, taking in Harry's determined face. I need you to tutor me in healing, if you have time, Harry told him, plopping her books down on the library table Archie was sitting at. Yeah, sure, Archie said. I thought you said you were caught up, though. I am, at least in practice, Harry said, sitting down, but I don't understand the theory behind what I'm doing. Archie gave her a strange look. How do you perform it in practice if you don't understand the theory? Harry grimaced. My magic is weird. Explain, Archie said, raising his eyebrows, or do you just mean how it was acting out a bit around Christmas? Not that, Harry said, though I guess it starts with that. Not long after school started up again, I came to a kind of accord with my magic. It stopped doing things I didn't want to do, or not doing things I wanted it to do, and now it's almost like magic comes too easily to me. What do you mean? I can perform almost every spell I try on the first attempt, Harry whispered, leaning closer to Archie so they wouldn't be overheard. Everything from potion imbuing to healing bruises. As soon as I ask my magic to do it, it just happens. That's not normal, is it? It doesn't sound normal, Archie admitted. You sure you're not just a super genius or something? Definitely not, Harry said. It's not that I easily understand everything I try to learn. It takes me as long as it would take anyone else to learn theory and remember things. I study theory vigorously to comprehend it all. But actually doing the magic, it's like breathing. I just imagine it happening, ask my magic, and it happens. I'm pretty sure I don't even need to know a spell for something for it to work, though of course I don't just throw the magic around without learning the spells first if I can help it. Archie grinned. You're like a classic superhero, Harry. Always so afraid of what you can do, determined not to abuse it. It isn't fair if I just do the magic without understanding it, Harry said, frowning. It's like I'm taking advantage of it, and cheating with it. Her cousin sighed. Harry, it's not cheating in any way I can see. So you're really good at magic. So what? It's not that I'm good at magic, Harry protested, it's that my magic is good at magic, if that makes sense. Not really, Archie said wryly. So you're still sure of the idea that your magic has a mind of its own, and that your magic is the one responsible for doing all the, well, magic you do? Yes, Harry said firmly. She didn't care what other people said. Her magic was separate from her, independent and an entity in its own right. She could feel it. Archie scratched his head in thought. Is that how you cured the sleeping sickness? Because I know you already explained it, but it didn't make much sense to me. Sort of, Harry said. It wasn't that I asked my magic to cure the sickness though. I'm not sure asking it something that vague would work anyway. I just asked the other kids' magical cores to let me into their minds, so that I could help them take down the mental barrier. And Snape and the others told you that no one else can do what you were doing. Archie checked. That's what they said. Harry nodded. It seems strange to me, because it doesn't feel like a great new skill I have. It's natural. Easy. Can I try? Archie asked. I suppose so. Harry said slowly. I'm not sure what will happen though. I trust you to stop things if something really strange happens, Archie shrugged. Harry hesitated, not wanting to hurt Archie unintentionally. On the other hand, she couldn't imagine anyone getting hurt doing what she'd done. It was so simple, and somehow beautiful. Archie would be fine. Harry trusted her magic now. She took a deep breath and said, I'm going to forge a connection between our magical cores, okay? Whatever you say, Archie grinned. Harry retreated into herself, looking inward to the place where her magical core rested in her gut. The familiar ball of fiery, writhing snake-like strands of magic greeted her inner eye, and Harry projected her consciousness toward that place within her until she felt her avatar manifest itself just outside of her magical core. She requested a strand from the outer layer of her core and directed it to shoot out toward the nearest magical core, Archie's. She felt the connection twang to life, and asked in her real-world voice, can you feel that? Yes, Archie breathed wonderingly, it's like a tug to the gut. What is it? It's the connection. The place you feel that tug coming from. Turn your mind to that place and concentrate on seeing it, on feeling it, and on taking yourself to it, Harry said with her physical voice. Okay. There were a few moments of silence, then Harry felt something brush against the connection between their cores tentatively. Harry smiled and sent her consciousness streaming along the connection until she reached the source of the experimental prodding. She looked around and, spotting Archie's avatar shifting uncertainly by his magical core, waved at him. He waved back, staring at her. You have long hair, he said. Do I have long hair? He twisted around as if he could see the back of his head and Harry smiled. No, you don't. I think I have long hair mentally because I associated my long hair with my girl self, my real self. To you it was probably just a hairstyle, so the cut assimilated into your consciousness more easily. Sure, Harry, Archie laughed, so this is my magical core. They turned to look at it. The core was shrouded in soft blue mists that curled and swirled in a slow, playful pattern as they watched. It's kind of cool, Archie said. Let's get closer, Harry said. She walked forward until she could feel the cool air of the mists against her skin. Will you let us in? She asked the core. The mists began parting immediately before them, and Harry could hear the sound of running water up ahead. Archie whistled. Magic really just does whatever you want it to. Harry shrugged. Come on, I want to see your true core. It sounds like water. Water. Archie moved forward through the swirling blue mists with her. All true cores seem to be pretty much elemental, Harry told him, at least that's all I've seen. Water, fire, lightning, wind, or some variation of an element, like metal or magma. What's yours? Archie asked. Fire. Harry said, look. The mists parted completely and they could see Archie's true core. It was like a river, or more closely a babbling brook, but it flowed in a circle, forming the sphere-like shape that most cores took on. The water was a pretty cerulean blue and flowed lazily around and around the core, cool and tempting. Archie reached forward to touch it, and laughed with delight at the first touch of his hand to the moving water. It feels like magic, he said happily. It is magic, Harry smiled. I mean that I feel this when I do magic, Archie said, plunging his other hand into his magical core as well. I just never realized what it was until now. He stayed there, up to his elbows in his magic stream, until he took a deep breath and let it out on a peaceful sigh. I feel better all of a sudden. Relaxed and soothed, and almost rejuvenated, you know. Yes, my magic does the same for me, Harry said. So now what do we do? Archie pulled his hands away reluctantly, marveling at how they were completely dry. Just like I projected my consciousness toward your magical core, you're going to do the same for mine, Harry said, stepping backwards from Archie's core and turning to move back toward the connection. The mist swirled back into place behind them, and when they reached the outside of the core once more, Harry held out her hand. Come on, I think I can pull you along with me. Archie moved forward and took her hand without hesitating. Harry concentrated on moving back toward her magical core, but also on tugging Archie's consciousness along with her. They floated together through the connection and came out at Harry's core safely. Archie looked around with interest, examining the churning outside of Harry's core from different angles. Interesting, Archie said, your core is much more restless than mine is. The surface is moving faster, and I can feel the energy output even though I'm not very close to it. Harry blinked with surprise. Now that she thought about it, compared to Archie's softly flowing stream and gently curling mists, her magical core looked rather violent. It seemed as though the coils of magic on the surface, which so reminded her of snakes or ropes, were thrashing about mindlessly, constantly in motion, wildly shifting and twisting with abandon. In fact, thinking back over the other cores she'd come into contact with, she couldn't think of any that had moved as fast as her magical core moved. Even the core that was lightning surrounded by storm clouds hadn't seemed so restless and unpredictable, and though she had encountered a core that was a tornado at heart, and had been moving pretty quickly, the winds had all been blowing the same way, in a circle, ordered. Her magic looked rather a mess in comparison, as if it had the barest seeming of order to hold it together. I suppose you're right, Harry said, but try doing what I did to your core, so we can see if the adults were right. I don't know. Archie looked dubiously at the ball of roiling fire snakes before him. My magical core wasn't nearly so intimidating. Harry frowned. I know it looks sort of wild, but it feels like the warmest, most comforting fire, like a snug blanket or like Dad's most worn-out cloak. She put her hands to the core and felt the immediate tug as the coils wrapped around her wrists and fingers. They bathed her with light and Harry felt content, supported and protected, as well as energized and confident. She looked back, but Archie had not come any closer. She could tell he was struggling not to pull her back from the fire. I know it's strange, Arch, but remember when you pulled your hand back from the stream of magic and it wasn't wet? That's because it's not real water, just like this isn't real fire. It's just magical energy, manifesting as an element because of its affinity with the wild magic from nature. Magic can be just as destructive as fire, Archie pointed out, but he moved forward nonetheless. So how did you make my mists move out of the way? I didn't make them move, Harry said. I asked. Okay. Archie approached her magical core determinedly. Hi, Harry's magical core. I'm Archie, a good friend of Harry's. The core seemed to pulse toward him with interest, so he went on, would you mind moving out of the way? I'd like to see what Harry's magical core looks like underneath all this lovely ropey stuff. I promise not to. Ouch. He jerked his hand back and hissed in pain, it bit me. Harry whipped her head around to stare with confusion at her core, which was sure enough retracting a coil back toward the surface. It must have snaked around Archie's other side where Harry couldn't have seen it and zapped him or something. She glared at it. Why'd you do that? He's my friend. Harry turned to Archie, who was rubbing his hand irritably. I'm sorry, Arch, I didn't know it would do that. It's okay, Harry, Archie said. This is probably why other people don't try and do what you did to cure the sickness. I'm also starting to think you weren't exaggerating about your magic. It's sneaky. I thought we were getting along fine now. Harry sighed. Does it still hurt? Yes, but not as much. I think it was just warning me off, Archie said. Sorry, Harry said again. I guess Snape was right about this at least. Good news is he had a legitimate reason for not believing me about it. Bad news is I'm officially a freak of nature. There are worse things to be, Archie said with a brittle kind of cheerfulness. Let's go back to my magical core. I have a feeling if I put my hand back in my own core's river it will heal right up. Harry forced a small smile, still feeling horribly guilty for hurting Archie. Trust you to have a magical core that heals things. Better than a magical core that burns things, Archie teased. He closed his eyes and projected himself back along the connection to his core, and missed the pained flinch Harry gave at his words. Is that true? Harry wondered as she broke off the connection between them. Is fire really only good for burning things? When they got back to the library, Archie shrugged off the incident as a failed experiment. He began going into the theory behind the healing she'd been learning, teaching her faster and less painful applications of that theory in practice all afternoon. Learning to heal properly, not just asking her magic to knit this and repair that without understanding what was happening, was tedious and mind-numbing work, but it made her feel that maybe a person's magical core didn't define them. If she could do good things, soft things, as well as scary destructive things with her magic, then the element at her core didn't really mean anything. Did it? Harry went looking for her father in his study the next day to see if her mom had talked to him about the OWL correspondence classes she wanted to take. It was essential to her plans for the future that her parents agree to the classes, to throw off suspicion for the next part of that plan. She needed a reason to seem busy over the summer, because she was going to be very, very busy if everything worked out like she hoped. Her dad's study looked more like a broken toy shop, because it was where all the products for the Marauder joke line were born. James, Remus, and Sirius were always moving in and out of the study in their free time, depending on who was working on the latest and greatest pranking tricks at the time. She found her dad hunched over something she couldn't see in his hand when she walked cautiously through the door. Her caution was justified by the number of times she'd walked into a demonstration of a new product, and this time was no exception, though it was certainly more literal than usual. She only took one step in the door before she ran smack into an invisible barrier of some kind and was repelled backwards onto her butt rather rudely. James looked up and grinned apologetically. He reached over to snag a remote control off of his desk and clicked it twice. You can come in now, he said. Sorry about that. Harry rubbed her backside ruefully. I can't tell if that was an item from a new prank kit or your Oars kit, Dad, but it definitely works. Her dad laughed. Doesn't it though? It's a remote-controlled mobile barrier. Sirius and I designed it. The joke it that you plant this on someone, he held up an ordinary, two-hold button, and when you're out of the barrier's range, you activate it. It's completely invisible, but it repels anything with a magical core, so basically any witch or wizard, away from the button if they come within 5 feet of it. Imagine, you put this in your friend's pocket, turn it on, and anyone who gets 5 feet from him is knocked backwards instantly. It looks like he's the one doing it, but he can't control it because you've got the remote. Pretty funny, huh? What will you call it? Harry asked curiously. She could think of a few other uses for such a button. The barrier bubble button, James suggested. Maybe Lily will have some ideas, she's good at naming things. Anyway, Did you come here for something? Yeah. Did Mom ask you about me taking OWL correspondence courses over the summer? Harry asked. She did, James said, setting the button and remote in a desk drawer absently. I think you work way too hard, but I'd definitely get the Worst Parent of the Year award if I forbid you from educating yourself when that's what you want to do. Just take the gold you need for the classes out of the account we set up for you when you started school last year. We'll consider it an educational expense just like textbooks for AIM and potions ingredients. Thanks, Dad. Harry stepped forward to hug her father tightly. I really appreciate it. Hey, no problem, James said, wrapping his arms around her just as firmly. You're my little fawn, and if you want to change the world with a cauldron, well, I think that's just as good as changing it with a wand. In fact, it's more impressive, because everyone uses wands, but not many people can brew like you can. Harry looked up at her dad in shock. He almost never complimented her potions work. She knew it was a leftover from he and Sirius hating Severus Snape all those years, and by default viewing everything associated with his school rival with distaste, so she'd never blamed him for not supporting her quite as much as Remus and Lily had. For him to say this though, you're really okay with it? She asked seriously. I know it's not what you and Mom were best at in school, but I really can't imagine myself doing anything else. Of course I'm okay with it, James said, smoothing her hair down reflexively. I'm sorry I haven't been more involved in the past. I half thought that you were only so interested in potions because it was the only magic you could do without a wand. I sort of thought once you went to school and learned about all the other kinds of magic, you'd get bored of potions, which you already knew so well, and become more interested in learning new kinds of magic. It was silly of me, though, and I can see now that it means much more to you than an interest or a hobby. If you need anything to help you reach your mastery, just ask, okay? Okay. Harry smiled, not a little smile, but a big, bright one, and leaned up to kiss her dad on the cheek. You're the best dad ever. I know, James grinned, and don't tell anyone, but you're my favorite daughter. That means a lot to me, Dad, Harry said solemnly. They shared another smile, and then Harry stepped back. I'm going to sign up for the courses I want to take. Then, she said, thanks again, Dad. Thank your mother, too, James called after her retreating form. I will, she promised, and she closed the door behind her. Phase 1. Complete success. Harry went in search of her mother and found her in the kitchen, charming the placemats different colors. Harry, is that you? Lily smiled as she looked up from her work. Oh good, come here and tell me what you think. I'm tired of the old pattern, but I can't decide on a new one. Harry walked over to the table and looked at all the patterns Lily had laid out on it. Mostly they leaned toward blues and greens. She guessed her mother must really be tired of the old one, which had been a deep burgundy. I like this one, Harry said, pointing to a pale blue pattern with bronze flowers dancing along the edges. The dishes are bronze, so it won't clash. Good point. Lily tilted her head, twirling a strand of her beautiful red hair around her finger. That one it is, then. She waved her wand and turned all the placemats on the table to match the pattern Harry had picked out, and then tucked the wand in the sleeve of her robes. So what's up, Harry? Just wanted to thank you for talking to Dad about me doing extra school work this summer. Harry smiled gratefully and Lily patted her cheek. Of course, dear. What classes were you? Lily was cut off by the kitchen door being flung open suddenly. Archie came bounding into the kitchen, dusted with enough soot that Harry thought he probably hadn't bothered to brush himself off after coming through the flow. Harry, are you in here? I just gotta. Oh, hi, Aunt Lily. Archie faltered at the sight of the older woman. How are you today? I'm just fine, Archie, Lily said, crossing her arms over her chest and staring the boy down. And what exactly has you running so excitedly into my kitchen? Oh, Archie glanced anxiously at Harry. I just wanted to tell Harry something. Something that you can't say in front of your dear Aunt Lily. Lily asked reproachfully. Of course not, Aunt Lily, Archie said, laughing weakly. I just didn't want to take up your free time with something so trivial. I know how hard you work during the week. Well, now I'm curious, Lily said blithely, so tell us what's so exciting. Archie swallowed. Okay, sure. Well, I got a letter today from my, friend Draco. He's invited me to a party next month, and I just wanted to tell Harry about it so that she could help me find something to wear. You wanted to ask Harry, our Harry, for fashion advice. Lily repeated skeptically. Hey, Harry put in jokingly, I didn't do so bad on those placemats, did I? Besides, you know Archie's learned everything he knows about fashion from Sirius. He might go in purple pinstripes if we don't help him. Lily laughed. Well, when you put it like that. Yep, I'm hopeless, Archie said, nodding. You'll help me find something, won't you guys? Of course, Lily said. May I see the invitation? Archie took a gilded square of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. Harry leaned in to read it as well. Arcturus Rigel Black is cordially invited to the Malfoys' annual summer garden party, July 15th. In addition, Mr. Draco Malfoy will be celebrating his 12th year on this date. Flow and apparition coordinates enclosed. Harry raised her eyebrows, but it was Lily who let out a shocked gasp. The Malfoys' summer party. You've been invited to this, Archie. Oh my, that's really unexpected. Lily ran a hand through her hair as she gave the invitation back to Archie. The Malfoys must be taking the life debt they owe you much more seriously than we'd anticipated. What do you mean? Harry asked. It's just a party invitation. Lily shook her head. No, this is a formal invitation to a formal dark pureblood party. In the past, select light-sided families also received invitations, but since the split no-light family has attended a dark pureblood event, and vice versa. Society is supposed to be completely separated at this point except for those families that remain neutral, of course. But since they made Archie a Malfoy in name until the life debt is fulfilled, Archie is considered to be a dark pureblood as well as a light pureblood, socially speaking, Harry said, understanding suddenly why Lily was so surprised. The fact that the Malfoys actually invited him to the event as if he were a dark pureblood means that they're sticking by their words and treating him like a Malfoy, ignoring the fact that he's the son of a light-sided pureblood. Yes, exactly, Lily said thoughtfully. I suppose it probably helps that you were sorted into Slytherin, Archie. People will be less likely to put up a fuss if you go. If you were Arthur Weasley's son, well, let's just say it would be a different story. If he goes, Harry said, slightly alarmed, he has to go. Surely it would be really rude to refuse. It is Draco's birthday party. Yeah, Archie said, I really do want to go. Do you think Dad will let me? I'm not sure, Lily said. I'll invite everyone over for dinner tonight and we'll discuss it, okay? Okay, Archie said. Dinner that night was an awkward affair. I don't like it, James said, stabbing a carrot rather violently with his fork, sending Archie into the hornet's nest. That's what it is. Darling, it's an extremely public event. No one would try anything in the open like that, Lily said soothingly. Archie will be perfectly safe there, I'm sure. Maybe, James allowed reluctantly, but you can't be too careful with dark purebloods. It won't be all dark purebloods, Remus pointed out fairly. A lot of ministry officials are invited every year, and those aligned with the ministry tend to stay out of light and dark politics by remaining neutral. All my friends will be there, Archie said tentatively after a pleading look from Harry. It's Draco's birthday celebration after all, and Pansy, Theo, Millicent, and Blaise will probably all go. Sirius toyed with his vegetables while he thought. I don't want to keep you from your friends, Arch. I'm just worried about sending you by yourself, surrounded by political enemies, where I can't help you if you need it. Is it so different from sending him to school in the Slytherin dorms? Lily said tentatively. Those children are all dark purebloods, but Archie's made good friends of them. It's not the same as letting him go unchaperoned to a gathering of adult, fully fledged dark witches and wizards, Sirius said apologetically. There are teachers at school to watch out for trouble, and kids aren't nearly so ingrained in their prejudices and hatred as adults are. Harry thought it was time for her to speak up. Weren't we just the other day saying it was too bad Archie couldn't have his friends over for his birthday, because we didn't think their parents would trust our families to look after their heirs? Now we're doing the same thing. Trust has to start somewhere, doesn't it? Why can't we be the bigger people, and trust that Archie's friends will watch out for him? Flint will probably be there, and Archie has known him forever. We can trust him to look out for Archie at least. The part about Flint was a complete lie, as he wasn't exactly the protective older brother type, but Harry thought the rest of it was actually a good point. Archie also admitted he didn't really need to see his friends, because he's seen them all year. James protested somewhat half-heartedly. I said I didn't need to have my friends with me on my birthday, Archie corrected, but that doesn't mean Draco should have to spend his birthday without one of his best friends because my family doesn't trust me to take care of myself. It's not that we don't trust you, James said quickly, it's them we're worried about. How can we ask them to trust us if we don't trust them? Archie said firmly, it's like Harry said. If we want to tell ourselves we're different from the dark purebloods, then we have to act differently. Let me go as a gesture of goodwill, if my going to my best friend's birthday party has to be something political. Harry took a bite of potatoes to hide her smile. Archie was really persuasive when he wanted to be, and he wasn't afraid to play dirty in a debate, like insinuating they didn't trust him and playing the kid who just wants to go to his friend's party card. Sirius sighed, do you promise not to make friends with any politicians? Archie whooped and Harry smiled victoriously. I promise, Archie said immediately. Then I guess you can go, but you're taking the emergency portkey, Sirius said firmly. Good idea, Dad, Archie said happily. Harry spoke up before anyone could change their mind. If Archie gets to go to his friend's house, I want to go see Hermione that day, too. That seems fair, Lily said, looking bemused at Harry. You could have asked anytime if you wanted to go and see her, though. I want to spend time at home first, Harry shrugged, but by July I'll probably want to see Hermione. Well, that's settled then, Remus said cheerfully. Sirius, this lobster is delicious. Did you add something to the sauce? Harry and Archie shared a smile across the table. She would have to remember to get Archie something really awesome for his birthday this year. Archie interrupted Harry's studying occlumency in the Black Library the next day and dragged her outside to the courtyard. The snakes hissed their greetings and Harry stroked a few of them absently while Archie geared himself up to talk. Harry, he said finally, I've been thinking about everything, and I'm a little worried. Okay, Harry said, I can't blame you for being concerned about what we're doing, but what exactly are you worried about? It's just, this whole deception could be so easily unveiled as soon as someone really looks, Archie said, sitting down in the grass and plucking some of it absently. I feel like it's only been successful so far because no one would think to look for such a deception. In a way, you're right, Harry said. A lot of this depends on the fact that no one would expect a half-blood to ever dare to do what we've done, and they definitely wouldn't accept a pureblood to help a half-blood, which is the only way this could work. Even so, that hasn't changed. It was always true, so why are you worried now? Before we were anonymous. No one wondered if Rigel Black was all he seemed, because why wouldn't he be? But now you've cured the sleeping sickness. You've said Professor Snape, one of the smartest men I've ever heard of, has taken an interest in you. The Malfoys owe you a life debt, for Merlin's sake. Archie brushed a curious snake away from his robe sleeve impatiently. Now that people are looking, what if they notice something's off? Maybe we can get through this summer without anyone in our family getting suspicious that we only want to meet our friends on the same days, but the next summer. And the one after that. And what about the school year? How long can you keep pretending to be me, to be a boy? You're going to start your girly changes soon. And do you really think no one at AIM in 7 years will hear that Harry Potter is a girl? All it would take is one person who sees us both at school and not at school, and from there everything else is obvious. Is it? Harry said, taking Archie's hand to stop him from ripping up more grass. Is it obvious? Or does it only seem obvious to us, because we know exactly what's going on? What do you mean? I've been thinking about things too, Harry said, and I've got a few things worked out. There are several major problems we're going to face, but I've got a plan to address each of them, okay? First is the problem of our lives as home and our lives at school being noticeably different. What if one of us got our picture in the paper? Either our friends from school or our parents would immediately know something was up. This would be easier if we were twins instead of just cousins who sort of look alike, wouldn't it? Yes, I guess if we look the same it would be easier to trade off personas, Archie said, frowning. Then that's what we have to make happen, Harry said. I've been toying with the idea for a while, and this summer I'm going to start experimenting. I want to create a potion that will blend our appearances, sort of, though not equally. It's hard to explain, but it would be semi-permanent in theory and it would allow us to look exactly alike in the end, which would mean that if someone saw us out of our usual context we could still get away with our pretense. I'll explain it further once I get it more figured out, but if the potion works it would also solve the problem of me starting to look noticeably feminine in a couple years. It would blend out physiques in a way that made me look more masculine. I'll give you the full write-up later, but suffice to say it would go a long way toward helping our plan work. Okay, you're the potions girl, so I'll let you handle that, Archie said, shaking his head, just so long as I don't actually have to become a girl. No, too many people know you as a boy at AIM already, Harry waved him off, but that's okay. The second major problem comes if somebody finds out, right? Yeah, Archie agreed. If they figure out what we've done, you'll go to Azkaban. Yes, if they find out that Harry Potter took your place at Hogwarts, I'll go to prison, Harry said, but if they find out any other possible combination of the truth, everything will be okay. How's that? I have a backup plan, Harry said, smiling slightly. That's why you've been so worried, I think. The only thing this plan was missing is a plan B, to make sure that even if something goes wrong, we're still okay. Archie nodded thoughtfully. Security would be nice. So what's the backup plan? It's horridly complicated, Harry said cheerfully. Feel free to be impressed. There are several phases to the plan. In the first phase, I enroll now in an OWL correspondence school. Wait, don't interrupt, she said to Archie's skeptical looks. Just listen, it will all make sense. Mom and Dad think I'm enrolling in summer classes, but they've given me leave to pull the money for the classes out of my school account, which draws directly from their main vault, meaning they won't know or care how much money goes toward tuition as long as the goblins are sending it to the correspondence school they've approved of. So you're not just taking summer classes? Archie guessed. I'm enrolling as a full-time student, Harry said proudly. You're sort of already a full-time student, Archie pointed out. Exactly. I'm not going to actually learn anything from the OWL correspondence school, Harry explained. I can learn way more at a real school like Hogwarts. I'm just going to receive the materials in the mail, pretend to learn them, and send the assignments and tests back to get credit for the work. Since I'm already learning everything at Hogwarts, doing the assignments will be cake, but I'll have records saying that Harry Potter has been homeschooling herself since she was 11, get it? Sort of, Archie said slowly. So if someone finds out I'm at AIM taking your place and wonder where you are, you can say you're homeschooled. Yes, but that's not enough, Harry went on, because our parents and anyone who knows our parents will know that I am not, in fact, home during the school year. That's why I'm going to answer this. Harry reached into her pocket and pulled out the worn advertisement from the Daily Prophet she'd been carrying around for a few days. She smoothed the creases and handed it to Archie, who read over it with mild bewilderment. It's an ad for an apothecary, he noted. They need a basic potion brewer. Yes, Harry said, taking the ad back and stowing it in her robes once more. I'm going to apply for the position tomorrow, and if I get it I'm going to use the money to buy an apartment. An apartment? Archie stared at her. Well, rent one anyway, Harry said. I'll take a really cheap place out in my name, pay the rent on it during the school year. And if Harry Potter has an apartment and a home school record while Rigel Black is at Hogwarts, how can they be the same person? Especially if no one finds out that Rigel Black is a girl, and if the potion works then the minute we're caught I change back to my real appearance and Rigel Black disappears. Archie was silent for a whole minute. Disappears. Will people buy that? I actually got the inspiration from Marcus Flint, Harry said, grinning. When he realized I wasn't you I thought we were done for. But he didn't immediately think, oh that must be Harry Potter. Of course he didn't. He thought I was just some random half-blood who you got to take your place so you could go to AIM. Why does Rigel Black have to be you or me? He doesn't. He'll just vanish if anyone figures out the truth, and Harry Potter will have been there all along, homeschooling herself in a little apartment so that her cousin Archie could take her place at AIM and fulfill his dreams of becoming a healer. That's really brilliant, Archie breathed. If we're found out, I get a slap on the wrist for pretending to be you. It's not a serious crime to pretend to be a half-blood, and I'll just pay a fine and have all my records as Harry Potter transferred over into my name. Rigel Black, the real criminal, can't be punished because he doesn't exist. And we have complete plausible deniability. Better yet, our family has plausible deniability, Harry said earnestly. You say that you did ask someone to take your place at Hogwarts, a pureblood from somewhere on the continent who was too poor to afford the tuition himself. You offered to pay his way if he pretended to be you at Hogwarts so you could go to AIM without your dad knowing. He wasn't on the list for Hogwarts because he isn't from Great Britain, and you don't know who he really is. You definitely thought he was a pureblood though, so you can't be blamed as an accomplice to blood identity theft. Our parents can honestly say they had no idea you were in America and I was being homeschooled, and that they don't know who Rigel Black is either. It's practically airtight, Archie admitted, letting out his breath with a whoosh of air, but you know it's going to be nearly impossible to pull off. You can't take money for the apartment from your account because it's clearly not an educational expense, so you'll have to come up with the money solely through working. But if you're going to be completing home school assignments and experimenting with an entirely new potion, I don't see how you'll have time for all of this in one summer. Harry just smiled. You'd be surprised how many things I can juggle at once. This past year has been excellent practice. Brewing is easy and I can set my own hours. I'm not actually learning anything, just completing busy work for the OWL school, which leaves me plenty of time for experimentation. Well, you sound pretty sure, Archie said, relaxing back into the grass at last. If you need any help, you know you only have to ask. In the meantime, I'm going to try and find a way to make money too, so I can help pay for the apartment that neither of us will actually be living in. He smirked. At least our utility bill will be cheap. So we're agreed on this cover story? Harry asked. When we get the plan in place, as soon as one of us is found out, the other has to be ready to implement the backup plan. As long as both Harry Potter and Archie Black are accounted for when the game is up and Rigel disappears, it'll be next to impossible for anyone to prove anything for sure. Archie agreed and they shook on it. Archie then went to read up on occlumency, since all of their work would mean nothing if someone just plucked the secret out of their heads, and Harry went to enroll herself in OWL school. The next day Harry told her parents she was going to Diagon Alley to pick up a new order of potions ingredients. This was a common occurrence for Harry, who went through potions ingredients like nobody's business when the mood struck her, so her parents just reminded her to use her school account to pay for them. If it was an educational expense they could write the galleons off in their taxes, and asked her to pick up a new pot of flow powder while she was out. Harry flowed into the leaky cauldron and set off down the familiar street to the apothecary she usually frequented on Diagon Alley. It wasn't the apothecary that had advertised for a brewer, but she really did need to pick up an order of ingredients that had come in, so she stopped there first. The man behind the counter perked up as she walked in. He was large and burly, with curly brown hair pulled back into a messy ponytail. He wore an apron that bulged at the pockets from being stuffed with various things he picked up around the store throughout the day and never bothered to put back down again. She had never seen him when he was anything less than jovial, and sure enough he smiled broadly as his warm brown eyes caught sight of her and called out in a cheerful manner, "There she is. I knew I'd be seeing my favorite little customer today." Harry smiled back and closed the door politely behind her so that sunlight didn't get into the shop too much. Certain ingredients could be rather sensitive to sunlight, and though those ingredients were always kept away from the doors and windows, it never hurt to be careful. "Hello, Mr. Tate," Harry said, approaching the counter. "It's good to see you too." "Always too polite, Miss Potter." Mr. Tate wagged a finger at her good-naturedly. "I have your order though. Got it just this morning and I just knew you'd be here to claim it before the day was done." "You know me too well, Mr. Tate," Harry said, smiling slightly. "I despair of ever surprising you." "That's one of the things I like about you, Miss Potter," Tate chuckled. "Surprises are only interesting for the young." "Were there any troubles with the order?" Harry asked. No. He reached under the counter to pull out a well-packaged box. "Everything came in just fine. I double-checked on the soil for the Flitterbloom like you asked, and the greenhouse we order it from was very helpful." They gave me a list of the components, which I included with the rest of the order for you to look over when you get home. They did tell me to tell you that the formula for their soil has a magical patent, so don't try and reproduce, blah blah, you get it. Yes, thank you, Harry grinned. I'm not going to be entering the soil market at this time. Is this all you're picking up today? Tate asked as he rang up her order. You sell flow powder here, don't you? Harry asked, looking around. We have the generic brand, Tate shrugged. That'll work, Harry said. Can you ring it up separately? I'll pay for the flow in coin, but I have to pay for the ingredients. With your school account. I know, Miss Potter. Tate smiled kindly. Sure thing. He rang her up and Harry paid, putting the flow powder into the box of ingredients to make it easier to carry. Anything else I can help you with today, Miss Potter? Actually, could you give me directions to the Serpent storeroom? Harry asked. Mr. Tate frowned cautiously. Is there an ingredient you're having trouble finding, Miss Potter? You know I'd order anything you want. No need to go all the way over there. Oh, no, Mr. Tate, Harry smiled. I'm not taking my business there, I assure you. Everyone knows the best ingredients come through Mulpepper Apothecary. I found this in the paper, though. She pulled out the notice from the paper and showed it to Mr. Tate. Oh, looking for a summer job, are you? Mr. Tate said, looking a bit more relaxed. Well, I guess I can see how this would appeal to you. The Serpent storeroom, though, it's not exactly a place I'd like to be sending you, Miss Potter. The shop's okay, of course, but the location. I understand, Mr. Tate, Harry said. I just really need the money for a personal project I'm working on. I'll be very careful, I promise. All right, Tate huffed. I suppose it's not really that far into Nocturne Alley. You go straight there and straight back to Diagon Alley. Okay, Miss Potter. I will, Harry promised. Good, Tate said. You know where Nocturne Alley branches off from Diagon Alley? Harry nodded. Well, when you turn down the alley, go past Borgin and Burke's to the first alley that intersects Nocturne's main alley. Turn left and the Serpent storeroom is the first shop on your left. It has a dark red sign with black letters and the staff of Asclepius on the window. Harry smiled gratefully. Thanks, Mr. Tate. I'd hate to wander around looking for it. No kidding, Tate sighed. Well, best of luck, Miss Potter. In fact, he reached over and plucked a business card from its holder on the side of the desk. Take this and tell that sourpuss Edgar Crite that Caleb Tate recommends you. Really, Mr. Tate? Harry blinked in surprise as she took the card automatically. Thank you very much. I promise I'm a good brewer, so you won't be wasting your recommendation. Tate laughed jovially once more. Oh, Miss Potter, nothing spent on you is wasted, be it time or ingredients, that much I know. Thanks again, Mr. Tate. Harry picked up her package. I'll be by sometime next week to make another order, I expect. Looking forward to it, Miss Potter. Good luck on your job application. Harry smiled once more and put the box of ingredients under her left arm so that her right would be free to open the door, and more importantly free to draw her wand should it become necessary. If nothing else, she had learned a pretty mean shield charm that year, no thanks to Professor Quirrell. Nocturne Alley was everything she'd ever heard it was. Dirty, creepy, smelly, and dark. Shadows lurked everywhere, though it was the middle of the day. Harry walked calmly but purposefully down the alley, staying to the middle of the road where there was at least a semblance of afternoon light. She passed Borgin and Burke's and turned left like Mr. Tate had told her, and sure enough there on her left was the gloomy Serpent's storeroom apothecary. Harry didn't linger in the little side alley long. She entered the shop and paused for a moment to adjust her eyes to the incredibly dim lighting. There was a counter to the left, raised up on a platform that would give anyone standing behind it a very good view of the narrow aisles of stock to her right. There were also mirrors positioned all over the shop, and Harry thought a shoplifter would be hard put to get away with anything in here. The aisles closest to the door held what looked at a casual glance to be the cheapest of ingredients, with more expensive, more rare ingredients sold in the middle aisles. The aisles at the back held competed potions in decorative bottles. Harry turned toward the counter and took in the man sitting behind it, counting armadillo scales into a jar. He was tall even sitting down and had thick owned hair slicked back from his face. His frame was thin, but hard, like a habitual fighter's would be, and he had a scar along his jawline that disappeared into the collar of his plain lab robes. Are you Mr. Krite? She asked as she reached the counter. Because it was elevated, she felt at a distinct disadvantage looking up at the man behind it. Who asks? He drummed his free hand on the counter as he spoke. I do, Harry said, thinking it would be best to get straight to the point with this man. I'm here about the brewing job. Has the position been filled? No, it has not. The man, who she assumed was Mr. Krite, said without even looking up from his scale counting, but I don't see what my staff shortage has to do with a brat like you. I am a potions brewer, she said. Says who? Krite grumbled absently. Says Mr. Tate, Harry said shortly. Krite finally looked up at her with eyes that were an earthy green. He recommends me, she added, pulling out the card Tate had given her and passing it over. Mr. Krite took the card and threw it into the trash can behind the counter without ever taking his eyes away from her face. What can you brew? Krite asked, leaning over the counter as if he could inspect her brewing ability by staring down at her intently enough. If I have a recipe. She shrugged. Probably about anything you'd need me to. I assume you brew all the top-level potions yourself. Krite grunted. Sure you can. Look. This ain't grade school cooking lessons, got it? You can't just add the ingredients together and stir if you want to. With respect, Mr. Krite, I know how to brew, Harry said evenly. Krite raised an eyebrow. Can you consciously imbue? And if you say, what? To me, I swear I'm gonna kick Tate's ass into next week for sending you over here. I can, Harry said. What's the highest level potion you've ever brewed? He asked, looking only a little less dismissive. Snow-White Draft, Harry said. It was definitely the hardest thing she'd brewed, requiring both the most concentration and the most magic. Not bad. Krite rubbed his chin. If you're not lying, that is. Harry opened her mouth to speak, but he waved her silent. Tell you what, kid. I'll give you a list of potions and a crate of my bottles. You buy the ingredients, brew and bottle the potions, and bring whatever you finish back here. I don't care which potions you make. I need them all done sooner or later, so just brew whichever you think you can. He drew out a remarkably thick tube of rolled up parchment from a drawer behind the counter and handed it over. I'll pay you by the bottle, 30% laboring fee guaranteed for you. If it takes you 10 sickles to make one dose, you'll get 13 sickles from me, with a bonus if it's magically grueling. I'll sell them at 2 galleons to cover the bottle and make a profit, and if your potions sell good enough, you get an additional bonus. Any questions? Harry unrolled the stack of parchment he'd given her and saw that the first sheet was a list of potions and the rest of the sheets were recipes. How much of each potion do you want? Don't care, he said. If you can only brew one of those potions, bring me back a crate of that. Harry nodded and said, give me 2 crates of bottles. Krite fixed her with a stern eye. You run off with those bottles and I'll hunt you down, kid. Understood, Harry said, though she wasn't sure how he expected to do that without ever having asked her name. Krite glanced around the store to make sure there were no customers before ducking quickly into the back to fetch the crates of potion bottles. Harry stacked the crates and added her box of ingredients to the top. Next time she thought she ought to bring Archie with her, as walking down Nocturne Alley with her hands full was probably not a good idea, but for now she just walked as quickly as she could back to the relative safety of Diagon Alley. Harry didn't relax fully until she was back in the leaky cauldron. She set the crates briefly on the ground while she tossed some flow powder into the grate, and soon enough she was back at the Godric's Hollow house, storing the crates and ingredients in the potions lab that she had unashamedly claimed as her own despite it technically belonging to her mother. Lily didn't use the lab nearly as much as Harry did, and most of the actual ingredients in the lab were Harry's, though her mother had bought the cauldrons and equipment. She went to replenish the flow powder supply with what she'd bought and stopped by the kitchen to pick up her mail on the way back to the lab. Her parents usually left Owl Post on the kitchen counter, and Harry smiled as she spied a thick letter from Sphinx Correspondence School of Magic with her name on it. She took the letter down to the lab with her and slid it open with her finger as she claimed a metal stool. She skimmed the contents. It was a basic introductory letter, followed by the first-year learning curriculum and a syllabus spread out over the next 10 months. Harry would be cutting that down to 2 months. Her goal was to finish the first year's curriculum by the end of the summer, so that she wouldn't be distracted by it during school, when she would be completing Flint's assignments as well as her own, and also so that no one at school would catch her doing the work. The whole point of doing this was that the correspondence school was something Harry Potter did that Rigel Black did not. She would finish the assignments for the first units that weekend. For now, Harry was ready to brew. She unrolled the list of potions Mr. Krite had given her with an expression that was nearly gleeful. Thankful that no one was around to see her childish excitement, she read over the list carefully. Agnes. Ageless Agent. Befuddlement Draft. Blood Replenishing Potion. Calming Draft. Deflating Draft. Dreamless Sleep Potion. Forgetfulness Potion. Gasnix Gastric Solution. Hair Growth Potion. Invigoration Draft. Mind Sharpening Potion. Numbing Potion. Pepper Up Potion. Shrinking Solution. Telbert's Tincture. Westfield's Wart Remover. Harry raised her eyebrows at the list. Most of it looked like what you might find in any witch or wizard's medicine cabinet. She smiled a bit at her foolishness. What had she been expecting? Deadly poisons. Of course he wouldn't give recipes for poisons to a kid, even if he did sell them in the open where anyone from the ministry could pop in and see. She glanced over the crates. There were 24 bottles in each crate, meaning she could make 3 bottles of each of the 16 potions if she wanted to fill the crates. Unfortunately, one cauldron usually made about 5 to 6 doses of a potion, so she didn't have enough bottles to make a cauldron of each potion on the list. Instead, she would pick 8 potions to start with and make a cauldron of each. She would try the second half of the list once she got more bottles. She started with Blood Replenishing Potion, something she knew a lot about but had never actually tried brewing. After treating her cauldron with the necessary oil, she got to work hand filtering the raw dragon's bile she kept in a tightly sealed container to prevent leakage. Blood Replenishing Potion turned out to be easier than she was expecting it to be. In fact, she found herself almost bored as she waited between steps, probably because she was so conditioned from the last semester to be making as many potions as possible at one time. She finished stirring the last turn and checked the final result against the recipe's description. It was a rusty red, the consistency of water, just like it was supposed to be, but Harry felt a vague feeling of unease about the potion still. Thinking it was probably that she hadn't imbued enough magic after all, she reached out with her senses to reforge the connection between her core and the potion once more to double check. Through the connection, however, she knew immediately that the potion was magically speaking complete. In actuality, she thought she'd put a bit too much magic in the potion, though of course that wouldn't hurt a blood replenisher. Still, something wasn't right. She reached out with her senses to look over it again, and this time she noticed something that surprised her considerably. The current connecting her core to the potion was telling her that the blood replenishing potion was complete magically, but incomplete physically. That had never happened before, not after she'd finished the recipe at any rate. What did it mean? Had she skipped a step? She sharpened her connection to the potion, trying to figure out what the magic was telling her. It was like the potion knew what was wrong, if only she could understand. She checked the recipe. She'd completed every step perfectly, that much she was certain of, and yet there was a problem. Though the potion looked to her eyes to be all right, to her magic it felt as though it were a puzzle that had come with a piece already missing, so even though she'd used all the pieces, the picture wasn't quite right. It was the recipe, she realized with dawning incredulity. The recipe itself was wrong, or, maybe not wrong, but incomplete ever so slightly. Not enough to change the appearance of the potion, but enough that it irked her magical senses. Harry shook her head agitatedly. Honestly, what fool of a potions master had come up with this recipe? Bonagage. Professor Snape had never given her a recipe that was less than perfect. Harry supposed she could write to Snape and ask for his recipe for blood replenishing potion, but something was telling her she could figure it out herself. She just needed to think. It felt like it needed more of something, Harry mused, concentrating her senses on the different layers of the potion. Everything mixed just fine, but if there was just a bit more of something, it would mesh completely. Harry frowned, reaching with her senses further into the potion and sort of magically poking around. It almost felt like it needed more bloodroot, but that couldn't possibly be right. The bloodroot was in perfect proportion to the vervain, which had to stay at a constant 3:1 ratio with the hypericum flowers. She couldn't change the number of hypericum flowers because it had to be a prime number, and the next prime number after 13 was 17. If she added 4 more hypericum flowers, she could need 12 more vervain leaves, which would make the amount of bloodroot needed way too much. She needed a tiny bit more bloodroot, not a whole additional bushel. So it couldn't be the bloodroot. And yet it was. The potion felt like it needed more antiseptic, and also something that would bond the dissolving street. Stuart's bane with the hypericum flowers more closely. Bloodroot did both of those things, but it was too potent. Adding even the tiniest bit more would upset the whole potion. Harry blinked suddenly. It was so obvious. Hadn't she thought all those months ago when she was helping Percy with his potion fusion homework that feverfew was pretty perfect for a blood replenishing potion? Harry smiled victoriously. She didn't need to substitute feverfew for bloodroot though, she needed to add feverfew to the bloodroot. Both would play pretty much the same role in the potion, but feverfew was 3 times weaker than bloodroot, and adding it wouldn't mess with the ratios of the other ingredients. In addition, feverfew kept platelets from clumping. The only reason it hadn't been in the blood replenishing potion already was probably because bloodroot was so much stronger and easier to cultivate. Harry hurried to her AF storage cupboard and dug out the jar of ground feverfew from the bottom shelf. A pinch was all it took, and after a few stirs the potion felt satisfied, for lack of a better word, to her magical senses. Harry grinned and broke off her connection to the potion gently, then ladled it carefully into 6 of Krite's stasis bottles. She labeled each one, and after cleaning her cauldron and preparation materials she put a check mark beside blood replenishing potion on her list, feeling more self-satisfied than she had in weeks. Harry spent the rest of the night brewing. Out of the 8 recipes she tried, 5 of them were ever so slightly off, needing more of one thing or less of another, and one of the recipes was so blatantly wrong she was sure it had been copied incorrectly. Honestly, who would put ginger leaves in a mind-sharpening potion? While ginger was a mental stimulant and energizer in the right mixtures, its properties came from the root and stem, not the leaves. In addition, besides the fact that the recipe called for the Chinese variety, which was much less potent than the African variety, the juice in the ginger leaves would have interacted with the rosemary seed oil and caused severe and likely permanent long-term memory loss. Harry immediately guessed they'd meant to write 13 ginkgo leaves, which came from the Chinese maidenhair tree and were known to improve memory functions. She noted each change she made to the potions diligently, in case Krite should ask, and by midnight she had filled and labeled every bottle in the 2 crates she'd been given. Harry felt better than she had in weeks, despite the late hour. She had forgotten the joy of brewing just for the sake of making a potion. Too often in the past year it had been about making the grade, impressing Professor Snape, or saving students' lives. Sure, she was technically brewing for money, but she wasn't worried that if she messed up she wouldn't get the money. She was confident in her ability to produce enough potions to satisfy Krite, and she could try as many times as she needed to on the off chance that she couldn't brew a potion right the first time, which hadn't happened often since she'd gotten the hang of imbuing. Harry could brew at her own pace, her own impetus. She could choose how long to brew, what order to brew the potions in, what changes to make until she was satisfied with the potions, and no one would say anything about it. It was freeing, relaxing, and thoroughly enjoyable. Before going to bed, Harry drew up a schedule that would allow her to finish the first year's worth of OWL correspondence schoolwork in the 9 weeks she had left of the summer. The program was self-paced, though the recommended timeframe was 10 months on and 2 months off for each school year. She was given a list of books to read, most of which overlapped with the textbooks she already had for Hogwarts, and each of the 6 core subjects: charms, transfiguration, history, defense, potions, and astronomy had 5 units per semester. She would in theory learn the first 5 units for each class, take her midterms, then learn the next 5 units for each class and take her finals. In actuality, Harry would complete the mandatory work for the first 5 units, take the midterms, then do the mandatory work for the second 5 units and take the finals. There wasn't much she'd really need to learn. When she started each unit, they would mail her a series of worksheets and suggested activities for each class to help her learn and understand the material. These worksheets and activities were entirely for her own benefit. Harry wouldn't be completing any of them. Instead, all Harry would be doing was writing the required research essay for each unit in each class. It was open topic, as long as it pertained to the course, and the quality of her research essays would determine 1/3 of her course grade for each class. The midterm and final made up the other 2/3 of each grade. That meant for Harry to pass her first year of OWL school, she had to complete 6 research essays per unit, or 60 essays in total, and take 12 exams. Her goal was to write 6 essays each week, taking a week off each for the midterm and finals, and finishing the first year curriculum in 8 weeks. That gave her an extra week to relax and prepare for her second year at Hogwarts. While she was writing about an essay a day, a feat she had no trouble imagining possible considering the essay requirement for a first year in the OWL school consisted of a mere 10 inches and 2 outside sources, she would also be brewing every day. Looking over the list of potions she was given, she averaged the cost of brewing a cauldron of them to be about 3 or 4 galleons each, meaning that each dose averaged about 11 sickles each. That meant she'd be getting about 15 sickles per dose from Crite. That was a 96 sickle profit per crate, about 5.5 galleons. She figured she could rent an apt for about 60 galleons a month, so she would need 570 galleons to cover the whole school year. That meant she needed to brew about 103 crates of potions that summer, or roughly 12 crates a week. That was doable if she brewed 2 crates a day. However, that was only true if Harry was truly eating the cost of the potions she'd be making herself. Simply put, she was not. When her parents had set up an educational expense account for her at Gringotts, it was with the understanding that she would charge all her potions expenses to that account. Her parents were incredibly wealthy, something she tried not to take for granted, but something that meant that they would not even notice the increase in her expenditures as long as they continued to come from apothecary orders and the like. So because she was buying the ingredients with her parents' money, she mentally argued that she was technically learning a lot by brewing all the new potions, and putting all of the 20 galleon reward per crate toward her private housing fund. Harry actually only needed to brew enough for 30 or so crates all summer. So she was not, to be honest, overly concerned with the amount of work she'd taken on over the summer. Harry planned on having plenty of time for her experimental brewing, not to mention hanging out with Archie and her family and completing her Hogwarts summer work as well. By the time her mother came down to yawningly tell Harry to get her butt in bed, Harry had everything about her summer plans figured out. All she had to do was put them into motion, and really, what could go wrong? The next day Harry went back to the Serpent's storeroom with her crates of potions. Archie had left early that morning with Sirius and James to go to Zonko's and check on the Marauder joke line sales, so Harry went to Diagon Alley alone again, though she kept a careful eye out for any suspicious characters on her way from the leaky cauldron to the dingy little shop. Mr. Crite was busy with a customer when Harry entered the shop, so she stacked the crates behind the counter and waited patiently for him to finish showing a stooped old witch with a hacking cough where the antimony was stored. Mr. Crite came back to the counter and saw Harry standing there. He stopped in front of her, crossing his arms and setting his feet apart as he looked her over. He was so tall she had to lean her head back a bit to look at his face. "Well, I won't pretend I'm not surprised to see you here," he grunted, the scar along his jawline flexing as he worked his mouth. "I half expected to never see you again. What are you doing back so quick? Lost my bottles, have you?" Harry shook her head. "No, sir. They're behind the counter. I'm here to pick up more bottles, and to collect my payment for these, unless you pay at the end of the month." Crite's eyebrows shot upwards toward his slicked back owned hairline. He strode around the counter and hefted the crates easily up onto its surface. Crite scanned the labels in the crates and shot her a look. "You made 8 potions yesterday." 8 different potions. Harry refrained from saying. "Obviously." "Barely." "Yes, sir," Harry said instead, keeping her tone on the respectful side of stating something readily apparent. "I thought it would be a waste to do all 16 when I didn't have enough bottles to hold all the doses." Crite shot her a look that clearly said he caught the implied lip and didn't appreciate it. The potioneer sighed and said, "I don't know what to think of this, kid." He gestured to the crates of potions on the counter. If I didn't know potions masters were a bunch of stuck-up SWOBs with the collective sense of humor of a rotting toadstool, I'd think someone was playing a practical joke on me. Harry thought at that moment that it was probably best that Krite didn't know who her father and godfather were. I mean, Krite rolled his shoulders as if he was working out a kink. I just gave you these recipes yesterday, and somehow you have viable examples of 8. Ignoring the fact that it usually takes a brewer at least a week to work the kinks out of a recipe they aren't familiar with, most of these potions require upper-medium levels of magical energy to be imbued in them, and dreamless sleep is enough to knock the average wizard on their ass for a good 4 hours alone with the level of magic required to fuse the ingredients. You're what, 10? No way you have the magical core necessary to make all these potions in 24 hours. Harry thought that was a bit unfair to assume, but Krite wasn't finished. Plus, he said with an incredulous snort, making pepper up and an invigoration draft would use about a pound of Piper beetle. Who the heck has that much beetle just lying around? Your parents own a greenhouse or something? No, Harry said honestly, I just brew a lot of potions. Our cupboard is well stocked. Krite narrowed his eyes, well stocked my ass. He sighed deeply. In spite of the fact that I think this is an elaborate setup, it remains that the potions are here and you didn't steal my bottles. I'll test these later on, and you can come back when I do my books at the end of the week for your payment. Can I take more of your bottles with me today? Harry asked, choosing not to comment on the rest of the man's ridiculous theories. Krite grimaced. Sure, why not? Harry took that as an invitation into Krite's back room and quickly grabbed 3 crates of empty bottles. She was almost to the door when Krite called her back. Wait, kid, he snapped his fingers at her imperiously and she paused, lifting an eyebrow inquiringly. He pulled out a sheet of parchment from a drawer and brandished it at her. You'll have to redo the mind-sharpening potion. I discovered a clerical error in the recipe this morning that would have rendered anything you produced with it useless. It was my fault, so I can cover the costs of the ingredients if you want. Harry shook her head, not moving to set the crates down and take the parchment. No need. You're talking about how it read ginger leaves instead of ginkgo leaves, right? Krite blinked, but nodded. I corrected for it when I made the potion. Mr. Krite put the recipe back in the drawer, shaking his head. All right, kid, just do whatever you're going to do then. I'll pay you at the end of each week for whatever you've brought in. Thanks, Mr. Krite. Harry smiled sympathetically at the man. See you tomorrow. Krite sighed, and waved her from the shop. Harry shook her head, grinning a bit at the silliness of adults. No imagination. You present them with something even mildly unordinary and they immediately seek complicated explanations or assume they're being tricked rather than accept that they didn't know everything after all. Harry made her way slowly down Nocturne Alley with her 3 crates balanced steadily before her. The extra crate made it a little hard for her to see ahead of her, but by walking slowly in the middle of the alley she was visible enough that the other witches and wizards saw her coming and skirted around her. She was almost past Borgin and Burks when trouble came, from not before her, but behind. A dirty hand grasped her right bicep harshly and yanked her sideways into the shadow of a building's overhang. Harry gasped and hauled her weight against the movement, tilting the weight of the crates to the left as well to help counterbalance her accoster's pulling. The man who'd stopped her just pulled harder and brought another hand up to fist in her robe collar and keep her from twisting away. The potion crates were dislodged and fell to the alley with a dull thud that didn't stop anyone else in Nocturne from ignoring the situation that Harry was rapidly finding herself in. With her hands now free, she struck out at the man and tried to push him away from her. She could see him clearly now. His hair was as long as any purebloods, but ratty and crusted with something that flaked. He was broad-shouldered and slightly overweight, with hands like meat hammers and eyes half-lidded with a violent disorientation, making her think he'd been drinking. When his grip on her collar and arm proved too strong, Harry lashed out with her feet, using the guy's hold on her to keep her upright as she pushed off the ground and kicked him with both feet as hard as she could. Her right leg was a little high from being turned more toward her attacker, but her left foot got him square in the groin. The man doubled over clutching himself, his mangy hair falling into his face and his grip slackening instantly. Harry thrust herself away from him and backed quickly toward where the crates had fallen. She reached for them up hurriedly, thanking Merlin for the foam packaging that encased each bottle in the crates and would have, she hoped, prevented any breakage from occurring. She had the crates stacked, but before she could pick them up, a hand clawed at her nape, jerking her off of her knees and up, until she was dangling with her toes just scraping the earth in front of her very pissed off attacker. His dark hair swung forward into her face and she could see every rip in his tattered black robes. His breath was foul with something sickly sweet and his teeth winked at her like yellow stars from behind the heavy, graying beard around his mouth. "You'll pay for that one, brat," he wheezed into her face, "I'm gonna." But whatever he was going to do, Harry never found out. At that moment a fist came from over Harry's shoulder and struck the man in the face before either of them could blink. Her attacker went reeling backwards from the blow, his hand falling away from Harry's neck, and Harry dropped toward the ground like a stringless puppet. Just as she should have landed hard on the ground, an arm caught her firmly around the middle and towed her backwards into a muscled chest. She blinked, her equilibrium thrown off by the events of the last several seconds, and craned her head back against her captor's robes to look up into his face. With the way things were going, it would be some other shady, smelly guy who was only fighting off the first man so that he could sell her organs on the black market himself. And yet, she thought as she caught sight of the guy she was being held against, no face that handsome would ever need to sell a spleen to make a living. Bright hazel eyes glanced down at her above a straight nose and a strong jaw. His teeth were even, she noted as he grinned briefly at her before turning his attention back to the man sprawled out on the alley dirt, and his face was lightly tanned, as though he occasionally worked in the sun but didn't bask in it. He was young, too, she realized when he spoke. His voice had an easy, pleasing quality to it that set her nerves instinctively at ease. "I need you to stand behind me," the guy said softly into the top of her head. "That won't keep him down for long, and when he gets up I need you to be standing somewhere you won't get caught up in the fight, okay?" Harry found herself nodding automatically, though she personally thought the better option would be to leave before the man picked himself up off the ground. Her defender's arm around her waist loosened and he nudged her gently until she moved behind and away from him. She backed up until she stood over where the crates still sat on the floor of the alley and watched, a bit transfixed, as the guy who was helping her settled into a relaxed fighting stance and the man who'd tried to grab her stumbled to his feet. Her protector looked about 16 or 17. He was taller than she'd realized, though not quite as tall as Mr. Krite was. Probably he was about 6 foot. He was certainly taller than his opponent, who stooped awkwardly and growled before launching himself at the younger man. The young man simply turned around the other man's attack, using one foot to trip the man up and slamming an elbow down into the small of his opponent's back. The older man crumpled again to the ground, but instead of trying to stand he fumbled with his robes until he brought out a thin but sharp-looking dagger and swiped it toward the hazel-eyed guy's ankles. The young man jumped over the knife and aimed his landing to be directly on the knife wielder's wrist. A cracking sound Harry was all too familiar with told her the man's wrist was broken. The knife fell from an unresponsive hand and the younger man, who was standing with his hands in his pockets as if he'd done nothing more arduous than kick an errant soda can to the side, nudged the knife out of his opponent's reach. He needn't have bothered, Harry thought, as the man who'd originally attacked her was now curled up around his wrist, rocking and cursing sloppily at them. Her savior turned around and walked over to her, his face so relaxed Harry thought perhaps he often strolled down notoriously dangerous alleys and beat slovenly characters into the dirt. He tilted his head curiously at her while she looked him over just as curiously through lowered lids. His hair was a dark brown that would have been unremarkable if he wasn't so generally good-looking. He was built like a dancer and moved like a street fighter, all wiry muscles and agile grace. The lines of his face weren't rugged, but neither did he have the delicate look most of the pure-blooded families favored. He leaned a bit closer to Harry, as if he were about to impart a secret, and said, "All right there, lad. I'm not complaining or anything, but usually this is the part where you thank a body for helping you out." Harry flushed slightly, both because she had been rude to stand there staring after he'd saved her, and because he, like many others, had mistaken her for a boy. She supposed it was the short hair. Of course the plain black robes she favored for their resilience against visible stains didn't help gender her to the casual eye either. Deciding to let it go, she said, "Thanks for your help." The guy laughed lightly and ruffled her hair. Plain spoken little thing, aren't you? Harry finally looked up to glare reproachfully at him and he did a double take, murmuring, "Would you look at those eyes?" Harry blinked, taken aback at the blatant observation, and resisted the urge to reach up and pull her bangs into her eyes nervously. He turned and lifted the stack of crates she'd been neglecting and held them easily with one arm. "Where were you headed, then?" Harry frowned slightly. "There's no need to escort me or carry my things. You've done enough already." He smiled easily down at her. "Headed to Diagon Alley, I bet," he said, putting his free hand on her shoulder and propelling her slowly toward the mouth of Nocturne Alley. "I'll walk with you. I think it only fair I know the name of the person I just yanked from the jaws of death." Harry had no choice but to walk along next to the older boy, who was seeming stranger to her by the minute. "You don't know he was going to kill me," she pointed out. "He might have only wanted a kidney." The boy laughed. "Very true. I suppose you really don't owe me anything in that case." Harry grimaced. "Sorry. I meant to say thank you again, and my name is Harry. I'm Lionel Hurst, but everyone calls me Leo," he told her. Harry glanced up at him out of the corner of her eye. "So you make a habit of patrolling Nocturne Alley, Mr. Hurst?" He favored her with a look of his own. "First of all, don't ever call me Mr. Hurst again. It's Leo. And I could ask what a sprout like you was doing in that alley as well, but it looks to me like you were coming from the same place I was going." He gestured to the crates. "Crite take you on as a messenger boy or something?" "Something like that," Harry said. "So you were headed to the Serpent's storeroom. Why are you escorting me in the other direction?" "Truth." Leo turned to look her in the eye. "I'm not sure. There's something about you, though, and when I passed your little predicament my magic was suddenly screaming at me to sit up and pay attention. Never felt anything like it. I figure there's got to be a reason, so maybe if I stick by you long enough I'll figure it out." Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "Well, you've got until the leaky cauldron, but how do you know you weren't supposed to help out the other guy?" Leo laughed again. "My magic hasn't turned on me yet." "You talk about magic like it's sentient," Harry said cautiously. "It is," Leo said without pause. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Harry smiled to herself. Leo was strange, but she liked the way he thought. "What were you going to the Serpent's storeroom for?" Harry asked curiously. "A potion. The apothecary doesn't sell any potions I couldn't make myself. I was actually picking up an order for my father," Leo said. "He's too busy with his research to pick them up personally." Harry turned surprised eyes to her companion. "Is your father Malcolm Hurst?" The Aldermaster of the Potions Guild." "Yeah," Leo said, a bit embarrassed. "Oh," Harry said, blinking. "I was going to say the man who wrote the introduction to the most recent edition of Most Potenti Potions, but he made Aldermaster." "That's great." Harry really should follow the politics of the guild more closely, but it didn't interest her as much as the potions work did. Leo looked down at her with surprise. "That's right, he did write that a few years ago." "Yes, I got a copy of it for my 8th birthday," Harry said, smiling a bit. The introduction was the best part of the whole book. Mostly it was poisons with incredibly unlikely ingredients and one decent recipe for polyjuice potion. "I think I remember my father saying something similar," Leo said with a grin. "You're a rather unexpected person, Harry, no last name." "Thanks, I guess," Harry said. "So do you go to Hogwarts?" It would be a disaster if he did, though she didn't remember seeing him around the castle. "I'm homeschooled," Leo said. "My father tutors me in potions, and everything else I pick up where I can. I'll be taking the Newts next May, so I guess I'm what you'd call a 7th year." Harry let out her breath slowly in relief. "Interesting. Are you going to pursue a potions career?" "Probably," Leo said, though he didn't look at her while he said it. "I learn the other stuff because my mother insists, but there is nothing more interesting than potions that I've found so far. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up the greatest potions master of all time." Leo winked at her cheerfully. "If you say so," Harry said politely. They'd reached the leaky cauldron and Harry held her hands out for the crates. "Thanks for your help, Leo. Sorry to take you away from your errands." "Not at all," Leo said, "although, I fear I've failed in my original objective. You've learned much more about me than I have about you. Still, something tells me we'll meet again soon." He handed the crates to her carefully. In fact, I intend to see to it. Harry looked up with surprised wariness while taking the crates in hand. And how could you possibly ensure such a thing? Why, by following you home, of course, Leo said mildly. At her look of utter alarm, he broke into a laugh and shook his head. Kidding, of course, my young friend. Instead, I shall insist upon accompanying you the next time you attempt to traverse the streets of Nocturne alone. Won't that get a little inconvenient? Harry asked dryly. Nothing in the name of friendship is inconvenient, Leo declared. Besides, I'm at the Serpent's storeroom a lot picking up and dropping off for my father. It won't be any trouble to schedule my next trip with yours. Harry wasn't convinced, unless your next trip was going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow it is, Leo smiled winningly. Shall we say the Leaky Cauldron at noon? Harry blinked. Really, Leo, there's no need. I can bring someone else next time too. I would be grievously insulted if you did, Harry, Leo said solemnly, his bright hazel eyes shining with mirth beneath his short brown hair. See you tomorrow. He walked off down the alley before Harry could accept or decline. She sighed, shifting the crates of bottles awkwardly. What a strange man, she thought, then frowned. Or is it that I've been around subtleties and intrigue so much that I don't appreciate straightforwardness anymore? Either way, she was determined not to pay any heed to Lionel Hurst's declaration, yet somehow the next day she found herself ready to go to the Serpent's storeroom at almost exactly noon. Leo met her as she flowed into the Leaky Cauldron and took her now full crates from her immediately. Harry just gave up trying to talk him out of it, instead thanking Leo for the help. He laughed as if she'd said something delightfully funny and they'd kept up a casual conversation, mostly about Leo, since Harry didn't really want to talk about her complicated life, all the way to the apothecary. No one bothered them in Nocturne, though Harry, without the crates to distract her, noticed they were getting several curious glances from other people in the alley. This wouldn't be unusual in Diagon Alley, since shoppers were often curious about other people as they went about their business, but in Nocturne people generally made it a point not to be too interested in one another. Harry supposed Leo did sort of stand out. His personality, the way he moved and gestured, was like a bright ball of light in the gloomy street, but she had the strangest feeling that they were staring at her because she was with him. They reached the Serpent's storeroom and Harry held the door so Leo could maneuver the crates into the shop. Krite looked up from his accounting books and his eyebrows shot upwards when he saw them there. What's this then, Leo? Krite grinned with an incredulous sort of humor. Slummin has hired muscle today. Leo set the crates down carefully, and spoke slowly in response to Krite's joking question. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Edgar. You know I'm always happy to help out my friends. It seems young Harry here ran into some trouble on the alley yesterday with a drunk. I couldn't have that, could I? Harry glanced at Leo in surprise. His voice was as light and pleasing as ever, but there was a deadly serious quality to it that she hadn't heard even when he was fighting off that thug the other day. More surprising was Krite's response. Of course, you're, Leo. Krite looked a bit flustered and glanced at Harry awkwardly as he spoke. So, Harry's a good friend of yours, is he? Good. I'm sure he won't run into any trouble with you by his side. Leo flashed even, white teeth in a playful grin. Your faith in me is heartwarming, Master Krite. Yes, well, so you've got the potions then, Harry. Krite turned to the crates and began checking the labels. Yes, sir, Harry said, not knowing what was going unsaid between them, but letting it go for the time being. The other 8 potions plus extra calming potion, dreamless sleep, blood replenishing, and pepper up, since those are the 4 you sell most often. Krite looked at her with mild surprise, perhaps wondering when she'd taken the time to notice that his shelves were always a bit low on those 4 in particular. Good. Is this the pace I can expect all summer? Harry nodded. I don't see any reason for it to fall off. In that case, wait just a moment. Krite grabbed a sheet of parchment from under the counter and began scribbling. While he wrote, Leo captured Harry's attention with a curious, so you run bottles for one of Krite's potion brewers, Harry. Harry hid her amusement with a polite smile. Indeed, Mr. Krite hired a new brewer just a few days ago, and I've been in and out of this shop every day since. Krite made a badly disguised choking noise, but didn't look up from his scribbling. Leo glanced at him curiously, but turned back to Harry almost immediately. This new brewer sounds like a lucky find if he brews 12 potions in one day. More like one morning, Harry thought wryly. She'd settled into an easy routine in the past couple of days. In the morning she brewed, making 3 or 4 cauldrons an hour by brewing simultaneously at several stations. In the afternoons she did her owl school essays, and in the evenings she experimented until her eyes started crossing. She took meals with her family, and so far none of them besides Archie even knew she'd landed a summer job. They just thought she was brewing for fun like she always did, and her parents were at work too much to notice her frequent comings and goings. "I'll tell him you said so," Harry said. Crite snorted, but simply thrust the parchment he'd been writing on at her. It was a list of potions. "If I'm going to be getting this many potions a day, I may as well diversify my stock a bit. Tell my brewer." He rolled his eyes a bit at this, "to find recipes for these 12 potions and alternate between these and the original 16 I gave him." "All right, kid. That won't be a problem," Harry assured him. In truth, she was glad she'd have a more interesting selection to brew from. Maybe if she made enough of these she could convince Crite to take on even more potions. Of course, she supposed it would depend on if people showed any interest in buying the potions. "Good," Crite grunted. "You know where the empty bottles are." Harry nodded and rounded the counter to duck into the storeroom, but Leo beat her there. "How many do you want?" he asked with a friendly grin. Harry hesitated. If Leo was carrying them, she could probably take 4. The problem was that if he wasn't there the next day, there was no way she could carry 4 crates of full bottles back to the Serpent's storeroom on her own. She didn't know how to ask him without being presumptuous though. When he raised an eyebrow at her dithering, Harry blurted, 4. If he wasn't there the next day she would just make sure Archie came with her to help her carry. 4 it is. Leo hefted the requested number of crates without batting a lash. They bid good day to Crite and headed, once more, toward Diagon Alley. Over the next few weeks, Harry brought potions to the storeroom every weekday, deciding to skip weekends and concentrate solely on her experimental brewing and spending time with her parents. And every day Leo was there at noon to meet her, taking the crates and walking her to the apothecary and back. Harry might have been more uncomfortable with it had Leo known she was a girl, but as it was she accepted that the older guy just had a strange and rather proprietary interest in her friendship. She was still mostly silent about herself when they conversed, not because she didn't trust Leo. It was almost impossible to distrust such a person, but because she wasn't sure which details of her complicated life she could reveal. Should she be Harry Potter around Leo, and tell him she went to AIM and wanted to be a healer? She couldn't tell him she was homeschooled, too, because when she disappeared in the fall it would be a little obvious she was lying. And she certainly couldn't be Rigel. Rigel had gray eyes, not the green Leo often told her he admired. So Harry just kept her personal history to herself, and Leo respected that and never pried beyond jokingly remarking that he didn't even know her last name every now and then. On July 14th, Harry told Leo not to expect her the next day, the first break in their unspoken arrangement. "Is your brewer taking a day off?" Leo asked with surprise. "The way you run these potions back and forth I'd have thought he never takes a break." Harry smiled a bit sheepishly, feeling rather guilty that she'd been lying to Leo about who was really brewing the potions she delivered every day. Still, he probably wouldn't believe her if she told him, so she let him keep his assumptions. "Actually, I have to go visit a friend of mine tomorrow, so I can't deliver the potions. I'll probably have twice as many the day after tomorrow to make up for it." "Ah," Leo said sadly, "I was afraid you might have other friends." Harry scowled up at him good-naturedly. She'd relaxed quite a bit after seeing the older boy every day for weeks. "I'm just messing with you." Leo looked as though he wanted to ruffle her hair, but had his hands too full of crate to do so. "See you the day after tomorrow, then." "Yeah, see you." On the day of the Malfoy garden party, Harry and Archie polyjuiced as one another before the sun even hit the horizon. Harry would be wearing Archie's best summer dress robes, which were just a bit too small for him now that he'd grown over the summer. Lily had wanted to get Archie new robes for the party, but Archie said firmly that the robes he had would do just fine. Though the robes were snug while she was polyjuiced, as soon as it wore off they would fit her just right. Archie was polyjuiced as her, and dressed in a pair of muggle basketball shorts and a baggy t-shirt, so that he would look normal going to Hermione's when he changed back to himself. They'd both told their parents that they wanted to go to Diagon Alley that morning, Archie to pick up Draco's present and Harry to get a hospitality gift for Hermione's parents. They assured their parents that they would simply flow to their respective friends' houses after they completed their purchases. In reality, they were going to flow to Diagon Alley, collect their packages from behind the bar where Harry had asked old Tom to keep them the day before, wait in an alley in Muggle London for the polyjuice to wear off, go back to the Leaky Cauldron, and flow to the Malfoys and the Grangers, who had connected their house to the flow just a week before, from there. All in all, it was terribly complicated. Still, Harry and Archie were very good at complications by that point, so the plan went off without a hitch, unless one counted Sirius pulling Archie aside and telling him to use the emergency portkey if someone so much as looked at him funny. Harry took a few minutes to duck into the bathroom and put in her gray contacts before flowing to Malfoy Manor, and when she emerged she was Rigel Black, ready to socialize with the dark pureblood elite. Or at least ready to hand Draco his gift and hide in a shadowy corner for the rest of the party if it came to that. She waved goodbye and good luck to Archie, and stepped into green flames and roiling soot. She came out sprawling at the other end of the flow connection. Rigel mused that she really shouldn't have expected the flow to be any more forgiving to her just because she was going to the Malfoys' party in her cousin's best summer robes. Luckily, the only one to witness her most ungraceful exit onto the dark green hearth rugs was the house elf waiting by the fireplace, clearly stationed there to direct people flowing into the gardens. The house elf approached her and snapped its little fingers at the soot covering most of her robes. It vanished, and Rigel sent a grateful smile at the elf. "Thank you." The house elf's eyes grew wide and frantic, and Rigel looked at it with mounting concern. The house elves at Hogwarts hadn't been nearly so taken aback by politeness. "Good wizard is being too kind to Dobby." The elf near wailed, wringing its hands and hopping from foot to foot agitatedly. "Dobby is not to be thanked." Dobby is not knowing what to say. Rigel nodded in understanding. "That's all right, Dobby. Do you know where I'm to put my birthday gift to Draco?" Dobby nodded so violently his bat-like ears flopped to and fro. "Dobby is knowing. You is to bring it to the gardens, and you is to place it on the gift table as you leave the house. Dobby is showing you." The elf bowed deeply and motioned for Rigel to follow him. Dobby took her through the corridor from the reception room to a drawing room with large glass patio doors that stood open to let in the fresh air and sunlight. Dobby motioned her through the doors and onto a beautiful white stone patio. At the bottom of the patio steps was a large table piled with gifts, and beyond that the gardens began. Walking down the steps, taking in the view, Rigel could honestly say that she had never seen anything more magnificent in her life. The gardens, and indeed she would need to capitalize them in her head from now on, sprawled out like a despoiled emperor before her eyes. They began simplistically, short hedges and flower beds interspersed with tables and chairs, open expanses of lush green lawn, and the occasional stone statues. This was where the main party would be, Rigel guessed. There was already a multitude of guests milling about in their summer best. The hats on the ladies alone were works of art, looking right at home among the lovingly tended flowers and trees. Beyond the party grounds, however, the hedges grew taller and more intimidating. Trees went from elegant miniature bonsais to silent branching giants, strewing their delicate petals wherever the wind pleased. The flower beds became the path boundaries, and Rigel imagined it wouldn't take much to be lost in the great natural maze. She had just barely set her gift, a small square box wrapped in dark green paper, on the table when she was grabbed by the shoulder and turned around abruptly. It was Draco. He looked resplendent in silver-trimmed white robes, and not even his royally annoyed expression could detract from how radiantly he shone even among the gardens and the throngs of beautiful people. "I can't believe you," he fumed, thumping her in the arm with her other hand to show just how put out he was. "You disappear on the train without saying goodbye, no letters all summer, and then you just show up at my birthday party like, well, how could you?" Rigel extracted herself carefully. "I did say goodbye." Draco batted her words away. "Barely. And it's not like the invitation had an RSVP on it, Rigel pointed out. Still, you're supposed to send an acceptance, Draco sighed. Honestly, don't you know anything? Apparently not, Rigel said, a bit sheepish, so is it all right that I'm here anyway? What? Of course. You're my best friend, Draco said. Speaking of, Pansy's going to kill you. Come on. So saying, he pulled her off to the left side of the party lawn, where Rigel could see most of their yearmates lounging in the shade of an elaborate gazebo. There were many exclamations and admonitions at her approach. Rigel, we haven't heard from you all summer. I'm surprised you showed your face after that stunt on the train. The last was from Blaze, who winked at her as he said it to soften the censure a bit. Rigel looked toward Pansy, who was sitting in a seat next to the middle seat, which must have been Draco's. She hadn't said a word, and was pointedly looking anywhere except at Rigel. Thinking back to when they'd first become friends, back when Pansy used the silent treatment to correct Rigel whenever she did something wrong, Rigel approached her friend slowly, sinking down to her knee beside Pansy's seat. When Rigel put her hand on the arm of Pansy's chair, Pansy couldn't ignore her anymore and looked down at Rigel with reluctant amusement. I do like my boys on bended knee, Pansy said, her lips smiling ever so slightly. How about begging for forgiveness? Rigel said teasingly. I've behaved rather dismally. Abominably, Pansy agreed. And I feel terrible about it. I was so busy with my summer work I somehow forgot to pay homage to the very lady who makes the summer sun so warm and the days so beautiful, Rigel said, gazing with pitiful regret at Pansy. My only shred of hope is that surely a lady so kind and grand as she who makes the moon grow round could find it in her bountiful mercy to forgive one so lowly and sorry as I. She who makes the moon go round. Millicent snorted. That's class A stuff right there. I'm making this up as I go, Rigel said. It shows, Theo told her plainly. Rigel stood up with deliberate dignity. Well, I can see when true poetry is not appreciated. Pansy, am I forgiven? Pansy sighed and shook her head sadly. I fear we've a long way to go with you, Rigel. But yes, you are forgiven for your unconscionable rudeness. Thank you, Rigel said, looking around them. Is there somewhere I can pull a chair from? Don't bother, Draco said. Now that everyone is here, we'll be expected to mingle. In silent agreement, Millicent, Theo, and Blaze rose to find their parents. Crab and Goyle ambled over to the food table, and Rigel just blinked at how quickly everyone had dispersed. Don't worry, Draco said, looping his arm through Pansy's and gesturing for Rigel to walk on his other side. We'll see them when we get around to their parents. For now, there are about 1 million people I'm supposed to introduce you to. Me, Rigel said, taken aback. I'm not sure I really should. Of course you, Draco said firmly. This is your first social appearance as an honorary Malfoy. Everyone will have heard by now, and if we don't introduce you around, it's like we're ashamed of you. Besides, Pansy said, leaning forward a bit to speak past Draco's shoulders, this will be an excellent opportunity to spread your political wings. I'm not sure I have a set of those yet, Rigel said, but her protests fell on selectively deaf ears. A half hour later, Rigel was sure she'd met everyone at the party. She'd met Blaze's beautiful mother, Theo's flirtatious father, who wouldn't stop hitting on Blaze's mother long enough to do more than smile politely at Rigel, and Millicent's impressively upright parents as well. She'd met people she'd only read about in the newspaper, and people she'd never so much as heard of before. She'd been introduced to so many people that there couldn't possibly be any strangers left in Wizarding Britain. And yet there were. Just as she was being guided over to yet another person just dying to meet, that darling boy who'd cured the sleeping sickness, she was saved by the sound of an echoing violin, which was the signal, Draco told her excitedly, for him to start opening his gifts. Draco's parents beckoned him with generous smiles, and Draco walked quickly over to the gift table where they were waiting. Pansy laughed at their friend's enthusiasm. I got him a specialty servicing kit for competitive broomsticks. What did you get him? Rigel shrugged. Just something I thought he'd enjoy. Nothing too serious. I'm going to get some water. Do you want anything? Pansy shook her head, not looking away from where Draco was smiling and unwrapping a large, oblong present with snitches printed on the paper. Rigel left Pansy to her viewing, but she didn't go to the refreshment table. Instead, after making sure no one was watching her, she slipped behind a tall row of hedges and set off to explore the gardens. Rigel wanted a moment of peace and quiet in between the endless rounds of introductions to people she couldn't care less about. She had yet to meet a single potions master, after all. Mostly the guests were Draco's friends' parents and ministry officials. She also didn't want to wait around on tenterhooks for Draco to open her present. She didn't like watching other people open gifts she gotten them. Either they'd hate it and would awkwardly pretend not to for her sake, or they'd like it and she'd feel uncomfortable with their gratitude. It was best to occupy herself with something else, and she had been itching to explore the gardens since she'd laid eyes on them. The hedges were even more imposing up close, when she was surrounded by them. Rigel wandered for a bit, aimless in where she was going but paying close attention to where she'd come from, so that she could find her way back out again when she thought it had been long enough. She was about to round a neatly groomed corner when she heard voices and stopped, suddenly realizing that the gardens may not have been as secluded as she assumed. Clearly, others had skipped out on the present opening as well. Harry asked her magic to muffle the sounds of her footsteps and promised herself she'd look up a real spell that dampened sound when she got home. She began walking carefully back the way she came, not sure the magic would hold up if she actually snapped a twig or something, but stopped again when she heard the word, Hogwarts. She knew she really shouldn't, but she was curious, so she crept just the tiniest bit forward to catch the rest of what the speakers were saying. Sure, you'll find Hogwarts to be anything but dull in the coming year, the first voice said smoothly. There was something about that voice that Harry recognized but couldn't place, like something from a commercial she'd heard over the Wizarding Wireless. A pity. With all the excitement of last year, I had hoped for a year of peace, relatively speaking, of course. That voice Harry knew instantly. It was Professor Snape. She found her feet moving forward without her really thinking about it, and soon enough she was able to shift ever so slightly around the edge of the corner hedge. She didn't though. Rigel was not one to stick her neck out into unfamiliar situations so foolishly. Instead, she reached down and quietly pulled out the timepiece Archie kept in his robes. He'd insisted Rigel take it with her, and the gold backing was reflective enough to serve her purposes. She angled the side of the watch around the corner and used it as a rudimentary spying glass, squinting against the glare to try and make out who Snape was talking to. Oh, Severus, I'm afraid you aren't nearly old enough to be Mo. And the folly of today's excitable youth, the first voice said. Rigel could almost make the speaker out in the shiny metal mirror. He was tall and had thick dark hair, but he was standing with his back to her, facing Snape. I'm sure you would know, sir, Severus said dryly, prompting the other man into an appreciative chuckle. Why ever do I let you stay in that dreary old school all year, Severus? I forget how entertaining you are when you're away so long. You know, the first man leaned toward Snape conspiratorially. I think the others are too afraid of me to make jokes. I can't imagine why, Snape drawled. The first man laughed again. Yes, exactly, Severus, exactly. So, tell me of this boy of yours. Lucius has been most disappointingly unforthcoming. He's not my boy, I assure you, sir, Snape said in a neutral tone. Come now, Severus, I know how little you think of the most recent generation. If you've taken an interest in one, it can't be without reason, the man said, and though his words were still teasing, there was now a harder edge to them. Oh, the boy is talented, Snape said, there's no doubt about that. He is one of a kind, if I may be so trite. I was merely clarifying that the relationship between the boy and I is not the surrogate father bond you might have been hoping for. He is my student, and I know of him only what any teacher knows of their students. I am not interested in his favorite color, the first man said dismissively. It is precisely the sort of talents a professor would be aware of that I seek to discover. Already the boy has done what no one else could do, and yet I am told he has no magical presence to speak of. How can this be, Severus? Rigel was feeling more uncomfortable the longer she listened. She just knew the first voice was familiar, and it was seeming more and more as though the student they were talking about was her, as vain as that thought undoubtedly made her. If it was her they were talking about, she didn't know if she should be offended that Snape spoke so distantly of her or grateful that he wasn't as eager to divulge information about her as he could have been. Snape took a careful breath before saying, "Perhaps you should discover that for yourself, sir." Before Rigel could blink, Snape's wand was out and pointed at the other man. No, not the other man. Her. Snape had sensed her presence somehow and was about to reveal her to his companion. Rigel went to snatch her hand back from around the corner, but before she could do so, the spell Snape had sent from his wand wrapped around her wrist like a lasso and dragged the rest of her abruptly out from around the hedge. The spell rope tugged at her again to jerk her toward Snape, and she stumbled forward a half step. She yanked futilely at the spell for a moment, but soon realized the folly of resisting, especially considering she was already well and truly caught out. She sighed and walked the rest of the way to Snape's side of her own volition, tucking the pocket watch away as she did so. Rigel opened her mouth to apologize to Snape but snapped it shut again when she finally got a good look at his companion. It was Riddle, leader of the Sao party, notorious Muggle hater, the genius politician himself, and here she was caught red-handed eavesdropping on his conversation with her professor. Rigel groaned internally. Way to keep a low profile. Snape set a heavy hand on her shoulder, squeezed hard enough to let her know she'd probably be getting one heck of a lecture from him later on, and said, "Mr. Riddle, this young man is my student, Rigel Black. Mr. Black, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Riddle." Rigel bowed as deep as she dared with Snape's hand still digging into her shoulder. 1,000 apologies, Mr. Riddle. In truth, I recognized my professor's voice from a distance and was curious to know just whom he was talking to. I had not realized it was you until this moment. Riddle took his time looking her over. There was something all too knowing in his gaze, as if he knew a great secret about the world but was too polite to mock you for your ignorance. When she had fully straightened once more, he said, "Curiosity is a wonderful thing in one's youth. I hope yours was satisfactorily appeased." Rigel blinked with surprise into Riddle's handsome face. "I'm afraid that as the offended party to my wrongdoing you are too kind, Mr. Riddle. Please, let me know what it is I can do to atone for such impertinence." "So polite," Riddle murmured. "I can see why Severus likes you. Don't be so quick to owe me a debt, though, Mr. Black. I tend to collect them rather abruptly. A possibility that should have crossed my mind before I stuck my ears where they weren't invited," Rigel said evenly. "As it is, I can only hope you allow me the chance to redress this mistake as soon as I am able." "Well, how about right now?" Riddle said, deceptively amiable. At Rigel's cautious nod, he went on, "Since what you were trying to steal from us was truths we were perhaps not prepared to tell you, that is what I shall ask for in return. Sound fair?" "Many things sound like what they are not," Rigel said vaguely. "Would you clarify your request, Mr. Riddle?" "Very well, Mr. Black," Riddle said plainly. "How long were you listening to us?" Rigel thought. "Perhaps 2.5 minutes. Then I will ask you questions for 2.5 minutes, and you will answer them as if you were having an unguarded conversation with someone you trust," Riddle said, smiling a bit at her. "Does that seem to be a fair trade to you?" Rigel said, "It is for you to decide, of course, but yes, I do think that is a fair compensation, sir." "Then let's begin," Riddle said, "and believe me when I tell you that I will know if you are lying to me." Rigel nodded, and Riddle asked, "Was it you who cured the sleeping sickness?" "It was." "How?" Rigel frowned. "Nothing that seems to me to be so impressive, though I am told that others are unable to recreate my methods. The sickness was impenetrable from the outside, but from the inside it merely needed to be disrupted. I entered the other children's minds by means of their magical cores, and proceeded to direct their magic to destabilizing the barrier until a Legilimens like Professor Snape could enter the mind and clear the sickness out for good." Riddle tilted his head thoughtfully. "And this ability to pass through others' magical cores does not interest you at all?" "Not really," Rigel shrugged. "My only interest is in potion making." Riddle looked unconvinced, but changed topics. "Why is it, Mr. Black, that you have no magical presence? I was not able to sense you around that corner at all, though it seems Severus was. I recognized his occlumency shields at the periphery of my senses, not his magic," Snape offered tonelessly. "I'm not sure what you mean by magical presence, Mr. Riddle," Rigel said honestly. "Most wizards, children especially, have an aura of magic that leaks from their cores and tints the air around them with a taste of their magic. If one is adept at reading these auras, one can tell a lot about a wizard by the way his magic feels around him, Riddle explained curtly. You, however, have no aura to speak of, Mr. Black, and since you are not a squib, I would like to know how that is. Rigel thought for a moment. Can one suppress the magic they leak? Stop it from leaking, I mean. If one is purposely dampening or controlling their magic, yes, Riddle said. Then my guess is that I am unconsciously suppressing any magic that would normally leak out. I have a very tight hold on my magic, Rigel explained. One of the reasons I learned to imbue potions consciously so quickly was because I was incapable of imbuing them unconsciously. My magic simply does not emit itself unconsciously. Interesting, Riddle commented, seemingly to himself. Tell me, Mr. Black, what are your political leanings? Rigel fumbled at the non sequitur. I haven't any, sir. I'm afraid politics don't interest me much. Riddle laughed. You're lying, Mr. Black, but I suppose as my minutes are up, it is within your rights to do so. You are too kind, Mr. Riddle, Rigel murmured. Kind is one thing I am certainly not, Mr. Black, though you should pray you never have to verify that statement firsthand, Riddle said. Now, I think young Draco will be quite put out with me if I keep his friend from his party any longer. Let's adjourn to the front lawn, shall we, gentlemen? So saying, he began walking at a brisk yet refined pace through the hedge maze, Snape and Rigel at his heels. Rigel risked a glance up at her professor's face, but his features were too blank to give anything away. When they reached the party grounds, Rigel saw a couple of house elves clearing away wrapping paper and Draco looking around the throngs of guests with a slight frown on his face. His eyes lit upon their group coming out of the taller hedges and his eyes grew wide and a tad bit concerned. Feeling guilty, Rigel waved discreetly to him, smiling to show that everything was all right. Her friend came toward them slowly, as though approaching a muzzled bear. When he reached them, Draco bowed deeply to Riddle and nodded respectfully to his godfather. Good day, Mr. Riddle. Hello, Uncle Severus. Do you mind if I steal Rigel away for a while? I wouldn't dream of denying you a request at your own party, Mr. Malfoy, Riddle said, smiling in a way that Rigel supposed would be considered charming. It was interesting to meet you, Mr. Black. I'm sure I was the least interesting participant in our conversation, Mr. Riddle. Rigel bowed politely once more. Thank you for the company, and for keeping me from getting lost in Draco's intimidating hedge maze. The pleasure of the company is mine, Mr. Black, Riddle said, nodding to her. I trust we'll meet again soon. It will be as you say, Rigel said. Good day, Professor Snape. Snape inclined his head. Mr. Black. Draco bowed once more to Riddle and then practically dragged Rigel away from the older two men. You really can't be trusted for even 5 minutes, can you? Draco muttered as he towed her to where his parents were standing. Honestly, I turn around and you're strolling through the gardens with Riddle like you don't know what the man does for a living. Rigel chose to ignore that comment, thinking she hadn't really had a lot of choices besides give Riddle whatever he wants so he doesn't get angry and run for the hills. Get any good presents, Draco? Rigel said, changing the subject. Yeah, Draco said, rolling his eyes. Yours. I love it, which you would have seen firsthand if you'd stuck around to watch me open it. Oh, Rigel said. Good. She'd gotten Draco a potion for his birthday. It was a variation on the weightless draft, and she'd made it because sometime in early February, Draco, Rigel, and Pansy had had a long conversation about what wandless superpower they'd want if they could pick one. Pansy had wanted telekinesis and Rigel said she would like to be invisible, but Draco declared he wanted to be able to fly without a broom. So Rigel had set about creating a potion that would let him do that. The weightless draft did pretty much what its name implied, making the drinker weigh very little. Unfortunately, gravity still acted on the drinker perfunctorily, so you couldn't fly with the draft unless someone on a broom was holding your weightless form in the air. Rigel had wanted to make the potion into a sort of self-regulated Wingardium Leviosa, so that one could not only float with it, but control their movements as well. The potion had turned out to be surprisingly easy to tweak. Instead of changing the ingredients in the potion, she had changed the kind of magic she imbued into the potion. Usually when Rigel imbued a potion, she asked for magic straight from her core to flow into the potion through the connection. This time, Rigel shaped the magic before it left her core, working from what Remus had told her about wild verses. Shaped magic and theorizing that if one could imbue formless wild magic into a potion to mesh ingredients together, then one should be able to imbue shaped magic into a potion, not to help stabilize the ingredients, but to add properties to a potion that the original ingredients didn't have. So when making the weightless draft, Rigel asked her magic to shape itself like it would when performing the levitation charm, then imbue that shaped magic through the connection into the potion on top of the unshaped magic that the potion itself needed to mesh. In this way, the final potion would when drunk act like a combination of weightless and levitation magic. Since the shaped magic had melded with the neutral potion's magic, it would no longer be Rigel's spell, instead acting as if Draco had cast the spell on himself, making him the one in control of the magic. Also, being imbued in the potion would make the magic last longer than the intent of the spell, so Draco would in theory have about 2 hours of flying time with the potion. To be safe, she'd written that he not use it longer than 1 hour. Draco just shook his head. Come on, you have to thank my parents for having you, okay? Rigel nodded. I can do that. They waited until the Malfoys had moved away from the guest they were talking to, then approached them. Draco, darling, you've found our wayward Mr. Black, Narcissa said, smiling down at Rigel genially. Are you finding the party to be diverting? Only by virtue of your attendance, my lady, Rigel said, bowing over Narcissa's hand gallantly. I must beg your pardon for not notifying you of my intention to attend today's gathering, and thank you and your husband for putting up with me all afternoon. Narcissa laughed and waved her words away with an airy hand. Rigel noted that Narcissa was probably where Draco had picked up that habit. Not at all, Mr. Black, she said graciously. We were relieved to see you decided to come. Draco particularly enjoyed your thoughtful present if the look on his face was indication enough, didn't you, Draco? Draco flushed a bit at his mother's teasing. I already told him, Mother. I own you have my curiosity piqued. Mr. Black, Mr. Malfoy spoke up. Where did you acquire such a potion? He made it himself, Draco said immediately. I recognized his handwriting on the label. Indeed, I should have clarified. Malfoy inclined his head toward his son in acknowledgement. Where did you come across the recipe for the potion you gifted my son? I have never before heard of such a potion. Rigel tilted her head. I guess I invented it. Though really I just made a few changes to the weightless draft. Malfoy frowned. Is it safe for my son to ingest? Yes, sir, Rigel said. I tested it myself several times, with no complications or side effects other than a slight disorientation, not unlike when one returns to dry land after gaining sea legs. If you say it is safe, then we trust you, Mr. Black, Narcissa said. After all, you are as good as family now. My wife is right, Malfoy said, smiling a bit in apology, and in that vein I don't believe you've met everyone here, Mr. Black. Allow us to rectify that. Rigel summoned a smile with difficulty and followed Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy to a nearby group of people whom, she was shocked to discover, she had not in fact yet been introduced to. Joy. The Malfoys knew everyone, as one might expect given that they were the hosts, but it wasn't just that the Malfoys knew their guests' names. Every time the Malfoys approached someone new, they would give Rigel a little tidbit of information about the person. So and so owns this Quidditch team and sometimes cheats on his taxes. Such and such a person works for their father but sells his secrets to his father's competitors to cover his gambling debts. By the time they'd gotten around to the Parkinsons again, Rigel knew more things than she'd ever wanted to know about complete strangers. Thankfully, the Malfoys and the Parkinsons appeared to be good friends, so Rigel wasn't privileged to any uncomfortable secrets about Pansy's family. Instead, they chatted amiably about what one another had been doing over the summer and what their plans for the fall were. All too soon they were interrupted by a couple of ministry officials on the Wizengamot. Rigel wasn't paying much attention to the elderly witch and wizard, instead choosing to stare out over the expansive gardens, wondering what it must be like to live with so much space. Something glittered at the corner of her eye and Rigel twitched, turning to look for the source. She couldn't see anything, so she turned back to the view she'd been taking but there it was again. A shimmering at the edges of her vision that sent shards of discomfort into her brain. She rubbed her forehead and looked toward where she'd caught the glare, but once again the subtle light disappeared the moment she looked for it. The next time Rigel caught sight of it in the corner of her eye, she didn't move. Instead, she focused on her peripheral vision to try and see where it was coming from. When she pinpointed it, she swiveled her head around in alarm. It was coming from the glass of punch in the elderly wizard's hand. Rigel stared at it for a moment, but couldn't see anything immediately wrong with the drink. She turned her head slowly until she could see the glass only in the corner of her eye, and sure enough it took on a very distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen. Rigel turned to the wizard and interrupted his conversation with Mr. Parkinson rather rudely. "Sir, is your drink alcoholic?" The wizard drew himself up abruptly, peering down at her forbiddingly. "I beg your pardon, young man." "Excuse me, sir, but it's very important," Rigel said quickly, "as that drink you're holding meant to be an uninhibitor." She asked because sometimes Nemu's breath, which she suspected was in the elder man's punch, was added to a drink as a relaxant, and she didn't want to jump to conclusions. "Certainly not, you impertinent child," he said, disgruntled. "I do not partake of alcohol or anything of the like." "There is no alcohol being served at this party, Mr. Black," Narcissa added tentatively, looked confused and a bit worried. "Then, I would strongly suggest you don't drink that, sir," Rigel said firmly, ignoring the disdainful looks she was receiving from the guests who could overhear their conversation. "And who are you to suggest such a thing?" the man said dismissively. "I don't see anything wrong with this drink." So saying, he leant close to sniff experimentally at the liquid in his glass. "No, don't," Rigel started, but it was too late. He'd inhaled. A pleased, dreamy look overtook the old man's face. "You see. Nothing wrong with this drink. It's my favorite, you know." He brought the cup to his lips to take a sip, but Rigel darted forward and clapped a hand over his mouth, trying to wrest the cup away from him. The older wizard was strong despite his age, however, and fought back, struggling away from Rigel and toward the drink in his hand, panting and gasping as he attempted to get at the liquid that Rigel knew was calling him so urgently. The guests around them gasped in shocked disapproval, some demanding that such an impertinent child be removed from the party at once. Rigel ignored them. "Someone help me," she gasped out, still struggling to keep one hand over the drugged wizard's lips and the other over the top of the cup, all the while keeping her face turned away from the drink, lest she inhale the fumes herself. "Get the cup away from him." Just when she was certain no one was going to help her, Draco was there, using both hands to pry the cup out of the old man's grip, and then Pansy was taking control of the cup, holding it far away from her own nose while Draco and Rigel together managed to hold the elderly Wizengamot member back from diving after it. It was at this point that Mr. Malfoy stepped in. "Clearly something has affected Mr. Ogden," he said, loudly and clearly enough that his voice carried over the noise of the excitable guests. "We will deal with it presently. In the meantime, could I invite the rest of you to view our newest addition to the hedge maze?" Narcissa. Narcissa immediately took charge of the curious guests, herding them easily to a different part of the gardens to give Mr. Ogden a little privacy while her husband sorted everything out. Most of the guests left agreeably, content to gossip about what they'd already witnessed, and those that stayed behind were understandable. Mr. Malfoy, Pansy's parents, and the elderly witch who had been accompanying Mr. Ogden. "Mr. Black, allow Mr. Parkinson to take charge of Mr. Ogden for the moment," Mr. Malfoy said curtly. "I would like an explanation." "As would we all," a smooth voice interjected. Rigel looked over to see Mr. Riddle, closely followed by Snape, making their way toward their group from the direction of the back patio. "Mr. Riddle," Malfoy nodded respectfully, "there seems to be a little trouble with Mr. Ogden's drink. Mr. Black was just helping us sort it out." "Were you, Mr. Black?" Snape did not look terribly surprised. "Why is it that you are always in the thick of things?" "I've no idea," Rigel said blandly. She handed Mr. Ogden off to Mr. Parkinson, who was looked at her very intensely, and crouched down to retrieve the small knife she carried in her boot for harvesting potions ingredients. Moving slowly and non-threateningly, she really didn't want to startle any of them into cursing her. Rigel ran the blade of the boot knife along her left wrist, just deep enough to draw a line of blood. She sheathed the knife just as quickly and strode over to Pansy with her wrist outstretched. To Pansy's credit, she didn't flinch away or make a face in disgust at the bloody appendage coming her way. Instead, Pansy looked at her with concerned determination, and held the goblet out for Rigel to drip her blood into the drink. Almost immediately, Ogden shook himself and slumped back into Mr. Parkinson's grip. What? He gazed around him in a lost sort of way. What happened? He spotted Rigel accepting Pansy's handkerchief to staunch the shallow wound on her wrist and spluttered, You, what did you do? From the looks of things, saved whatever was left of your life, Snape said sardonically. He took the cup of ruined punch from Pansy and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Snape immediately moved the glass away from his face and said, Nightshade. Without the masking agent to cover to smell, it is quite apparent. Not even a Bezoar would have saved you had you been unfortunate enough to ingest even a drop of this mixture. Rose Parkinson put a trembling hand to her mouth and reached out to clasp Pansy with the other, masking agent. She repeated questioningly. Nemu's breath, Draco said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him and he flushed a bit under the scrutiny. His father in particular looked mildly surprised that he had identified it. It was nullified by having blood spilled over it, but when active the flower causes logical thinking processes to shut down, encouraging the victim to happily drink whatever poison the flower's scent is covering. Is that correct? Rigel smiled slightly, remembering that she had dictated one of her essays on the flower out loud in front of Draco once. It is, Draco, Snape said, well spotted. And quick thinking of you as well, Mr. Black, for spilling blood over the glass before Mr. Ogden could be further affected by the Nemu's breath. Rigel nodded and turned to Ogden, who was leaning heavily on Mr. Parkinson still, taking in everything said with a kind of dazed wonder. Forgive me, Mr. Ogden, for behaving so rudely before. When you told me the drink was not meant to be a stimulant, I was afraid poison might be involved. I did not mean to alarm you, nor accost you, sir. Riddle seemed almost sardonically amused. Too polite, he muttered to himself. Ogden shook his head at Rigel slowly. No, young man, it is I who must apologize for not taking you seriously from the start. I might have saved myself a good deal of embarrassment if I hadn't sought to smell the drink and ascertain the truth of the matter myself. It was foolish of me. I know the dangers of Nemu's breath, and it should not have been left to a child to apprise me of the threat. Yet he did, Riddle commented. Rigel turned to see him contemplating her over the rim of his own glass. How interesting that a boy your age is so attuned to assassination attempts. Rigel glanced at Draco and Pansy, who were looking at her with sympathetic understanding. Pansy spoke up tentatively. Rigel has been especially sensitive to the possibility of goblet poisoning since the events of last Halloween, Mr. Riddle. Pray, enlighten those of us who were not present for the events you refer to, Miss Parkinson, Riddle requested. Pansy looked troubled, and glanced at Rigel questioningly. Rigel smiled in encouragement, so she said, the pumpkin juice in Rigel's goblet at the Halloween feast was replaced with corrosive acid. Rigel very nearly drank it, and ever since he checks everything he drinks for tampering. I'm not surprised that Rigel out of all of us noticed the poisoning first. Rigel blinked. She hadn't known that Pansy watched her so closely. She did check everything she drank, but she did so discreetly, or so she'd thought. But who would want to kill you, Tiberius? The elderly witch asked in a shaken tone of voice. Ogden shook his head. I don't know, Griselda, but I do know that I owe this young man a great personal debt. He turned to Rigel. I am Tiberius Ogden, child, elder of the Wizengamot. Thank you for the service you have rendered me today. I shall not forget it. A life debt is owed to you, and such a debt is yours to claim. It's an honor to meet you properly, Mr. Ogden, Rigel said, bowing slightly. I am Rigel Black, and the service you speak of was merely my duty, one wizard to another. Well, I disagree, the older witch replayed, setting a hand on Ogden's arm. I am Griselda Marchbanks, also an elder of the Wizengamot and governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, and you have saved the life of my oldest friend. I now formally consider myself to be an equal party in the life debt just incurred. If you do not claim it from Tiberius, you must claim it from me. Rigel bowed once more. A pleasure to meet you, Madam Marchbanks, but truly I require no payment for such an act. Nonetheless, you shall one day receive it, Marchbanks said firmly. She looped Ogden's arm through her own carefully. Now, I think it wise if Tiberius and I retire from this lovely party. Mr. Malfoy, we will not blame you, of course, for this unfortunate incident, but we will have your word as a gentleman to investigate the matter thoroughly. Of course, Madam Marchbanks, Malfoy bowed to the elder. Everything that can be done to discover the perpetrator of such a crime against one of my guests will be. I will send you a copy of the report. Please do, Marchbanks said. Come, Tiberius, let's get you home. The elders left and there was a moment of silence in which Rigel thought to herself that she was really racking up life debts a little too quickly. She hadn't the faintest idea what she would do with them all. Well, Mr. Parkinson said, moving to put his hands comfortingly on his wife's shoulders, that was a bit more excitement than I had counted on for the afternoon, but I suppose one must learn to expect the unexpected at your parties, Lucius. Mr. Malfoy frowned the slightest bit. We can only be grateful to Mr. Black that the excitement did not turn tragic. As my wife would say, an attempted murder is good gossip, a successful murder is poor security. It seems our debt to you is compounded, Mr. Black. Rigel winced. Please don't, sir. I acted instinctively, not for any perceived gain. Can't we pretend this didn't happen? There were many raised eyebrows in the group. A life was saved here today, Mr. Black, Rose Parkinson said softly. Why would you want to pretend otherwise? I just meant I would appreciate it if my involvement were kept as quiet as possible, Rigel said, swallowing against her dry mouth. We can say Uncle Severus saved Mr. Ogden, can't we? Draco said suddenly. After all, Father, if Rigel's dad hears about how close Rigel was to what happened today, he might not allow Rigel to come back. Well, thought Rigel, that much was certainly true. While I do not seek to deny young Mr. Black the credit, perhaps it would be best if his name was kept out of the official report, Snape said shrewdly. Whoever was responsible for poisoning Ogden's drink may seek retaliation for the foiled plan, and as a target I am better suited to handle any attempts at revenge. Rigel did not like Snape putting himself on the line for her sake, but accepted that it was his right to do so. Thank you, sir, Rigel said. Also, would you mind if I took the poisoned drink with me when I leave today? Snape raised an eyebrow and Mr. Parkinson frowned openly, but it was Pansy who asked, why? I'm sure Professor Snape could neutralize the poison and dispose of it easily, Rigel said, but I have spilled my blood into this mixture willingly. I would not like it to fall into unfriendly hands accidentally. Riddle quirked an amused grin. What would you know of blood magic, Mr. Black? Just enough that I would prefer to dispose of the mixture myself, Mr. Riddle, if no one has any objections, Rigel said evenly. Snape nodded and pulled a flask from the holster he wore beneath his outer robes. He tipped the liquid in and corked it firmly before handing it over to Rigel without ceremony. Rigel nodded her thanks, tucking the flask away carefully. The adults went off to gather the rest of the guests back from the hedge maze, and Draco, Pansy, and Rigel went back to the now empty gazebo to say their farewells. The party was nearly over in any case, and Rigel had to meet Archie in Diagon Alley to take the polyjuice once more before going home and switching back. Pansy hugged Rigel and said, "You'd better not go the rest of the summer without writing." Rigel smiled. "I promise you'll hear from me before the train at least. I don't know if I can see you guys in person again though, I'm really busy this summer. Just don't get into too much trouble before the fall, okay?" Draco hugged her briefly. "You're entirely too apt to find yourself in the middle of every problem that comes your way." "No promises for that one," Rigel said, "but trouble or no trouble, I'll see you two in September." "Yeah," Draco said. "Thanks for coming, Rigel, even though you didn't answer the invitation properly." "Thanks for being my friend, Draco, even though I'm so socially inept," Rigel said. Pansy laughed. "We'll make you into a gentleman someday, Rigel Black, though I really must talk with you about how one properly advises another about an attempt on their life." "I must have skipped that chapter in etiquette for all occasions," Rigel rolled her eyes. "I'll send you an updated copy for your birthday," Pansy sniffed. They laughed, and bade farewell. When Rigel went over the day's events that night as she waited for sleep to claim her, she couldn't help but shake her head with bemusement. The summer was only half over and already she was looking forward to the break she'd get in the fall. Compared to the last few weeks, an uneventful school year would make a nice vacation. Provided it was uneventful, of course. Harry's head was spinning. Again. She was bent over her notes on the polyjuice potion in the Potter library, trying as she had been for weeks to crack the input variable restrictions. She had to get around them somehow, if her idea was going to work. There were different types of shaped magic, as Harry had been learning in her studies. There was the kind of magic that did relatively the same thing every time to the nearest thing it encountered, like a warming charm or the Expelliarmus spell, just point and shoot. Then there was magic that relied on parameters, variables, which were supplied in the case of a spell by the wizard's intent and in the case of potions by ingredients added after completion. In the case of polyjuice, the basic pattern of the shaped magic was inlaid in the recipe, but the exact effect of the potion depended on the input variable, the hair of the wizard one wanted to turn into, which was added after the potion was complete. At first Harry thought the potion simply, read, the DNA encoded in the strand of hair and produced a copy in the wizard who drank it. But then, Harry did a little more research. If DNA was the only thing the magic was reading, when a wizard took polyjuice, then it wouldn't account for things in the appearance that DNA had nothing to do with. For instance, if polyjuice only read DNA and you took a hair from someone who dyed their hair, you'd wind up with their original color. If someone was malnourished as a child and had grown up shorter than they were supposed to be given genetics alone, you'd end up taller than they were under the influence of polyjuice. If your target had lost their leg in battle, you'd end up as them with the leg, because nothing in the DNA accounted for environmental influences throughout a person's life. So Harry had reasoned that the potion wasn't analyzing the DNA, or at least not the DNA alone. It was as if the strand of hair somehow represented the person it belonged to as they were at the moment the hair was plucked. She wasn't sure how that could be, so she had done more research on biomagic, the magic that affected the body. Archie had helped her a lot in that area. Healing was pretty much all biomagic, and even though she was technically on par with Archie's level as an AIM first year, Archie had been reading medical journals and checking out books on Medimagic for years. His stores of knowledge in the field far outclassed hers, and the information he came up with was very helpful. It turned out that hair didn't just contain DNA. Archie explained that even muggles were aware of this. They used hair to test if a person had been taking illegal substances, because hair absorbs chemicals like arsenic and smoke from the environment. Also, even the DNA that was in hair was not actually nuclear DNA unless the hair was plucked from the root. Regular, shed hairs only contained mDNA, or mitochondrial DNA, which wouldn't have the full genetic code needed to copy the exact physical characteristics even barring any environmental influences. So in other words, the potion wasn't actually taking DNA from the hair put into it. It was taking something else. That something else turned out to be magic. As Archie explained, hair not only absorbed physical chemicals and toxins from the environment, but in the case of a wizard, hair absorbed magic as well. In retrospect, this piece of information explained a lot. Most adult wizards and witches wore their hair long. Harry had always chalked it up to pure-blooded custom, but what if it was more than that? As Draco and Pansy were always telling her, purebloods did nothing without a reason. Archie said that a wizard's hair was constantly absorbing magic, and the closest and most frequently absorbed magic was the wizard's own magical signature. When the hair was added to the potion, the strongest magic in it would be its owner's magical signature, meaning that what the hair likely added to the potion was the magical signature. From there, Harry researched what sort of information could be gleaned from a magical signature. She knew that magical signatures were highly specific, and as such were used for identification purposes in the ministry, much like a fingerprint, hence the signature part. They were also nearly impossible to falsify, which is why high-level wards were keyed to magical signatures rather than to a passcode as lower-level security wards were. Harry knew that polyjuice changed only a person's physical appearance, meaning that the taker's mind and soul remained his own, but she discovered that not even polyjuice could copy another wizard's magical signature. Otherwise anyone could get through top clearance wards with the potion, which was simply not the case. So the potion wasn't copying the entire signature, but some part the signature was what gave the potion the input it needed to copy. Therefore, Harry thought, there must be physical data stored in a magical signature about the person it belonged to. Yet, she couldn't imagine why that would be, or what part of the signature the physical data would be found in. This was important for her to understand, because she was trying to change the input parameters slightly to modify the potion. The recipe was too delicate to be meddled with, and honestly, she wasn't skilled enough to even try. What she planned on doing wasn't changing the potion itself so much as it was changing what went into it. Harry wanted to make a variant of the polyjuice that wouldn't copy one form or another exactly, but instead allow for a blending of two forms. She wanted to blend she and Archie's looks and create a middle ground that they could both polyjuice into, thereby looking exactly the same, or at least exact enough to fool everyone. In truth, Harry was not, repeat not, changing either of their say. She really didn't want to actually become a boy for 6 years, and she was pretty sure Archie would just plain refuse. Instead, she wanted to create a form that would appear to be a slightly delicate male. In Archie's case, it would actually be male, and in hers, it would only look male, with her girl features vastly understated. Narrower hips, broader shoulders, pretty flat chest, and taller than she would probably grow to be naturally. To do this, she needed to somehow isolate the components of a magical signature that revealed the physical characteristics of the wizard it belonged to, so that she could blend she and Archie's signature in a way that selected for the characteristics she wanted. Then she had to find a way to get the polyjuice to accept the blended signature instead of a natural signature. Of course, this was not the only thing about the potion she'd have to change. She also needed the potion to last longer. Harry knew she was probably not the first to wish polyjuice lasted longer than an hour, and indeed she had read a lot of research on the possibility of the subject, some credible and some not so credible. One article had actually suggested that one should eat live dung beetles once every new moon to make the transformation last longer. Utter rubbish, in Harry's opinion. Yes, there had been much speculation done on the possibility, but all of the articles she'd read had proposed changes to the recipe. Harry had brewed the polyjuice recipe 3 times in the nearly 2 months she'd been home, and each time her mind and magic were telling her the same thing. The recipe was perfect. Harry saw, and more importantly felt, nothing wrong with the recipe as it was. It sort of clicked, magically speaking. Everything fit together in a way that was delicate yet elegant, and Harry was sure the key to adapting the potion was not in changing the actual recipe. It was in the variables. The input variable of the hair was obvious, because the outcome of the potion changed depending on whose hair you put in it, but Harry thought the time-sensitive portion of the potion was just as variable. As far as she could tell, nothing in the ingredients that caused the change in the drinker were subject to time. That is, the things in the potion that turned you into someone else weren't the ones that made it only last an hour. It was the ingredients that made it temporary that were time-sensitive, so the reason it only lasted an hour was because of the ingredients that changed you back to yourself. Those were designed in the recipe to become effective in an hour. Harry supposed the idea was that it was better to have a shorter working time than to be stuck in a different form forever. Or was it? Harry had a tentative plan to get around the annoying need to take polyjuice every hour. It revolved around the fact that the polyjuice recipe was so airtight. Every ingredient had a purpose and was carefully measured against all the other ingredients. In this way, the finished potion was entirely neutral. It wouldn't react with anything until drunk, which meant anyone's hair could be added safely, but that also meant that anything else could be added safely as well. Harry was at this point playing with the idea of adding an ingredient to make the change permanent. Not irreversible, of course, but permanent in that the transformation would not reverse itself naturally. It wouldn't be practical for anyone who wanted to become someone else for a day, but for 6 years. Harry thought it was a rather good idea. She would simply add the ingredient that would ensure permanence at the same time she added the modified magical signature. Of course, that meant that she had to figure out how to blend the signatures correctly first. Harry found that it helped to think in terms of colors. Right now she was red and Archie was yellow. They wanted to both end up as a sort of yellow-orange. It would be all too obvious, however, if they were both to become yellow-orange overnight. Instead, the plan would actually involve a series of permanent polyjuice potions, individualized for both Harry and Archie and spread out over at least half a year. In the first dose, she would change slightly, and with each dose after that she would be more orange-red, then more orange, and eventually she would reach the yellow-orange at the same time Archie would. She hadn't yet decided how many doses it would take to change them slowly enough that those who saw them every day didn't notice anything, but that was the general plan. Or it would be, if Harry could just figure out how to differentiate the parts of a magical signature. Harry sighed and closed the book she was reading. It hadn't told her anything the other 20 books hadn't already said. She needed to start brewing for Krite anyway if she wanted to have the crates filled before noon like usual. Harry checked the clock face on the library wall. It was already 8 in the morning. She shelved the books carefully before going down to the lab. There wasn't a crazy librarian to give her the evil eye if she left them out, but she didn't want one of the adults to see what she was reading up on. Better that they thought she was in the library studying for her owl school classes. Harry felt marginally better by the time she'd gotten the cauldron off of the drying rack and set it up. She was starting a new potion today, after all, and there was no way to be morose while doing that. She read over the recipe for the love potion Krite had given her the day before carefully. She had never brewed a love potion before, and Krite had never stocked them before either, but his sales had been up since she started, a combination of having a wider stock available and the fact that Leo was apparently quite popular with the residents of the alley. Harry guessed Leo had been frequenting the alley for a long time, fetching potion ingredients for his father and whatnot, and had made a lot of friends. Now that Leo was accompanying her to the Serpent storeroom, it seemed many people were curious to know what the fuss was about. More interest meant more customers, meant more demand for potions, and more for Harry to do. So she was trying her hand at a love potion this morning and praying Archie never heard about it. He would tease her into the next century, especially after she swore up and down after reading a critique Professor Snape wrote about another master's work with love potions when she was 9 that she would never go near the silly things. Harry got out the ingredients the recipe called for and began preparing them. Once the base was simmering, she connected her core to the potion and began imbuing. She was getting better at telling ahead of time how much magic a potion would need, and she raised her eyebrows as her senses expanded. Apparently the amount of magic needed to brew a love potion was more than 2 Snow-White drafts combined. Harry wondered if all love potions needed so much magic to be stable, and theorized that maybe it was that way because potions that worked on the compulsion of the mind needed greater magical input than potions that merely affected the body. She then wondered how much magic a potion like Amortentia or Veritaserum would take to make. Perhaps she wouldn't attempt those for a few more years. Everything was going fine, until she got to stage 3. The moment she dropped the dried chimera eyes she knew something was wrong. The potion looked fine to her eyes, but through the connection she was pouring magic into, it frothed and boiled. She could feel it, at first just a little bit off to her magical senses, but growing more unstable by the moment. It felt wrong, and unbalanced, and dangerous. Harry backed away from the potion rapidly. It was just barely starting to bubble ominously on the outside as Harry spat out the emergency sequence as loudly and clearly as she could. Code Omega. Station 3. Pass code. Sunset Bravo. At her words, the built-in safety precautions Lily had insisted on when she agreed to let Harry brew alone sprang into action. Thick, magic-reinforced shields rose from the ground and formed a secure dome over the unstable potion. A few seconds later, the potion erupted, taking chunks of the cauldron with it. It splattered with a violent shake against the clear glass of the domed container and Harry shakily sat on one of the thin metal stools to give her heart rate a chance to settle. 5 seconds later, James and Remus both tore down the stairs of the lab. They skidded to a halt when they saw Harry sitting, unharmed, well protected from the explosion, and both panted heavily. "You, okay, Harry?" James puffed out between breaths. "We heard the alarm." "I'm okay, Dad," Harry said, smiling a little crookedly, "just surprised, that's all." "You got the shield up, though," Remus said, looking relieved. "Good job." James reached out and tugged Harry off the stool into a strong embrace. "Scared the life out of me, Fawn." "What happened?" Harry hugged him back tightly. "It was the chimera eyes." "That means nothing to me," James laughed out, with just the slightest hint of hysteria to it. "Sorry." Harry muffled a laugh in her dad's arm. "Bad recipe, I think. I didn't know enough about the potion I was making to spot the error." I'll be more careful from now on. Well, you're all right, and that's what matters, Remus said, eyeing the mess behind the cauldron barrier uneasily. I'll help you clean it up tomorrow, okay? Lily will want to see it when she gets home. Why don't you take it easy for the rest of the day? Harry nodded, detangling herself from her dad to hug Remus as well. Thanks for coming so quickly to my rescue, you guys. My very own knights in shining armor. James smiled awkwardly. Yeah, someday I'll figure out you don't need saving. Harry shook her head. Someday I really will need saving, and I'll be glad I have you there. At her father and Remus's insistence, Harry took the rest of the morning off. They were convinced it was her tendency to overwork, not the faulty recipe, that was responsible for such an unprecedented occurrence in her lab. It was true that Harry had never actually blown up a cauldron before, but at least they knew the safety precautions worked. At noon, Harry flowed to the leaky cauldron, for once empty-handed. Leo stood from where he'd been lounging against a wall and smiled incredulously at her. Aren't you forgetting something today, Sprout? He eyed her empty hands meaningfully. Harry smiled ruefully. I'm afraid not. No potions today. I just came to tell you I didn't need an escort. Not that I ever need one, mind you, but whenever I suggest you stop inconveniencing yourself to ferry my potions about. I tell you that nothing in the name of friendship is inconvenient, Leo finished, walking over to ruffle her hair. As you say, Harry sighed, patting the unruly curls back into place, though I don't think I'll agree that this is okay until you request something similarly inconvenient from me. Leo shook his head at her. You're too honest for your own good, Harry. It's like you're inviting people to do whatever they please to you. I'm not. Harry frowned uncomfortably, not sure which part of that statement she was protesting. She wasn't honest at all, but she couldn't tell Leo that, I said you should request something of me if it's to be an equal friendship, not that I would let you run over me if you asked. Leo just looked humorously down at her and changed the subject, so why no potions today? Your brewer finally taking a much-needed day off. Not exactly, Harry said. One of the recipes Crite gave me last time was bad. A cauldron blew up, making a huge mess in the lab, so no potions. Leo looked troubled. Were you in the lab when the explosion happened? Harry shrugged. Yes, but the lab is very well equipped in terms of safety. The shields contained the explosion, it's just a pain to clean up. Even so, Leo said, it wouldn't have happened with a better recipe. I suppose that's true, Harry said, not really paying attention as she moved out of the way to let a large group of witches in magenta robes pass, but a potioneer takes that risk when trying out an unknown potion recipe. There is no committee that releases standard recipes for potions, you know. Potion masters just publish books with the recipes they use in them. Those recipes might have been passed down to them from their mentors, or they might be changed and improved upon by the master himself. There's no way of knowing how good a recipe is until you try it, unless there is significant research already published about a particular recipe. Leo ran a hand through his brown hair distractedly. Yeah, I guess. Still. Harry took a step toward the door, saying, sorry you coming here was even more unnecessary than usual today, Leo. I'll see you tomorrow, I expect. Leo raised an eyebrow. Where are you going, then? I'm going to see about getting a better recipe from the boss, Harry said. All right, let's go, Leo said, his laid-back grin back in place. I've got to have a few words with Mr. Crite myself. Harry sighed. I really don't need any protection today, Leo. My hands are free. You don't believe me. I'm crushed. All right, young Harry. No protection, then. How about a friend? Leo said, holding the back door of the pub open expectantly. I suppose one always needs friends, Harry said, smiling slightly. She glanced up at Leo as she walked out onto the alley. Friends help each other, though, so start thinking of ways I can repay you. Leo just smiled, and they walked the familiar route to Nocturne Alley companionably. When they got to the Serpent's storeroom, Mr. Crite greeted them with the same nonplussed resignation he always did. Back again, Harry. Oh, look, Leo's here too. What a surprise. Crite yawned theatrically, waving them to the back. Just set the crates over. Hang on. No potions today. He lifted his chin from his other hand and looked between the two of them expectantly. Didn't run into trouble on the alley again, did you? No, Mr. Krite, Harry said. I'm afraid the recipe you gave me for the love potion was faulty. It blew up the cauldron, unfortunately, so I was wondering if you had a different version somewhere. Krite sat straight up, frowning. Faulty recipe. I'm sorry, kid, are you okay? Harry nodded. Leo scowled. Harry was in the lab when it happened. Well, of course he was. Ahem. Krite coughed amusedly as he caught himself. He seemed to enjoy pulling one over on Leo, and had yet to correct him about who was brewing the potions. I suppose as the assistant you got the brunt of it. Harry shook her head. I'm fine. The lab has shields that we can activate when a cauldron is unstable. Well, I do feel bad about it, though. Krite scratched his chin. It wasn't my recipe. I don't deal much with love potions and the like. With all the new customers coming in, I thought to expand a bit, so I got the recipe off an old friend. Perhaps he wasn't as friendly as I thought. Blew up the cauldron, you say? That's not an easy feat, though of course they don't make cauldrons like they used to. Bottoms are all thin and weak. Harry shrugged. I understand how it is with unfamiliar recipes. Usually I'd catch something so out of place, but I'm not familiar with love potions either. Now I know not to add chimera eyes at least. Dried chimera eyes. At Harry's nod, Krite's eyes grew wide and he paled abruptly. I should have looked at that recipe. I'm really sorry, kid, I could have caught that if I'd looked. Dried chimera eyes. He shook his head, a bit shaky. Those should only be used in the most basic and least reactive potions. Violent ingredient. They are one of the few that react with large amounts of magic. With the magic involved in a love potion, I'm very surprised you got out of the blast zone in time, kid. That kind of reaction would have had almost no visible warning signs. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Just luck, I guess. At her words, Leo blew out a breath harshly. She turned to glance at him and nearly stepped back in surprise. Leo's face was dark with suppressed emotion. He was glaring at Krite so fiercely Krite actually winced. Who gave you that recipe? Leo asked in a voice that was dangerous and low. Tell me it wasn't one of ours. Harry couldn't believe such a sound was coming from Leo. Even when he had moments of seriousness, her friend's voice only acquired a firm edge. This was different. Leo sounded like a general whose subordinate had directly disobeyed him. He was angry. Krite swallowed heavily. It was Claw, your Leo. Claw gave the recipe to me. He was supposed to deliver it from Solemn, who got it off a traveling potion brewer at the Dancing Dragon, but I'm thinking Claw might have changed a few things in the delivering. Leo let out a breath slowly, still visibly upset. Couldn't have been Solemn, you're right. Claw though, I don't know as much about him as I'd like. I'll look into it, Edgar. As you like, Leo, Krite said. Now, Harry, you'll send me the bill for the new cauldron. It's not exactly your fault, though, is it? Harry said dubiously. Why don't I send the bill to this Claw person? Because Claw eats little kids like you for breakfast, Krite snorted. I'll take care of it, brat. I should have looked at the recipe before handing it over in any case. That'll teach me to let my guard down, won't it? Do you think this guy was trying to kill you, Mr. Krite? Harry asked, eyes wide. Why was Krite not more alarmed at the idea? Who knows? Krite said gruffly. Could be me, or if he knows I can track out, it could be one of my brewers who was the target. No way of knowing, since I don't advertise who makes what potions unless a customer specifically asks. I see, Harry said. Well, let me know if you get a better copy of that potion you wanted, Mr. Krite. Will do, kid. Just keep making the old ones for now, Krite said. Harry bade Krite good day. Leo left the shop with her. He was still frowning, brooding about Claw or the phony recipe or something. Harry kept glancing at him as they walked back toward Diagon Alley. She felt like she should say something, anything to make Leo snap out of his black mood. It wasn't like him to be upset for so long, at least as far as she knew. Come to think of it, Harry didn't know too much about Leo, besides that his dad was Malcolm Hurst and his mother was some kind of healer who worked at a wizarding clinic. Probably she should learn a little more about Leo, if they were to be friends. Then again, That would be a little hypocritical of her. She hadn't exactly been very honest or forthcoming with Leo. Perhaps it was time to change that. When they reached the main alley, Leo turned toward the leaky cauldron, but Harry snagged his elbow and turned him the other direction, toward Gringotts. Leo allowed her to tow him forward a few steps, a bemused eyebrow rising as he looked down at her. Are we not going to the leaky cauldron today? He asked. We are not, Harry said. I am taking the day off while the lab gets cleaned up, and you are taking the day off from whatever you do with your days because you are not fit company for anyone at the moment. Permit me to point out a couple of flaws in that plan, Leo said, though he didn't stop her from steering them down the alley. If you are the assistant, shouldn't you be the one cleaning the lab? Also, it is strange of you to volunteer to accompany me this afternoon if I am not fit company. It's true that normally such an act would be bothersome, Harry said loftily, but I have found that nothing in the name of friendship is truly inconvenient. I shall bear with your towering temper if only so that no one else shall have to. Towering temper, Leo said incredulously. I'm not that upset. Well, you won't be upset at all after this, Harry said. After what? Leo frowned. Where are we going? You mean, where have we arrived? Harry corrected, stopping and turning Leo to look at the brightly colored shop front before them. Fortescue's. Leo glanced sideways at her. Ice cream makes everything better, Harry said, adding, except potions, as an afterthought. How old are you? Leo asked, amusedly. Harry frowned inwardly at the jab at her age, but at least Leo wasn't scowling darkly anymore. Old enough to appreciate the good things in life, she said, pushing the older boy by the small of his back into the ice cream parlor. Besides, it's not just ice cream I'm giving you today. Oh. Leo laughed at her insistent maneuvering and held his hands up to show that he'd go quietly to the counter. Yes, Harry said seriously, today you get information. About you. Leo glanced at her sharply, a rare thing indeed. What's the occasion? Your grumpiness, Harry said teasingly. Also, I think we've reached the point where it's clear you're not going to just go away. If I don't tell you now, it'll be ugly when you find out later. And I guess I don't have a real reason to keep it from you. Besides habit, she added silently. Leo looked down at her smugly, finally. All right, I want 2 scoops of strawberry and 1 of chocolate. Harry spluttered. Wah, you're the almost grown up. You're supposed to pay. Leo shook his finger at her. Harry. You invited me, and you're the one with the job. You should pay. But I'm saving my money for. Leo pressed, interested. Harry blew air at her bangs in annoyance. Okay, fine, I'll pay. But you're only getting 2 scoops. Stingy. Leo sniffed, then grinned at her. Harry grinned back. Ice cream was definitely a good idea. She ordered their ice cream and handed over the sickles with good grace. She really wasn't worried about having enough money for the apartment come August. She was making plenty with all the potions she was brewing for Krite. They sat outside so they could people watch while they ate. After a while, Leo began pointing out people who passed by and telling Harry about them. It was rather like listening to the Malfoys tell her about their guests at the garden party, and yet, it was nothing like that. The people milling about Diagon were completely different from the sharp and sparkling purebloods who frequented Malfoy Manor. Also, Leo didn't tell her about people's dirty secrets. Instead, she learned that the woman who worked at the bakery across the street was dating the blacksmith's brother, who was planning on proposing to her on their 4-year anniversary. She learned that the boy who swept the feathers up at Elop's Owl Emporium was the son of the chef who cooked for the kitchens at the Dancing Dragon. She learned that the boy's name was Jason, and that he wanted to be a toy maker when he grew up. Apparently Jason's woodcarvings were already very well known about the alley. Harry listened and watched as Leo's face came alive. He talked about these people like they were all a part of his family. His hazel eyes shone with sincere fondness when he told her about the man who'd sold a priceless ruby for a dragon's egg, which had turned out to be a dud. The man had then sold that very dragon's egg to some rich bloke from the continent and used the money to set up shop as an apothecary. That man, it turned out, was none other than Mr. Mulpepper, Mr. Tate's boss. Harry had quite a laugh over that one. Eventually, though, Leo turned his eyes from the street to her face. So, now that I'm all cheered up again, weren't you going to give me something? Harry pushed her empty dish away from her with resignation. 3 questions. No promises. Though, I'll pass on a question I don't want to answer. Leo smiled. More than enough. Okay. First, I know you and Krite are keeping something from me. What is it? Harry winced. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I don't want to cheerify you already. I promise not to get upset by anything you tell me, Leo said. I'm too happy you're telling me to care that you lied to me for so long. Harry smiled a little. Maybe if she was lucky everyone would react that way in the end. Your interest in me cannot possibly be healthy. Leo looked a little bit ill. Well, when you say it like that, he grimaced, rolling his shoulders as if to banish an uncomfortable feeling. Just answer the question. You're right, Harry admitted. Krite does sort of know something you don't. It's not that we were lying to you, though. You just assumed, and we never really corrected you. About. Well, the reason I won't get in trouble for taking the day off while the lab is such a mess is because I'm not actually a lab assistant, Harry said. I'm a potioneer. I'm the one who makes the potions I bring to Krite every day, so the boring old potion maker who you're always saying needs a day off is actually me. Surprise, she finished weakly. Leo leaned back into his chair, blinking slowly. He cleared his throat. I'm feeling a bit sheepish. You really made all those potions? Harry nodded. I guess I can see why you didn't tell me, Leo said, laughing a bit. I'm not sure how many people would believe a sprout like you was working as a potion maker. On the other hand, that sounds exactly like Krite to hire the first person who answered his ad, regardless of age or experience. Besides, Leo considered her with careful eyes. I don't think you're lying. Something about you seems trustworthy today. Just today? Harry asked. No one is trustworthy all the time, Leo said. Isn't that what trustworthy means? Harry shook her head. If someone isn't trustworthy all the time, then they aren't trustworthy. But then no one would be trustworthy, Leo said blankly. Maybe no one is, Harry muttered. Leo frowned. What a negative way of looking at things. Where's your youthful sense of naive optimism? Hidden behind my sense of reality, Harry said. We're off topic though. Ask your next question. Leo pursed his lips, thinking hard. Now that I know you're the potion brewer, I have more questions, not less. What to ask? I know. What's your last name? Harry winced. Should have seen that one coming. Yes, you should, Leo said unrepentantly. Come on, tell me. I won't spread it around. Promise. Harry looked imploringly at him. You can't tell anyone. My parents don't know I have a summer job, much less one on Nocturne Alley. Leo frowned. So no one knows where you go every day. What if something were to happen to you? That's not safe, Harry. My cousin knows where I am, Harry said. So you have cousins now, too? Leo teased. One cousin, Harry said, only he's not really my cousin. We just grew up together, and his dad is like my uncle, so we call each other cousins, that's all. Because our fathers were practically brothers when they were young. Though, I guess technically we're related because my grandmother was his great aunt or something. It's too distant to really count. Interesting, but you haven't answered my question, Leo said, leaning forward. I'm afraid if you pass on this one it will be most suspicious, Harry. Harry swallowed. But really, what harm could it do? He already knew she was called Harry, and she didn't really have to pretend to be Rigel over the summer. Harry the girl liked potions too, after all. She'd just give him the usual cover story. She was Harry Potter, half-blood who attended AIM during the year, interested in healing and potions. Nothing complicated about it, except it felt complicated, because in reality she was Harry Rigel Potter Black who dressed as a boy during the school year to masquerade as her pure-blooded cousin at Hogwarts. Still, Leo didn't have to know anything about that. For Leo, she could be uncomplicated. My name is Harry Potter, she said. Krite didn't ask for my full name when he hired me, so I didn't tell him. I was afraid he wouldn't hire me if he knew, Harry shrugged uncomfortably. Knew? Leo leaned back suddenly, his face slack with surprise. Holy Merlin, you're a girl. Harry flushed as several patrons turned in their seats to look curiously at their table. Leo. Quiet, will you? I can't believe. You. Leo blew out a breath and ran both hands roughly through his hair. Harry Potter, of course. The only daughter of James and Lily Potter, heir to the House of Potter. Black hair, green eyes. Your uncle is Sirius Black, childhood best friend of James Potter, and your mother works for the private company that the patent office at the ministry contracts out to, testing experimental magical inventions, including potions. No wonder you have access to a state-of-the-art potions lab. Harry was taken aback. You, know an awful lot about people you've never met. I know a lot about everyone, Leo said absently, staring at her without blinking. I can see it now, kind of. I did think you were a little scrawny for a 12-year-old boy. The short hair though, it threw me off, I admit. Usually I see clearer than most, but I guess that's what happens when you let your expectations run away with your common sense. Don't feel bad, Harry said comfortingly. Nearly everyone assumes I'm a boy, unless they've known me forever, like Mr. Tate. I didn't want to tell Krite because he hired me thinking I was a boy. You probably already know, since your dad is the aldermaster of the guild, but the potions community can be a trifle, say, east at times. No kidding, Leo snorted. Bunch of bigoted twits, barring a select few. Yeah, Harry said. So, are you going to give me away? Not even Krite knows you're a. He lowered his voice, girl. Harry shook her head warily. Leo laughed. Good. Not that I think he'd fire you at this point, but now we're the ones keeping a secret from him. Serves him right. I won't tell anyone. Thanks, Leo, Harry said. So has the shock set in yet? Any minute now. Leo rubbed his chest theatrically. Lucky I'm a young man or my heart would have stopped from all the surprises I'm getting in one sitting. You should probably forget about the last question, then, Harry said seriously. It's not worth endangering your health, after all. Not a chance. Leo flashed even teeth at her. I'm even more curious about you now, Harry. Don't be. Harry laughed weakly. After all, you've already found out my best secrets, so everything else will be rather anticlimactic, I bet. Only one way to find out, Leo said cheerfully. Last question. You said you were working for Krite to save money for something. What were you saving your money for? Harry tensed. Pass. Leo lost his grin and raised his brows incredulously. What, seriously? You tell me all of that and you're passing on this? Yes, Harry said firmly. Sorry, Leo. Leo nodded slowly. It's your right to keep your lips zipped. Just strange, that's all. It is something illegal. Is that your third question? Harry asked evenly. She couldn't tell him she was going to buy an apartment for the school year because she wouldn't actually be in the apartment during the school year. Talk about suspicious. Leo narrowed his eyes. Yes. I want to know if what you're doing with your money is going to be dangerous or get you into trouble. Harry thought about it. What I'm doing with the money won't get me into trouble. It's perfectly legal. The reasons for it, though, maybe. I hope not, but I can't say it won't be bad if I get caught. She winced. That's really all I can tell you, Leo. Sorry. Leo waved her off, his face lightening though she noticed his eyes still looked a bit concerned. It's enough, lass. Now, you should know that everything you've told me has only strengthened my reasoning for escorting you through Knockturn Alley. Harry groaned. Leo. Let's see, Leo said, ticking his fingers as he listed reasons. Young, female, practically nobility, rich on account of the nobility, weak, physically speaking of course, no offense, innocent, gullible. I'm not gullible, Harry protested. But you admit you're all those other things, Leo said quickly. It's settled, then. Says who? Harry muttered half-heartedly. She should have known that if Leo wasn't offended and horrified to discover the truth, he would use it as an excuse to treat her like some sort of glass that couldn't be repaired with a repairing charm. Says me, Leo said. He stood and collected their empty ice cream dishes and set them on the return tray. Come on, Harry. It's about time I showed you something of my world. Harry stood, following Leo to the door hesitantly. Your world. Just you wait, lass, Leo winked at her. He led her back to Knockturn Alley, one hand on her shoulder to guide her steps. They walked past the alley the Serpent's storeroom was on, past a woman giving out fingernail samples, down to the far end of Knockturn Alley, where it intersected with a street called Kyprioth Court, which was a long street with many branching alleys. The street dead-ended in a semicircle, and that was where Leo seemed to be moving her toward. Harry had never been so far into the heart of the lower alleys. She knew the streets behind Nocturne were the underbelly of wizarding London. Everybody knew that, and only the most confident or the most careless wandered the lower alleys without leave. Harry wondered idly which described she and Leo better, and stuck close to her taller friend as they wove their way along the street to the large inn that stood at the curved dead end of the street, a story higher than all the other buildings on Cyprioth Court. Music played from inside the inn, and the lights from the windows beckoned cheerfully to them, for though it was mid-afternoon, the alley was shadowed beneath overhanging roofs that seemed to have been engineered for the very purpose of keeping out light. The sign above the door depicted a dragon rearing onto its hind legs, its claws extended and its mouth open. A dragon rampant? Harry asked curiously, wrinkling her nose a bit. How odd. Why not? Leo shrugged. He stepped lightly onto the front stoop of the inn and knocked thrice. The door swung open on its own and Leo swept Harry a formal bow. Welcome, young Harry, to the Dancing Dragon. Harry raised an eyebrow at the introduction, but entered the inn anyway. It was a warm, inviting sort of place. The first floor was large and open, littered with big wooden tables that told Harry the inn was probably a tavern as well. A lone mop made its way slowly across the floor with lazy flourishes. A narrow wooden staircase led upstairs, and behind the bar a big door to what must be the kitchens was propped open, letting warm, fragrant air blow out into the main room. At the moment there weren't many people there, just a group of 3 men and 1 woman who were sitting around the table closest to the unlit fireplace, but Harry could easily imagine the place filled with lively customers, all shouting and singing and carrying on. It didn't seem like the sort of place she'd always envisioned a bar down Nocturne would be, dark and dim and filled with shady half-vampire things. From the obvious age of the well-kept inn and its place of prominence on what looked like the main court of the lower alleys, Harry guessed that it was a place steeped in tradition, a staple to the community, much like Gringotts Bank was on Diagon Alley. Leo closed the door behind them and called out a hearty greeting to the 4 people across the room, who had stopped their conversation and looked up when they noticed Harry and Leo's entrance. The group made to stand, but aborted the gesture halfway and instead sat down again. Harry thought she saw Leo make a hand motion of some kind out of the corner of her eye, but couldn't be sure. Solemn. Just the man I was looking for, Leo said, putting a hand between Harry's shoulder blades and guiding her toward the group. The oldest man, who looked to be in his late 40s, though you never could tell with wizards, bowed his head to Leo respectfully as he flicked his wand a final time at the mop across the room and stowed the short wand up his sleeve. What can I be doing for you today, Highness? Harry turned disbelieving eyes on Leo, who ignored her look with the grace of one who had been ignoring other people's disbelief for years. Leo pressed Harry into a seat next to the woman, who was dressed in tight red robes that accentuated her every curve. She was very pretty, and smiled kindly, if a bit curiously, at Harry when she sat. Leo took the seat opposite her, next to a stocky man with an impressive goatee, and addressed the older man, who was sitting on the other side of the woman in the red dress, once again. Did you send a potion recipe to Edgar the other day? Leo asked casually. Sure did, Solemn said, shrugging. Who passed it along for you? Leo asked. It were Claw, Highness, Solemn said, scratching his head. Did the blighter not give it to Ed after all? No, he gave it, Leo said, only we reckon he gave Edgar a copy of the recipe, and took a little creative license in the copying, if you catch my meaning. Solemn furrowed his brows angrily. What a measly little bastard. The woman next to Harry clicked her tongue and put her hands over Harry's ears, frowning disapprovingly at Solemn. The older man just grunted. Come off it, Rispa. If His Majesty sees fit to bring the lad here, he best be expecting his ears to burn a bit. Leo grinned. The lad doesn't mind, does he? Harry rolled her eyes at Leo, who clearly thought her boyish looks were a great joke now that he was in on it, and said, Thank you, my lady, but I fear I am used to such language by now. That wasn't precisely true, but Harry didn't want to spend the afternoon with hands on her ears. Rispa removed her hands, but not before ruffling Harry's hair playfully. Hear that? I'm a lady. Her voice was husky and low. She shook her long red hair back and smiled widely. The man across from Solemn snorted. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with thick brown hair and an easy smile. If you're a lady, then I'm the Queen of Egypt. I think the lad said you were his lady, the man with the goatee teased. Isn't that what you heard, Merrick? Come to think of it, that is what he said, Aled, Merrick said thoughtfully. What bold young friends our Highness has today. Though of course it is heartening to see that the youth of today are as confident and bold as ever, Aled chuckled, winking at Harry with amusement. Harry blushed, but otherwise didn't react to the ribbing. She supposed she deserved it. Pureblood manners were certainly out of place in this crowd, they just made her look uppity and rather foolish. Still, if she was going to pretend to be a boy, then she'd be a boy who respected women. It was the least she could do for female kind. Rispa caught sight of her flushed face and laughed lowly. Now don't go teasing the boy for having something the lot of you could do with from time to time. Good manners ain't nothing to sneeze at. Well said, Rispa. Leo inclined his head to her, but we are getting a bit off track. Well, what do you expect when you bring such a lovely distraction? Rispa chuckled, running her hands through Harry's hair once more. Harry was starting to feel like someone's prize pet. Oh, go on then, Leo. Rispa waved a hand at him. What's the problem then? Ed's no slouch at what he does. He surely caught the mistake right off if it was as significant as you're implying, so we add another minus to Claw's character report and be done with it. Leo shook his head. It's nothing so simple, I'm afraid. Edgar doesn't brew most of the potions he sells anymore. He contracts them out to 3 different potion brewers. 3. Merrick, the broad-shouldered man, spoke up, thought it was 2. Nah, he's got a new one now. Goes on and on about him, Aled said absently. Yes, he recently hired a 3rd, Leo said, and the point is that the recipe went straight to the new brewer, who didn't catch the mistake before the cauldron blew sky high. Solemn looked disturbed. What on earth did Claw do to that recipe? That sounds like an assassination attempt. A pretty poor one, but there you are. He added chimera eyes. Leo said, but we don't know who it was intended for. It could be Edgar himself or it could have been any one of the 3 brewers. Either way, Claws overstepped himself, Aled grunted, fiddling with his goatee agitatedly. It were only a matter of time, Merrick said, leaning over the table to make his point. We all know Claw's trouble. No one knows where he came from, but everyone knows what he's after. The 4 of them shared a significant look that went completely over Harry's head. She wondered if it would be rude to say something, but realized that she'd never know if she didn't ask. Sorry, but who's Claw? And what does he want? Harry asked, looking from face to face apologetically. Why should we tell you? Aled raised an eyebrow challengingly at her. Harry bristled unintentionally, seeing as it was my cauldron that man destroyed, either intentionally or not. I now have a rather invested interest in his purposes. Aled chuckled heartily and the others joined in, smiling at Harry as though she were quite amusing to them. He's just teasing you, lad, Rispa said conspiratorially. Aled likes to tease the new folk, he does. But surely you're not the new brewer Ed's been going on about. Solemn leaned past Rispa to stare incredulously at Harry. He's been chortling to all his customers how he's got the best brewer in all the alleys working for him. Fast and reliable, he says, and the whole time it were a mite no bigger than an anthill. What a laugh. The older man grinned widely at her and pounded a fist on the table to express how funny he found this, and Harry tried not to look put out at what a great joke she was to these people. Careful now, Solemn, Leo said, smiling at Harry's disgruntled expression. You don't want to hurt the boy's feelings. Harry here takes his potions very seriously. Not as seriously as Leo takes himself, Harry shot back. Before she could wince and apologize for snapping, the men at the table broke into loud guffaws and Rispa slapped her knee smartly. He's got you pegged, Leo, the lady said, shaking her head of long hair back. Well done, little one. I dare say Leo deserved that. Leo grinned. There, doesn't he fit right in? I'd say the least we owe him is an explanation, since he's dragged into this mess already. Fair enough, Aled said. Well, as to your questions, Claw is a man who showed up in the lower alleys not 10 months ago. He's meaner than a wild boar and trickier than a barrel of hinky punks. He petitioned to join the rogue, and of course we don't turn folk away without a good reason, but it's been clear from the start he don't really have an interest in bettering the court. He don't follow the code, Merrick growled. The scum keeps for himself what he should pay to the rogue. He don't look out for the alley folk, and you mark my words he's sold out a man or two to the tracking dogs at the ministry. And if that weren't enough, Rispa put in, Claus got his eye on Leo's job. Nothing wrong with that. Of course, Merrick alone has challenged Leo a fair few times, but Claw don't do nothing by the book. He hides in the shadows, waiting for a chance to stab us all in the back. Harry blinked. Okay, but honestly, I'm more confused than I was. Code. Court. Everyone turned to look exasperatedly at Leo, who shrugged a bit sheepishly. Hadn't gotten the chance to tell him yet. Rispa rolled her eyes. So of course you brought the lad here anyway. Poor thing. No wonder you're confused. And no wonder he calls you Leo, Highness, Aled said. Would you all stop confusing him further? Solemn broke in, sighing. Look, lad, it's like this. You know what the lower alleys are. The alleys in Wizarding London located beyond Nocturne, Harry said, a mix of business and residential properties, I think. The poor alleys, Rispa said tartly, you can say it like it is. The lower alleys are the Wizarding Underground. Home to the seedy parts of life no one likes to talk about. Everyone says it's not but criminals and tramps, and everyone's silently grateful the disgraceful community is content to remain separate from the Wizarding Hole for the most part. There's beggin' and thievin' and the like, make no mistake, but there's so much more. Rispa's face was alight with passion, and in it Harry could see 1,000 stories she would probably never understand. There's life in these alleys, lad. There's folk who spend their lives without 2 galleons to rub together and are happy despite it. This world, our world, is a place beyond blood and money, though there's plenty of the former spilt for the latter at times. It's about community, and family, and working and singing next to anyone who's got a ready smile and an open mind. Harry stared up at the lady, this color bird with such a lovely song, and thought that she would never understand life half as well as Rispa did. Solemn put a hand gently on Rispa's shoulder. That was lovely, lass, but it don't really explain much about the way we work. Rispa smiled and gestured for Solemn to get on with it then. The truth of the matter is, the lower alleys and most folk in it don't really answer to any authority you've heard of. The ministry and the Wizengamot have nothing to do with us, ashamed and in denial, they are, and we have as little as possible to do with them. Back before the ministry and all that political nonsense we have nowadays, Wizarding Britain, like the rest of the civilized world, was ruled by a king. There was Wizarding nobility, of course, who eventually became watered down into the most ancient and noble family houses you hear of today, the Malfoys and the Bones, the Blacks and the Golden Towers. With me so far. Harry nodded. She had known that the most wealthy and well-known houses were descendant from ancient nobility, and also that the practice of a wizarding king had been abandoned after too many tyrants and subsequent uprisings had made the magical community unstable. Well, just as the nobles and middling classes had their king, we of the lower alleys had our king, Solemn said. Our king wasn't decided by birth and blood. He earned his crown by besting the other hopefuls in open combat. You mean free dueling? Harry asked interestedly. Free dueling was mixed dueling. The fighters could rely on not just magic but potions, swords, knives, and hand-to-hand fighting as well. I've heard of it, but never seen it done. It was banned from most official tournaments, wasn't it? Aled grinned. Stick around long enough, lad, and you'll see it done. They can ban it all they want in their trumped-up tourneys. It's tradition that the title of king is passed on by the outcome of open, or free, dueling combat. This is because part of the king's job is to defend his people. It's not so literal nowadays, of course, but so it stands. So what you're saying is that Leo is your king? Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or frown. I've seen him fight, so I guess I can see how it happened, but aren't you a little young to be king? Leo grinned. No rules about age, blood, race, or even say. Though I don't think we've ever had a woman king. Just queens like Rispa here, who take care of the familial matters of court. Your queen. Harry blinked up at Rispa. Did you have to fight as well? Rispa laughed. No, lad, the queen is appointed by the king, Though of course it must be someone who's been with the ladies of the court a long time. Is that why you call him Leo, instead of Highness? Harry asked. Rispa shook her head. Nothing so formal. Leo's my younger cousin. I couldn't call him Highness with a straight face, considering I still remember changing his. Yes, Rispa, Leo broke in hastily. I'm sure Harry doesn't want to hear about that. Oh, I don't know, Harry grinned. Wouldn't you rather hear about Claw? Leo suggested, his face flushing a bit at the laughter of his friends. I'd rather hear about this code thing, Harry said, it sounds important. It is, Merrick said earnestly, it's what holds all of us together. Us, Harry clarified, you mean everyone in the lower alleys. The court of the rogue is all of us who make our living by our wits, Leo said, one grinning. The rogue, you see, is just another name for the king down here. To keep him separate from the old wizarding king, they called our king the rogue or the king of thieves. Of course, not everyone in the court is a thief, and certainly not all those in the lower alleys work outside of the ministry's law, but those that make their lives here and pledge themselves to the court must obey the thief's code. So what does that entail? Harry asked. Lots of things, Merrick said. Part of the code says that no one can be king without beating the previous king in open, single, combat, which means that a person can't take the rogue's throne by intrigue or secrecy. It keeps the court from splitting into factions and taking sides. The court always sides with the king, so long as the king upholds the rogue's code. The code also says none of us can betray another to the ministry's law. We have our own justice, which can't be satisfied by the Aurors coming in and hauling our people off, Aled explained. It's also against the code to go after someone's family to try and harm them indirectly. If you have a problem with someone, you must take it up directly with them. Harry nodded slowly. A lot of what they said seemed sensible for the kind of life they led. The king is bound by the code as well, Leo said seriously. He has to keep track of and look after his people, good times or bad. When the Aurors raid the lower alleys, the king makes sure his people are protected, and when the ministry taxes basic goods to raise money for one thing or another, the king has to make sure those goods are still available to the poorest of his folk, one way or another. Harry thought for a moment. She still didn't really understand everything, like why Claw had changed the recipe in the first place, but she summed up what she did understand slowly. So this Claw is breaking the code, because he wants to be king, but doesn't want to challenge Leo directly. Exactly, Rispa said. The man's a leech, but without proof, well, it just won't do for the court to turn away one of its own without solid enough reason. Claw can easily say that the recipe was already written like that when he got it, or that someone must have changed it after he'd handed it over. The plausible deniability is too high, you see. But we'll watch him, Aled said. We'll not trust him with rogues business after this, and he'll not get away with that stunt a second time. Slowly he'll dig himself into a pit he can't get out of. Then we'll banish him for good. Leo stretched and sighed. Well, now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about something else. How about your new friend, Highness? Merrick looked over Harry appraising Ly. I'd heard rumors that you'd offered rogue protection to a new kid, but I didn't imagine him so young. Merrick grinned at Harry mischievously. How'd you end up in such bad company, lad? Harry grinned back. Ask Leo. He stalked me for about a month before I got tired of trying to get rid of him. Leo sputtered and clutched at his chest in mock anguish, and Harry thought with amusement that he was not like any king she'd ever imagined meeting. It was surreal, in a way, to be sitting in the Dancing Dragon as if she was not all of those things that Leo's friends dismissed so readily: rich, descendant from nobility, educated, and upright. And yet, Harry suspected they all knew exactly what she was, and didn't care a lick. Like Rispa said, as long as she had an open mind they were content to take her as she was. Stalking is a little harsh, Leo said. That's true, Rispa said. I hear it was more like Leo following the lad around like a lost puppy. Puppy. Leo scoffed. I saved the kid's life, you know. And to repay you the lad let you be his manservant, is that it? Rispa laughed. If he was a girl, I'd call you whipped, Leo. To be fair, Harry said, fighting a blush, it was actually very kind of Leo to help me out like that. I wasn't very familiar with Nocturne when I started working for Mr. Krite, so it was lucky Leo was in the alley when he was, or I might be kidney-less. Kidney-less. Aled raised an eyebrow. Leo shook his head wryly. He wasn't after your kidney, Harry. He was going to. Actually, I'll tell you when you're older. Harry scowled. Either way, I still owe you quite a debt, Leo. Our Highness doesn't often collect his debts, Aled said, shooting Leo a look that made Harry think it was an old disagreement between the two of them. In that case, I'll have to decide the price and pay it by myself, Harry said, grinning. Maybe I'll repay your kindness by following you around for a couple of months. Leo laughed. I'd like to see you try, Harry. I'm not an easy person to follow. Though, I might make an exception for you. Harry opened her mouth to reply, but couldn't think of anything to say to that, and shut it again instead. Well, that explains a lot, Rispa said, smirking. Leo stopped smiling and backtracked quickly. Not what I meant, cuz. Even so, Rispa said in her husky voice, batting her brown eyes at Leo teasingly, it makes sense if I consider things from that direction. What makes sense? Merrick asked innocently. Our king's infamously picky palate, Rispa said airily. Turns out I've been offering him the wrong sort of dish. You certainly have not, Leo exclaimed. Merlin save me from nosy subjects. I'll not have you accusing me of preying on young Harry's virtue. Solemn choked and Harry flushed a bright color that would have done Ron Weasley proud. Is that what you're going on about? Aled scrubbed a hand over his goatee and narrowed his eyes at Rispa. You keep your claws to yourself, you meddling matchmaker. His Majesty can find a lass in his own good time. Thank you, Aled, Leo said. I knew there was a reason you were my favorite. Now I know the reason, too, Rispa said saucily, waggling her eyebrows. Are you now going to make disparaging remarks about myself in connection with every male of my acquaintance? Leo asked forlornly. I think old Solemn is safe from your designs, Rispa grinned. You keep me out of this, Solemn mumbled. Leo slumped disheartenedly in his seat. Traitors. So the whole king thing is pretty much a formality, huh? Harry observed. Pretty much, yeah, Merrick grinned. Doesn't stop you challenging him for it every 3 months, Swift, Solemn pointed out. Swift. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's nice, Rispa frowned. We never even introduced ourselves. I'm Rispa Cooper, cousin to Leo here on his mother's side, and queen of the ladies of the Rogue. Harry smiled. Pleased to meet you, my lady. I'm Harry. Just Harry. Merrick snorted. You don't have to hide your last name. We all know you're one of those rich knobs, kids. It don't matter to us, though. I'm Merrick Swiftknife, hence the Swift. Harry nodded. Hello. And yes, it's just Harry. My parents don't know I have a job this summer, and it can't get back to them if no one knows who they are. Fair enough, Aled said. I'm Aled Flint, the armorer for this bunch of ninnies. Any relation to Marcus Flint? Harry asked curiously. Aled shrugged. Sure, he's my cousin Herbert's son. You know him. Harry shook her head. My cousin goes to school with him. Aled nodded, not surprised. Good school, Hogwarts. So I hear, Harry said neutrally. Well, I'm Solemn, Solemn said, just Solemn. I run this inn. You ever get into trouble on the alleys and Leo ain't with you, run straight here, right? Harry smiled. Thank you, sir, I will. Solemn waved a hand at her, grimacing. Just Solemn, lad, please. Don't worry, Merrick grinned. We'll scrub you of those cumbersome manners before long. Taking a chance, Harry said, if it's anything like the sort of scrubbing you do regularly, I think I'd be better off without it. She eyed Merrick's dirty shirt and breeches meaningfully and the others laughed appreciatively. Well, now that he's insulted Merrick, it's official, Rispa laughed, slinging an arm around Harry companionably. This lad's one of us. Why do you think I brought him here? Leo asked smugly. I knew he belonged the first time I met him. Harry raised a skeptical brow. Whatever you say, Majesty. Leo frowned. Now, none of that. These jokers can call me that if it makes them feel like they're posh or something, but I won't hear it from you. You don't make them call you that? Harry asked curiously. Leo scowled. Of course not. Most of my other subjects do, out of respect, but I've specifically told my friends not to bother with it. They do it just to annoy me, I think. Not our fault it works so well, though, is it? Aled chuckled. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon and early evening in the Dancing Dragon. Other members of the court came and went from the inn, most of them open and friendly, interested to meet the kid their king had been squiring about Nocturne. Harry still couldn't believe her friend Leo, the laid-back son of the Potions Guild Aldermaster, was unofficial royalty of the lower alleys. How did she manage to find the most conspicuous people to become acquainted with? It certainly explained why Krite always treated Leo so strangely. Harry wondered if Leo was a thief, too. She didn't approve of thieving, but then again she could always afford to pay for things, so was her opinion really valid? She also wondered if Leo's parents knew what their son did during the day. She supposed being homeschooled allowed for a flexible schedule, but surely Leo didn't have time to both run the rogue and take full-time lessons. Then again, Harry herself had two separate lives, didn't she? Perhaps it wasn't so fantastic a thought after all. Leo walked her back to the Leaky Cauldron once the dinner rush started at the Dancing Dragon. Harry's brain was spinning with everything that had happened since she woke up that morning. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" Leo asked as they passed the well-lit bookshop. "Just how much we've learned about each other today," Harry said. "It's a bit overwhelming." Leo grinned down at her. "We are a perfect pair, aren't we?" Harry laughed. Something she'd been doing a lot that day. "I don't know about that." "No, really," Leo said. "We both have so many secrets, and yet are completely surprised when we find out the other has secrets of their own." Harry flattened her hair absent-mindedly. "That's certainly true. I can't believe you're the rogue. I didn't even know what the rogue was." "Oh, yeah. Well, how do you think I felt when I found out you were a girl?" Leo shook his head. "Kyprioth was playing me for a fool." Kyprioth, Harry suddenly remembered, was an ancient god of trickery. She smiled. The Dancing Dragon being on Kyprioth court made a lot of sense. "Thanks for not telling your friends who I was," Harry said. "I really prefer to keep a low profile." Leo shrugged. "Yeah, good luck with that." "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry asked. "I'm a very low-key sort of person, you know." "Impossible," Leo said simply. "Sorry, Harry, but you're too interesting." 2. I don't know, something, to remain anonymous. People notice you, Harry, and the world seems to change suddenly when you're around, as if magic herself was altering it to an unseen purpose. I bet you often find yourself in the middle of things without realizing how you got there, am I right? Harry looked away from Leo's knowing gaze. "Well, I'm trying to be low-key, okay?" "Try all you like," Leo said. "I just don't think it's going to do much good. I have a feeling about it, and my gut's usually right." Harry ignored her friend's words. Sure, she had bad luck in the past when it came to getting caught up in messes not her own making, but this year was going to be different. Harry made a promise to herself then and there that this year she wasn't going to get involved in anything complicated or mysterious. She was going to spend time with her friends, write to Sirius, and generally just do what she came to Hogwarts to do: learn potions. When they reached the Leaky Cauldron, Harry said good night, but Leo hesitated. He looked very seriously into her eyes and said, "Why do I get the feeling I'm still missing something about you?" Harry looked steadily back. "I don't pretend to know all of your secrets yet, Leo. Don't assume you know all of mine. But you'll tell me one day, won't you?" Leo asked. He looked frustrated, like he was halfway through with an important task but had been stopped in his tracks for a reason he couldn't understand. "Maybe," Harry said, looking away from those bright eyes uneasily. "I'm still deciding if meeting you was a good thing." Leo grinned slowly. "Liar. You're just scared because you know that it was." Harry didn't say anything, but Leo didn't seem to need her to. "That's okay, lass, you be scared all you want. But one day you will tell me everything." Leo ruffled her hair once more and turned back down the alley. Harry watched him go, throat stuck closed with something that she assured herself was not the fear Leo spoke of. What did she have to be afraid of? Leo might be confident that he could pry her secrets from her someday, but Harry knew better. She could be friends with Leo, like him as a person, even, but she couldn't trust anyone besides Archie, and that would never change. Harry stepped out of the fireplace in her house's flow room and was immediately confronted with the business end of her father's wand. She inhaled sharply and froze. The dim illumination from James's Lumos spell cast just enough light for Harry to see that her dad wasn't fooling around. Who goes there? The elder Potter demanded, wand arm as steady as Harry knew his aim to be. How did you get past the wards? Harry swallowed, realizing the remnant of the flow fire at her back was keeping her face in the shadows. It's me, Dad. Harry. Harry. James squinted against the darkness but didn't move forward or change the angle of his wand, both of which would have allowed him to see her better. He was too good an Auror to give up his advantage at the word of a potential intruder. My daughter is in her bed, or she should be. Harry winced. That was a fair point. She was out much later than usual for a Thursday night. Originally she had planned to be back from her errands well before her parents got home from work. They didn't exactly know what she did most of the day, though she was pretty sure they assumed studying took up a lot of it, and Harry wasn't one to explain things to her parents that she didn't have to. It was just easier that way. Today, though, Harry had been sidetracked from her agenda by an unexpected stroke of bad luck, followed, it turned out, by a bit of rather good luck, which was in turn followed by a spectacular heaping of really bad luck that spiraled into a situation that could only have been drawn from a nightmare. She felt her soul shiver with weakness and fear just thinking about it. Earlier that day, Harry finished unloading the last crate of potions in Mr. Kright's storerooms with a small sigh. Leo was busy doing something with the rogue that day, though he had been rather vague about exactly what it was, so Harry had been on her own hauling the crates of potions from the leaky cauldron to the Serpent's storeroom. She wasn't worried about the danger of walking down Nocturne alone anymore. Harry had been up and down the alley so many times that she recognized all of the usual faces that traversed the street and thought that most of them probably knew who she was as well. Or maybe not who she was, but what she was, at least. She was Leo's friend, and as much as being seen as the king of the rogues' shiny new toy irked her at times, at least nobody bothered her as she went about her business. No, it wasn't the risk that had Harry sighing with relief once she was free of the last crate. She'd just forgotten how heavy they were. Serves me right for relying on Leo to carry them for so many weeks, Harry thought with a fair bit of self-disgust. Not that I asked him to help, but now I've gotten all week armed. She hadn't really had time for things like exercise lately. Archie asked her to play Quidditch about once a week, and Sirius still hadn't gotten rid of that pool in his basement, so it wasn't that she lacked the opportunity. There just always seemed to be more important things to do. Still, that would have to change. Every year she survived the delicate artifice she was enacting was another year the boys in her year grew taller, broader, and generally started looking less like effeminate boys and more like men. If she wanted to pass for one, she'd have to start keeping up physically. Oi, kid, Kright's voice called through the open door to the storeroom, bring out a couple of those blood replenishers while you're back there. Yes, Mr. Kright, Harry called back, stepping on one of the now empty crates to reach the top shelf, where the blood replenishing potions were kept. She carried the bottles out into the main room and glanced around for Kright. He was standing by one of the potion aisles, talking to a customer who had his back to her. Kright waved her over and she approached them. Thanks, kid, Kright said gruffly, taking the bottles and presenting them to the customer. Take a look at these, then. What do you think? The other man took one of the potion bottles and held it up to the light coming through the dirty shop windows. He studied the bottle from all angles, and uncorked it to sniff at the contents with a considering frown on his face. Good color. Yes, just the right consistency. The smell is different, though, isn't it? You've changed the recipe, my friend. Go on, then, what did you put in it, Edgar? Kright smirked. You tell me. The other man raised an eyebrow and wafted a bit of the scent toward his nose once more. Harry looked between the two men, confused as to what exactly they were doing with her potion. The man handling the sample looked familiar to her, too. He was big and somewhat beefy, with a thin mustache under his nose and very little hair left on the top of his head. When it came to her, Harry had to suppress the urge to whirl around and hide her face. It would only draw attention to her, so instead Harry remained very still and very calm. The man holding her blood replenisher was the wizard Professor Snape had been talking to that night just before he left to find ginseng on the continent. He was the one who she'd overheard telling Snape via flow call about the ginseng shortage in England during the peak outbreak of the sleeping sickness. She recognized the tone of voice he used when speaking, like the kind you'd expect a savvy businessman to use, confident and gently cajoling, persuasive in a frankly experienced kind of a way. Well, it's definitely something new, the man, whose first name Harry thought was Horace, said thoughtfully. It's faint, but there's a hint of citrus to it, am I right? I wouldn't know, Crite said with a lazy grin. Didn't make it. Didn't. Horace what's his name scowled at Crite. What the blazes am I inspecting it for, then? I thought you'd finally gotten me a BR potion I can sell, and it's not even yours. The man shook his head and gave the potion back. Shame, too, 'cause you know I hate buying from that Rotridge bloke. Let me know when you've got a potion like this in stock, Edgar. Now, Horace, Edgar said quickly, I am looking to sell it. I just haven't made it myself, that's all. Ah, Horace gazed consideringly at the blood replenishing potion in Crite's hand once more. Contracted out, have you? I don't usually buy through middlemen, you know. Messy business, working out cuts and all. Nothing like that, Crite said, glancing over Horace's shoulder to where Harry had retreated and was now watching, with no small amount of trepidation, the situation unfold. You'd only have to pay me for the potions, as I pay the brewer separately. I see, Horace said. Well, in that case I may just have to cancel my contract with Rotridge. Provided that the potions I can expect are all as good as this sample, of course. Of course, Horace, Crite said, my brewer never delivers anything but the best. Horace nodded his head seriously. Good. Expect my owl in the morning with the paperwork. I'll pick up the first order in 2 weeks. He clapped a large hand on Crite's slider frame jovially. Great to be doing business with you, Edgar, as usual. Oh, and I'd very much like to meet this new brewer of yours when it's convenient. Sounds like a rare find if he has you changing your recipes after such a long time. Crite blinked and shot Harry another look over Horace's shoulder. Well, in fact, ease. Harry shook her head discreetly, eyes wide and pleading. Ah, well, he's accustomed to his anonymity, Crite finished weakly, looking confused. I'm sure you understand. I'll talk to him about it, of course, but I can't guarantee anything. Harry smiled slightly in gratitude, and busied herself reorganizing jars of bad brains a few aisles away until Horace took his leave of the shop. What was that about, kid? Crite frowned at Harry when she came over to the front desk again. Don't you know who that is? Not really, Harry said. Thanks for not telling him who I was. Crite shook his head. That was Horace Burke. He's an extremely influential businessman in Wizarding Britain. Burke, as in Borgin and Burkes? Harry asked curiously. That Burke is Horace's cousin, Crite said. Horace Burke is, well, I guess you'd call him a profiteer. He prides himself on being able to provide anything to anyone. Owns a bunch of warehouses in the lower alleys, and runs an owl order company through them. You can order anything from Burke, and its quality and timeliness is always guaranteed. If he can't get it for you, it doesn't exist, at least not in Britain. I can see how he'd make money on things that are hard to find, Harry said slowly, but who would buy things like blood replenishing potions from Mr. Burke when they sell them in shops like these? Doesn't he raise the price to make a profit? He does, Crite said, but on the other hand I sell the potions to him cheaper than I sell them to customers, because his order is certain, while I don't always know if potions I put in the shop will sell. Also, you'd be surprised how many people are too lazy to go shopping around themselves. Then there are those who don't trust the quality in self-run shops like mine, and would rather pay more to have a product they know will work. Harry nodded. I guess that makes sense. So he's buying blood replenishers through you now. Looks like it, Crite said, looking smug. He gets a few others from me, but always said my blood replenishers were off a bit. Guess he likes your variation better. About that, Harry said, sorry for changing things without telling you. Crite shrugged. Can't argue with what works. A few of your potions have been selling significantly better than the old ones did. Not with my average customers, but with the folks who come in with a distinguishing eye. I figured you must be doing something different, so I had Horace take a look and see if he liked the new version any better than the old versions. Well, I'm glad your sales are up, Harry said, but could you keep my identity as the brewer a secret? Crite fixed her with a frank look. That shouldn't be a problem, seeing as I don't actually know your identity, Harry no last name. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, thanks for not being overly concerned about that, too. Crite shrugged. I'm used to strange types in these alleys, but I gotta ask this. Are you in some kind of trouble? Running from someone, or something? I'm not gonna fire you, kid, but if I don't know, then I can't help you, and I might give something away to the wrong person. Harry shook her head. It's nothing like that, Mr. Crite. I'm not caught up in anything funny, and I'm not going to bring trouble to your shop. I just prefer to keep a low profile. So if anyone asks about the potions, could you just tell them you have a brewer who doesn't like to be associated with his work? Heck, you can take credit for the potions yourself if you like. That might even be easier. I don't care, as long as I get paid for them. Crite grunted. You're something else, kid. No pride in your work, that's for sure. Harry privately disagreed. Pride was not about the world knowing what she could do. As long as she knew, there was pride and satisfaction in doing the work alone. After all, she took pride in the secret homework she did for Flint, didn't she? It was so much harder than the first year work, and she did it all with competence, while no one but Flint knew. She also was proud of getting into, and staying at, Hogwarts, despite being ineligible due to her blood status. Just because she didn't tell anyone, didn't mean she wasn't proud of it. Harry suddenly had a strange thought, and glanced up at Crite with a frown. In all these weeks, you really never went and asked Mr. Tate about me, even though you know he recommended me. Weren't you curious? Crite stared down at her blankly. If I want to know something, I ask the person I'm curious about. I don't waste my time rooting around behind people's backs. None of my business, anyway, I suspect. Thanks, Harry said, and picked up a couple of empty crates for the next day. See you tomorrow, Mr. Crite. Sure, kid. Harry left the shop and made her way slowly up Knockturn Alley. She had a couple more stops to make on Diagon before she could go back home, and she was debating dropping off the crates at the Leaky Cauldron first when she accidentally knocked into a passing pedestrian. She was about to apologize for not seeing them when she felt it, a slight release of pressure from the left inside pocket of her robes. The pocket she kept her money pouch in. Cursing, Harry fumbled with the crates in her hands and tried in vain to hold them steady in one hand while reaching out for the person she'd bumped into with the other. It was fruitless. The person was agile and twisted away from her with the ease of skill and experience in evasion. She caught a glimpse of wide blue eyes and a taunting grin below a dark brown cap before the person, no, boy, raced off on light feet, her money bag no doubt securely tucked away in his fist. Harry set her jaw and moved as fast as she dared back along the alley. She paused for barely a moment to set the empty crates down none too gently in a shadowed nook before picking up the pace and racing in the direction she'd seen the boy take off in. The crates might be gone by the time she got back, but the money in that pouch was worth 5 times what the crates and all the bottles were. One of the stops she'd been planning on making in Diagon was an antique bookstore, where she'd reserved a copy of a manuscript on blending magic. The shopkeeper requested payment in gold, so she was carrying much more money than she would usually risk. Most of her savings, including the money she would need for she and Archie's little project, was tucked away safe in her room, but Harry was not going to let the amount of gold in that pouch get away without a fight. It was the principle of the thing, after all. She ran swiftly to where Knockturn met Cyprioth Court and skidded on the cobblestones around the corner. Cyprioth Court wasn't as crowded as Knockturn, and by craning her head a bit Harry caught sight of a slight figure in a dark brown cap jogging casually toward the far end of the alley. The boy, who she could now see was dressed in shorts and an oversized t-shirt, had slowed down considerably, apparently confident that his target wouldn't be fool enough to pursue him through the lower alleys. Shows what he knows, Harry thought grimly. She would have been smirking as she closed in on the boy if she wasn't so out of breath. Seriously, she needed to work out more. She was only a few feet behind the boy when by some terrible chance he glanced behind him. His eyes widened at the sight of her bearing down on him and he let out a startled yelp before taking off once more. The boy in the cap darted left, down an alley Harry had never taken, and swerved in and out of foot traffic to try and put some distance between them. Harry doggedly kept after the kid. He was fast. Faster than she was, and he obviously knew the alleys better as well. He led her through twists and turns, over fences and under clotheslines, and Harry was thoroughly winded after just a few minutes of the toughly quick pace the boy set. Not to mention thoroughly lost. She did have the advantage of being the follower, though. The boy had to look out for obstacles and waste precious seconds deciding on what paths to take, while she just had to mindlessly pursue him. Also, what Harry lacked in agility and speed she made up for in sheer determination. Still, the kid was quick. He scampered and clambered over any and all obstacles in his way, jumping around barrels and litter bins with barely a pause in his stride. Harry could see him pulling further and further ahead of her, and knew that soon he would be out of her reach. If only she could use magic over the summer holidays. Harry could feel her magic building inside of her, eager to come to her aid as her emotions surged forward, but she tamped down on the urge. She would get in trouble. Though with Hogwarts or AIM she wasn't entirely sure if anyone saw her, and in any event she had no idea what kind of a spell she could use. She didn't want to hurt the kid, as she might if she levitated something in his way or tried stunning him. She just wanted her money back. Just as she was cursing her own short-sightedness at not having exercised her body while she was training up her mind all last year, Harry caught sight of a huge cart of cauldrons backing slowly into the alley ahead of them. It was too high to jump over and hung too close to the ground to try sliding beneath. Harry felt a rush of elation at the sight of it. Here was her chance. The boy would have to stop. Yet he didn't. Harry frowned. He wasn't even slowing down. Harry realized with an ugly dread that the boy didn't see the cart he was speeding toward. He was staring at the ground. No, at his shoe, trying to shake loose a piece of rope that had gotten tangled around one of his feet while he ran. Harry called out a warning, but it only made the boy look back at her with confusion, and he was running so fast that even if he turned back around and realized the danger there would be no time for him to stop. Her magic welled up inside of her again, and this time, Harry didn't push it back down. She reached out with a hand. No time for her wand, and released it toward the boy ahead, whose wide blue eyes widened further at the sight of her reaching for him so intently. Her magic caught up to him faster than she ever could have. Mere seconds before he should have, careened headlong into the cart of heavy cauldrons, he froze, suddenly suspended in midair as his momentum was arrested by raw magic. Harry ran the last few feet to where the boy was hanging, looking like some kind of strangely realistic statue hovering about a foot off the ground. Harry grinned at the boy, whose face was now almost at her eye level, and clamped a hand down gently but firmly on the boy's arm while at the same time asking her magic to let the boy go. "Got you," she said breathlessly. "Good run, though." The boy, who couldn't have been older than 9, scowled up at her after a few frustrated tugs got him no further away from her hold. "Lemme go." "Sure thing," Harry said. "Just give me my money pouch back." "I don't know what you're talking about," the boy said, wrinkling his nose up and averting his gaze. "Then why were you running from me?" Harry asked. "Come on, just give it back and you can go." The boy opened his mouth to reply but was cut off as a middle-aged wizard came jogging around the cauldron cart, a look of concern on his face. "You two all right there?" he asked, glancing between Harry and the boy anxiously. "I thought for sure the lad was gonna hit my cart." "Sorry about that, but I really didn't see anyone coming when I started backing into the street." Harry smiled at him. "It's all right, neither of us got hit." "Make him lemme go," the boy piped up, looking pleadingly at the older man. The cauldron merchant frowned and tugged at what little hair he had on his head unsurely. "Here now, what's this? Are you detaining this boy for something?" Harry nodded, a bit apologetically, only for a moment. He was just about to return something of mine. "He's a liar." The boy scowled. "I haven't got nothing of his." The man looked a bit at a loss for what to do. "Well, that is. Are you sure he has something of yours? You couldn't be mistaken perhaps." He looked quite hopeful, but Harry shook her head slowly. "I don't think so. I'm missing a money bag. It's dark red, and there are exactly 17 galleons and 4 nuts inside. My initials are embroidered on the outside, HP. Here, Harry dug in her pocket with her free hand and pulled out a letter. This is a notice from one of the shops in Diagon Alley. See, it has my name on it, Harry Potter, which matches the initials that are on the money bag if this boy has it. The cart owner glanced over the piece of parchment, a pale, uneasy look on his face. I see. Well, I suppose it's simple enough to resolve. Do you have such a money bag, young one? The boy glared defiantly up at them. So what if I did? Maybe I found it. Harry pulled the boy around and used her other hand to dip into his shirt pockets. She pulled out the money bag within, which was clearly red and inscribed just as she had said, and raised an eyebrow wryly. Lucky we ran into each other then, so you can see it safely where it belongs. She released the boy, and he quickly backed away from her. Unfortunately, the cauldron cart was still behind him, blocking his escape that direction, and he seemed hesitant to try and dart past her and the merchant to the other end of the alley. The cauldron man turned a face filled with trepidation toward her. Well, that's all settled then, don't you think, young sir? No need to involve the oars really, since everything worked out. The boy blanched at the mention of the oars. Harry blinked, taken aback. The oars? Why would I? Oh. She nearly rolled her eyes. Sure, technically the boy had committed a crime, but who called the Dark Wizard catchers for a case of petty theft? Besides, her dad was an oar, and bully if she was going to try explaining what she'd been doing in Knockturn Alley with that much money in the first place. No, I don't care about that. I just wanted my bag back. Sorry to trouble you, sir, she told the cauldron merchant, and next time steal from someone who looks too fat to run after you, she suggested sarcastically to the boy. The kid, realizing he wasn't going to get into any real trouble, tipped his cap at her cheekily and scampered around her with a spry sort of grace, running off into the early evening without a glance back. The cauldron merchant smiled with obvious relief at her. That's a merciful thing you did, young man. Harry blinked up at him. You would have done the same, wouldn't you? The man looked taken aback. I would have, yes, but you're not. He broke off and coughed in an embarrassed kind of a way. Harry wondered what he'd been going to say, but politely continued the conversation as if he hadn't aborted his sentence. Well, it was nice to meet you. Good evening. Oh, good day, the man returned, lifting a hand in a vague kind of wave, then glancing down at his hand as if wondering why he'd done such a thing. Thanks, Harry waved back bemusedly as she walked away, then paused and turned around. Do you by chance know how to get back to Knockturn Alley? Or at least to Kyprioth Court? The man smiled indulgently. Yes, of course. He gave her directions, which were so complicated that Harry had him repeat them twice to make sure she would remember them all. Apparently she'd run further into the lower alleys than she'd thought. She thanked him once again and set off back toward Kyprioth Court. She was already going to be home much later than she'd anticipated, but maybe if she hurried she would make it back for dinner. Not that her parents checked up on her or anything. While she usually attended meals, if she missed one they'd probably assume she was working on a potion that couldn't be interrupted. Harry was just a couple of streets from Kyprioth Court when she passed a window with a bright red sign that caught her attention. She slowed, hardly daring to believe her luck. For rent. 1-bedroom apartment. 9 galleons week. Utilities and flow connection included. Enquire at number 5. She grinned. It was perfect. In the wizarding sector, so no worries about being asked for muggle identification. Cheap, not too big or too flashy. The street it was on was called Dogwood Lane. It was narrow, but well kept, with small flower boxes on every windowsill and sturdy shutters in the color of the corresponding door. The apartment that was for rent looked to be on the 2nd story, and there were pale pink curtains hanging in the window behind the for rent sign. The number next to the window was 8, and the app below it on the ground floor was number 7. Number 5 was on the 1st floor across the street, so Harry crossed and knocked gently on the door that went to apartments 5 and 6 and waited. The curtains in the window closest to the door fluttered and parted, revealing the face of a thin woman with soft brown hair. The woman waved at her before leaving the window. A few moments later the yellow door opened and the woman from the window smiled down at her. Hello, Dear, what can I do for you? Or were you knocking for number 6? The woman asked kindly. Actually, I was hoping to inquire about the apartment across the street, Harry said, number 8. Is it still for rent? It is, the woman said, surprised. Come in, child. Harry stepped through the yellow door into an entryway that had a staircase going up and a door on the right-hand side. The woman led her through the door and invited her to sit while she fetched the apartment owner. I'm Mrs. Botting, by the way, she said over her shoulder. Harry waited for a few minutes and then a white-haired old lady came slowly tottering into the room, leaning heavily on a wooden cane. Harry jumped up and helped her sit. Thank you very much, young man, the woman said, her voice squeaking with age. Now, I hear from the dear Mrs. Botting that you've come to ask about number 8, is that right? Yes, ma'am, Harry said. Are you still looking to rent it out? Oh, yes, the old woman sighed. I just couldn't bear to let the old place go completely, you see. So many memories. But I had a nasty fall last month, and if Mr. Botting hadn't stopped by to check on me that afternoon, well, I'm just too old to be living alone anymore, I guess. Are you all right now? Harry asked. Fine, just fine, she said. Maywell saw to that. Not knowing what she was talking about, Harry just nodded in what she hoped was an understanding way. The Bottings are being so kind to me, the old woman said, just so kind. Letting me stay here, they are, though they've no extra room to speak of as it is. Are your parents looking for an apartment to rent? It will be so lovely to have a way to repay the Bottings for their kindness. I've no mind to be a burden to anyone, and every little bit helps around here. Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am. It's not my parents though. I was actually looking to rent an apartment myself, if that's all right with you. Oh, well, the woman frowned. Are you living alone? Dangerous business, I should know. Can't you find a place at a shelter? The rogue would take you in, you know, no matter who your parents were. I'll be all right, ma'am, Harry said. Can I rent the apartment right away? Yes, the woman said. If you're sure about it, you can move in as soon as you like. Thank you, Harry said. I promise I won't be a troublesome neighbor. You'll probably never even see me, since I plan on using the flow connection to get in and out when I can. I'm sure you'll be a lovely neighbor, the elder said, nodding her head judiciously as she did so. Now then, as you probably read, I'm hoping for 9 galleons a week, but you can pay by the month or bi-weekly or whatever works for your situation. Harry smiled. If it's all the same, I'd rather pay the first year up front in cash, so that I don't have to worry about getting the payments on time. The old lady's brows rose, but she didn't ask how Harry was going to get the money. Harry had the impression she was used to seeing self-reliant young people around the alleys, if the way she barely protested at a kid renting an apartment on their own was any indication. That's fine as well, of course, she said after a moment. Great, Harry smiled. I'll bring payment the day after tomorrow, if I can. Also, could I ask a neighborly favor of you? The old woman blinked her wrinkled eyelids, but nodded slowly. Yes, what is it? I had originally budgeted more than 9 galleons a week for an apartment, Harry said, so I was wondering if I paid 11 galleons a week, could you possibly keep my personal habits to yourself, should anyone ask? Personal habits? The woman repeated, nonplussed. Yes, you know, comings and goings, anything peculiar you might hear, or not hear, from the house, things like that, Harry explained innocently. You can tell them Harry Potter rented the apartment if someone like from the ministry or anything should ever ask, of course, but I'd appreciate it if you kept any other kind of information to yourself. The woman raised both her brows skeptically. For 11 galleons a week I'll tell the ministry whatever you want, not that the likes of them ever come down here. You're a right strange little thing, aren't you? So I've heard, Harry said. Thank you so much, ma'am. Not at all, young Mr. Potter, the woman said, and please, just call me Mrs. Whitlock. Harry smiled easily. As you like, Mrs. Whitlock. It was lovely to meet you. She stood to leave, but Mrs. Botting came in at that moment with a tea tray and set it down on the coffee table, smiling expectantly at her. Won't you stay for dinner, my dear? She asked, handing Harry, who had sat back down out of politeness, a cup of sweet-smelling tea. Oh, I don't know, Harry said hesitantly. I should probably go home and get something to eat there. Nonsense. Mrs. Whitlock pursed her lips dismissively. What's the use going home to have dinner alone when you can stay right here and get to know your new neighbors? Harry blinked, not sure what to say to that. It wasn't as if she could tell the women that her mother and father had a dinner of their own for her, because that would take credence from the idea that she was renting an apartment to live in on her own, despite only being almost 12. She prevaricated for a second, but couldn't think of a good excuse not to stay, and they had been very kind to invite her to their table in the first place. Her parents would probably assume she was working, so as long as she was home before dark she would probably be fine. Harry accepted their invitation, and 20 minutes later was sitting around a small but abundantly laid table in the Boddings' kitchen. She met Mr. Bodding as well as the two children of the house, Jim and Clara Bodding, who were 7 and 5 respectively. The meal was pleasant, and the Boddings were all very welcoming to her as a prospective new neighbor, though Harry warned them several times that they likely wouldn't see very much of her. When she finally left the Bodding residence at number 5 on Dogwood Lane, it was a good 30 minutes past dusk. Harry sighed. There was no way she was making it home before dinner. She also suddenly remembered that she'd left Kreitz crates just sitting in a nook off of Nocturne Alley when she started off on this prolonged detour of hers, and thought that it would be a miracle if they were still there. Great. Harry walked quickly through the darkened alleys. This was not the shadowy dark caused by the buildings, overhangs, but rather the complete darkness of a summer night that was broken only by the rare shaft of moonlight. Luckily, the signposts on every street corner were charmed to be lit up, so she found her way with little trouble. Approaching Kyprioth Court, Harry felt the first prickling of unease. She had never been in the lower alleys so late before, so at first nothing had felt strange or off about the deserted nature of the streets she walked. When she noticed that the street up ahead was lit by something other than moonlight, however, something red and flickering, she started to think perhaps there was something ominous about how empty and silent the alleys were. Except that they weren't silent. There were faint sounds on the wind, coming from up ahead of her. Part of her was thinking she should turn back, avoid the eerie red glow coming from ahead, but the other part reminded her that she didn't know any other way to Nocturne Alley than through Kyprioth Court. So she continued forward, though at a slower and more cautious pace. As she grew closer, sounds became clearer. There was shouting, and beneath the shouting small explosions, like rock imploding and gravel spraying. The orange-red glow flickered against her eyes, but offsetting that were sharp, erratic flashes of multicolored lights that refracted and cast quick-moving shadows across the alley wall. These flashes were easily recognizable to anyone who had ever seen serious magic used. They were the heralds of magical duels, several, judging by the frequency and variety of the flashes alone. The persistent red glow, though, was something Harry had never seen before. And yet, once Harry reached the mouth of the alley and caught sight of its source, the dark truth hit her with the gut-wrenching force of something a deep, unacknowledged part of her had known instinctively all along. Like how an infant knew his mother's face or a dog knew the fear of thunder. Fire. Something was on fire. No, she sagged against the rough alley wall with the realization, the dancing dragon was on fire. She opened her mouth to call for help, but snapped it shut again as the full extent of the scene before her impacted like a sledgehammer against her brain. Kyprioth Court was littered with rubble, and between the rubble, bodies. Some standing, some fallen, most male, all covered in a gritty layer of dust and debris. Harry had seen fights before. Schoolyard skirmishes and the occasional tavern brawl that she had sworn to Sirius not to tell her mother about, but this was nothing like that. It looked like what she might have imagined a Muggle gang fight to be like, had she given enough credence to the propaganda spread by the Sow Party about the violent nature of Muggles to try imagining one. There seemed to be two distinct factions warring against one another, but the dueling was so fluid and indistinct that she couldn't be sure. It didn't look like a free-for-all, though. There were definitely groups of people fighting together, so there had to be some kind of organization and reason to the mad scene. Harry just didn't know what it was. The fighting was centered in the half-circle of street before the dancing dragon. After squinting against the blaze, Harry was able to discern that it was the upper floor that was burning. The entire right side of the second story was up in flames, but in addition to the continuous fighting going on in the street outside of the inn, there were several witches and wizards with water much stronger than what a mere aguamenti would produce gushing out of their wands. The fire didn't seem to be spreading, but the effect of the impromptu firefighters was the production of great gusts of steam as the water met the burning building. It drifted down the court, hot and heavy, casting a hazy film over everything it touched. The fight itself could only be described as barely restrained chaos. Fighters on both sides were dodging and weaving around one another in what might have been a beautifully choreographed dance, had there not been so many things going clearly wrong. Instead of the eye-catching spectacle of flashy moves and successive near misses one might find in a staged fight, the exchanges between fighters were as fast as they were tough. Light and sound battered the night. The twinkle of reflective steel and the sudden spurt of blood unaccompanied by a corresponding flash of magic told her that at least some of the participants were free dueling. Once she was aware of it, the occasional clashing of mixed weaponry could be picked out above the shouting and the dull thudding of mist spells against the surrounding buildings. Her mind was cataloging all of this rapidly, but her consciousness was frozen with abject horror. She hadn't been prepared when she'd first heard the sounds of trouble, however uneasy she had instinctively felt, for who could ever be prepared for such a thing? Not 20 feet away from her people were fighting, and dying, she thought numbly, if the amount of blood now running into the gutters on the sides of the alley was any indication. She didn't know what she'd stumbled into, and as her presence of mind recovered from the original shock and reasserted itself, she realized she didn't want to know. She stumbled back from the mouth of the side alley she'd been watching from with the intent of finding another way home. Any other way. But her sudden movement must have been somehow noticeable against the still and silent backdrop that was the area immediately outside of the conflict zone, for no sooner had she staggered a few steps back from the grisly scene than one of the fighters broke away from the battle and headed straight for her alley. She would never know what the man in the blue vest had wanted with her. Did he think she was an enemy fighter, sneaking up on his flank? Did he realize that a third, oblivious party had inadvertently stumbled upon the field, and come over to warn her off? Had he even seen her in the first place? Or had he been trying to do something else, like send a message or run away from the battle completely? She would never know, for he had barely reached the mouth of the alley she was in, the same alley she had so recklessly followed a young pickpocket down just hours before, when he was struck in the back with what she later learned was a large throwing knife. At the time, all Harry knew was that one moment the man was running toward her and the next he was falling forward, and there was something protruding from beneath his shoulder blade, and his body was landing awkwardly in a shallow puddle of alley muck. The fall dislodged the knife in the man's back, and his pretty blue vest was stained so red with what seemed to Harry to be impossible amounts of blood, impossibly fast. He died, there in the alley, before her eyes. Far enough that the pool of seeping fluid couldn't quite reach her shoes, but close enough that the look of surprised denial on his face would haunt her dreams for countless nights to come. She shook her head back and forth slowly, too caught up in the horror she was witnessing to even scream. All she could think was, why was he so surprised? Didn't he know what was happening? Shouldn't he have expected, or at least suspected, that such a thing might happen on a night like this? In a fight like this? Maybe death was always a surprise, Harry thought, but she didn't want to know that about the world either. It was time to leave, Harry knew. Time to run and possibly to hide, and definitely not the time to stand there gaping at something she couldn't change. And she couldn't change it. She could heal bruises, cuts and scrapes, sure, broken bones even, but stab wounds. Ones that, from the way the man in the blue vest had gurgled and choked before stilling, had pierced a lung. No, she couldn't fix that, and she had to stop thinking about it, or the stinging in her nose and eyes would signify something more than the effect of breathing and squinting in smoky air. It would mean tears, breakdown, collapse. No, no. Harry took a deep breath, ignoring the smell of burning wood that assaulted her senses as she did so, and swallowed hard. She would get away. She would get home. And then she would let the brittle facade crack. Harry took another deep, calming breath, and promptly vomited against the alley wall. That time she had smelled more than smoky wood. That breath was an attack of sweet copper perfume, and her stomach rebelled vehemently. All of Mrs. Botting's wonderful cooking came spilling onto the ground, wasted and smelling a lot worse than it had when she last experienced it. Harry gagged for a moment, but managed to haul herself away from both noxious odors by struggling backwards, further away from the fight, the dead man in the blue vest, and the blatant evidence of a weak stomach. She didn't back away fast enough. She wasn't far enough when the second man came into the alley. He moved quickly to the fallen man and stooped down over him. His objective became clear when, with a slight grunt of effort, he pulled the knife the rest of the way free from the man's back and stood once more. He went to reach for his shirt. To clean the blade, she realized with a sick jolt, to clean his blade, but noticed her standing not far enough away and darted forward faster than she could convince her shell-shocked limbs to evade him. There was an instant of confused movement as he grabbed her, and then she was freezing with fear at the touch of a wet blade against her neck. It was accompanied by the tip of a wand pressed to her lower ribs, and Harry could only think that she had never known terror until that moment. It was an ugly, consuming thing, which drove all thoughts from her head except those that might somehow help her to survive. Don't move. Don't cry out. Wait for the opportunity to run. Wait. Wait. Her magic swelled up inside of her and she felt it searching for an outlet, but she had no will to direct it with. Her mind was blank. No intention meant no form for her magic, so she just stood there, frozen in the arms of danger, waiting for something to shake her free. The man chuckled low in her ear. Nice try, little rat, but no one escapes tonight. Thought you could run, did you? Scared once you saw the true might of the rightful king, were you? Too bad, little rat, and too late. Please, I'm not. Harry whimpered at her own inadequacy. Not what? A rat. She didn't even know what was going on. I'm not whatever you think I am. I don't know what's going on, or who you are, or anything about a rightful king. I just want to get home. The man spat carelessly on the ground beside them and scoffed, Don't matter. If you aren't with Claw, you're against him. His grip on the knife changed ever so slightly and Harry felt the air grow thin. This was it. She was going to die in a dirty alley, not even worth a killing curse. She tensed automatically though she knew the muscles in her neck would be as butter before the knife. She felt the edge of the blade begin to dig in, and then there was a blinding flash of light and the pressure was gone. She fell to her knees as whatever had been supporting her was suddenly removed. Was that the end? Just a flash of light and then everything falls away. No, that wasn't right. Harry blinked rapidly to regain her stolen vision. The spots caused by the flash cleared and she could see the alley once again, from the mucky ground she was sitting on to the prone form of her attacker. Her eyes widened at the sight. He was collapsed at the base of one side of the alley, bent double in a way that suggested he'd impacted heavily with the wall before falling to the dirt. Standing over him, face grim and eyes aglow in the dim red light, was Leo. Harry shook her head to jumpstart her brain once more. Leo was in the alley, just standing there in his usual sleeveless black shirt and slim-fitting trousers, as if anything about this night was usual. Leo had saved her from that man with the knife, the man who had killed Mr. Bluevest. Leo had shot the spell that made the world turn white for an instant, and Leo had blasted the man with the knife away from her while he was distracted. What was Leo doing there? She didn't realize she'd voiced the question aloud until he answered. Me, Harry, what are you doing here? Leo snapped, bending over to grasp her arm and haul her to her feet briskly. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be wandering around tonight? Sweet mother, I thought he'd got you the way you collapsed like that. What were you thinking? Harry swallowed painfully. Her throat was bleeding from a long but thankfully shallow cut where the knife had almost. She shook her head. I was just trying to get home. Trying to. Now. Leo wrapped both arms around her fiercely, his wand clenched in one hand and a long knife in the other. He transferred sweat and blood from his hands and arms to her robes, but Harry didn't care. Don't ever scare me like that again, Harry. Not ever. He released her, and Harry nodded obediently, too shook up to really think or react the way she normally would to things. You've got to get out of here, Leo said quickly. The fight isn't through, and there's the dragon to deal with as well. I can't go with you, but you need to get somewhere safe. Go to. He cursed softly. No, that's no good, not at this time of night. Okay. Harry, listen carefully. Are you listening? Harry gazed up into Leo's face and nodded, though she still felt dazed and lost. Good. You're going to go to the end of this alley, away from the fighting. You're going to turn right. Then you run straight down that street until you get to the fountain with the statue of Arthur Pendragon standing in it. Got that? Harry nodded again. King Arthur statue. Run. Yes, Leo said. At the statue, turn left and on the right-hand side of the street you'll see a big lit-up sign for Maywell Clinic. It's always open, so just go inside and tell the lady at the front desk you're there to see Mrs. Hurst. Your mother, Harry said, blinking slowly. Yes, you'll be safe there. Run there as fast as you can and don't leave until I come and get you, Leo said. Safe, repeated Harry. Yes, Harry, safe, Leo said. I have to go now. Run fast. Before Harry could say, what about you? Leo was gone again, moving like a shadow back toward Cyprioth Court. She steeled herself against the new emotion battling for dominance in her confused psyche, worry for Leo. Harry turned determinedly away from the flickering lights coming from the fight in the court and began moving. It was slow at first as her muscles seemed to be frozen and her joints clumsy, but soon she was jogging, running, sprinting away, right then straight then left at the fountain. She didn't slow at the sight of the brightly lit sign for Maywell Clinic, and instead burst straight through the front doors and staggered to a halt in the well-lit lobby. The woman at the desk half stood at her entrance, eyes scanning over her sharply and zeroing in on the blood soaking her robe collar from where it ran down her throat. I need to see Mrs. Hurst, Harry said quickly, her voice raspy from the exertion, and possibly from the pain around her throat as well. Oh, child, what's happened to you? The lady fussed as she rounded the front desk and started toward her. Come, sit down and let's stop up that bleeding. Please, Harry said tiredly, I just need to see Mrs. Hurst. The woman shook her head disapprovingly. You need to see a healer, young man, before you pass out from blood loss. Isn't Mrs. Hurst a healer? Harry asked. Please, ma'am, couldn't you just take me to her? Well, it isn't really procedure to just. The desk woman trailed off, taking in the sight of Harry's muck-ridden clothes, bloody neck, and desperate expression. Oh, very well then. Come with me, lad. Harry followed her behind the counter to a long hallway dotted with numerous doors. The woman knocked on one perfunctorily and ushered Harry inside. Healer Hurst will be with you in a moment. Harry sank down gratefully onto the padded wooden chair in the small patient room and closed her eyes. She had done it. She was safe. Harry felt very lightheaded now that she was sitting down, so she bent over to put her head between her legs, trying to stave off the vertigo. She heard the door open a few minutes later, but didn't look up until a woman's voice said, Oh, dear, what has my Lionel sent me this time? Harry raised her head and the woman's eyes widened. She whisked out her wand and Harry couldn't help but flinch when it pointed at her. The woman, who had to be Mrs. Hurst, stepped toward her, though her eyes were soft. No, child, I'll not be hurting you. I'm going to help. Harry nodded, feeling foolish. She knew that it was just an automatic reaction she had apparently picked up within the last hour. Harry kept very still as Mrs. Hurst went to work, though she tensed a few times when the kindly woman's wand gave an unexpected flick or twist. After a while, Harry was able to relax a bit, and her anxiety over the wand pointed at her was greatly lessened by the fact that her neck was healed and the blood siphoned away almost immediately. The woman healed several scrapes Harry hadn't known she'd picked up, either stumbling around in the alley or chasing the pickpocket earlier in the day. The woman also repaired her robes in the places they had ripped and cast a strong cleaning charm over the rest of her. When she was finished, Mrs. Hurst stepped back and met Harry's blank look with a very fixed one. Now, I don't pretend to believe my son when he tells me he never gets up to anything dangerous, she said, and so I don't usually ask questions when Leo sends some poor soul along to be patched up in my clinic, but when I see a lass your age in here with a sloppy knife wound and hands too soft to belong to any rogue rat, I just can't keep my peace. What in the great mother's name are you doing here, child? Harry just stared at her. You know I'm a girl. The woman looked taken aback. Well, of course I do. I'm a healer, child. I also know you're not yet 12 years old, you've broken your wrist within the last year, and I've a strong suspicion you're a vegetarian, in which case I'd advise you to eat more protein because it's going to stunt your growth otherwise. Harry's jaw dropped open a little bit. This woman was good. I see, Harry managed eventually. Well, you're the first one to recognize me as female on sight in a long while, ma'am, even as a healer. Mrs. Hurst smiled. Perhaps you simply don't have very observant acquaintances. Harry smiled wanly back. Perhaps you're right. Either way, thank you for healing me, ma'am, and to answer your earlier question, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. This whole day has been so fast. I just want to go home. Mrs. Hurst gazed down at her sympathetically. Well, you're as healed in body as a body can be. You're free to go home whenever you like. Harry shook her head. Leo told me to stay here until he came and got me. He said I'd be safe here. Safe from what, child? Mrs. Hurst took out her wand again and Harry barely flinched at all. She conjured a second chair and sat down across from Harry with a concerned expression. Perhaps you'd better tell me everything. Start at the beginning. So Harry did. She told Mrs. Hurst about her job working for Krite at the Serpent storeroom, and about being picked while she was walking back toward the leaky cauldron. She then had to explain quickly why she'd been so foolish as to carry that much gold around Nocturne. Mrs. Hurst smiled in veiled disbelief when Harry told her about chasing, and eventually catching, the young pickpocket because of the opportune timing of a cauldron cart. Harry told her about stopping to look at an apartment, though she glossed over the reasons she was interested in it, and related how she'd been asked to stay for dinner by the neighbors. When Harry got to the part about coming across the fight on Kyprioth Court, she paused, overcome by the hugeness of it all. The dancing dragon, it was on fire, Harry said, frowning. Mrs. Hurst drew a sharp breath and clenched her wand without seeming to notice. I think they had it contained, but it was so awful. The fire was making everything smoky and red, and there were people fighting everywhere in the court. I didn't know what was happening, and I was scared. I was going to leave, to run somewhere else, but then a man came and died right in front of me. Harry looked up at Mrs. Hurst imploringly. I didn't mean to let him die, I swear. I just couldn't. All I know is cuts and bruises. I can't heal deep muscle tissue fast enough to be of use in an emergency yet, and I don't know how to fix a lung once it's punctured. Please, ma'am, you have to believe me, I couldn't. I didn't. Hush, child. Mrs. Hurst leaned forward and scooped Harry's whole body up into her arms. Harry clung to the older woman's healer robes and started to cry. The tears leaked out everywhere, no matter how she tried to stem them, and Harry started mumbling apologies between her sobs. No, child, don't fret about it. You just let it out. Now, that's it. Mrs. Hurst stroked Harry's hair softly and Harry cried harder thinking that her own mom would be doing this if Harry hadn't been keeping so many secrets from her. It's not your fault, child, so don't you take that darkness into your soul. His life was in the gods' hands, not yours. Not yours. Harry sniffed loudly and slowed down her breathing to try and control the spasming of her diaphragm. She leaned back from Mrs. Hurst's hold and wiped her eyes on her newly cleaned robe sleeve. Thank you, she said, sniffing one last time. I didn't mean to fall apart on you like that. It seems to me you're overdue, Mrs. Hurst said kindly. Are you all right, now? I can make you a cup of tea, if you like. No, thank you, Harry said. I'd rather just tell you the rest of it, so you know. She related the rest of the tale as quickly and accurately as she could. She hoped Leo wouldn't mind her spilling her guts to his mother about what had went on that night, but she figured he wouldn't have sent her to his mother's clinic if he didn't expect Mrs. Hurst to find out about the fight. The fight she still wasn't sure how Leo had gotten mixed up in, now that she thought about it. Really, what were the odds that Leo had been in the exact right place to save her when she hadn't seen him all day? Mrs. Hurst just sighed when she was done telling her story. What a mess you've gotten yourself into, child. Do you know what the fight was about? Harry asked curiously. Anyone who keeps up with the court business could hazard a guess, Mrs. Hurst said. Fights like this don't happen much. They aren't supposed to, as long as everyone follows the code and settles disputes directly in single combat. If the fight was as bad as you say, with the fire in the dragon on top of it, well, there's only one person I know of in the court who would dare such a thing right now. Claw, Harry breathed, suddenly recalling the words that man had spoken to her, the man with the knife. He mentioned Claw's name. That would be a good assumption, Mrs. Hurst said distastefully. That man will never be worthy of my son's crown. A bad thief and a worse coward. Stupid. 2. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd let his plans slip into some of Leo's ears. That would certainly explain what my son has been so busy doing all day. Not doubt preparing for it. Is that what the fight was over? Harry asked, fearing for her friend's safety, the position of the rogue. Nothing else is worth attacking the dancing dragon itself, Mrs. Hurst said darkly, though it's a fool's errand. Even if Claw somehow bested my boy, no thief would answer to him after he broke the code like that. Why would he even try, then? Harry asked, frowning. He doesn't understand the court of the rogue, Mrs. Hurst said. Claw's an outsider, come into the rogue less than a year ago, and from the very start he was dripping poison in folks' ears, turning them over slowly but surely to his own circle. We all thought he was building a base of support for when he challenged Leo to a duel for the crown. It looks now like he was just building an army of thugs to take the court like a barbarian tyrant would. Harry bit her lip, thinking things over. Is that why he sent that false recipe to Mr. Krite? To try and get rid of one of Leo's supporters before he attacked. Too right, young lass, Mrs. Hurst said, brows raised. That's a sharp mind you've got there. Eddie wasn't the only one to get targeted though. Aled's house was broken into last week and everything ransacked. He only wasn't home because he'd stayed over at the Dragon to help old Solemn out that night. Some thugs got to Merrick not 2 nights ago, pulled him into an alley and beat him something fierce. I patched him up myself, but he was to be on bed rest for the rest of the week. I imagine he'll be upset to have missed the fighting, the big idiot. Harry considered this silently. Is Rispa all right, at least? Fine, Mrs. Hurst said, sounding a bit miffed. Claw doesn't waste his time with women. Yet another reason I hope my Leo trounces him tonight. Aren't you worried about Leo? Harry asked, trying not to sound critical. He's not even of age yet, and there were so many people fighting. Mrs. Hurst patted Harry's hand gently. My son has been giving me gray hairs since he learned to run before I knew he could walk. Always the trickster. Never where he should have been. Leo drove my husband and I to distraction trying to keep up with him, and that was before he ever started leaving the house. I learned long ago to just support him where I can and pray for him where I can't. Leo is a rare soul. He goes after what he wants and he'd rather good at getting it. He's also quite talented. No man like Claw is going to win out against Lionel Hurst. Harry marveled at the woman's complete faith in her son. She didn't think she'd ever had that much faith in any one person. People were just so fallible. Perhaps one had to be a mother to completely understand it. Mrs. Hurst finally got around to making tea, and the two of them sat and talked about various things to pass the time. Harry's schooling came up at some point and she automatically fed Mrs. Hurst the line about her attending AIM and wanting to be a healer. Mrs. Hurst just looked at her with frank disbelief. What? Harry asked defensively. You're a pretty good liar, Mrs. Hurst said calmly, sipping at her tea, calm-faced and unhesitant. Either that or you've told that story of yours so many times that it's become routine. Still, that's all it is. A story. Harry took a careful breath, not daring to look up from her teacup. You think so? I suppose any stranger's life might sound like a story if you don't know them very well. Mrs. Hurst laughed. Oh, child, stop your pretending. I'm not asking for the truth, mind, but lies irritate my magic. I can always tell. And good thing, too, with that son of mine. The boy lies when the truth would sound better, sometimes just to see if I'm listening, I think. But apart from that, a few things don't match up very well. If you'd lived in America for 9 months, your accent should have gotten a bit weak, but you talk like someone who's never left the country. Also, you claim to want to be a healer, but you've been talking here with me for a good 40 minutes and not once have you asked me a single question about healing. Harry blinked, then winced internally. By Merlin, the woman was right. Now that she thought about it, Archie did talk a bit differently ever since he came back from school. His accent wasn't that noticeably different, but he used American slang every now and then, and enunciated better, probably because he was used to compensating for Americans who didn't have an ear for the British accent. Also, Archie would have jumped at the opportunity to question an actual healer about his or her profession. He always always took the time to ask questions when they visited Sirius at the hospital. Harry wasn't sure what to say. I'm sorry, she tried. Honestly, you're right. I am lying, but I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I lie to everyone, and I know that sounds horrible, but it's important to me, and I'm not explaining this very well. I can't tell you the truth about me, though I really am Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Mrs. Hurst gave a little start of surprise and her eyes widened slightly. Oh, did I not introduce myself? Harry smiled sheepishly. How rude of me. Yes, I'm Harry, ma'am. Well, Harriet, but nobody calls me that. Goodness, that certainly explains a lot, Mrs. Hurst murmured distractedly. I know who you are, perhaps more than you'd even guess. If you're Harry, my son has been talking about you almost non-stop for weeks. Every day I'm going to meet Harry, or, sorry I'm late, Mum, Harry and I went for ice cream. I admit I'd thought you were a boy the way he talked about you, but now. Mrs. Hurst looked over Harry with a new gleam in her eyes. Harry felt inexplicably nervous. Well, this certainly changes things. Does it? Harry asked nervously. Really, my being a girl doesn't matter that much. Whatever you say, dear, Mrs. Hurst smiled knowingly. Now then, what was I saying? Oh yes, did Leo tell you about what I do for a living? He said you work here, at this clinic, Harry said, nonplussed. Indeed I do, Mrs. Hurst. In fact, I own this clinic. I founded it a year after Leo was born. Malcolm had just gotten his mastery, and the guild pays a very generous stipend to its researchers. Also, the Hursts left Malcolm with more money than either of us knew what to do with, so I decided to open a clinic here in the lower alleys, exactly where the little apartment I grew up in used to stand before a ministry raid on the building caused it to become structurally unsound and it collapsed. This clinic is officially a charity outpost of St. Mungo's, though the hospital actually only pays 60% of the clinic's expenses. The Rogue funds 30% of the expenses, and my husband and I take care of the last 10. How did you get St. Mungo's to agree to open a clinic in the lower alleys? Harry asked curiously. Even if they only pay 60%, that's still a pretty big venture to take on all of a sudden. Before I opened this clinic, I worked for St. Mungo's. I used to run the children's ward, as a matter of fact, and I still volunteer there twice a week. Interesting people, the volunteers in that ward. One in particular always gives me a laugh. A Mr. Sirius Black, perhaps you know him. Mrs. Hurst laughed at the look of utter panic on Harry's face. Oh, yes, your uncle talks about you a lot, young lady. Is that so? Harry asked weakly. Yes, indeed, Mrs. Hurst said, enough that it's apparent to me that you do lie to everyone, as your uncle, too, seems to think you've been off at AIM for the last year. No, don't fret, I'm not going to say anything to him. I won't even tell him I've seen you, since I very much doubt your family knows where you are right now. I imagine your life is very complicated, though, isn't it? Just know what if you ever need to confide in someone, I've an open ear and a closed mouth. Harry nodded silently, though of course she would never take the kind woman up on her offer. It was too much of a risk, no matter how trustworthy Leo's mother seemed. Anyway, we were talking about how I got the clinic opened. It helped that I was influential among the staff, and of course it didn't hurt that I was married to one of their highest grossing researchers in experimental potions, Mrs. Hurst said fondly. That's how we met, you know. He would provide new, better potions for the children in the ward and I would shout at him for using innocent children as test subjects, and then we decided to move in together. Harry felt her mouth hitch into a slight grin at Mrs. Hurst's description of her relationship with Master Hurst, but didn't interrupt. The hospital held both of us in such high esteem that when I proposed the idea they didn't immediately reject it, she went on. I argued that a free clinic in the lower alleys was a good move logistically, because most folk from the lower alleys don't have easy access to a flow, and by the time they can get to St. Mungo's their injury is likely worsened considerably. Also, most of us in the lower alley don't hold much stock in the ministry, and that can include the sort of identification requirements St. Mungo's has for all of its patients. I said they would be treating even more people more effectively with a clinic like this, and of course they told me I was a naive fool who wanted to waste hospital resources on the undeserving. Harry gasped. They really said that? Of all the snobbish things to. She broke off, too upset to even finish her sentence, but added bitterly, soon they'll only be serving purebloods, or only people who have passed their NEWTs. Mrs. Hurst chuckled without much humor. Yes, well, it's lucky I had my Malcolm with me, because he speaks bigoted asshole rather well, having been sired by one. He told the board that opening a clinic was a good political move, since it would make them seem sympathetic to the plight of the unfortunate, and also that it made sense economically, because a new clinic meant plenty of excuses to hold elaborate fundraisers. They agreed almost immediately after that. Still, the point is that we got the clinic in the end. Harry nodded seriously. Sometimes the end justifies the means. Sometimes you have to play by their rules for a while, or at least pretend to, even though some might say you're being hypocritical or a coward by giving into the system instead of trying to change everything right away. Sometimes the only way to get what you want, to help other people by getting someplace that can really make a difference, is to keep your head down and your mouth shut about things you don't agree with, just for a little while. Just until you have the power to really change things instead of just complain about them. Right. Mrs. Hurst fixed hazel eyes on Harry's earnest face. I think, sometimes, you're right, Harry. In circumstances where going along with the crowd in order to accomplish a long-term goal that will undermine it doesn't hurt anyone, it's not a bad strategy, and in some cases it might be the only way. Yeah, Harry said softly, the only way. Not 10 minutes later, the door to the patient room was flung open by the woman from the front desk. Healer Hurst, come quickly, the woman said urgently. There are at least a dozen young people in the waiting room, bleeding and shouting and carrying on. Your son is out there, too. Harry breathed a silent sigh of relief for Leo's sake, no doubt somehow responsible for whatever the blazes is going on in these alleys tonight. The desk lady left once more, still muttering agitatedly, and Mrs. Hurst stood and set aside her teacup. We'd better go see who needs patching up, don't you think? She said to Harry. Mrs. Hurst, she said cautiously, those things I told you. Healer-patient confidentiality, Mrs. Hurst said, winking. Harry smiled back gratefully and followed her out the door. The waiting room was in chaos. Men and women with varying degrees of health stood, sat, or leaned on one another. They were all dirty and all smiling broadly. Leo stood in the midst of them all, a grin of equal brilliance on his own dirt-smeared face. He was shouting over everyone, directing them to one side of the room or the other. Harry got the feeling he was trying to get those with the worst injuries in one area so they could be treated faster, but everyone was too excited to pay attention, and instead shouted congratulations at Leo and slapped him on the back, cheerfully ignoring his suggestions. Mrs. Hurst took one look at the mess, shook her head in amused disgust and whistled so sharply the closest people winced. You lot, pay attention. She shouted as everyone turned toward her in surprise. Anyone bleeding, see me immediately. Anyone who got hit on the head at any point tonight, see Janice. If you can't remember if you've been hit on the head or not, see Janice. If you've a broken bone, see Carol. If you're just here to wait and celebrate, go sit in those chairs and the mother help you if you disturb the actual patients. Go now. People scurried, scampered, and generally bent over backwards to appease the formidable healer. Two other healers, presumably Janice and Carol, stepped forward from the chaos and started collecting patients. Harry stood to the side and watched as the worst hurt were treated quickly and efficiently by the three healers. Leo broke from his friends and came to stand by her with a relieved look on his face. Harry, thank the trickster you made it, Leo said, looking her over, all in one piece. Harry nodded, looking him over in turn. I'm fine, but you're bleeding. Leo looked down at himself in surprise, as though he hadn't noticed the blood dripping down his wrist and hand from a puncture wound just below his elbow. Huh. Guess I am. Still, there are others with worse, and my dear old mum has enough to work on. I'll get it healed later. Harry shook her head and reached out to pull Leo's left arm toward her. It was shining with sweat in the places it wasn't streaked with grime, so the first thing Harry did was pull out her wand and cast a basic cleansing charm that all first-year healers learned over the area close to the wound. Leo looked on with bemusement as she closed her eyes and focused on what she wanted her magic to do. Archie had taught her all of the fancy theory behind it, but Harry still found it much easier to simply focus her magic into healing the muscle and skin the way she wanted it to. She forged the magical connection to the injured area easily enough, but when she sank into the connection with her consciousness and started to direct her magic toward the area, Leo's magic, which had already surrounded the wound protectively, rose up and gave what felt like a magical hiss at her. Harry paused, taken aback by the aggressiveness of Leo's magic. She pushed forward once more, slowly, and projected healing intent toward the magic. She felt it hesitate, before moving back ever so slightly from the wound. Harry asked her magic to move in immediately and began the tedious process of redirecting blood flow until she could get her magic to knit the tissue back together seamlessly and rebuilding the lost and damaged skin cells. Her magic flowed out of her and into Leo's arm with a pointed impatience that very clearly communicated the idea that she should have been using it earlier. Harry ignored her magic, since she already felt 3 times the fool for freezing up in the middle of danger like she had. When the wound was healed, Harry pulled the connection back and wiped a hand up under her bangs to get rid of the few beads of perspiration that built up when she used her magic for healing. It didn't tire her much, but healing was very intense. It was satisfying in an odd sort of way, but Harry didn't think she'd ever enjoy it enough to do it for a living. Leo flexed his arm for a moment, then smiled brightly down at her, full of surprises as ever. I see. Thanks, Harry. He reached out to ruffle Harry's hair, but she ducked away, scowling. Don't mention it, Harry said, then, feeling stupid, added, so, you guys won, right? Leo laughed, hazel eyes dancing. Yes, Harry, I guess we did. Oh, Harry said, good. Leo laughed some more. Harry, you. Merrick Swift, what are you doing? Leo and Harry both turned to watch as Mrs. Hurst apparently caught sight of Merrick in her line and railed into him. Merrick looked like a child caught with a fistful of cookies, bleeding. Indeed he was, Harry thought. Merrick had several shallow gashes on his arms and legs that were bleeding sluggishly. You were supposed to be on bed rest. Mrs. Hurst scowled, not running around getting stabbed left and hexed right. Merrick smiled helplessly. Well, Leo needed me, Mrs. Hurst. I had to, help him fight Claw. Mrs. Hurst pointed her wand at Merrick and Harry noticed with amusement that he cowered dramatically. Don't you bring my Leo into this. I told you not to do anything strenuous for at least a week. Merrick shrugged his big shoulders, grinning. It weren't that strenuous, ma'am. Several people laughed along with Merrick and Mrs. Hurst just shook her head and started healing Merrick's wounds. Harry felt that she was no longer needed there, and she had calmed down considerably since she came sprinting into the clinic a couple of hours earlier. So she went to Mrs. Hurst and asked if there was a flow connection in the clinic. Luckily, there was one, so Harry wouldn't have to brave the dark streets again that night. She promised herself she would look for the crates she'd abandoned tomorrow, when the sun was up again. She went to tell Leo she was going, but he was surrounded by his closest confidants, including Merrick, Aled, Solemn, Rispa, and to Harry's surprise Mr. Krite. She didn't want to tear him away from his friends in the midst of what was very clearly a victory celebration, and she didn't feel that she could join in the celebration for several reasons. One was that she simply wasn't a part of the rogue. This was their victory, not hers. Also, no matter how victorious they were, Harry was all too painfully aware that they, too, had lost people. She had watched one, the man in the blue vest, die in front of her, and she would be a fool if she assumed he was the only casualty of the battle. Harry understood the need to celebrate life before mourning death, but she had come too close to death herself to revel in it. Instead, she called a quick goodbye to Leo over the crowd. He smiled and waved at her, shouting something indistinct over the noise of everyone packed together in the clinic waiting room. Harry wasn't sure he'd even really heard her, but she had to be getting home anyway. It was lucky she knew the password for her parents' flow, or there was no way she'd be able to get in at this time of night, after the wards were up. And so Harry had flowed home, using the password to bypass the night wards, and ended up here. Trying to convince her father she wasn't a burglar before he hexed her and called in his orb buddies to arrest her. Harry took in the distrustful expression on James's face and knew she had to talk fast. Dad, I promise it's me. Remember on Uncle Sirius' birthday when we had a pool party in his basement? And Sirius brought all of his silly snakes onto his raft, and then tipped them into the pool when he and you tackled Uncle Remus off of his raft. It was lucky they could swim. Really, our mother would have broken her promise about not disagreeing with Sirius on his birthday. Harry watched her father frown and step backwards slowly. Harry, step forward until I can see your face. Slowly, and don't reach for anything. Harry moved forward as slowly as she could, lifting her face up so that the light of the Lumos would catch it when she was close enough. She knew the moment James recognized her, because his face muscles slackened with relief, but he didn't lower his wand still. I'm sorry, Harry, but just to make sure, what did I tell you to never forget in the last letter your mother and I sent you before you came home from school? James asked. Harry froze. She had read through the letters Archie both received from and wrote to her parents when she got home that summer, but she had read them all at once, and she couldn't remember which one of them had said what, as she might if she had read them one at a time over the course of a year. I don't remember, Dad, Harry said shakily. James immediately looked on guard again and took an aggressive step forward. I'm sorry, Dad, please ask me something else. I can't remember those letters right now, they all blend together. Please, ask something else. James frowned into her face, but said, then tell me this. Who are we planning on marrying you to if the new marriage legislation gets pushed through? Harry blinked. Well, that was easy. Wait. Too easy. It was a trick question. No one, she said. Everyone will think I'm marrying Archie, because we'll get engaged to protect me, but in reality the engagement will have a clause of unsuitability which will allow us to dissolve it when we turn 17. James nodded. Yes, that's right. He lifted his wand so that the light encompassed both of them. Harry, what are you doing out so late? We thought you were down in the lab, and assumed you'd go to bed when you were finished with whatever project you were working on. James frowned down at her. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to realize you have no idea where your only child has been all night? Harry winced as James started toward her, but he only embraced her, exhaling tiredly into her hair. Never did I imagine you would pull something like this. Your cousin Archie, maybe, your Uncle Sirius, definitely, but you. You're supposed to be the smart one. The level-headed one who doesn't do stupid things like stay out till midnight without telling anyone. What if something had happened to you? We wouldn't even know where to look, and it would be much too late to help by the time we noticed you were even gone. I'm sorry, Harry said. Believe me, I didn't mean to stay out so late. You know me, Dad, I would never be so unthinkingly foolish. Things came up and it wasn't really my fault. That sounded weak even to her, and James gave her an unimpressed look. I'm sorry too, Harry, because this kind of thing just isn't okay. I never, and I do mean seriously never, thought I'd say this, but, you're grounded. Harry gaped and stared at her father, who was looking puzzled at the taste of his own words. Grounded. Yes, James nodded slowly. Yes, Harry. You are grounded. You will not leave this house for a week. Not to Diagon Alley. Not to your friends' homes. Not even to Grimmauld Place. You will stay here, and every night at 9 p.m. you will be responsible for setting the wards. With any luck that will help you remember when exactly your curfew is. Harry blinked in utter incomprehension. Grounded. She had never, as far as she could remember, been formally disciplined in such a way. In any way, she couldn't recall the last time her parents had taken her to task for something. Every now and then they offered advice, cautionary suggestions, or intelligent input on her plans, and she respected their counsel and took it under consideration. They gave her chores, of course, and asked for her respect and obedience in minor matters that were of little consequence to her, but punishments. It was like James was speaking a foreign language. Harry. James prompted. Oh, yes. Harry shook her head. Okay, Dad. So I'm really grounded. James grimaced a bit. Yes. I'll tell your mother in the morning. Don't tell Uncle Sirius, Harry said, still a little dazed at the very idea of being grounded. He'll think you're starting a dangerous precedent. James's face softened and he even smiled a bit. you'll have to come up with convincing excuses then, if he asks you to go somewhere. Harry was about to respond when the dinging alarm on the flow went off as the fire turned green once more. James snapped his head around and barked out the acceptance password, and a head appeared in their fireplace. Orr Potter. A man with dark skin and a deep voice called. Yes, Orr Shacklebolt. James bent down to answer the man. What is it? We're using your on-call shift tonight, Shacklebolt said quickly. Harry nodded to herself, understanding now why her father had been so quick to respond to her flowing in. He must have been awake already and felt the wards fluctuate. There's been reports of a fire in the lower alleys, and we've already got both squads out dealing with a domestic dispute that turned violent and injured several muggles living in the apartment above the magical couple. James fingered his bangs distractedly. Okay, Shacklebolt, I'll be right through. The Orr's head nodded, then disappeared. James turned to Harry and said, I've got to go, Harry, but please think about how dangerous it is for you to be out so late. You're only a child still, however grown up you feel with a wand in your hand. Please don't let this happen again. Okay, Dad, Harry said, I'm sorry. Be safe tonight. Will do, James said. He reached out to ruffle Harry's hair and she let him, though she really didn't appreciate when people did that. Yet another reason she mourned her long hair. No one ruffles long hair. Night, little fawn. He left, and Harry walked wearily upstairs to her bedroom. At the sight of her bed she nearly groaned out loud. It was as if her body had been refusing to admit how tired it was, but gave way under the sudden temptation of 4 fluffy pillows and a heavenly down comforter. Her limbs carried her forward and onto the soft mattress in a trance, and she didn't even take off her shoes before allowing her head to hit the pillow. She could scarcely believe the day she had had. She closed her eyes with relief, not knowing that she would snap them open once more in just a few short hours after a paralyzing nightmare visited her dreams. A nightmare about fire and death, blue vests and red ink. For now, however, she drifted eagerly into oblivion, and her last thought before sleep was a fervent wish that the rest of the summer went by as uneventfully as humanly possible. Harry got her wish. Between being grounded and starting to prepare for the coming school year, the next few weeks passed in a blur of normality. Her 12th birthday came and went with little ceremony, though she and Archie did have a cake that shouted rude insults every time you cut into it, courtesy of James and Sirius. She received a few presents, mostly academic in nature, including a new pureblood etiquette book from Pansy and a school planner that automatically color-coded assignments from one Hermione Granger, which she stored with her school supplies so that Archie could take it with him to AIM in September. She had to owl-deliver her potions to Mr. Krite for the week she was grounded, which was a tedious and annoying process involving much smaller packages and numerous owl-induced wounds on her hands from dealing with unfamiliar birds, and she apologized profusely to Leo in case he had looked for her those days, but he waved it off. The Court of the Road was picking up the pieces after Claw's attack, and rebuilding the dragon took up a lot of Leo's time in the weeks following the fire in any case. Harry used the week she was grounded industriously, and soon she'd finished the first-year OWL school curriculum and taken the final exam. It occurred to Harry that the people at Sphinx Correspondence School of Magic were inordinately trusting, if they let her take the exams at home without a sworn proctor or at least a parental signature, but perhaps the parchment was charmed not to allow cheating. It didn't make much difference to Harry, who had learned the material twice now, and she finished her first year as Harry Potter nearly a month ahead of schedule. With all of her schoolwork out of the way, she had more time to devote to Polyjuice potion research. Harry had found a very interesting spell that was traditionally used by magical couples who were looking to have children and wanted to see how their genes mixed. The spell was in the book on blending she'd gotten from the shop on Diagon Alley, and as such it essentially blended two people's physical characteristics. It required the same input that the Polyjuice potion did, but instead of adding one hair, you added two. Technically, one could add whatever part of a person they could get their hands on, but everyone in the potion community agreed hairs were the easiest and most ethical thing to take, if ethical was indeed a word that could be applied to the impersonation of another wizard. After all, a hair didn't generally cause pain in appropriation, unlike fingernails or blood, both of which also carried magical signatures in them. After scanning the magical signatures via hair, the spell required an input command to determine the say. of the child. Then the spell took both hairs and transformed them into one. It blended the hairs together, and the idea was that the parents could then use the blended hair in a polyjuice potion and transform some random kid into their theoretical kid so they could get a good look at him or her. The book suggested using a muggle child and obliviating him afterwards, but the book had been written in the medieval period, so Harry ignored much of the author's opinionating. The best part was that the discovery of this spell meant most of Harry's work was done for her. Clearly the spell didn't blend just the hairs, but the magical signatures attached to the hairs. This meant that Harry didn't have to worry about trying to figure out what characteristics a person who looked halfway between she and Archie would have. More importantly, however, it meant she didn't have to try and simulate the impossible task of creating a unique magical signature that coded for the physical characteristics she needed. The spell took care of that by blending the signatures instead of trying to create a whole new one, and it also consolidated the two signatures into a polyjuice-friendly package. Once she got the hang of the spell, all Harry would have to do is find an ingredient to make the potion semi-permanent. Smiling down at her extensive notes on the spell she was about to attempt, Harry ran through the instructions once more, then went to find Archie. He would definitely want to say this. She bumped into her mother upon leaving the lab, and the beautiful redhead smiled with pleased surprise at the sight of her. "Harry, you're surfacing rather early today, aren't you?" Lily asked teasingly. Harry smiled in acknowledgement. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and even on the weekends it was true that Harry was rarely seen before dinnertime at 6. "I'm going to find Archie. Have you seen him?" Lily pursed her lips delicately in consideration. "I think he and Sirius were going to the Hogsmeade branch of Zonkos today to check on the Marauder sales. They had to run a few errands first, though, and they only left about an hour ago, so you could probably catch up with them if you flowed directly to the Three Broomsticks." Harry hesitated, but really, what else did she have to do? It would be somewhat suspicious if she told Lily she couldn't talk to Archie about what she needed him for in public or around Sirius. Also, it wasn't likely that Madame Rosmerta would recognize her from the one time Snape had brought her through the Three Broomsticks flow, so there was no reason she couldn't go to Zonkos to see her cousin and uncle. She really should take more of an interest in the Marauder line anyway. Archie loved pranks, after all, and it would help her credibility as him if she was at least up to date about her family's latest joke products. "Okay," Harry said decisively, "I'll go meet them there." "Thanks, Mom." "Sure, darling," Lily said, adding, "Oh, could you pick me up something from Honeydukes while you're in Hogsmeade?" "Of course," Harry said, "more ice mice." Lily smiled a bit helplessly. "I don't know what's gotten into me lately, but the last couple of weeks I've just been craving the stuff. You don't mind. I just need a few more boxes and then I'm sure I won't want any more." Harry nodded agreeably, well aware that Lily had been saying that she only wanted a few more boxes of ice mice for a good 3 weeks. Poor James was heading to Honeydukes every other day it seemed, so Harry would try to get a bunch of the squeaky little sweets this time to hold Lily over until she got through this strange craving of hers. She grabbed her trusty red velvet money bag, and with a speed only magic could engineer, Harry stepped out of the fireplace and into Hogsmeade barely 5 minutes later. The street was packed with shoppers that Saturday afternoon, but Harry ducked and weaved through the crowd with ease. She'd been traipsing through the crowds on Diagon Alley for so long now that the masses of people didn't even faze her. She reached Honeydukes in no time and began looking around for the ice mice. It seemed that the owners had rearranged the shop since she'd last been in, so it took her a few minutes to find her mother's new favorite sweet. The ice mice were now by the window, and in between loading box after box of the sweet into her basket and ignoring the curious looks she was getting from the other customers, none of whom seemed to have ever encountered a person with a healthy taste for ice mice before, Harry happened to glance through the glass at the crowded street. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a wizard who seemed to be parting the crowds with sheer willpower, and Harry resisted the urge to shrink away from the window in sudden alarm. It was Professor Snape. He was striding purposely down the street, in the direction of what Harry thought might be the apothecary. He stood at least a head over most of the other wizards on the street, but it was his aloof and unapproachable expression that set him apart from everyone else. She stared at him with no small amount of frustration. If she were really who she pretended to be, would she be standing here, denied the right to cross the street and strike up a conversation with her mentor. Better yet, if Hogwarts still allowed half-bloods and Harry could simply be herself, would she perhaps be striding alongside Snape at this very moment, helping him with his summer errands as she soaked up potions expertise and sought advice on her polyjuice experimentations? No. Harry shook her head. It was a silly thought. If Snape knew who she really was, he would likely be even less keen on accepting her as his student than he had been in the beginning. He loathed her father more than he did Sirius, after all, and though Harry was hazy on the details, she knew it had something to do with her mother, who had been childhood friends with Snape before going off to AIM. Harry didn't really want to know more than that, though she strongly suspected the hatred had begun when they were all 11. James met Lily at King's Cross Station when she went to see Snape off to Hogwarts, and immediately declared his passionate love for the pretty red-haired child and proposed marriage, completely ignoring a young Severus Snape's possible prior claim to Lily's affections. Or something. Harry shuddered. It was quite simply too gross to contemplate. In any case, being herself would probably never have helped in her goal of earning the professor's academic esteem, and if she had been allowed into Hogwarts in the first place, she probably wouldn't be studying Polyjuice Potion at all. Her thoughts were nothing but ungrounded fancy, so she turned from the window and purchased her basket full of ice mice without further consideration of might-have-beens. Harry did check to make sure Snape was still inside the apothecary before she darted over to Zonko's, however. She really wasn't prepared to have all of her plans explode in her face because of one ill-fated sighting of her notorious green eyes in Rigel Black's familiar face by one of the few men probably shrewd enough to put it all together in an instant given the right information. Harry entered Zonko's quickly, and immediately spotted her Uncle Sirius near the Marauder display cases, surrounded by children of all ages who were eager to meet one of the famed prank legends. Archie stood off to the side, watching with exasperated fondness as his dad played the crowds, hamming it up and sending all the children into delighted fits of laughter. Not that it wasn't completely condescending of her to refer to the kids gathered around her uncle as children, being herself only recently turned 12, but obsessive public displays of adoration and those who either committed or basked in them had always seemed to Harry to be a bit childish. It wasn't just that she herself hated attention, or perhaps it was. Maybe her own dislike of the limelight had made her look just the tiniest bit down upon anyone who truly enjoyed fame or infamy, as Sirius and James often did for their pranking expertise. Archie, at least, seemed to share her opinion, as he shook his head with an expression that revealed complete acceptance without any understanding and moved away to look about the shop while Sirius entertained his fans. Harry went over to intercept him. She tapped him on the shoulder and Archie spun around with an expression that was impatient before he caught sight of her. Harry. Archie blinked, then smiled broadly. What are you doing in here? My birthday was last week, you know, so it's a little late to be shopping for me. Surprise, Harry said mildly. I wanted to talk to you about something, but you weren't home, so Lily sent me to find you. Archie lifted an unconvinced brow. Aunt Lily was out of ice mice again, wasn't she? His eyes flicked meaningfully toward the Honeyduke's bag in her hand, and Harry shrugged helplessly. My mother is now a South Avenue to her own strange cravings, Harry said, although I really did want to talk to you. What about? Archie asked curiously. Our little project, Harry said as softly as she could to still be heard over the din. I've had a major breakthrough. I think the next stage should be ready before we go back to school. Really? Archie asked, sounding impressed. You can finish everything in 3 weeks. As long as what you and I are going to do when we get home works out, Harry said, yes. Archie grinned, right on. So as long as you're here, we need to take care of an aspect of your education you've been seriously neglecting. Harry sighed a bit. I suppose we do. So tell me what the cutting edge of the pranking business is, Arch. I'll do you one better, Archie said. I'm going to buy all the basics while we're here and explain them. Then when you get to school you'll know what to do. And you'll have to do something this year, Harry. The first year I can say I'm settling in, but this year you have to cause some mayhem in my name or my dad will think I'm abandoning the family traditions. Harry winced. She still felt pretty bad for inadvertently messing up Archie and Sirius' relationship. Okay, Harry said, I know what most of this stuff is already. I might not participate, but I have been a member of this family for a decade or so. Just go over the new stuff with me and pick out the ones I'll need. Archie happily agreed. 20 minutes later, Harry and Archie were laden with everything from all-purpose pranking tape to ever-changing fabric dye. They'd even picked up a few of the Marauders' newest product, which had been officially dubbed the barrier button. The only thing Harry firmly declined was dung bombs. She still couldn't stand the things. But all of this stuff is just the accessories that make pulling off a prank easier. Archie had cautioned her before they proceeded to the checkout stand. A good prank isn't tossing a stink pellet at someone or turning their food blue. The best pranks are original, creative, and remarkable, and that comes from the prankster. It's about finding obscure spells that no one imagined could be used in comical situations, or about using mundane objects in a way that is so hilarious people tell their children about it. If you aren't going to really try, don't bother pranking anyone, okay? I mean it, Harry. I'd rather be known as a stick in the mud than a copycat prankster without class or finesse. Harry scowled slightly. Yeah, I'll try not to embarrass you with my inexpertise in this area, cousin. Much obliged. Archie grinned. Now let's get this stuff paid for so we can drag Dad away from his adoring fans. I think his head is blown quite big enough for one day. That evening, Harry asked her parents if she could sleep over at Archie's house, and the two of them holed up in Archie's bedroom where Harry explained the finer points of the spell. So we have to do it twice, right? Archie said. Once for a boy and once for a girl, if we're sticking to the plan where neither of us actually change our gender. Harry nodded firmly. Definitely they would be sticking to that plan. Ready? She asked, face alight with excitement. They were just so close. Archie nodded. Let's do it. They each plucked a hair from their heads and placed them into the correct positions in the runic circle Harry had drawn in temporary chalk on Archie's bedroom floorboards. All she knew about runes was what she'd picked up from doing Flint's OWL level ancient runes homework for a year, but the book on the blending spell had very helpfully included a diagram of the required circle, so Harry had simply copied it out onto the floor. Her understanding of the runes was good enough to be able to tell that they at least weren't summoning demons or making blood sacrifices, so Harry wasn't terribly worried about using a runic configuration she didn't fully understand. Once the hairs were in place, Harry sealed the circle and began the chain of wand movements she'd memorized that would channel the spell properly through her wand. More importantly, at least for Harry, who wasn't exactly familiar with the theory behind the magic she was attempting, she concentrated her will very strongly on the desired outcome of the spell. She willed, read, asked nicely, her magic to act as the spell required and blend the magical signatures of the two hairs in the circle. When the long chain of wand movements was complete, Harry waved her wand in a pattern that mimicked the rune for man, which would indicate a preference for a male result, and intoned the words of the spell carefully and clearly. Miscetus Essentiae. Harry stiffened as the spell began to work. She could feel the magic course through her, like no spell she'd ever attempted. Instead of a small stream of magic being drawn from her outer core, it was as if the spell had forced a floodgate to open at the very heart of her inner core. The magic came pouring out of her. It flooded the runic circle she was standing over until the chalk lines lit up with an eerie glow, as if the magic within its boundaries was so strong it had to be manifested in a physical outlet. And still the spell demanded more. Harry could actually feel her magical core draining steadily, and when the feeling did not stop after a moment or two, Harry became slightly alarmed. The spell had her in its grip at that point, however, so there was nothing she could do except grit her teeth and keep her will focused on the proper outcome, so that at least the magic would not be wasted. The runes began changing before Harry's eyes as magic continued to fill the circle. They shifted and transformed, faster and faster until they blurred, and Harry's limited knowledge of the art couldn't make heads or tails of the process. Was this supposed to happen? Harry had no idea, but it was both mesmerizing and terrifying, like watching a great majestic dragon being just barely contained by its keepers. It was awe-inspiring, but there was an element of danger always present, because if at any time the magic found a weakness in either the circle or Harry herself, she knew instinctively that it would break free of its constraints and roam free, wild and at the current levels devastating. Harry held firm, but in the back of her mind was the idea that runic magics were definitely not things to be messed with. It was her good fortune that the runic circle she'd copied had been a good one and held the magic firmly in the desired form until the spell's processes were complete. The runes settled after a final burst of light, and where there had been 2 hairs in the circle there was now 1 hair, innocent and completely unextraordinary despite the sheer amount of magic that had gone into the spell. The final phase of the spell dissolved the runic sphere completely, as if it had never been there. Harry blinked, thinking that this must be why the book made no mention of what kinds of material to draw the circle with. Clearly the medium didn't matter, as it was consumed by the spell in any case. Archie reached forward to pick up the hair carefully, saying, "It's almost anticlimactic, looking at this tiny strand of hair after all that." Harry smiled tiredly in response. Her limbs felt heavy and weak, while at the same time her head felt lighter than the air around her. Was this magical overexertion? It was terribly disorienting, she thought idly. "I don't feel very well," Harry said out loud. Archie peered at her with concern. "Did the spell do something strange to you?" Harry shook her head, then stilled abruptly when the action made her dizzy. "No, it just took a lot of magic from me, I think." Archie nodded. "I could feel it even from over where I was watching." "Do you need a pepper-up potion? I think Dad has one in the downstairs bathroom." Harry was going to decline, but a good look at her core with her magical senses had her reconsidering. What was once a ball of fire surrounded by writhing snake-like tendrils was now unrecognizable. There were a few stray coils of magic hanging like loose skin around her inner core. Usually her true core was a tightly compressed ball of fire and superheated gas, not unlike a miniature sun, but now it looked like a weakly spinning sphere of magical glitter. Just the barest specks of magical power swirled around and around in a lazy way, and the snakes that were supposed to hide the true core from view were just resting, as if exhausted, in suspension above her pitifully drained core. Already, she could feel her core working quickly to replenish itself. She felt the generation of more magic-like hot internal combustion in her chest, but even as fast as it was rejuvenating itself, it had never been quite so depleted. "Yeah, I think I'd better take one," Harry said, a little uneasy at how low her magic levels had gotten without her control. Even in the midst of the sleeping sickness, Harry didn't remember ever being this pressed for magic. Still, it looked like the spell had worked. Archie ran and grabbed the pepper-up potion for Harry, who felt immediately better, if not fully recovered, after taking it. "So do you think it worked?" Archie asked. Harry grinned a bit. "Only one way to find out. Want to test it now?" Archie nodded eagerly and Harry hauled herself up to root around in the overnight bag she'd brought with her. She pulled out the small vial of polyjuice potion she'd taken from one of the many control batches she'd been making over the summer and held it out to Archie. He put the hair in and watched with badly concealed impatience as the mixture turned a deep blue-gray. A mixture, she presumed, of the electric blue Archie's hair usually turned the potion and the deep charcoal gray her own hair normally effected. "Bottoms up," Archie said, and he tipped the dose into his mouth as quickly as possible. Harry watched carefully as Archie transformed, but he didn't seem to be in any more discomfort than what was usually experienced with polyjuice. As usual, Archie's face began to slowly look more like Harry's did, but unlike in the past, it reached a certain point and then stopped. Harry cocked her head consideringly. Archie's hair hadn't changed at all, except for perhaps becoming messier. The color would stay the same and the theoretical magical signature didn't code for hairstyle, so Archie had kept his short but shaggy haircut. His eyes were also the same color, which gave Harry the hope that the girl version of their fused physical characteristics would have gray eyes as well. She was really getting tired of the contacts. His face had become just the tiniest bit more delicate than it already was. His chin was a tad bit more rounded, and his nose was a hair smaller, his eyes just a bit bigger. His eyebrows were a little thinner and his top lip curved just a tiny bit more than usual. Archie's eyelashes were perhaps noticeably thicker, but Harry hadn't ever paid enough attention to her cousin's eyelashes to be able to say for sure. All in all, Archie looked like himself, only different. It was hardly noticeable, Harry thought, though as she looked at him she was having trouble remembering just what exactly was so different about his old face. She started the smile slowly. "This is going to work," she said, taking the full effect in by stepping back a step. "Yes. Archie, you look like yourself." Isn't that bad? Archie asked, walking over to his bathroom to take a look in the mirror. No, it's good, Harry said, because this means that we look enough alike already that changing halfway into one anther doesn't dramatically alter the way we appear. It means that after the take the potion, no one will be able to say with surety that we've somehow changed our appearances. Does this mean we can nix the whole potion regimen idea? Archie asked, because honestly, the idea of slowly over the course of forever changing our appearance seems overly complicated. For one, it would be difficult to conceal all those different potions, not to mention hard to keep it all straight without you there to differentiate the doses. For another, what's the need? We haven't seen our friends since early July, and 2 months is probably enough time to dull their memories of us, or at least enough time that they will assign any lingering confusion about our appearances with the time we've been away. Also, if we take the potion before we see our friends but after we leave our parents, our family won't see us till winter break. They'll be more likely to notice the difference, but we can blame it on puberty. A lot can change in 5 months. Harry stopped to consider this for a moment. I suppose that makes sense. I'll have to run the spell again for a girl to make sure the changes aren't too extreme for me either. Actually, I'll have to run the spell 3 more times, once to test the girl version of our hybrid and then once more for each of us with the modified polyjuice recipe. Harry frowned. That might take a while, depending on how long it takes my magic to recover from the spell casting, but if everything goes smoothly, I guess it would work if we took the potions as you said, just before we see our friends but after we say goodbye to our parents. Archie grinned. This is going to be so cool. Like being in costume all the time, only no one else knows. Will we have to keep taking the potion as we get older? Harry nodded. Yes, we will. Well, we don't have to, but it will look strange if we never change at all after this year. So each summer we'll redo the test to reflect our aging, okay? Sounds great, Archie said, and you've got the modifications for the potion all worked out. I think so, Harry said, though of course it's only theory until I test it. That's just so comforting, Archie muttered half-heartedly. Still, I'm really impressed we've even gotten this far. The only bad part about this is that no one will ever know how awesome we are. Harry smiled ruefully, and that's the best case scenario. Harry had one more thing to do before school started. It was this that found her several times a week in the Potter library, researching something she'd never really paid much attention to before, despite training in the healing arts. Nutrition and fitness. If the Night of the Fire had taught Harry nothing else, it was of her fragility. Never in her life had she been so aware of her own physical weakness, helplessness, and mortality all at once. It had scared her, demoralized her, and then it had inspired her. She took it as a lesson well learned, and before the school year started she was determined to get started on a program that would help her slowly start overcoming the limitations of both her female form and her comfortable upbringing. Harry vowed to train until she was fit enough to chase and catch a pickpocket, and to learn to defend herself with and without a wand, so that she would never be put in a situation where she didn't know how to keep herself safe. What if Leo hadn't come? Worse, what if someone else had been depending on her that night, and freezing up under attack had put more than just her in immediate peril? Harry couldn't afford to let something like that happen again, and since disasters were notoriously hard to predict and therefore avoid, the only solution was to make herself into someone who could handle herself in the midst of danger. So her new side project was to become capable in the most basic meaning of the word, and the start of her plans for getting into shape revolved around what Mrs. Hurst had said to her. Apparently, she needed to eat more protein, because being a lazy vegetarian was stunting her growth. Harry would be the first to admit that she wasn't a very good vegetarian. She avoided meat more because she didn't really care for it than for any misplaced sympathies for her fellow barnyard animals. She also didn't exactly take great pains to make up for the lack of meat in her diet, as true vegetarians were supposed to, so Harry couldn't say she was terribly surprised her slight stature was due in part to her diet. Hadn't she thought when she started Hogwarts that keeping a vegetarian diet would be a great surface reasoning for anyone wondering down the road why she was smaller than the other boys in her class? Unfortunately, however, the excuse turned out to be a little too close to the truth, and she actually was going to make herself smaller than the others in her class, The other girls, that is. Perhaps it was time for the truth to become a pretense, Harry thought wryly, that would be a nice change. And yet, it was probably the best plan. She would begin eating meat once more in secret, despite not having much taste for the stuff, but to everyone else she would remain a vegetarian, to explain her slight stature in case she ended up her mother's height, which was a rather modest 5 foot 6 inches. In addition to the changes in her diet, Harry had been researching various exercise regimens. Mostly, this consisted of going through her mother's weekly magazines until she found the weekly workout and trying to find one that didn't sound ridiculous. She didn't exactly see herself jazzercising her abs into shape in the middle of the Slytherin common room. Even Pansy would be too embarrassed to speak to her. Eventually, Harry decided she needed to talk to a professional. With this in mind, Harry flowed to her Uncle Remus, 2-bedroom condo in London one afternoon in mid-August to get some expert advice. Uncle Remus. She called quietly into the small house, "Are you home?" A moment later a faint voice came up from the direction of the basement stairs. While none of the surrounding condos had basements, Remus' condition required him by law to keep a secure holding cell in his home. He didn't ever actually use the cell in the basement, preferring to spend his full moons with Sirius and James at Grimmauld Place under the influence of the Wolfsbane potion, so he had transformed his basement into a gym instead. "Harry," Remus called back, and though his tone was questioning, Harry knew he knew who she was. Very little confused a werewolf's senses, and their hearing was particularly keen. "Be right up." "Don't," Harry said, "I'm coming down." She descended the stairs and passed through the barred gate that separated the stairs from the rest of the basement, creating the cell, when the gate was secured and warded. The basement was victim to a very obvious expansion charm, and was several times wider than the condo itself. It hosted various sets of weights and several different machines that must have been Muggle in origin, as Harry had never seen their like outside of Remus' basement. Machines you ran on, machines with cords tied to weights that you pulled or pushed on in various positions, and a good third of the gym was dedicated to a mat-padded sparring floor. Harry knew most of the machines were gifts from Sirius, who as a pureblood wizard with naturally slim genetics found his friend's gym hobby to be terribly amusing, but they all looked well worn, so clearly Remus made good use of them no matter how ingenuine the intent behind them was. Remus set down the weight he was squatting with and grinned a bit lopsidedly at her. "What's up, Harry?" he panted, wiping his face with a nearby towel. "It's a rare day for you to go out of your way to find someone." Harry blinked, a bit taken aback by that statement. Was she really so distant from her family? "I actually came here to ask you for a favor," Harry said, a bit apologetically. "I feel kind of bad about it now, though." "Do I really never come to see you?" Remus shrugged easily. "I didn't mean it like that. There's no need for us to seek one another out, since we see each other nearly every night for dinner at the very least." I wasn't rebuking, just commenting. "What can I do for you, Harry?" Harry glanced around the gym. "I've been thinking lately that I'm not very fit. Since you're the only person I know who exercises seriously, I figured you'd have some ideas of where to start." Remus raised his eyebrows. "You want to get in shape. Isn't Quidditch enough? I know you enjoy it, and it would be easier to stick to sports than to try and plan a weight regimen for someone your age. It's important not to damage the bones or muscles in the back by adding too much weight too soon at your age." "Quidditch is good," Harry said, "and while I do want to be physically stronger, I was actually thinking something along the lines of self-defense training." "That's good exercise, isn't it?" "It is," Remus said slowly, "and good to know in general for a, well, girl." He smiled apologetically, but Harry nodded in understanding. "What brought this on, though?" her uncle asked. "Did something happen?" Harry shook her head, hoping Remus wasn't paying enough attention to her heart rate to catch the lie. "I just read something about how girls were at an increased risk for predators of all kinds starting at around 12 or 13. So I thought it would be a good thing to learn now, rather than not learn it and wish I had later. Also, I really do need to start exercising." Remus considered her quietly for a moment. He seemed to be sizing her up, weighing her request against his better judgment, and Harry felt herself grow unexpectedly uneasy at his contemplation. She had honestly never considered that he might refuse, for all that she had phrased the request politely. After all, why wouldn't he want to teach her self-defense? It was a good idea, and Remus liked spending time with her, didn't he? Now she was thinking perhaps she had gotten a little too used to her family's infinite generosity and care. Maybe she was taking more things for granted than she realized. Finally, Remus said, "If I agree to teach you, Harry, I want you to understand what you'll be getting into. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but I've never been under the impression that you." He trailed off, clearly uncertain of what he wanted to say. "What I mean is that you've always been very focused on some things and very apathetic about most other things. Learning a self-defense style takes a lot of dedicated effort, and I'm just wondering if you've got the focus to commit the time and energy necessary." Harry took a moment to respond. "I understand what you're saying, Uncle Remus, and I agree with a lot of it. I admit I have a tendency to devote my energy with extreme prejudice to the things that interest me most. What I would say, however, is that fitness and in particular self-defense has recently become something that interests me greatly. I honestly think that your teachings would not be wasted on me now. Thought they might have been if you'd tried teaching me as recently as a few weeks ago." Remus had that concerned look again, but he didn't pry further. Instead, he said, "If that's what you think, then I will teach you. It's important to realize that this cannot be done in the little time we have before you go back to America, however. For now, what I will do is design a regimen for you to follow once you are back at school, and when you come home in December, we can evaluate your progress, okay?" Harry nodded seriously. Remus was speaking to her as a student, not as a niece, and she instinctively reacted with respect. "Yes, sir." Remus nodded in acceptance of the new dynamic. "We will begin immediately. I will start by teaching you a series of stretches and strengthening exercises. Learning to throw a punch won't help you if there's nothing behind it. I'll figure out what style, if any, I'll try to teach you tonight, so tomorrow morning report back here at 6 am and I'll let you know what I've decided while you join me on my morning run." "Yes, sir," Harry said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She had been right to come to Remus with this, she thought, but she was a little afraid of how quickly he was taking to his role as fitness coach. "What are you waiting for, then?" Remus asked. "Go home and change into something you can sweat in." Harry went. She spent all afternoon under Remus' expert tutelage. Many would assume because of Remus' shabby and often tired appearance that he did not take very good care of himself. Those that knew him, however, knew the truth. Remus had spent his life fighting the wolf within him, and that battle was waged on multiple planes. Remus was extremely well versed in multiple academic subjects, because studying hard in his youth helped him become mentally disciplined enough to hold the wolf at bay with his mind. His body, too, had to be conditioned to withstand the strain of both the monthly transformations and the wolf itself, which constantly sought control over the wizard's physical body as well as over his mind during the full moon. There was a reason werewolves often died young and tired. The wolf ate away at them one full moon at a time until there was nothing left. All the wolfsbane potion in the world would not help if Remus did not have the will and the strength to fight the wolf at every turn. He was strong in mind, body, and spirit, but this was no accident. Remus had made it so. He showed her how to limber and stretch both to reduce the chances of injury and to increase flexibility, of which Harry quickly discovered she had none. When he found she could barely press the weighted bar on the dumbbells, Remus set her a series of arm and wrist strengthening exercises that she was to do every morning, noon, and night with a set of balls that looked like Medi Minis, only heavier. They seemed to grow heavier still as she went through her lifting, curling, and clenching exercises, but Remus assured Harry that it was merely an illusion of her own weakness. She was greatly reassured by this. Remus made a rather good teacher, Harry found. He explained things before he expected her to do them, and he corrected her firmly but with boundless patience. He also didn't just stand there watching her work. He did all of the stretches and exercises himself, which Harry found helped her keep her pace and motivation up. When Harry's arms were shaking from the number of push-ups, pull-ups, and other various arm-torturing exercises she was instructed to perform, Remus let her go home for dinner with the promise that he would have some light leg weights for her to wear on their run the next day. She groaned at the pain involved from merely lifting a hand to the flow pot in Remus' living room. Still, Harry could not regret her decision to do this. All she had to do was think back to the night she stood frozen and helpless in the arms of death, and her determination sparked violently anew. She would see this torture through, and she would never be a victim again. The rest of the summer went by fast in a blur of activity. Before she knew it, she had gotten school supplies, switched them in secret with Archie, said goodbye to her friends in the Rogue, polyjuiced into her cousin for what would be, hopefully, the last time, and arrived at King's Cross Station with Sirius for the start of her next year at Hogwarts. She said goodbye to Sirius with as much good cheer as she knew Archie would have, if he were here and not back at the Potter residence, waiting to go to the airport for his flight to America. Be careful this year, Sirius said before she got onto the train. No curing mysterious sicknesses or incurring life debts from dubious politicians. Just have fun, okay? And for Merlin's sake, go out for Quidditch. Harry glanced awkwardly away. It's just not the same without Harry there. We were always a team. The best chaser-beater team since the Pruitt twins, I'd say. Sirius winked at her, but try out anyway. Who knows, maybe you'll find someone just as challenging to play with as Harry. Okay, Dad, Harry said, mustering up a big smile. Love you. See you in December, Sport, Sirius said, pulling her into a strong hug. See you, she smiled, stepping back. She waved and headed off toward the train, pausing to look one last time over her shoulder and smile reassuringly at Sirius before she shut the door behind her. She ducked into a boys' bathroom and closed a cubicle door behind her firmly. In her pocket, next to Archie's miniaturized trunk, was a vial of modified polyjuice potion that Harry's fingers were itching to uncork. It had taken her several days of straight research, in between breaks for Remus, merciless training exercises, to find an ingredient to add to the polyjuice recipe that would make it permanent but also reversible. It turned out that the key wasn't in adding an ingredient to the actual recipe, but to the cauldron while the potion was being prepared. At first Harry didn't see the difference, because if you added something to the cauldron while you were making a potion, then surely you were adding it to the potion, but in the case of certain additives, you could add without adding, if that made sense. Amber was the key. She had never used stones in potion making before, which was perhaps why it had taken her so long to come up with the solution, but once she started looking into it, she found that amber was a stone of permanence. The ancient Egyptian wizards used to place amber stones inside caskets, because the magical energies the stone gave off preserved the body and ensured that it would forever remain whole. Gems, like many things in the world, were excellent magical lodestones. They absorbed natural magical energies from the earth, but because each type of stone had different properties, each stone shaped the wild magic a different way once it was absorbed. It was similar to the way a witch or wizard's magical core shaped magic in different ways depending on the wizard's personality, physical condition, disposition, etc. Each type of stone imbued the wild magic it absorbed over time with different tendencies as it shaped the magic, passively, of course. Stones were not like wizards, who could overcome their natural tendencies toward shaping magic with simple intent and willpower. The magic in an amber stone would be similar to the magic in all other amber stones, because the nature of the stones were similar, and that was the entire determining factor in how the magic from the stone was shaped. When a stone was added to the cauldron while a potion was brewing in it, the magic interacting in the cauldron drew out the magic stored in the stone. It was much like what she'd done with the modified weightless draft, in that it was a matter of adding shaped magic instead of imbuing the potion with only raw magic, only the shaped magic came from the stone, not from her. She couldn't have accomplished the same effect with her own magic because unlike with the imbued Wingardium Leviosa spell, she didn't know how to shape it into the sort of magic that would cause permanence on the scale she needed. The stone, which was dipped in a protective potion to protect its physical form, didn't interact with the potion in any way except to release its magic into it. The type of magic released depended on the stone. Amber was not actually made of minerals from the ground, as other gemstones were, but was in fact tree sap which had fossilized over millions of years. Its magic, when included in a ritual, could lend anything from power to protection to the wizard invoking it, depending on the controlling runes involved. In a potion, however, it almost always increased the length of time the potion was effective, exponentially. If her calculations were correct, the polyjuice she had brewed on one pea-sized stone of amber should hold the ingredients which effected the reverse transformation in stasis for a little less than a year, thereby keeping the drinker in the transformed state for at least that long. Which was perfect, because she and Archie were going to redo the blending spell every year and retake the potion anyway. The only downside was that, because the potion could only be reversed by waiting for it to wear off, they would be unable to resume their original appearances immediately if the need arose. Not that she thought such a need was likely. Probably the reason no one had done serious studies in the use of amber in polyjuice was because so little increased the active time by so much that it was impractical for anyone who didn't want to remain transformed for months at a time. Really, who would want to be someone else for that long? The need was for a polyjuice that worked for 3, maybe 4 hours at a time, not 3 or 4 months. Unless, of course, you were prepared to lie both explicitly and implicitly to everyone you knew for several years, in which case amber was the perfect solution to the polyjuice problem. She fingered the vial nervously. She had waited a good 15 minutes for the polyjuice she took to look like Archie for serious benefit to wear off, and now she was ready to take the modified version. Once she drank it, there would be no going back for an entire year. With one last, deep breath as Harry Potter, she dropped in the blended hair she'd prepared and knocked the dose back in one gulp. Rigel Black, Hogwarts' second year, stepped out of the cubicle a few moments later, grimacing at the too familiar taste in her mouth and moving toward the mirror to inspect her new image. She really hadn't changed that much. Her face was perhaps a little sharper, less delicate in the minutest details. Her eyes were unequivocally gray now, the exact shade that Archie's were, though perhaps a shade lighter than the contacts she wore last year had been. They now had that indescribable sheen to them that always set the Blacks apart, though they weren't quite the silver that the Malfoys were known for. Her bottom lip was a bit thinner. Her hair, to her secret pleasure, looked significantly more manageable than she remembered it being, despite the fact that it was now grown out a bit from the close-cropped curls she'd had at the beginning of the previous year. She also felt slightly taller, but that was probably wishful thinking. All in all, Rigel thought she looked noticeably different, but not unrecognizable. More importantly, she now looked exactly like Archie did, while still remaining a girl beneath her clothes. That meant she didn't have to worry about many of the things she'd worried about last year. She could try out for Quidditch and not worry that if she made it Sirius would want a picture of his son in his Slytherin robes. She could see people who knew her as Harry and still pretend to be Archie, as long as she didn't have to pretend for long. Most important of all, Rigel Black was now a distinctly different person, at least in appearance, from Harry Potter, and the differences would only increase as she grew older. In a couple of years it would be impossible for anyone to trace Rigel Black back to her without information that only she and Archie knew. Rigel left the bathroom to find her friends. The train had long since started moving, so she was fairly sure she would find them all settled into the same compartment. She found them without much effort and slid open the compartment door after knocking politely. She was met with various expressions of exasperated relief from Draco, Pansy, Millicent, and Theo, while Blaise just smirked superiorly and said, "See. I told you Rigel must be on the train." He was probably chatting with those Gryffindor cohorts of his. Draco scowled in mild annoyance. "You went and saw those lion-hearted idiots before you came to see us." Rigel smiled uncomfortably. "Well, I'm here now. Good to see you all. And you as well, Rigel," Pansy said. "Come and sit. Tell us about your summer. You look different. Did you do something new with your hair today?" Rigel took the window seat beside Pansy and across from Draco. "If wetting it before combing counts as different, yes. As for my summer, nothing much to tell. Draco's birthday party was really the highlight of my break." Draco grinned in a way that Rigel knew meant he'd forgiven her for being late and worrying him, as it should be. "So, excited for the new year?" Rigel shrugged. "I suppose, though it won't really be much different from last year. Except for the part where we aren't the fresh meat anymore," Millicent said. "And the part where everyone falls prey to a mysterious illness that our friend Rigel just as mysteriously cures," Theo added. He raised his brows at the mild glares and eye rolls he got from the rest of the compartment. "I'm just saying. You're all forgetting the most important part of this year," Draco said grandly. The look on his face was the one he wore when he was about to say something outrageously self-important just to get a rise out of everyone else. Rigel was of the opinion that Draco thought being a Malfoy was in itself a sort of inside joke that he could play on the uninitiated. The Slytherins all knew better than to take him seriously by now, but anyone else became affronted and or insulted by Draco's over-the-top narcissism. Their offense only seemed to fuel him. What's that, Draco? Pansy asked solemnly. Last year Terrence Higgs graduated, Draco said brightly, which means that this year I'm going to be starting Seeker. I expect you all to cheer with gusto. Don't you have to try out again? Millicent pointed out. The tryouts are a formality, Draco said. The only position that really needs filling this year is beater. Derek is banned from extracurriculars because his grades fell below the cutoff last semester. Peregrine Derek? Pansy asked. I wasn't under the impression that he was particularly thick. He's not, Draco said. A lot of the starters fell behind in their school work last semester, though. Flint was scheduling practices almost impossibly often, though somehow the captain still had the best grades on the team. He's inhuman. Beater. Rigel said. Will there be a lot of people trying for the position? Draco fixed her with hopeful eyes, interested. You should try out. It would be great to have you on the team, and you're an excellent flyer when you don't have a broken wrist to hide. Rigel smiled slightly. Maybe I will. All right. I'm going to stop you two before the Quidditch talk goes any further, Millicent said. I am not about to sit here and talk sports for the next 3 hours. Seconded, Blaise said lazily. Let's talk about something more interesting. Like what? Theo said. Politics. There were murmurs of interested agreement at the suggestion, and Harry smiled wryly to herself as even Draco gave an amiable assent to the change of subject. Only Slytherin produced 12-year-olds who thought politics more interesting than Quidditch. Then again, for the children of those witches and wizards who lived and breathed according to politics, it was a lot less like theoretical ethics and a lot more like gossip. Anyone else feel like there was something really big supposed to be going on this summer that didn't? Theo began tentatively. The others exchanged looks of dark agreement. It was some sort of legislation, Millicent said. I know that much from listening to my parents talk while they think I'm absorbed in my reading. It was supposed to be pushed through this summer, but instead it was taken off the agenda. Not completely, though, Pansy added. It was tabled for revision, at least that's the official story. Unofficially, I believe the party reconsidered the timing of the proposed legislation and opted to wait for fairer weather in which to introduce it. But what was the legislation? Theo asked. Concerned, it must have been the Sau parties if they decided to wait. It's no secret that Dumbledore's credibility and base of support swelled after the curing of the sickness, so I'm not surprised the party would hesitate before making any major moves against Dumbledore's faction, but what was it going to be? It's big, Millicent said, very big. And highly anti-Muggle blood, I believe. Alden said something last semester. Pansy trailed off, looking hesitant. I thought he was teasing me, but this summer I caught my mother going through the books of gold and silver, making a list of names. Male names. Draco frowned, but Theo just shrugged. What's so shocking about that? I mean, all the society mothers make lists like that for their daughters at some point. I'd be more surprised if your mother didn't have one already. Pansy bit her lip. I would agree, except that I saw a few of the names before she folded the list away. They didn't belong to purebloods. Blaise finally spoke up. All of you are correct for the most part. There is very controversial legislation being cooked up by the Sau party, and they were indeed planning to introduce it this summer. It also has a lot to do with why your mother was looking up half-blood lineages, Pansy. Part of the legislation is a marriage law that severely disadvantages those of Muggle blood. There is more to it than that, of course, and there are revisions and additions being made to it even now, but that is the heart of the situation. How do you know this, Blaise? Millicent demanded. Even your mother wouldn't spill party secrets to the uninitiated. One hears things, Blaise said vaguely, but I'm not the only one. Rigel doesn't look surprised at all by this, does he? Grimly resigned, perhaps, but certainly not surprised. The others turned to look at her, and Rigel winced internally at the slightly betrayed look Pansy in particular was giving her. You knew of this, Rigel. You knew there was going to be new marriage legislation and you didn't say anything. The owned girl asked, the hurt thinly masked by stiff effort. Rigel nodded slowly. I was aware of the possibility of such a law, yes, but I didn't tell you for several reasons. One is that I didn't expect the law to pass, particularly after the Sao Party's plans concerning the sleeping sickness did not exactly pan out the way they expected. Another is that the law will mean only what you want it to, for purebloods like us. She had almost said, like you, but luckily caught herself in time. There is nothing for you to worry about, Pansy. Your mother was likely just exploring all options, but the law would not require purebloods to marry halfbloods by any stretch. It is quite the opposite. Blaze raised his eyebrows consideringly. You are even more informed than I'd realized. I was able to glean only the bare bones of the legislation, but you speak as though you've read through a copy of it at your leisure. Rigel shrugged uncomfortably. This legislation will have far worse consequences for my family than it will for any of yours. I'm not saying this to make you guys uncomfortable or anything, but it's the truth. Some of the people I hold closest to me have Muggle blood. Because of this, my family had a more vested interest in the proposed legislation than perhaps yours did. I didn't want to bring it up when it might make you all feel sorry for me or resent me for complaining when you yourselves had nothing to do with it. Draco finally spoke up. I understand that, Rigel, and I don't think any of us blame you for not wanting to talk about it, especially when it was only a possibility, not a certainty, but there is something I don't understand. You said the Sao Party had plans concerning the sleeping sickness. What did you mean by that? Rigel gazed sadly at her friend. You already know what I mean, don't you? I could see it in your eyes when people were falling ill. You had a vague idea that the sickness wasn't accidental, didn't you? Draco looked away, an uncomfortable frown on his face. I can't believe that my father, all of our fathers and mothers, would knowingly endanger their heirs for strategic gain. Even if that's what makes sense politically, I know that my parents would never do that to me. Pansy spoke up tentatively, but we never were in danger, Draco. I know how close it was for you, but the only reason you became so ill was because they unexpectedly switched the ingredients in the sustainment potions to something you were allergic to. Your parents would never have foreseen that, if they did in fact know about the sickness. She looked a little disturbed. Somehow it makes too much sense. Like I always knew but never wanted to admit it to myself. Rigel, I think you're right. The Sao Party did have something to do with the sickness. Of course, Millicent said slowly. Yes, because if kids fall sick, Dumbledore loses credibility, and Dumbledore's faction is what stands in the way of anti-Muggle legislation. If the sickness was as benign as it was intended to be, then no harm comes to us, but the sickness can't be logically traced back to the Sao Party, because all of our parents are big supporters of it and people will assume exactly what Draco did, that parents would never endanger their heirs. It all fits. Except it wasn't as benign as it was supposed to be, Draco said angrily. You're telling me that I almost died for a piece of legislation to be passed. A piece of legislation that sounds like it has nothing to even do with us. It's just some law about half-bloods getting married, and for that we lived in constant fear for months at Hogwarts. Just pawns in some political maneuver that obviously wasn't well planned out if it went so horribly wrong that the heir to the party's biggest supporter nearly died. He was breathing heavily, scowling so hard none of them could meet his eyes. Rigel spoke softly. Someone made a mistake, Draco, but it wasn't any of us, and it wasn't really your parents, either. They weren't there, so I'm sure they didn't understand how it was when the sickness hit. I'm sure it made a lot of good sense to the party leaders when it was proposed, if indeed any of them actually knew about it, which we're not sure they did. Don't act like it isn't obvious now that it's said, Draco scoffed. You all read the interview my father gave the day I fell ill. He wasn't worried at all about me, just worried about putting the right spin on the situation. Rigel bit her lip, wondering how long Draco had kept quiet in loyal denial about these thoughts. Exactly, Draco, Pansy said. He wasn't worried because he knew the sickness wasn't going to harm you, not because he didn't care. When he realized the danger to you, didn't he and your mother come to Hogwarts immediately? Didn't they stay there for days under quarantine? They were really scared for you, Draco. Rigel added truthfully. Your father nearly killed me when he realized who had been brewing the potions that caused your allergy. He didn't sleep, and he barely ate a thing. He moved mountains to get Snape home ahead of schedule just on the off chance that the professor might be able to save you. Don't blame your father for this, Dre. It truly was an accident. And you didn't die, Theo put in. Rigel saved you. I guess that means that you're the reason this legislation was tabled, doesn't it, Rigel? Since you cured the sickness and then turned around to give the credit to Dumbledore, thereby restoring his political clout. Rigel fidgeted under the other's scrutiny. I suppose in a roundabout way that's true. Pansy just shook her head. So you've known at least since you cured the sickness that it was a political move. I did wonder why you made it sound like Snape and Dumbledore had done all the work when anyone asked. She considered Rigel seriously. We might make a decent politician of you, yet. Except he's playing for the wrong side, Millicent pointed out. I mean, shouldn't we be upset that Rigel foiled the party's plans? He basically made it so that we all fell sick for nothing. Draco and Pansy glared at Millicent, but the dark-haired girl just shrugged. I'm not saying I'm not grateful to Rigel for saving Draco, I'm just pointing out the political technicalities of the suggestion. Because the sickness went so wrong, not even the party can truly blame Rigel for curing it and setting back their plans, Blaise said thoughtfully. It would be far worse if the Malfoy scion had died, even if it did get the legislation passed. The party would lose a lot of support if the reason for the sickness got out, as it surely would if the Malfoys turned on the party in their justified grief and anger. Well, as mercilessly as Blaise just phrased that, it sounds about right, Theo said, and I for one can't blame Rigel for working against the party's political agenda if the legislation means bad news for his family. I mean, even the biggest party supporters understand that family comes before politics and even house loyalties. The others agreed with various degrees of vehemence, and after that the conversation drifted to other things. All of them were aware of the tentative balance they had achieved, though. They had never brought it up, but Rigel knew her friends had always wondered just who she was loyal to, despite having said repeatedly that she had no interest in politics. As it was now abundantly clear that Rigel both understood and even actively influenced politics when it became necessary, it was much harder for them to act as though she was no different than the rest of them. Thankfully, they were too polite to voice any disdain or disgruntlement concerning Rigel's conflicting loyalties. She wasn't sure, however, how long such a situation could last in the face of the ever-thickening political soup that was seeping into their lives as they grew older. When their true loyalties were eventually called upon, could any of them really remain her friends? That was a thought for the future, however, so she ignored it. She didn't want to worry about politics just then. Instead, Rigel made a promise to herself that she would not get caught up in anything serious or complicated that year. She wanted to focus on enjoying the friendships she'd formed but neglected the previous year, and on furthering her studies and extracurriculars. This year she wouldn't distance herself from her housemates. She would get to know them in truth, rather than in passing. Rigel told herself she wasn't going to care about anything that happened outside of Hogwarts until June. She would concentrate on her studies and her friends, and actually enjoy herself. After all, what was the point of risking her very soul for her dream if she didn't even stop to appreciate the fruits of her labor? She was at Hogwarts, for Merlin's sake. She, a half-blood, was attending Hogwarts and studying under Professor Snape, the greatest potion master that ever lived. Politics could wait. She had good friends and a great opportunity to learn, and she was not going to waste either one. Their group got off of the train and, instead of following Hagrid, set off toward the carriages for the first time. Rigel had caught glimpses of the carriages the previous year, as they were the same ones used to ferry the third years to Hogsmeade, and so could be seen coming and going from the grounds every other month or so. There was something different about them, though, and Rigel couldn't put her finger on what it was until she realized with a horrified jolt that the last time she'd seen these carriages they had been pulling themselves. Now, however, great black horses with soulless white eyes and wide, leathery wings stood restlessly before the carriages. The horses were thin to the point of unnaturalness, and their heads were shaped more like a small dragon's, long and pointy, than any horse she'd ever seen. What are those? Rigel blurted, stunned into voicing her thoughts abruptly. She got a feeling of unease about the creatures, which only intensified when one of them turned its glittery, white eyes on her and seemed to sniff the air in her direction with interest. She was pretty sure she caught a glimpse of Fang, as well. What? Pansy said absently, scanning the queue around them and smiling politely at people she knew. Those horses pulling the carriages, Rigel said. They weren't there last year, were they? Pansy looked toward the carriages, then back toward Rigel, then back to the carriages, before shaking her head. There's nothing pulling the carriages, Rigel. Rigel blinked, then frowned. You can't see them. Of course she can't. Theo spoke up from behind Rigel. None of them can, Rigel. Rigel turned to Theo, who looked upon the skeletal horses with an expression of great distaste. What do you mean? She asked. You can see them, can't you? Yes, Theo said shortly, I can. What are you two talking about? Draco scowled, looking between them and the carriages with frustrated confusion. They're horseless carriages. No, they aren't, a voice spoke from behind them. It was Alden Rosier, and his expression was unusually serious. Those beasts are called Thestrals, Black. You aren't imagining them, most people just can't see them. Edmund Rookwood, who was standing behind Rosier beside a blank-faced Alisana Selwyn, nodded his head in agreement, adding, a fact they should be thankful for. Rigel narrowed her eyes. But why? Come on, Alden, Rookwood interrupted her, let's get inside. The three of them went to climb into a carriage, and Rigel, suddenly possessed with a fierce curiosity, started after them. See you at the feast, she said quickly to her friends, before jogging over to jump into the carriage with Rosier, Rookwood, and Selwyn. The upperclassmen looked at her with raised eyebrows and expectant expressions. Rigel flushed slightly at her own rudeness, but she had to know. Why can only Theo and I see the Thestrals? She asked. Selwyn frowned and opened her mouth, but Rookwood put a hand on her shoulder repressively. There's no use trying to protect the boy if he can already see them, Rookwood pointed out in his deep, mountain voice. Then why didn't you just tell me? Rigel asked, trying not to sound petulant. Pansy didn't need to hear, Rosier said, gazing at Rigel with an emotion that was hard to unravel. It was something like interest, but tempered with a solemn sort of pity. She worries about her friends too much. It would only upset her. Rigel was becoming more and more uneasy the longer they hinted and prevaricated. Are you going to tell me why, or just make vague generalities until I look it up myself? It's death, okay. Selwyn snapped, her kohl-rimmed eyes roiling with suppressed emotion. You can't see a Thestral unless you've witnessed death. And accepted it, Rookwood said. His voice was sad, but his sharp, half-lidded gaze was directed at Selwyn, not at Rigel. The dark-haired beauty didn't seem to notice as she turned her face to the window and stared, unseeing, across the dark grounds. Rigel felt that she had upset the older girl, but also felt that it would make things worse to try and apologize when she had no idea what Selwyn had gone through to make her sensitive to death. Rigel herself was taken aback by the idea of a creature that one could only see after being basically traumatized in some way, but she was suddenly grateful that most of her friends couldn't see the Thestrals as well. It made her sad for Theo, who was obviously bitter about whatever death he'd seen. She recalled that his mother had died when he was younger, and hoped fervently that that hadn't been the death he experienced. Rigel then remembered that while she had not been there for Aunt Diana's last moments, Archie had, and wondered if he would be able to see the Thestrals, too. Black, Rosier's voice called her back to the present. She turned to look at him, and was surprised to see the fifth year almost hesitate. Would it be correct to assume that you were unable to see the Thestrals last year? Rigel nodded, suddenly reminded of her own brush with death over the summer. A man, running through an alley. Blue vest. Blood, so much blood, and a knife that gleamed in the light of a blazing. No. She shook her head slightly, banishing the images. Yes, she had seen a man die. She understood that, accepted it even, but she didn't have to relive it. She had moved past the terror and numb horror of that night. She was training with Remus, and even more on her own, growing faster and stronger so that nothing like that would happen before her eyes again. Never again would she be a witness to death without actively seeking to prevent it. Our condolences, Black, Rookwood said softly, finally looking away from Selwyn, who was ignoring the conversation. Thanks, Rigel said absently. What? Oh, no, it wasn't anyone I knew personally. I mean, I just happened to see it. Blood, smoke, fire, wand, knife. Rigel blinked hard to dismiss the images that for some reason just would not leave her mind. She obviously hadn't tucked them away securely enough in her mindscape if they flashed across her eyes without her summoning them. Rosier's gaze sharpened and the interest seemed to win out over what Rigel now recognized as sympathy, or perhaps it really was just pity. You just happened to see the death of a complete stranger. Do you volunteer at St. Mungo's with your surrogate uncle? No, Rigel said, it was just an accident. I was out running errands and it just sort of happened. She was quiet for a moment, then said, so, can you all? Sorry, that was insensitive. I cannot, Rosier said, though Edmund and Alice can. Rigel wondered who Rosier was talking about until she realized that Alice was a nickname for Alisana. The tension in the carriage seemed to go up another notch and Rigel shifted uncomfortably. Let's talk about something else, Rookwood said firmly. Rosier shrugged, and Rigel nodded her agreement. Actually, I was going to speak with the two of you about something anyway, Rigel said. What about? Rosier asked with polite interest. Pansy's birthday, Rigel said. Last year we weren't good enough friends to celebrate it, but it's September 6th, isn't it? It is, Rosier said, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly. What are you planning? Rigel grinned slightly. I'll tell you, but I need your help. Doing what? Rookwood asked. Distracting Pansy, Rigel said. A surprise, Rosier said, his honey gold eyes glinting. Countess in black. Soon the carriage came to a stop and she disembarked, keeping her eyes away from the grim, black Thestrals as she went to join her friends, who were climbing out of the carriage behind hers. They all filed into the great hall and took their seats. Last year's sixth years were now in the coveted seats at the end of the table closest to the doors. The seventh years traditionally got to sit furthest from the teacher's table with the sixth years next to them, then fifth, and so on. Rigel and her friends were in the lowest occupied portion of the table, but of course 1/7 of the table on the end closest to the head table was empty now, reserved for the new Slytherins that would be sorted before the night was out. They waited quite a while for the first years, and Rigel supposed it took much longer to take the boats across the lake than to ride in the carriages. Eventually, however, McGonagall went to fetch the new first years and the sorting hat was revealed. Rigel could have sworn she saw the hat smirk before it began its song. Every year begins this way. With faces old and new. And first years filing in the hall. And standing in a queue. Most of you look scared to death. As you await your turn. I promise it won't hurt much, but there's something you will learn. You see, it is my job to tell you where you ought to be. And look inside your mind and judge your heart on what I see. Now here's the part where I explain what different houses mean. This knowledge gives you some idea toward which house you should lean. But sometimes hats get bored, you know. And sometimes they get tired of singing self-same songs to you. And so I got inspired to really shake things up a bit and have a little fun and tell you all a story of a song that wasn't sung. For once there was a wizard kid who walked through that same door. He listened as I told him of the mighty founding four. He got it in his head that one house stood above the rest. And when he put me on his head, he thought that he knew best. And though I told him otherwise, he stubbornly resisted and did not go where he belonged, despite what I'd insisted. And though this boy obtained his wish, his needs were never met. He spent his school life looking back on that day with regret. If only he had listened when he heard his destiny. He spent his years in shackles when he could have been set free. This year you won't find differences of houses in my song. You'll come to me unbiased. And you'll go where you belong. So please forget the things you've heard. Or what your friends might do. The most important thing is finding what is right for you. There was a moment or two of incredulous silence before applause slowly started up from the students around the hall. Even a few of the professors looked entirely bemused by the hat's song, but the sorting proceeded nonetheless. Rigel thought it was a bit optimistic for the hat to think that not going over the stereotypes just before the sorting began was going to help much, especially considering that all of the students were purebloods, and had no doubt been hearing of the 4 Hogwarts houses for years. Still, she supposed a talking hat was entitled to its eccentricities, and it did have a good point. There was a lot of bias embodied in the house system, not just in what each house represented, but in who went to each house. Weasleys went to Gryffindors, Macmillans went to Hufflepuff, Malfoys went to Slytherin, and the Turpins went to Ravenclaw. It was one of those universal truths that only changed when people like Sirius Black rocked the boat. Then again, Rigel thought, as a Slytherin who was also technically a Potter, it's not as though she had room to talk about upsetting natural orders. The newest Slytherins sat stiffly to Rigel's left. She glanced over during Dumbledore's speech to take in the new faces and saw a couple of first-year boys with dark hair sending quick looks up the Slytherin table. The boys were remarkably similar looking, though Rigel didn't recall them having the same last name. They'd look over at the upperclassmen, then look quickly away again, heads bent together, whispering quietly, then look at a different section of upperclassmen. Rigel raised a brow at the two of them when they happened to look her way, but instead of flinching or blushing at being caught, they both grinned at her with identical mischievous winks. Rigel felt a shiver run down her spine and fervently began hoping those two never met the Weasley twins. The feast itself was glorious. Rigel stuck to meatless dishes for posterity. She was planning on sneaking into the kitchens in the early mornings to get her major proteins in. Everything was moving along smoothly until Adrian Pusey cursed loudly from a little further up the table. It wasn't loud enough to carry to the other tables, and certainly not the head table, but it was noticeable enough above the chatter that every Slytherin within 10 seats of Pusey turned to stare at him. No one could accuse Slytherins of being overly concerned about other people's sensibilities, but rarely would one be so crass as to curse out loud over a dinner table for no apparent reason. Pusey didn't even seem to notice the attention he was garnering. He had his neck bent looking at something in his lap, and he seemed from where Rigel was sitting to have both hands in his lap as well, as though he were struggling with something. Many of the girls gave disapproving murmurs and averted their eyes, but Rigel seriously doubted Pusey was doing whatever they thought he was in the Great Hall. Most seemed content to watch Pusey mutter and curse to himself, though Lucian Bowl, who was sitting next to him, finally hauled Adrian's shoulder back so he could see just what exactly his friend was doing. A second later, Bowl reared back, knocking against the person on his other side and nearly spilling his pumpkin juice everywhere. His eyes were wide and his lips were pressed tight together with muted shock. Shit, Lucian. Pusey threw his friend a glare. You startled it. Oh, crud. A flash of panic flew across Pusey's face before he froze and looked up. His gaze moved from one Slytherin to the next and he swallowed heavily. Nobody move, okay. The other Slytherins within hearing became instantly motionless. What have you done, Pusey? A boy Rigel recognized as Miles Bletchley narrowed his eyes at Pusey from his seat across the table. It's a snake, Bowl snapped, glaring at Pusey. Adrian's got a snake and he's lost it. Adrian, what the hell? A fourth-year girl with long, owned hair said. Everyone was speaking as softly as they could and trying not to glance at the head table. They might think Pusey was an idiot, but no one was going to get him in trouble on purpose. Just don't move, okay? Pusey said. Spread the word to everyone at the table to stay very still. It's under the table, and we don't want to startle it. Surreptitiously, each Slytherin student turned to his or her neighbor and explained the situation. Rigel passed it along to Draco, though both of them had been paying attention from the start, and Draco explained it quietly to the first year on the other side of him. The 11-year-old girl had a pair of long, dark pigtails that quivered slightly when she stilled. Is it poisonous? The first year whispered back. That, Rigel thought, was a very good question. Just then, Pansy, who was sitting on Rigel's right side, closer to Pusey, stiffened in her seat. She let out the barest hint of a squeak, then said, in a very calm and quiet voice, it's on my foot. Pusey looked over from where he was sitting. You feel it, Pansy? Pansy nodded slowly. It's moving across my shoe now, headed toward you, Rigel. Rigel nodded her acceptance. She was used to snakes, thanks to Sirius. little collection of them at Archie's house, so she was prepared when she felt the first flicks of a questing tongue against her ankle, which was bared by the way her robes rode up a bit when she sat. Yes, I can feel it now, Rigel said evenly. She kept her face blank and slowly slid her hand under the table. Don't, Rigel, Draco frowned, but didn't make any sudden moves. You don't know if it will bite or not. By the worried and uneasy look on Pusey's face, Rigel would say the odds of avoiding being bitten weren't good, at least for anyone else. She felt the snake wrap itself around her ankle and then slide higher. Rigel put her palm beside her knee and waited. Sure enough, she soon felt a small tongue flicking against her palm, testing her scent. Rigel slid down in her seat slowly, very slowly, and bent sideways at the waist so that she could stick her head under the tablecloth. It was dark, but with the sounds of the feast muffled slightly, she could now clearly hear the hissing coming from the snake, which was coiled quite firmly around her right leg now. Too many softlingses, the snake complained, too many smells, hungry, tired, sso cold. Come here, Rigel hissed as quietly as she could, though of course Parseltongue was already a very quiet language. The snake stilled, then shifted higher on her leg, speaker. Yes, Rigel said, come here, please. I will feed you, and then you can sleep. Food. The snake wound its head around Rigel's hand and loosened its hold on her calf a bit. Promise me, speaker. Promise me food. I wear it, Rigel said, but you must come now, and wind about my wrist. If you bite me or the other humans, you will get no Michi. Agreed, speaker. The snake wound its way quickly from her leg to her wrist. Rigel used her other hand to cover the snake with her robe sleeve before re-emerging from the table slowly. She brought her right hand, with the small, black snake hidden around her wrist, into her lap, using her left hand to pick up her goblet and take a sip as though nothing had happened. Rigel, where's the snake? Draco asked quietly. Rigel glanced pointedly at her lap, and Draco inhaled sharply. You are such an idiot, her friend muttered. What if it poisons you? You're just upset because Black handled it while you were too scared to, Daphne Greengrass said snidely from diagonally across the table. I am not afraid of snakes, Draco said, I just don't like surprises. Rigel ignored them. Tell Pusey I'll give it back in the common room, she told Pansy. Pansy nodded tightly and turned to relay the message down the table. Rigel was the recipient of many apprehensive glances for the duration of the feast. Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, who was smiling awfully brightly considering the track record of his predecessors. She was trying to ignore the snake's disgruntled complaints about sitting still and staying hidden, as well as its demands for her to speak with it. Instead, she ran a soothing hand down the snake's coils every now and then, and when the feast was over, she slipped away as quickly as she could and headed to the kitchens to beg a mouse from Binny. The cheerful elf was very accommodating, even giving Rigel a bag of stunned mice for the road. Rigel promised to stop by and see the elf before breakfast the next day, and then left to head back toward the common room. She arrived just as the first years were being led through the portrait hole by Selwyn, who was head girl that year. Rigel followed the new Slytherins into the common room and was momentarily surprised to see all the Slytherins still sitting or standing about the large, low-ceilinged space. Then she remembered that Snape would be coming in to give his start-of-term speech, and that the only reason he hadn't the previous year was because something had come up. Rigel spotted Pusey arguing quietly with a few other upperclassmen near one of the fireplaces and went over to them. Can't believe you would be so idiotic, Adrian, Bull was saying quietly, bringing that to the table. What were you going to do with it? Nothing, Adrian defended. I just didn't want to leave him with the baggage. He was a gift from my uncle, and I'm supposed to take care of him. We're not even supposed to have snakes, Bletchley snapped. I didn't think anyone would find out, Adrian said. I was just gonna keep him in the dorms, but as soon as we got into the Great Hall he started freaking out on me. Wouldn't stay in my pocket. You'd better hope Snape didn't see anything from the head table, Bull said lowly, if Black hadn't taken care of it. Hem. Rigel coughed pointedly and tilted her head to the side in a way that she knew made her look especially innocent. Black. Pusey rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Listen, I'm really sorry about. I have your snake, Rigel said, holding out her right wrist and peeling back her sleeve. He's had a mouse just now, and he's warmed up a bit, but I think he's very tired, so it would probably be a good idea to put him up in your room for now, and feed him one of these mice. Harry pulled out the bag and handed it to him. When he wakes up. Thanks, Pusey said, accepting the snake from Rigel's wrist gently, and tucking the mice away into his robes. I'd best do it before Snape gets here, then. Rigel nodded, and turned away to find the other second years. They asked her a lot of questions, but Rigel gave the standard answer that her father kept snakes as pets, so she had a lot of experience with them. 10 minutes later, Snape made his entrance. Rigel was momentarily frozen as her mind raced back to that night just 1 year ago, when she had first laid eyes on the greatest potion master of their time. She had thought him the truest embodiment of genius and authority. Now, well, he was certainly a genius, and he still exuded the kind of authority that seasoned Aurors could only dream of, but Rigel felt as though she didn't look at him with nearly the same amount of starry-eyed idolization as she had last year. She had worked with Snape now. Learned from him. She had seen him darkly amused whenever Ron Weasley answered a question incorrectly. She had seen the lines of tension in his forehead after brewing for hours on end to stock the hospital wing during the sleeping sickness. She had seen his triumphant smirk when Slytherin won a Quidditch game, and his stiff relief when Draco awoke from his coma. Snape was everything she'd ever imagined him to be: snarky, competent, brilliant and cold. But he was so much more human than she'd anticipated, as foolish as that sounded. Snape gave his customary speech, and told Selwyn to show the first years their dormitories. Then he turned to the rest of them and scowled darkly, adding, I don't know what was going on at the dinner table during the feast tonight, and I don't want to know. Suffice to say that none of you are as subtle as you think yourselves, and I trust it does not happen again. The Slytherins all murmured various versions of, yes, sir. After that, they were free to go to their dorm rooms. Rigel followed the other second years down their hallway, but was taken aback to see Blaise continue right past the dorm he'd lived in last year and turn into hers. She exchanged a bewildered look with Draco, but when they reached the door to their room it became rather obvious. Where once it had read, Arcturus Black, Draco Malfoy, and Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini was now tacked on underneath. When they entered the dorm room, several changes were immediately apparent. It was significantly bigger, for one thing, and on the left side of the dorm there was an extra bed between Rigel's and Theo's, with Zabini's trunk sitting at the foot. An extra wardrobe had appeared along the wardrobe wall, and an extra desk was sitting to the right side of the room as well. Theo turned to smile incredulously at Blaise. You're in here with us, now. Why didn't you say anything? Surprise, Blaise said mildly. Yes, I requested the switch at the end of last year. Sorry about the inconvenience, though I did argue that if Snape agreed to my request he should add a second bathroom to this dorm, since the girls and now Crabbe and Goyle only have to share in twos. Sure enough, when Rigel looked over there were two doors where previously there had only been one bathroom door. Rigel shrugged and headed over to her trunk to find her toothbrush. I don't mind. I definitely don't, Theo said, grinning. It's so boring in here with just those two. Rigel's almost never here except to sleep, and Draco just studies or writes letters to his parents when he's in here. Blaise glanced at Rigel with an expression she couldn't decipher, then turned to Draco and said, and you? Are you all right with the change? I wouldn't wish Crabbe and Goyle on anyone, Draco said. Welcome to our dorm. Thank you. Blaise's smile was very wolf-like, but perhaps he couldn't help it. Rigel cleaned her teeth and kicked off her shoes before climbing into bed. She didn't bother with the hangings, as it would be better logistically if she had a clear view of the room in case something happened in the middle of the night. She had been thinking more and more in terms of strategic safety since the night of the fire, and was now in the habit of sleeping with her wand under her pillow, rather than on her bedside table or even in her trunk. A few minutes later, Draco called irritably, Aren't you going to douse that light, Blaise? Blaise answered back slowly, I am. I was just waiting for Rigel to change so he doesn't have to in the dark. Oh, Rigel sleeps in his robes, Theo said from his bed. You can just douse it. In his clothes. Blaise's voice was clearly incredulous. Why? Well, Theo said slowly, I guess I've never thought about it. He's always done that, since the first night last year. Still here, Rigel said mildly, mentally groaning. Of course Blaze would think it strange. When she first got here, Draco and Theo hadn't been well enough acquainted with her to comment on all the strange things she did, like sleep in her clothes or change in the bathroom after her shower, and once they'd become friends they were used to it. Blaze, however, now had the unfortunate position of being both new to her habits and good enough friends with her to question them. Joy. Well, why do you sleep in your clothes? Draco asked suddenly. I can't believe we never asked you this before. Not asked me if I owned nightclothes once, I think, Rigel said thoughtfully, but after that you just let it drop. Oh, Draco said. No, wait, you still haven't answered the question. Rigel shifted uncomfortably. It's in case there's an emergency in the middle of the night. I'd feel more prepared to deal with it if I had my robes on and wasn't hampered by bedclothes. Originally, that was even sort of true, though she had been expecting her dorm mates to prank her for being the son of a blood traitor. Now, she trusted her dorm mates, and was more concerned with intruders. Then, of course, there was the fact that she felt significantly more vulnerable as a female in her nightclothes than she did in her form-hiding robes. Wow, Rigel, Theo said, you're really paranoid. As he should be, Draco said, considering how much trouble he attracts. He did have someone trying to attack him all of first semester last year. Yet he began sleeping in his clothes before all the trouble even started, Blaze said, interesting. Not really, Rigel said shortly, could you put out the light, now? We should get some sleep. Blaze chuckled softly, but he put out the light nonetheless. The next morning, Rigel woke much earlier than her roommates. She quietly grabbed the drawstring pouch she kept her workout clothes in from her trunk and crept out of the dark room and into the quiet common room. Part of the exercise regimen Remus had her on involved a long run every morning before breakfast, and Rigel fully intended to keep up with his prescriptions while at school. She changed in a bathroom on the ground floor, near the Great Hall, and strapped on her leg weights. Her workout clothes were more comfortable than her robes, and lighter, too, but still baggy enough that her burgeoning figure, which was admittedly non-existent at this point, but might be of worry in a year or so, remained indiscernible. Rigel stowed her bag, which now held her school robes, in an alcove by the front entrance to grab when she finished, and slipped out of the castle doors. The lake was choppy from the brisk morning wind, and the sound of the small waves beating against the shore helped to block out everything around her as she began her run. She decided to try running all the way around the lake once, and then see how tired she was. Running, Rigel found, was a lot like meditating. It cleared the mind and made your breathing sound much louder than normal. It was also good for thinking, and one of the things Remus had warned her of was that it was nearly impossible to defend yourself without knowing yourself. If you couldn't understand yourself, how could you understand your enemy? He made it very clear that her greatest flaw at the moment was her tendency to bury things. If something bothered her on a conscious level, she didn't think about it. She pretended nothing upset her, and by doing this never came to terms with events in her life that should have changed her. Instead, she accepted things that happened to her, let them sink into her mind, then helped them sink further, until they lay so hidden beneath the surface of her consciousness that they didn't bother her. Rigel accepted that Remus was right in this case, but didn't really see what was wrong with that. After all, once you acknowledge that something happened, you can forget about it and move on with, no. She was doing it again. Remus had warned her how hard it was to change yourself. He had predicted that her mental patterns would reassert themselves wherever possible. She was not supposed to give in to that. She was supposed to let her life experiences change her, instead of treating them like an interesting fact she'd read about, or a story she'd heard about someone else. She ran faster, frustrated with her lack of progress mentally. Remus said he would teach her basic self-defense without a wand, but that he wouldn't teach her proper dueling until she had the correct mind frame to handle the instruction. Rigel supposed it was a bit like what Professor Snape had pointed out when he diagnosed the problem with her magic last year. When she first performed accidental magic, she had either been frightened, or she had received negative feedback about it, and as a result Rigel had developed hyper-control of her unconscious magical output, to the point that later on she couldn't even use her magic consciously without great effort. Rigel had eventually come to a compromise with her magic. She asked it nicely to do what she wanted, and it didn't try to escape her control at an opportune times via the outlet of her Phoenix wand, which seemed to side with her magic more often than it did with her prior to the unspoken agreement. Still, Rigel couldn't control her magic like her peers did. They demanded their magic obey them, and if their willpower was strong enough for the spell they were attempting, it worked. Rigel had to coax her magic to work with her, and while the system worked well, she was yet unable to relax her unconscious controls on her magic. She didn't leak magic like most wizards did, according to Snape and Riddle. She also couldn't imbue potions unconsciously. Snape accepted it as simply a fact about her level of magical control, but deep down, in a part of her mind Rigel didn't like to focus on, she knew it for what it was. A symbol of her fear. She was afraid, on a subconscious level, to release her tight hold over her magic. On the surface, they were in sync, but underneath Rigel still couldn't trust her magic not to, hurt anyone. As Archie had pointed out, her magic had never actually hurt anyone. It had blown things up, whirled them around in the air, even disintegrated things when she got really upset as a child, but through all that it had never injured someone she cared about. Perhaps it was the fact that the potential for destruction was there that made her tamp down on her magic. It was the idea that one day it could hurt someone that she didn't trust. No, Rigel shook her head as her feet pounded on the grass, that wasn't true. It wasn't her magic that Rigel didn't trust. It was herself. The magic only responded to Rigel's will, although sometimes that will hadn't reached the point of intent yet. What she feared was that the more she relaxed her control, the more sensitive that response would become. What if, once she freed it, the magic started responding to her vague inclinations? To her whims? What if one day it acted in response to a thought? All it would take is one unkind, frustrated thought, and someone around her would get hurt. And it would be her fault, not the magic's, for having that thought. She would never consciously will harm to another person, she didn't think, but what if for one instant she had a weak desire and her magic chose to act upon it? She couldn't take that risk. Not when the year before her magic had already shown itself to be capable of acting without her express intent. How many things had it blown up in Quirrell's classroom, just because his constant picking annoyed her? So she acknowledged that she had too tight of a hold over her magic, but she wasn't going to do anything to change it. Only, wasn't that the same thing Remus had warned her about? Mentally she was in a similar habit. She started ignoring things she didn't want to think about young. Like when her father had rolled his eyes at her potions magazines and bought her a broomstick. Then again when he presented her with the snitch and frowned when she pointed to the bludgers. Like when her mother uncomfortably changed the subject when Rigel asked her what she knew about Severus Snape. Little disappointments and uncomfortable truths all got stored away safely in a place where she didn't have to think about them. After all, she didn't want to be frustrated with her mother, or feel like a letdown to her father. Since she didn't want to feel that way, why should she? Emotions were natural responses to environmental stimuli, and if she didn't want to feel a certain way, she simply had to ignore the experiences that might prompt a certain emotional response. It was easy, and it was familiar, but according to Remus it was going to hold her back. Because ignoring events, he said, didn't help you come to terms with them. You had to accept that the event happened, yes, but that wasn't enough. You then had to allow that event to change you, to shape you into something new, though for better or for worse was up to you. Rigel understood, sort of. The Night of the Fire, for instance, had been the kind of event that deeply affected a person. She had first broken down a bit, but then after crying on Mrs. Hurst she'd accepted it. Next, Rigel had used the event as fuel and impetus for changing herself for the better. She had started learning to protect herself and others around her. Then, once the experience's usefulness to her was past, she ignored it. Apparently, however, ignoring was not enough. And using it as a springboard for personal change was not enough. Rigel was missing something, some step in the process, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She finished her lap and doubled over, panting, by the shore. She was dripping with sweat, and her legs were shaking quite a bit. She knew that Remus could have run around that lake 4 times without stopping, but she felt accomplished with her paltry one lap all the same. After a few more minutes' rest, she began the strengthening and flexibility exercises that she was still convinced were some sort of torture regimen. There were the usual push-ups and sit-ups, and then there were all sorts of convoluted stretches that she hoped no one ever saw her doing. After that she had to start on her weights. She removed the weighted balls from her pockets, where Remus the sadist had bade her to keep them while she ran, as if the leg weights weren't enough, and began lifting, curling, squeezing, and otherwise punishing her arm muscles for being weak and girly. When she had practiced her basic punches and kicks until she thought Remus could not possibly fault her for stopping, Rigel jogged back up to the castle and retrieved her bag from the alcove before making a beeline down to the kitchens. When she entered, the house elves seemed to be just starting their preparations for breakfast, and Rigel realized she must have woken earlier than she thought. She really ought to get a watch or something. Archie's was fine and well for special occasions, but as a pureblood heir, she should have one all the time. Binny, she called over the noise of plates and silverware being set out. A house elf with a necklace of champagne corks and a pretty pink tea cozy separated herself from the throng. Young sir. Binny curtsied and then bounced happily on her toes, smiling up at Rigel. You came. I promised, didn't I? Rigel smiled back. So do you have time to talk? Well, Binny is working. Binny hesitated, as you needing something that Binny can be doing while we is chatting. Sure. Rigel thought quickly. Could you sit with me while cutting up some meat for me to eat? Binny's eyes widened. You is eating meat now. I'm going to try to eat more meat this year, but I don't want to eat it at the table, Rigel said carefully, so I was wondering if you could keep sending vegetarian stuff upstairs, but if I could come down here in the mornings to get some meat as well. The house elf nodded seriously. Binny can do that. What kind of meat is you liking? I'm not sure. Harry wrinkled her nose. Maybe chicken. Binny gave her a very unimpressed look. I is making you lots of meat, and you is trying them all. Rigel grimaced, but agreed. Binny bustled about picking up different pre-cooked meats and things, then perched herself with a cutting board and several bowls of seasoning. So how was your summer, Binny? Rigel asked. I mean, what do you guys do all summer? Binny glanced amusedly at Rigel over the large knife she was wielding. I is working over the summer, of course. At Hogwarts? Rigel asked curiously. I'd have thought there wasn't much to do. There isn't being much, Binny agreed. The oldest elves is staying at Hogwarts, but the rest of us is finding work elsewhere. Binny is working at the unicorn stables on Madame Terraine's estate. Really? Rigel asked curiously. Is that in France? Yes. Binny nodded enthusiastically. It is beautiful there. I is liking the unicorns very much. If we is finishing work quickly, Madame Terraine is letting the elves play with the baby unicorns until they is going to sleep. Binny gave a dreamy sigh. I is liking work at the stables almost as much as I is liking Hogwarts. Do you speak French, then? Rigel asked. Oh yes. Binny nodded quickly. French is being very fun to speak. Rigel smiled. What other languages can you speak? All kinds. Binny shrugged. A house elf is never knowing who is needing them to work. That's so cool, Rigel said, a bit wistfully. Was it hard to learn? Not so very hard, Binny said earnestly. It is being easier than flying. What? Rigel said, smiling in amusement. It is being a house elf saying, Binny said, when things is seeming hard, we is thinking they is not as hard as flying, and they is seeming better. Rigel laughed. If only everyone saw life that way. Maybe I is teaching you. Binny suggested slyly. To be more optimistic. Rigel blinked. I guess it couldn't hurt. Binny giggled and shook her head. No. French. Maybe I is teaching you French, if you is so interested in languages. Rigel was about to decline politely, figuring she had enough on her plate, but then she paused. It would lend credibility to the backup story that she was a poor pureblood from the continent if she knew a European language or two. Won't it interfere with your free time? Rigel said tentatively. Binny beamed. Yes, exactly. Right. House elf. Rigel smiled a bit ruefully. She was definitely going to find Binny a selfish hobby one of these days. Well, if you're sure you want to, Rigel said, I would love to learn French. How about? No, we won't have enough time in the mornings, and you have to work anyway. Evening is no good, either. I've got too much work to do, and I might be brewing with Snape. Say, Binny, do you work during lunch? Binny is making lunch, Binny said. I mean, after it's made. Do you work during lunch? Rigel asked. No, Binny is eating during lunch, Binny said with a smile, and young sir is eating, too. Why don't we eat together? Rigel asked. I'll get a book on French from the library, and learn it in my free time. Then over lunch you and I can chat in French. And Binny can mercilessly correct young sir's pronunciation. Binny squealed happily, then leaned forward and said, in a very serious tone of voice, it is being the only way to really learn. Rigel raised her eyebrows. Whatever you say, Professor Binny. Binny looked momentarily horrified by the address, before she collapsed into giggles once more. 5 points to Slytherin. Oh, this is being fun. Rigel stayed for a while longer. She tried the various meats that Binny presented her with, finally deciding that chicken was the closest to fish, and therefore the one she liked best. She could stomach a little steak and pork, but she would definitely be sticking to birds and other white meats if she could. She said goodbye to Binny when it seemed that breakfast was almost ready and headed back to the common room to shower and change into a clean set of school robes. When she entered her dorm room, it was to the sound of raised voices. Well, one raised voice. What do you mean you don't know? That was definitely Draco. You were awake first. And he was long gone by the time I was. Blaze's voice sounded bored and annoyed. He's probably in the library. It's the first day of school. We have nothing to be in the library for, Draco said. Who are you looking for? Rigel finally spoke up. Blaze and Draco turned to the door, and while Draco brightened visibly, Blaze rolled his eyes. Who do you think? Blaze muttered. Where were you this morning? Draco asked. It still is morning, Rigel said mildly, going around Draco and fishing in her trunk for a clean robe and pair of boxer shorts. I've got to shower, so you guys should go ahead. Why do you have to shower? Draco called after her. And what on earth are you wearing? Rigel smiled briefly over her shoulder. See you at breakfast, Draco. Her first day of classes went fairly smoothly, until they got to double defense against the dark arts with the Hufflepuffs. It was pretty clear, to Rigel at least, that Dumbledore had fired Quirrell at the end of last year because of his involvement with the sleeping sickness. Rigel herself had overheard Snape confronting Quirrell about being the one to expose the population of the castle to the sickness, and if Snape was as loyal to Dumbledore as he seemed, then there was no doubt the headmaster knew exactly who was responsible for that fiasco and had fired him post-haste. She supposed he didn't have enough proof to file criminal charges, but a headmaster didn't need a specific reason to fire his teacher. There weren't exactly unions in the wizarding world. It was good that he'd taken what action he could to remove a threat to the school. On the other hand, looking at Gilderoy Lockhart posturing at the front of their Dada classroom, Rigel was a little less convinced that Dumbledore knew what he was doing. Welcome all of you, Lockhart said, beaming down at them all from the raised platform he'd installed in front of the blackboard. When your headmaster showed up personally at my mansion in the south of Wales and begged me to instruct you all in the ancient art of self-defense against the dark forces, I was a little hesitant. Draco and Pansy looked at each other, looked at Lockhart, and then looked back at one another and raised simultaneous eyebrows. I mean, it isn't really in my nature to hesitate, Lockhart went on grandly, but was I ready to take on the immense responsibility associated with the molding of young, impressionable minds of innocence like yourselves? After a bit of soul-searching at my vacation home in Peru, however, I came to the conclusion that yes I am. For the next year you will embark on a journey of knowledge, the likes of which I seriously doubt your past professors could even dream of. You will learn things you've never known, and do things you've never done, but don't be afraid. I will be with you every step of the way. Is he serious? Draco muttered. What a joke. Learn things we've never known. Pansy scoffed quietly, as if there was anything else possible to learn. Now I'm sure all of you have read my books by now, and think you know the real me, Lockhart went on, but in this room you will see the truth behind the legend, the mountain beneath the mist, if you will. For in this room we shall face the things which test the mettle of even the bravest and most fiercest of men, even me. We will face them down together, however, and when I am through with you, the world of the dark arts won't stand a chance. Who is ready to fight the forces of darkness? He raised his fist dramatically and tossed his cloak behind him to strike a pose. Several of the second-year girls, to the rest of the class, shame, answered back, we are. Draco's face was so incredulous that if he hadn't been a Malfoy he would have face-palmed. Now let's see who is, in fact, here and ready to learn, Lockhart said jovially, pulling out a roll of parchment from the desk. He unrolled it and cleared his throat. Hannah Abbott. Hannah raised her hand and said, quietly, here. Rigel noticed Blaise, who was sitting in front of she, Draco, and Pansy, cock his head to the side slightly, as though he were some kind of canine, responding to an octave of sound no one else could hear. Ah yes, young Hannah, such a pleasure to see you here today, Lockhart said. Hannah blinked, probably unsure how to respond to a professor using her first name, but Lockhart didn't appear to need a response. Arcturus Black. Rigel raised her hand just high enough to be seen above her head, here. I prefer Rigel, however, if you're going to go by first names, Professor. Rigel Black, now where have I heard that name before? Lockhart said with a tone of mock concentration, aha. Yes, I recall hearing something about you last spring. You did a small service for the school or some such thing, isn't that right? I think it even made the papers, though of course that was when I won my 5th Witch Weekly's award for the most charming smile, and in light of that everything else sort of fades into the background, doesn't it? In any case, I suppose you got a little taste of fame back then, did you? Well, let me be the first to caution you about fame, Rigel. It is a fickle friend. Remember that, and come to me if you are ever in need of that sort of advice. Rigel raised both eyebrows, but kept silent for fear of setting Lockhart off again. He really was quite a character. Now then, where is Susan Bones? The roll call went on. Lockhart seemed to have something to say to every single student. By the time he told them all to open their copies of Magical Me, so that they could begin a lively debate on which of my many accomplishments was the most daring and difficult, the bell had rung. Is it really time to go already? Lockhart said, glancing at the clock with exaggerated surprise. I guess we were having too much fun to notice. Never fear, my precocious pupils, there will be plenty to learn on Wednesday. Toodles. He did a little finger wave, which too many of the girls in their class returned, then dismissed them. Rigel shook her head rather ruefully. It looked like Dada was going to be yet another thing she'd have to study in her ever-diminishing free time. After Dada, Rigel went to Snape's office to see if he would open up her personal lab once more for the school year. He wasn't in his office when she looked, so instead she went to check the labs. The wards to Lab 1 were down, and light was coming through the door, so Rigel knocked quietly and peeked her head inside. The difference between now and the last time she had been to that lab were extreme. Snape was brewing at only one station, instead of 6 or 7, and he looked like he'd gotten at least 6 hours of sleep the night before, which, as she had come to learn, was pretty good for Snape. His face was relaxed as he worked, and he didn't snap at her or sigh with exhaustion when she walked in. All in all, things were looking much better than last semester. Mr. Black. Good, Snape said as he stirred the cauldron a final time and turned to address her. We need to iron out the details of your accelerated schedule for the year. You are still determined to complete the OWL curriculum and reach Newt study by the end of this year. Rigel nodded. That would mean she finished Newt potion work by the end of her 3rd year, meaning she had 4 additional years of tutelage under Snape before she graduated. In that case, I have a syllabus that should last you through December in my office. I will give it to you at dinner this evening. I will also be reopening your lab for you tomorrow morning, but I expect you to clean it thoroughly and inventory your supplies before you brew anything. Snape fixed her with a stern look. If at any time you feel that you cannot both get all of your work done and complete the accelerated syllabus, your regular school work comes first. I do not want to explain to my coworkers that you are failing out of school in an effort to learn everything there is to know about potions in 7 years. There will be plenty of time, so take it at a pace you can handle. Rigel nodded and agreed, but the look Snape gave her said clearly what they both understood. She would pretend to give her normal second-year classes her priority, but she would get the extra potions work done, or collapse trying. Not that she was terribly worried. Adults always seemed to think things took longer than they did. Each teacher assigned about an essay every 2 weeks, and each essay only took a couple of hours to complete. At most, homework took 5 hours a week, and most days they got time at the end of class to work on their assignments quietly. Then there was a bit of time between classes, meal time, time before class if you woke up early enough, and at least 6 solid hours every evening of free time around dinner and before curfew. If anything, Rigel imagined everyone who didn't have her workload must be terribly bored all day. She had plenty of time for her homework, Flint's homework, extra brewing, studying healing, occlumency, and now French, her new exercise regimen, and hanging out with her friends. Rigel liked being busy, at least when there wasn't an emergency at hand, and she honestly didn't think she'd have any trouble keeping up with everything that year. The week went on and Rigel settled easily into the swing of things. Classes weren't all that difficult, unless one counted the difficulty Draco had holding his tongue during Lockhart's classes, or the difficulty Pansy had getting Rigel to pay attention during History of Magic, which she preferred to spend buried in a healing textbook. At breakfast on Friday morning, their section of the table was bombarded with owls. It was Pansy's birthday, and it seemed as though everyone she knew had sent her a card or token. She smiled delightedly as she collected them all, and accepted her housemates' well wishes with graceful aplomb. Pansy wasn't the only one getting mail that morning, however. Draco received a thick letter of his own, which he tucked away without opening at the table, and when the flock of owls surrounding Pansy had cleared, Rigel found both a letter from Sirius and a large, paper-covered package from the apothecary in Hogsmeade. She was still brewing for Krite, though most of what she made was blood replenishers for Mr. Burke, only now she did everything by owls. It was a good thing school owls were both free and unmarked, as it meant she could send the potions, heavily padded of course, in as many bundles as she had to without letting Krite know where the owls were coming from. Rigel couldn't use the ingredients in the Hogwarts storerooms for her own personal gain, of course, so she had to order the ones she needed from Hogsmeade and charge them to Archie's account. He had given her permission to take what she needed from his school account, and reimburse him later. Pansy finished neatly stacking her birthday cards and turned to Draco and Rigel primly. Well, it looks like I've gotten a present from everyone. Oh, wait, my 2 best friends haven't actually given me anything. How upsetting. Draco sighed, and said, not as upsetting as learning that your best friend has no faith in you. And to think that the Parkinsons are known for their patience, Rigel said archly, I guess I owe you a galleon, Draco. I was sure Pan would last until lunch. Pansy huffed, you two are impossible. I take it that means you'll give me my present later today. I guess you'll find out if and when we give it to you, Draco said, grinning. Until then, you live in the agony of ignorance. Well, at least I'll be aware of being ignorant, which is after all a far better position than the unknowingly unknowing, as Socrates would say, Pansy said. So, what news from home, Rigel? Rigel looked down at the letter from Sirius and scanned it. Nothing much, just the usual. Sirius talks about his work in the children's ward. Uncle Remus says hello, too, as do Aunt Lily and Uncle James. Everyone's doing great, I guess, though my Aunt Lily is apparently still consuming ice mice in unnerving quantities. You know all that would mean more if we'd ever actually met your family, Draco pointed out. As it is, you could be making all this up for all we know. Rigel looked at Pansy, who nodded her agreement a bit apologetically. Oh, Rigel said, I didn't realize you felt that way. Well, why don't I introduce you over the Christmas break? I'll tell Dad to meet me at the platform this time, and everyone can meet each other. If it's all right, I'll invite Remus along, too. Of course it is, Pansy said quickly, we'd love to meet them both, and the Potters, too, sometime. Great, Rigel said, smiling, tell your parents about it, will you? I think Sirius would be more comfortable with me going over to your homes if he could actually talk to your parents civilly without school rivalries in the way. I'll ask my father about it immediately, though I already know my mother will agree, Pansy said. Same goes for my parents, Draco said, we'll let you know for sure, though, before break. They finished breakfast and the day continued normally. During lunch, Rigel and Draco slipped away. Rosier and Rookwood distracted Pansy during lunch so that she didn't notice their absence as much, and Rigel and Draco went to Hagrid's hut to see that everything was ready for Pansy's surprise. All through herbology, Draco kept shooting excited glances at Pansy and tapping his foot restlessly. Pansy shot him several questioning glances, to which Draco just beamed back with a knowing gleam in his eye. Rigel finally elbowed him pointedly in the side once Sprout dismissed them. Ow! What? Draco whispered. Not exactly subtle, Draco, Rigel whispered back. So, Draco sniffed. No sense in being subtle when she already knows something's happening. As long as she doesn't know what, it will still be a surprise. Besides, subtleties are so easily ignored. I hate being ignored. Rigel had to laugh at that, and when Pansy asked them what was so funny, they just smiled innocently in her direction. She narrowed her eyes. Don't think I didn't notice you two missing from lunch. I know you're planning something. Then you won't mind playing along, Draco said brightly. Come put this blindfold on. What? Pansy backed away quickly. No way. You actually don't have a choice, Rigel said sadly. Hold her arms, Draco. Wait. Stop. Pansy tried to make a break for the door, but Draco caught her quickly. Pansy let out a breathless laugh and shook her head as Rigel approached with a strip of dark green cloth in her hands. Don't you dare, Rigel Black. Well, I guess we don't have to give you your present, Rigel said, a look of ponder on her face. What do you think, Draco? Should we just take it back? No. Pansy seemed to struggle internally for a moment before sighing. Okay, fine. But don't mess up my hair, and if you play a prank on me or let me trip, I will get even and then some. Rigel and Draco exchanged amused glances. Pansy wouldn't know how to get even, any more than she'd know how to fly an airplane. More likely one of Pansy's many upperclassmen friends would make their lives hell if they ever hurt her. Pansy inspired great loyalty in the people who knew her, seemingly effortlessly. Not that either Draco or Rigel ever would do anything to knowingly hurt her. They led her from the greenhouses, across the grounds, past Hagrid's hut, and to the edge of the forbidden forest. I smell pine, Pansy said. Are we in the forest? No, Pans, just at the edge, Draco said reassuringly. Wait here, Rigel said. Draco held Pansy's elbow so she had something to ground her while Rigel set off at a quick walk a little ways into the forest. Hagrid was waiting in a nearby clearing. Hello there, Mr. Black. All set, then. Yes, Rigel said. Pansy is by the edge of the forest with Draco. I just wanted to make sure we were ready before bringing her in. All set, Hagrid said cheerfully, gesturing to his charges. These fellas are ready when you are. Great. Rigel grinned at the animals pawing the ground around the clearing. I really appreciate you helping us with this, sir. I'll have the potion for Fang's digestive system for you on Monday. Well, that's right kind of you, Hagrid said, but I woulda helped anyway, you know. They're sweet creatures, and they deserve to be appreciated. They will be, Rigel said, grinning. I'll be right back. Hold on, Hagrid said, striding forward. Take a few of these. He pressed a handful of sugar cubes into Rigel's palms, put them in Miss Parkinson's pockets. Rigel nodded. Okay, thanks. She hustled back to where Draco was entertaining Pansy by describing their surroundings in unconvincing details. And of course, with the sky being green, the grass has gone into a jealous fit, Rigel. Ready? Draco grinned, bouncing on his toes. Yes, Rigel said. She slipped the sugar cubes into Pansy's pockets quickly. What are? Don't worry about it, Rigel said, taking Pansy's other elbow. Step lightly. They guided her slowly through the sparse trees and into the clearing where Hagrid was beaming nervously and giving she and Draco two big thumbs up. Draco grinned infectiously at Rigel, who smiled back. Ready for your surprise, Pans? Draco asked with barely contained glee. Yes, Pansy said, nodding decisively, also, more than ready to take the blindfold off. Rigel reached behind Pansy's head, saying, keep your eyes closed. She untied the green cloth and motioned Hagrid to move quietly forward with his smallest charge. She waited until it was right in front of Pansy, then said, okay, open. Pansy opened her eyes and froze, inhaling sharply. There before her, shining like gold in the afternoon light, was a baby unicorn. Oh, he's beautiful. Rigel wondered how she knew the unicorn foal was a boy, but Hagrid simply nodded his head and patted the young unicorn's flanks fondly. This one's about 14 months. He won't get his horn for another few months, and they don't turn pure white until around 2 years old, though of course their hooves will always stay this golden color. His name is Callanan. Pansy reached out a tentative hand and waited for the foal to sniff her. Callanan gazed up at her with a look that was 2 parts calm intelligence and 1 part childish inquisitiveness. The unicorn foal stepped forward, but instead of sniffing Pansy's hand, it ducked its head and nudged gently at Pansy's pocket. Pansy looked down, clearly bemused, and Callanan whickered softly, nudging her robe pocket again. She reached a hand down and into her pocket, then laughed as she pulled out several cubes of sugar. Is this what you were looking for? Pansy held them out and offered them to the young foal. The unicorn tossed his head with excitement and went to take the cubes, but a sharp whinny from one of the older unicorns made Callanan freeze. The baby unicorn looked almost sheepish. It stepped back and very distinctly bowed its head to Pansy carefully, as if thanking her for the cubes, before coming back and delicately nibbling them out of her hand. Pansy laughed delightedly. You're welcome. Is that your mom back there? Hagrid positively beamed at Pansy. Good eye, young miss. Have you had experience with unicorns before? Only you seem to really understand them. Anyway, that beauty is indeed Callanan's dam. Her name is Fainoriel. Pansy threaded one hand through the golden unicorn's soft coat and stepped toward the other unicorns. There were 6 adults, all pure white with hooves of gold and eyes of softest silver. With the promise of another sugar cube, Pansy coaxed Callanan over to his mother and the rest of the herd, so she could admire them all at once. Rigel and Draco watched from a distance as Pansy greeted each unicorn and spoke quietly to them, praising and crooning sweet words of esteem into their ears. The unicorns seemed to love Pansy, circling her and brushing against her as they passed. The little one seemed rather put out when Pansy informed him she was out of sugar, but Hagrid pressed another handful into her palms and Pansy happily treated all of them, giggling when Callanan nipped playfully at her fingers and butted her cheek with his nose in a parody of a chaste kiss. Draco and Rigel had been warned by Hagrid when they were planning this that the adult unicorns wouldn't like being touched or even approached by male humans, thus the reason for them hanging back. Rigel supposed that as she was technically a maid she could approach the herd, but she felt no real desire to. This was Pansy's present, and besides, Rigel felt somehow tainted by her recent experience with the Thestrals that pulled the school carriages. Surely someone who could see the heralds of death shouldn't also attempt to cavort with unicorns. She felt as though, maiden or not, she was no longer as innocent as Pansy was, if indeed she ever had been. Innocence, she imagined, was a state of being, not necessarily a chronological precursor to adulthood. It involved a certain level of trust and faith in the world, something that Rigel had never had in abundance, even before learning that an accident of birth could and would prevent her from achieving her dreams unless drastic action was taken. Still, it was rather appealing from afar. Pansy looked so happy with the unicorns, utterly at peace with her place in the world. If Rigel reached out with her magical senses, she could actually feel Pansy's magic humming with contentedness. It occurred to her suddenly that the pool of mercury she had seen in Pansy's mindscape during the sickness was the same exact shade of silver as a unicorn's eyes. Draco took a moment to look over at Rigel and whisper, "We did well, didn't we?" "Yeah," Rigel said softly, "I think we did." Every September Dumbledore dragged Severus Snape away from his immensely busy schedule in order to attend the annual head of house meeting. It was long and tedious, largely due to the fact that each head of house had a slightly different opinion on every single issue, and it was a rare third Friday in September when Severus Snape learned something from the head of house meeting he either cared about or didn't already know. As such, it seemed to him to be a phenomenal waste of an evening. The only reason he went was to prevent Albus from exacting some form of petty revenge, the results of which would undoubtedly be tacky and or headache-inducing. In 1986, when Severus last missed a staff meeting, the headmaster cheerfully asked the house elves to paint the potion master's cauldrons pink. Without telling him, Even better was the headmaster's idea to then construct a selective illusion of plain black pewter over the cauldrons, keyed to Severus' magical signature. Only Albus, Severus later reflected, would throw around such enormously difficult magics on a mere prank. Imagine his surprise when, upon entering his classroom on Monday morning and taking a cauldron out of his cupboard to demonstrate a new potion for his new students, his entire class burst into laughter. The gleeful noise was unprecedented in his classroom, and though Severus had quickly unraveled the illusion and spelled off the abhorrent color, the story had spread like wildfire by lunchtime, and Severus had never missed a staff meeting since. Whatever else could be said for the headmaster's sick sense of humor, his methods were certainly effective. So here Severus sat, silent and unimpressed by his colleagues' inconsequential natterings, nursing a cup of strong tea and waiting for the headmaster to arrive so that they could get this farce of a meeting started. He would never admit that he found his fellow heads of house mildly less irritating than the rest of the headmaster's merry men, though he had a sneaking suspicion that the other three considered themselves close personal friends. If he did not disabuse them of this notion, well, that was his business. Albus arrived, finally, and they begun the meeting with the usual start of term announcements, followed by the opening of the floor. Minerva, as usual, seized it with a vigor belying her years. "We really must decide what we're doing about Marcus Flint," the head of Gryffindor said briskly. "He got away with obvious and flagrant plagiarism all last year, and I admit we got a little sidetracked by the sickness, but we've let it go on too long. I must say, it doesn't seem to have changed at all this year," Pomona put in, "so we can at least be sure whoever is doing Flint's assignments didn't graduate last year." "But we still don't know who is doing them," Phileas said, "and without either that or some other significant proof, we can't punish Mr. Flint." "Exactly," Severus spoke up on Flint's behalf. "Additionally, I must question whether in this case Mr. Flint truly needs to be punished at all." Minerva sighed loudly. "Here we go again. Pray, tell us, Severus, exactly why one of your snakes should yet again receive preferential treatment." "You're one to talk," Severus thought rather snidely, thinking of all those miserable lions got away with, but he merely said, "Tell me, Minerva, why do we assign children homework? Is it to punish them?" "Certainly not," Phileas piped up. "It's to help them learn, and also to gauge their rate of learning and understanding. So we are in agreement that homework is for the students' benefit, not our own?" Severus asked rhetorically, ignoring Minerva's scowl. "In that case, it seems to me that Mr. Flint has recognized the purpose of homework and made a rather sound judgment call concerning the use of his time. If he already knows the material, what is the purpose of forcing him to regurgitate it to his professors, when it is a waste of both his time and ours in having to grade one more essay? It is not for the student to decide what he does or does not need to do," Minerva started, but Severus broke across her. "Then perhaps we should let the test results, impartial as even you will admit, decide for us." Severus pulled out a roll of parchment he brought for this very eventuality and passed it around. "Marcus Flint received straight O's on his owls this year, and I do not believe I exaggerate when I say he would have done just as well had he had the chance to take them last year." "Oh, my," Pomona raised both eyebrows at the roll of parchment. "He did indeed. And in so many subjects, too. Arithmancy, runes, and care of magical creatures. I don't recall him being in that last one, though." "He wasn't," Severus said, smirking just a smidge. "He sat the exam without taking a single class. As I understand it, he studied for a few months with Alisana Selwyn, a well-known creature enthusiast, before registering for the exam. Clearly, he finds classes here at Hogwarts both slow-paced and unnecessary to his studies." Minerva pursed her lips, but even she could not fail to be impressed. "He is bright, there's no doubt about it, but the fact still remains that he is both flouting academic expectations placed on him by his professors and forcing another student to do his work. No matter how brilliant he may be, it is no excuse for laziness and bullying." "Except we don't have proof of the laziness or bullying," Pomona frowned, "because he turns in all his assignments, and we've yet to hear a whisper of complaint from another student. What can we do except watch and wait? Have we really no inkling of who the other student might be?" Philius asked tentatively. "We know it wasn't one of last year's 7th years, because the work is the same voice this year, which makes it all the more likely that it's either a 6th or 7th year now. It might be a 5th year, but I don't see Flint getting a fourth year or younger to do his OWL level homework last year. Minerva coughed awkwardly, and spoke up. I may have a name, it seems incredibly unlikely, but the similarities between the work are notable. Severus could tell from the look on her face that she was speaking of one of her little lions. It galled her something bitter to ever admit that one of her charges might be less than noble. Who? Minerva? Phileas asked. I've not seen any similarities in the writing style among my other upper years. It's not the style that is similar, Minerva said carefully, it is the content. I'm speaking of Percy Weasley. His essays are written in an entirely different tone and voice than Flint's are, but he talks about very similar things. He has similar takes on the subjects and he approaches them from the same angle more often than not. Mr. Weasley also often brings questions to class, which I've noticed tend to relate to things written in Mr. Flint's essays. All in all, it is a disturbing trend. Perhaps, but Percy Weasley. Pomona repeated incredulously, he would no more condone cheating than hand in his prefect badge. He would be the last person to do Marcus Flint any favors, excepting perhaps Oliver Wood, and the first person to report an attempt at bullying or blackmail, even on himself. I would have thought so, too, but, Minerva shrugged helplessly, well, can the rest of you keep an eye on those two students' work? Perhaps I was mistaken, but if not, Mr. Weasley would be punished as well, you realize. Phileas put in sadly, he contributed to the cheating, whether under duress or not. I am aware, Minerva said stiffly, nonetheless, justice must be done. Severus was tempted to roll his eyes at the sheer dramatization going on in the room. He was only thankful the headmaster had not spoken up yet, as there was only so much sap and drivel he could handle in one conversation. Personally, I still do not see any harm being done. The other heads of houses shot him exasperated looks, but Severus went on, Mr. Weasley's grades have not slipped even a point over the last year. If he is the one doing extra work, it would appear to be only to his benefit. He studies twice as much, does well, Flint doesn't waste his time, still does well, and everyone wins. I have yet to see a downside to this situation, despite the technical rule infringement involved. Not to mention the fact that Severus seriously doubted it was Weasley's work. Though there might be a connection to the Gryffindor prefect, it was as if his mind had all the pieces, but couldn't quite grasp their relation. Ah, well, it would come to him. That's rather rich coming from you, Severus, Pomona pointed out with good humor. It was true Severus was usually quite the stickler for the rules, but in this case it was in the best interest of one of his students if he expressed leniency, so he did. It was really as simple as that. Nevertheless, Severus does make an interesting point, Albus finally put in. It seems to me that there is not yet any proof of wrongdoing, though there is smoke enough to start gathering fire hoses, as the Muggles would say. Severus very much doubted the Muggles ever said anything of the sort. In any case, keep an eye on the situation and we shall see if something more definite comes of it. That is all we can do for now. Minerva looked torn, but she willingly let the conversation flow to other matters. The rest of the items on everyone's agenda had little or nothing to do with Severus, and so he largely ignored the proceedings until the topic of Slytherin's #1 trouble magnet, Rigel Black, was brought up by Albus himself. I'm sure I don't need to remind you all of the unfortunate events of last spring. As the four of you know, Quirrell was eventually identified as the party of immediate guilt concerning the introduction of the sickness to our school, and has forthwith been let go because of it, Albus said. What is still of pressing concern, however, is not the instrument of the sickness, but that of its cure. Rigel Black. A surprising young man, as I'm sure we can all agree. Why, just this time last year we were discussing his apparent lack of magical ability to speak of, and now we find ourselves stunned by its depth and scope. Thoughts? I suppose you are referring to his seemingly unique ability to enter into a person's mind by means of their magical core. Minerva clarified. Well, I don't know much about it, but I can say that after the first couple of months his academic performance turned around dramatically. You got him a new wand, did you not, Severus? Severus inclined his head. Indeed, he was using an unmatched wand, and on top of that suppressing his magic to an unbelievable degree. Headmaster, I'm sure you've noticed the boy has no discernible magical aura. Albus nodded thoughtfully. I noticed in the hospital wing when young Mr. Black woke Mr. Malfoy from his coma. Very odd in a child, though not entirely unheard of. Indeed, Severus said, but Mr. Black's magical suppression was not entirely the result of psychological trauma. In fact, it seems to be mostly conscious, though there is an unavoidable unconscious element which prevents him from using his full potential even now that he directs his magic consciously. He has extraordinarily good control over his magic, which is both what prevented him from using magic early on when he was not committed to exercising it, and what I believe affords him a unique creativity in the usage of his magic. Yes, well put, Severus, Albus said. Young Mr. Black, simply speaking, has such control over his magic that he is able at times to work outside of the normal bounds of formed magic. By this I mean that it may be possible for him to exercise his magic in a way that he has not been taught a spell or form for, much like the accidental magic of childhood, except willfully harnessed. There have been cases of this in the past, the most notable of which in the last 50 years or so was Tom Riddle, and generally such control over magic is a sign of a powerful burgeoning wizard. It is hard to gauge Mr. Black's potential, however, as the majority of his magic is, indeed, suppressed. He has no aura to read, and even the levels of his magical core are hard to estimate due to its elemental nature. Fire. Phileas guessed. It's always the hardest to tell with fire types, because a lot of their magical energy is hidden in potential, waiting to combust and create energy at a moment's notice. Endurance is really the only way to judge a fire core. Of which he has plenty. Severus said, not bothering to hide the pride in his voice. Black's levels are well above normal, if the amount of magic he can continuously imbue in high-level potions is any indication. Do you think he's going to be Lord level? Pomona asked thoughtfully. Sirius Black was certainly nothing to sneeze at, though I don't remember Diana Black having an extraordinary level of talent. She was hardworking and driven, but not naturally gifted as it seems Rigel is. Unlikely, Minerva said. There is one Lord level born in a century, statistically speaking, though I'm sure he will be a credit to the school by the time he graduates. Long before that, if Severus Snape had anything to say about it. Regardless, we must keep a close eye on Mr. Black as well, Albus said. He has already shown himself to have hidden depths and talents, and there is nothing more dangerous than an untrained talent. If he shows any more unusual gifts, we will be sure to get him the training he needs to harness them beneficially. The meeting concluded shortly afterwards, and Snape adjourned to his quarters. Though his body moved at a slow pace, his mind spun fast with deliberation. Flint, Weasley, Black, magic, power, knowledge. There was some sort of connection he was missing, but at the sight of the summer homework he had yet to grade stacked on his desk, Severus put those thoughts away and turned to more practical matters. The school year had only begun, after all. There would be time for unraveling puzzles later. Lionel Hurst had never been called a gossip. Neither had he, to his not inconsiderate knowledge, been termed a busybody, a newsmonger, or even a rubberneck. It was true that his mother often accused him of dropping eaves, and occasionally he had been known to snoop if the situation warranted it, but a gossip? Certainly not. For gossiping implied a penchant for passing on what one knows, and Leo would certainly never be accused of that. His lips were practically sewn together, in fact, but his ears, well, that was a different story. If Leo was the head of the most extensive network of informants and spies in country, including those numbskull ors with their fancy monitoring spells, well, it was because Leo listened. His ears were everywhere. They missed nothing of import in any part of the wizarding community. If a fly dropped dead in Newport of mysterious causes, Leo heard a fourth-hand account of the incident 2 hours later. The point was, Leo was always listening, and if someone else happened to be talking, well, gossiping, at the same time, well, that didn't really make him a gossip, did it? Just an opportunist. With his compunctions thus mollified, Leo settled more comfortably in his chair at Miss Betsy's beauty boutique and opened his ears a little wider. A couple of witches under the dryers across the room were having a very interesting conversation, and Leo did not want to miss a bit of it. Being very closed-mouthed about it, the witch with about 8 pounds of curlers on her head was saying to her friend, I mean, you'd think since we're the ones living just downstairs that we deserve to know just who they'd rented it out to. Could be some kind of hoodlum. Or worse, a ministry spy. Leo peered over the top of the Witch Weekly magazine he was holding to remain inconspicuous. The witch in Curler's friend didn't look convinced, but she did look intrigued. A ministry spy. Oh, Gale, what will you come up with next? She said, flapping her hands with their still wet wonder shine on the nails at her friend. The nail polish changed color abruptly, becoming a bright sky blue. Oh, no, now look what I've done. Go back. She flapped her hands again, and the polish turned a sunny yellow. For Merlin's sake, I'll have to cycle through all the colors again. So saying, she continued to flap her hands rapidly until the nail polish changed to green, purple, red, and finally to a pearly pink she was apparently satisfied with. You never know, Patricia, Gale insisted, eyes wide with more than that sticky magic mascara stuff. It pays to be careful, especially in times like these. Why, he could be a dark wizard. Patricia pursed her lips and gave her friend a very exasperated look. Didn't little Clara Botting say it was a boy living in number 8? How could a boy be a dark wizard or a ministry spy? He's probably an orphan whelp, or his parents run off and left him. Nothing new around here. Leo's ears twitched and he frowned at the article a few inches in front of his nose. The words, 7 spells to charm your Prince Charming, without him suspecting a thing, jumped across the page, but Leo wasn't really seeing them. An orphan kid living alone in the lower alleys. He'd better send someone to check on the lad. Maybe they could find him a place in the court as a runner, or perhaps Solemn could use an assistant. No child should have to fend for himself, not while he was the rogue. Well, yes, Gale admitted, though that was near the only thing she did say. Her mother came over and scolded her something fierce for talking about that dear hairy boy behind his back. I wish I knew what those Bottings have got to be so tight-lipped about. I mean, I've lived at number 7, Dogwood Lane for near on 10 years now. I've a right to know when some strange lad moves into my own unit, and old Mrs. Whitlock should have told me she'd rented the place out anyhow. I tell you, Gale, nobody has basic manners anymore, Patricia said sadly. Oi, Betsy, this dryer is much too hot. Miss Betsy came running over and waved her wand over the dryer in question a few times. The dryer itself didn't actually do anything, as far as Leo knew. It was just an aesthetic way to contain the warming and dehydrating charms. Still, the old Bettys liked the ritual and pageantry of a Muggle spa, so they kept the pretense. When Miss Betsy had left once more, the two middle-aged witches resumed their conversation. I just don't see why you can't go upstairs and see the new tenant for yourself, Patricia said. I mean, you've complained about it, you've asked the Bottings about it, so why don't you do something about it? Don't you think I've tried? Gale snapped. She rolled her eyes. The boy never answers the door. He never goes in or out, though of course Mrs. Whitlock did have a flow connection, so who knows what hours he keeps. Still, you'd think he could take the time to introduce himself. Well, what sort of visitors does he get? You could ask one of them about the boy, Patricia suggested. He doesn't get any. Gale shook her head. The boy must live like a ghost, whoever he is. Never has the lights on at night, either. Frank and I think perhaps he's a mite strapped for cash, and doesn't want to use the utilities too much. It would certainly make sense. The lad's as quiet as a mouse. Never plays the wizarding wireless, and believe me, we'd know considering how thin the walls are. Probably doesn't even own shoes, since we never hear him walking about. That or he's a cat animagus. The two witches twittered at one another for a good minute over the joke, and Leo only restrained himself from rolling his eyes because they were visible over the edge of the magazine. Surely you must know something about the boy, Patricia said slyly. I know you, Gale. If there's a plump little tidbit within arm's reach, you've got your teeth in it, sucking out the juice. Leo privately reflected that that was a perfectly gross way to phrase things. Well, little Clara did say one other thing before her ma pulled her off by the ear, Gale said, drawing it out with relish. Don't make me beg, Patricia huffed. Go on then, what was it? She said. Gale leaned in close and Leo had to cast a quick sound amplification spell to catch the rest of it, that the neighbor boy had the prettiest green eyes she ever did see. Patricia groaned out loud. You tiresome hag, you really had me going. Green eyes indeed. I thought you were gonna say he was a runaway prince or something. Why do you always get my blood nice and stirred and then leave me with something so ordinary? Oh, you're just too much fun to tease, Trish, Gail chortled at her friend from behind her own neon tips. Their conversation moved on to other things, but Leo was caught up in his own thoughts and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them any longer. A green-eyed boy named Harry. It couldn't be the same Harry, of course, but on the other hand, what were the odds? Perhaps he'd have to pay Dogwood Lane a little visit. Though why Harry would say she had gone to America if she was really staying in the lower alleys, Leo couldn't fathom. Not that he could ever fathom that lass. She was something else, his Harry. His musings were interrupted when Witch Weekly was ripped from his grasp rather rudely. He looked up into familiar hazel eyes and couldn't keep the grimace of resignation off his face. He might have known. Who else could catch him unawares? Leo, my lad, what a surprise. Eleni Hurst smiled down at him in a way that Leo thought was notably a bit evil. Finally come to get your hair cut. Wonderful. Leo gulped. Mum, what on earth are you doing here? His mother raised an eyebrow, and glanced about the salon, obviously unimpressed with his venue of choice for the afternoon. Leo tried again. You know this is a beautification parlor, don't you, Mum? What would you want in such a place when you're so naturally beautiful already? Eleni Hurst chuckled dryly. Too forced, Leo, entirely too forced. You're not getting out of this one with that silver tongue of yours. 2 hours and one entirely overpriced haircut later, Leo ran. Yes, he would admit it to himself. Ran from his mother's clutches and wandered down Dogwood Lane. He contemplated the front door for numbers 7 and 8 for a moment, but really, what kind of a rogue would he be if he knocked? Leo cut around to the back side of the buildings on Dogwood and counted the windows until he reached the one he was looking for. I'll just take a quick peek, Leo thought as he performed the selective sticking spell he'd learned by the time he was 8 on his fingertips and toes. If no one is home, they won't be there to mind my peeking. If it's some other Harry who lives here, I'll offer him a place in the Rogue, and if it is my Harry, well, I'll be due for some explanations. Win-win-win, he thought happily as he pried open a window with the ease of long practice. He dropped silently to the dusty floor. Whoever Harry is, he or she really needed to learn the Evanesco charm, and straightened up to look around at nothing. There was nothing there. Leo frowned, and crept silently into the next room over. It, too, was entirely empty, except for a few counters built into the wall indicating the room was supposed to be a kitchen. He looked through the entire apartment, and didn't find a single trace of life. No furniture, no pictures on the wall, nothing. Just a jar of flow powder on the fireplace mantel in the living room. Well, that's not suspicious, Leo said to himself, mildly amused. Either someone was playing an elaborate joke on the lady who lived in number 7, or there was something peculiar going on. Leo ran a hand through his hair and blew out a quiet breath, thinking hard. Maybe his Harry had rented the place, and then, gone back to school in America. That made no sense. Who would bother to rent out a place they weren't going to live in? Maybe she'd lived there all along, and had really been flowing here all those times he walked her to the leaky cauldron. Maybe she wasn't Harry Potter at all. Maybe she wasn't even a girl. After all, he'd only taken her word for it. No, his mother knew she was a girl right away, so that, at least, was true. Still, if she'd lived there before, she would have either left the furniture in anticipation of her next summer break, or she would have stopped renting the apartment if she'd moved out. Plus, Gail from the beauty parlor had made it sound like this Harry was a relatively new neighbor, and she'd also said she'd never seen him before. That would only make sense if Harry had rented the apartment at the end of the summer, and gone back to school before moving in. But why would Harry do that? Leo shook his head. His Harry had parents, and a place to live, and went to school in America. It just didn't add up. He realized he was jumping to conclusions. There might be other, real boys named Harry with green eyes about the alleys, though why they would rent an apartment and not live in it he couldn't guess at either. On the other hand, Harry had been working at the storeroom all summer, saving up for something big. Was this it? What if she hadn't been planning to live in it at all? What if the apartment was a fallback, some kind of safe house where she could go if something went wrong? Leo had always gotten the feeling that Harry was involved in something heavy, and quite agreed. Was she anticipating some kind of trouble, and needed to have a place ready to hide? He didn't know, but he did know that he would have to keep an eye on Dogwood Lane. And probably he should keep an ear at that school in America, as well. If he got wind that Harry did a runner, at least he'd know where to find her, and maybe help, if she'd let him. Leo left the apartment as silently as he'd come, all traces of footprints in the dust wiped clean with another handy spell he'd picked up when he was just a lad. He had an owl to send to one of his acquaintances in the States, and maybe then he'd stop by the Gobstones tables in the park. One could always find good gossip, news, around a Gobstones table. Most of September passed before Rigel felt she had quite settled into things. When the third Saturday at Hogwarts had come around, Rigel couldn't believe so much time had gone by. Part of it was that Rigel had been so distracted trying to fit everything into her new routine that she hadn't noticed the passing of the days, and part of it was that in the 3 weeks they'd been back at school, Rigel had yet to learn much of anything. Their professors were mostly doing a comprehensive review of last year's classes, since so many of the students had fallen ill during the spring semester. Everyone had passed their finals, but it was immediately apparent that most of the students' knowledge was spotty at best, even those who were not actually sick, but merely distracted by their classmates' illness. So Rigel sat through endless lessons on things she already knew, so bored that she began taking her healing textbooks to all of her classes, not just history of magic, in an effort to learn something while her schoolmates caught up on what they'd failed to learn the previous year. Her friends couldn't understand why she had such an easy time of it. Most of them had only been sick for a few days, or perhaps a couple of weeks, but there were obvious gaps in their knowledge. The tense and confusing atmosphere last spring just hadn't been conducive to really paying attention to their studies. Rigel, on the other hand, had spent all summer going over the first-year material for her OWL correspondence course, and was nearly bored to tears waiting for the day her professors finally began introducing new material once more. Then, of course, there was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Although Lockhart certainly did present them with new material, it wasn't exactly the sort of information Rigel could see coming up on their owls. I swear to Salazar, if that moron gives us one more pop quiz on his favorite color, Draco glared mutinously at the head table, where Lockhart appeared to be either regaling a reluctant Professor Sprout with his slaying of the Bandon Banshee or showing off an incredibly bad singing voice. Pansy patted Draco's arm consolingly and passed him the strawberry tarts. It's only for a year. Maybe less. Even that's too long, Draco said, though his annoyed tone was a little undermined by the way he was piling strawberry tarts onto his plate. Think of all the damage he could do to our minds in a year. Not to mention our psychological stability. I've never felt like braining myself, but 50 minutes in his presence and, where did Dumbledore even find this guy? Pansy pretended to think. He was probably flipping through his copy of Witch Weekly and thought, well, there's a handsome fellow. With a smile like that he's sure to inspire the students. Let's give him a call. Really? Crabbe gazed at Pansy in a blank sort of way. No, Vince, not really, Pansy said with a sigh. Probably he was the only one to apply. My father tells me it's exceedingly difficult to convince anyone to take the post at this point, what with the curse and all. Why is it cursed, anyway? Theo asked, frowning. I heard Slytherin cursed it when he left the school, Tracy Davis commented from across the table. Millicent shook her head. It's only been cursed the last 40 or 50 years. It was something Dumbledore did, I think. He ticked off someone with a lot of power, and they cursed the position. Why that position, though? Theo pressed. I would guess that whoever cursed it first applied for it, Pansy said thoughtfully. The headmaster probably denied their application, or greatly offended them some other way. Why would he turn away a wizard powerful enough to cast such a long-lasting curse? Draco asked. He already sounds exponentially better than Lockhart, who we've yet to see actually do magic. He must have been dark, Blaise said knowingly, pushing a lone pea around his plate. That would have been reason enough for Dumbledore to deny his application. Snape's dark, Theo pointed out. SSHH. Davis glared at Theo, shooting Rigel a pointed look. Oh, yes, because no one would ever have guessed that without Theo pointing it out, Draco rolled his eyes. Don't be daft, Davis. Rigel knows Snape's dark. Rigel nodded easily. It was pretty apparent to Rigel, who had seen Snape's magical core and felt the characteristically aggressive edge to his magic personally. Then of course there was the fact that his affinity had been common knowledge since her father was at Hogwarts. Dark and light politics were a tricky thing in the wizarding world. It was the nature versus nurture argument played out on a dangerous scale. To a certain extent, family had a lot to do with the way your magic leaned. Many people were born with a predisposer to light or dark magic, either passed down in their blood or just because of the way their soul was made up naturally. Then, of course, there was the fact that the environment a child spent the first few years of their life heavily influenced their tendencies by subtly conditioning the child to the feel of either light or dark magic. Unconsciously, a child began forming their magic in a similar way to what they were used to experiencing. In addition, raw magic itself had the tendency to take on the properties of that which it came into contact with for a long period of time, like it did when absorbed by a stone. A child's untrained power usually responded the same way, leaning dark or light depending on both its natural inclinations and its environment. Then, of course, there was neutral magic. As many people as there were that leaned either dark or light, there were an equal number whose magic didn't use magic one way or the other. A large number of the neutral magic users were Muggleborn, leading credence to the idea that dark and light leanings derive more from environment than from natural inclination, but there were dark Muggleborns and light Muggleborns, too, so the idea of an inherent tendency toward one or the other couldn't be discounted. Knowing isn't the same thing as knowing, Davis was saying angrily. If you keep giving him definite names, he'll report us all to his or her father. Rigel raised an eyebrow, but it was Blaise who spoke up scathingly. First of all, you have just by your own words admitted to being a part of the us you're so afraid Rigel is going to report, Blaise said, nailing the girl with a look of uncompromising disapproval. Second, if we're going to talk about people reporting on other people to their fathers, then we should include everyone guilty of such an action. Looking around at those of us with the wherewithal to even send letters, here he glanced with amusement at Crabbe and Goyle. Rigel is probably the only one I would guess hasn't been actively informing on the rest of our year to his family. Rigel was slightly startled to see every single second-year Slytherin glance away at that. She'd known Draco reported on her, had tacitly approved, even, but all of them were sending information home about one another. Interesting. And Blaise was not finished yet. Third, Rigel's father hasn't been an Auror for several years, he works at St. Mungo's now. Fourth, Rigel moved through our magical cores last spring when he was curing us of the sickness. If he doesn't know exactly which of us is dark and which light by now, he doesn't deserve to own a wand. And finally, Blaise said, looking rather satisfied by the way Davis's face turned an unbecoming puce in response to his words, as Rigel is sitting here, and not at the Gryffindor or Hufflepuff tables, I very much doubt he cares at all what our personal leanings are, as even if he is somehow uneducated in the mechanics of the debate, he at the very least obviously lacks any prejudice of the sort you were so quick to go into fearful hysterics over. Their section of the table lapsed into odd silence as Blaise concluded his impromptu speech. Davis was staring at the table and frowning rather petulantly, though she did not speak up to contradict Blaise's points. Rigel cleared her throat a bit awkwardly, and said, although Blaise put that very nicely, I will say this now so that there is no confusion. The eyes of her classmates locked onto her with varying expressions of expectant concentration. Taking in their intensely interested faces, Rigel realized they must have been wondering about this very thing for a while. How long had they been holding back from questioning her about her position on dark light politics? Since the train ride, when she had placed herself firmly in the anti-Sau camp. Earlier than that, even. I am thoroughly educated on the matter of light and dark inclinations, and, as Blaise rightly indicated, could frankly not care any less which camp my friends fall into. As far as I am concerned, it is a personal decision that is both none of my business and beyond my jurisdiction as a fellow magical being to either influence or place an ideological value on. That said, just as it isn't my business, it isn't anyone else's either, so I won't share what I know about your leanings with anyone, just as I will not discuss others' leanings with you. You and Blaise talk like Professor Snape, Goyle said, blinking. We speak like academics, Blaze said, eyes flashing with veiled mirth, because we are both well read, are we not, Rigel? Rigel tilted her head in agreement. She knew she often sounded like one of the potions journals she liked to read, but it was better to sound too old than too young, in her opinion. Getting back to the point, though, Theo said tentatively, you're really okay with us being dark. I mean, not that it would matter if you weren't okay with it. But you really are. Yes, Theo, Rigel said, magic is magic, as far as I'm concerned. It's where magic mixes with politics that things get murky. In that case, from now on magic will be magic and politics will be something else, yes. Pansy looked around at them all. I think it will be much more comfortable if we can separate the two, in any case. I agree, Draco said, surprising Rigel and most of the others as well. What? It's a sad fact that in recent years the two have become too mixed. When magical leanings determine what politics you support, and your family's politics determine your magical leanings, well, then we've lost sight of the point, haven't we? Rigel thought that was a rather good way of putting things. She had learned a lot about light versus dark magic in her research into formed magic over the summer. Some of the texts she found were naturally biased, but between the extremes found in the Black Family Library and the other extremes littered about the Potter Library, she thought she had a balanced grasp of the conflict. It was a common, though incorrect, belief that there were light spells and dark spells, and that a wizard had carte blanche in deciding which spells to use. This led directly to the moral implication that if one was a good wizard, one would choose not to use dark spells. The truth was a little more complicated. In reality, light and dark referred not to the spells one used, but the way one's magic was shaped. It was not the wizard who chose the spells they used, but the way they shaped their magic that determined which spells they were capable of using. All magic was not the same kind of magic. That much was clear to anyone who compared the magic of wizards to the magic of house elves, for example. But it went further than that. Wizards' magic wasn't all the same either, and just as there were things that elves could do that wizards could not, there were some kinds of magic that light wizards could do, which dark wizards could not, and vice versa. The spells and rituals that only worked if you shaped your magic in the way referred to as dark were naturally called dark spells and dark rituals. The same was true of light magic. It was simply magic that could only be done by shaping your magic in the form that light wizards inherently used. The light and dark misnomers were derived from the simple fact that dark wizards' formed magic had a more powerful edge to it. Dark magic typically was faster, stronger, and, yes, more dangerous in general than light magic. It had an aggressiveness to it that was necessary for performing curses like the Unforgivables. Because the most destructive curses could only be cast by those who wielded magic in the dark way, dark magic had a bad reputation. In the same way, there were some spells that one could only perform by using magic in the light way. Light magic was slower, but very precise. Light magic could create things of detail and delicacy. It wasn't that dark magic was less complicated. Some of the advanced dark rituals were extremely complex, taking months to bring to fruition, but it was less straightforward. The way dark wizards formed their magic left a wild quality to it that made it sometimes unpredictable, and not so suitable for light spells, which required exact parameters and a strict form. With light magic, a wizard could charm a toothpick to paint a mural of the Sistine Chapel on a butterfly's back. Many upper-level healing spells, which required an exact outcome to ensure patient safety, were also only usable for light-oriented wizards. If a dark wizard attempted the spell, at best it failed and at worst it seriously compromised patient safety. Of course, dark magic had its own, very strong and very fast, way of healing, just as light magic had very precise ways of maiming a person for life. In all honesty, it would be more accurate to refer to one kind of magic as blue and the other as red. Blue can't be used to make orange and red can't be used to make green, but they both can be used to make purple. In the end, magical leanings were about family tradition and personal preference, and morality had very little logically to do with it. Unfortunately, dark magic's often violent-seeming nature caused wizards of dark leaning to be treated with suspicion. The theory was something like this. Only someone who owns a gun can shoot a gun, and though it may be true that not all people with guns would shoot them, the best policy is to register the people with guns, so that if someone does get shot, they know who to blame. When politics joined the debate, of course, things became even more complicated. Nothing was inevitable. The Bones were traditionally neutral in their magic usage, but almost always chose to put their lot in with light-sided politics. Sirius came from a long line of dark wizards, grew up in a dark environment, and even used his magic in the dark way, yet he, too, chose light politics, though it was more of a way to distance himself from his family and to benefit those he cared for than for an ideological principle concerning magical leanings. Sometimes a wizard from a light family chose to vote dark or simply ended up dark magically speaking by chance, and vice versa, though such a thing was usually looked upon as a betrayal by the more traditional families. In the end, Rigel firmly believed that good and evil existed, but she didn't think they were embodied in light and dark magic. It was people who shot people, not guns. It was evil wizards who caused destruction and violence, not dark wizards or even dark magic. So what are you, then? Theo asked curiously. Light, obviously, Davis sneered. Look at the people he grew up around. His father is light, and those Potters are practically incandescent. Rigel frowned, wondering where Davis had gotten the idea that Sirius was light. His magic had developed in a dark environment, and the tendency for dark was deeply rooted in his blood in any case. That was exactly the kind of confusing of politics with actual magical affinity that people should be more careful about. It's none of our business, Pansy said primly, though she couldn't quite hide her own curiosity. I mean, it sort of is, Theo said tentatively. He knows all of ours, after all. Turnabout and all that. Rigel considered this. It was true she knew of their affinities. As might be expected, considering their families, all of their year had a dark affinity, except Pansy, who was light, and perhaps Blaze, whose magic Rigel hadn't gotten a very good read on. Of course, Rigel could have guessed that after their first week in Transfiguration if she'd known what she knew now. Basic transfigurations, like most general magic, were classified as neutral. The term, neutral, was misleading, because what was meant was that anyone could do basic magic, those with a light edge, a dark edge, or those with no lean to their magic. In reality, there were high-level neutral spells that were truly neutral in that one had to have perfectly balanced magic to accomplish them. Neither dark nor light magic would work with those types of spells. But in any case, transfigurations were very distinct when performed by light, dark, or neutral magic. When Draco transfigured a match into a needle, his match practically exploded into a needle. The change was forceful and instantaneous. Pansy's match, on the other hand, changed slowly but seamlessly into a needle with delicate precision. Rigel's transfigurations were just erratic, like everything else about her magic. It wasn't like before her magic had started working with her. The spells always worked nowadays, but sometimes they worked instantaneously, and other times the magic took its sweet time about it. Still other times it changed one part of something first and then the other part a moment or two later, and a couple of times Rigel could have sworn the magic had changed the object she was working on to something else entirely before transfiguring it correctly. It happened so fast, however, that Rigel couldn't be sure. I suppose I'm neutral, Rigel said after a long moment of contemplation. In truth, she didn't know what her magic was. It seemed fickle, sometimes manifesting with a dark edge, other times so refined it had to be light, so neutral was probably the safest guess since she didn't know for sure. At times she wondered what was wrong with her magic, but those thoughts weren't terribly constructive, so she tended not to worry about it. Really? Draco looked a bit skeptical, but took another bite of strawberry tart without questioning her further. As they headed back to the dorms, Draco spoke up hopefully. So, Quidditch tryouts are tonight. Are you coming, Rigel? Rigel prevaricated automatically. I don't know. I mean, you said Flint's really only looking for a beater, right? Usually I play chaser. As expected, Draco turned cajoling eyes on her. Come on, Rigel, try something new. I bet you'd be a fair beater. You're pretty good with hitting those little practice snitches with me, and a bludger is a much bigger target. Heaver, too, though, Rigel commented, rather enjoying dragging it out a bit. and to hit an independently moving target is probably harder than hitting a dead ball with a predictable trajectory. Oh, just do it, Rigel, Pansy said. Her expression was utterly resigned. There's no harm in trying out, and Draco would never forgive you if you didn't. I guess this is what I get for befriending boys. Rigel smiled slightly. I suppose I could try out. Maybe you should, too, Pansy. If you can't beat them, run the other way. Pansy suggested wryly. Thanks but no thanks. The spectator's box is the closest I've ever wanted to be to a Quidditch game, and even that is a strain on my sensibilities. Draco and Rigel exchanged looks of mock disappointment, before breaking into amused grins. Pansy shoved them both playfully and they spent the rest of the trip to the common room trying not to laugh. They couldn't be seen chatting gaily in the dungeon halls, after all. What would the Gryffindors think? That afternoon they headed out to the Quidditch pitch for tryouts, and if Rigel had thought last year's trial was intimidating, it was nothing on what Flint had cooked up for this year. First, before ever trying out for individual positions, each contender had to complete a general flying test in the form of an obstacle course. Rigel didn't know which master spellcrafter Flint had blackmailed into setting up the field for the Slytherin Quidditch team, but more than half the applicants dropped out upon the mere sight of what awaited those determined enough to try the course. The goal was to make it 3 laps around the pitch as quickly as possible, but Rigel felt that if 7 players managed to make it around 3 times at all, it would be a miracle of magic and sheer dumb luck. They were limited by means of a hyper-extended ceiling charm to a vertical span of about 30 feet above ground level around the whole track. No one knew this, of course, until the first unfortunate 4th-year shot right into it while trying to fly over the first obstacle, a giant metal blade that swung like a pendulum across the track. The kid smacked against the invisible ceiling barrier with a sickening thud and spiraled weakly to the turf, which was luckily just 30 feet below him and reinforced with a cushioning charm for just such an eventuality, nursing a concussion. Needless to say, the second kid in line experienced a sudden drop in gumption and graciously insisted someone else could go next. After the razor pendulum was a series of hoops that they had to fly through to get credit for the lap. Some of the hoops were placed awkwardly horizontal, so that one had to come at them from the top or bottom and risk plowing into the ground or the barrier if they attempted the maneuver too fast. After the hoops was a stretch of field that had been placed under what looked like a localized weather charm, specifically a rather nasty storm spell. That entire section of the course was waterlogged, with aggressive winds and pelting rain to test the flyers' ability to handle extreme Quidditch conditions. Rigel caught a glimpse of lightning crackling in the heavy black clouds from where she stood next to Draco in the lineup and quickly averted her eyes. That was going to be ugly. Immediately after the rainy segment, they would be faced with 3 cannons. One of the cannons, and they wouldn't know which one until they got there, would fire a ball the size of a cantaloupe into the air in front of them. If the ball was yellow, they were to catch it like a quaffle. If it was blue, they were to bat it away with their fists, and if it was red they were to avoid getting hit by it at all. This was a test of both hand-eye coordination and split-second decision-making. Of course it went unsaid that at that point their fingers would be slick with water and probably freezing after flying through the rain, adding another layer of difficulty to the task. Then there was a stretch of pitch that looked like one 30-foot-tall chunk of transparent Swiss cheese. From what Rigel could tell, it was some kind of 3-dimensional maze, requiring the flyers to make their way into tight cylindrical holes and find the path to the other side without doubling back too much. It would test maneuverability and also endurance under anxiety and pain, for, as Flint cheerfully informed them, the entire construct was lightly charged with a static spell. If they brushed up against the sides of the maze while maneuvering through it, they'd receive a sharp sting for the mistake. Rigel supposed it would also test a candidate's short-term memory, if they managed to make it back around for a second go at the maze. Once through that, it was a straight shot to the finish start line. The catch. That section of the track was where the bludgers were. Flint had rounded up an even 6 of the mindless things for the occasion, and they bounced around like deranged pinballs between the edges of the course, the ground, and the ceiling charm. The goal in that segment was fairly simple: don't get pulverized. After that they just had to do it all again. Twice. Well, if the Gryffindors aren't impressed by this, they mustn't have eyes in their heads, Pansy commented from where she was keeping them company in line. It's not too late to come sit up in the stands with us sane folk, she added to Rigel, eyeing the swinging scythe with wary distaste. Thanks, Pan, but I'm afraid from now on you'll have to be sane enough for the three of us, Rigel said, clenching and unclenching her fingers around the smooth handle of Archie's Comet 260. It was almost identical to her own Comet, and she had worked out the kinks in a quick warm-up with Draco, so she wasn't too concerned about the difference. Pansy took her leave of them with a last admonition to be careful and not get themselves killed, to which Draco cheerfully replied that some things were worth dying for. Their own friend just shook her head and wished them luck before sauntering off toward the stands. Not long after the fifth contender had been disqualified for either skipping a hoop or being blown off their wind by the storm spell, Flint sidled up to them and raised an inquiring eyebrow. So, the captain said, a smug tug playing at the corner of his lips, what do you guys think? Impressive, Rigel said easily. The spellwork, not the competition, Draco added without missing a beat. Flint chuckled appreciatively. Well, thanks. Rigel blinked. You did all this yourself. Flint sent her a knowing look and Rigel flushed with embarrassment. For some reason she always forgot how utterly brilliant Flint was. Whether it was the way he comported himself or his general laid-back, gruff approach to life, she was always tempted to underestimate him, and she was the one who should know better than anyone how smart he was. She was only doing his homework because he had no need to, after all. Right. It is really well done, Flint. Also, a bit vindictive, Draco commented as they watched a weedy-looking sixth-year's broom catch fire from an unlucky graze with a bolt of lightning. Madame Pomfrey's been notified to expect patience. At least no one can say they didn't know what they were getting into, Flint said, not a shred of remorse on his face as yet another hopeful was disqualified. Oh, he made it to the cannon volley. Too bad he can't tell red from yellow. Sure enough, the little third year had made to catch the ball automatically before realizing it was red, but by then it was too late to avoid the projectile, and it smacked into his shoulder despite the third year's attempt at dodging. What happens if no one makes it through? Rigel asked curiously. Don't speak too soon, Flint said, lifting his chin toward the next contender. It was Adrian Pusey, she saw, and he was through the first obstacle so fast she nearly missed it. Pusey flew through the hoops nearly as quickly, rolling and twisting the broom around to get through the more awkward hoops as fast as possible. The storm charm didn't seem to faze him, except to make him bend lower onto his broom and swerve slightly to the side to avoid a strong uppercutting wind that whipped up in front of him. When the cannon fired a blue ball, Pusey batted it away unerringly, and then he was making his way through the maze, much slower than he had been flying, but still at a remarkably steady pace. He was zapped a couple of times when he had to double back from a dead end, but soon he was out the other side and hurtling with heart-stopping recklessness through the final leg of the course. One of the six bludgers came awfully close to breaking the nose of his broom off, but Pusey pulled up sharply at the last moment and darted across the finish line before the bludgers could make a return pass. A cheer went up from the line of waiting Slytherins, and a smattering of applause from the sparsely populated stands was heard as well as Pusey headed into his second lap. This one caused him a bit more trouble, as he had hit the swinging blade with bad timing and had to put on the brakes to prevent being sliced in half before continuing. Well, probably the blade was blunted so that no one actually got cut to ribbons, but the effect was still terror-inducing. Now that is a Quidditch player, Flint said with no small amount of pride. 6 minutes and 16 seconds. He called out to the rest of them, that's the time to beat if you want a guaranteed spot on the team. The waiting hopefuls cheered eagerly, pressing forward to get closer to the front of the line. Draco scoffed, like anyone will beat Pusey's time. He's the best flyer for sheer maneuverability on the team, next to you, Flint. I know, Flint said, I just want to see if they'll psyche themselves out or not. Rigel grimaced at the riled-up competitors suddenly keen to take of the course as soon as possible. Flint's mind games were definitely in her top 3 scariest things ever witnessed, right up there with Walburga Black's horridly scowling portrait and Mr. Riddle's smile. A flash of blue, like a tailored vest, flashed across her mind's eye for a brief moment as the thought of fear churned the memories in her mind like a stick poking through muddy water, but she blinked it away. She had no time to get distracted by the past. When it was Draco's turn, Rigel gave him a reassuring smile and watched him like a hawk as soon as his attention was on the course. She had faith in Draco. She truly did, but if it looked for even a second like he really was going to be sliced into ribbons by the possibly blunted razor blade, well, she and her magic would not be standing by quietly. In the end, her caution was unnecessary. Draco had been a member of the Slytherin team for an entire year, even if it was on reserve, and it definitely showed. He flew so smoothly that if you watched only him and not his surroundings, you could almost forget the obstacles were even there. He brushed through the hoops with practiced precision, and though the thick rain made his bangs drip directly into his face, he still managed to catch the yellow ball launched at him with relative ease. The maze took him a moment or two to puzzle through, but the second and third laps went much faster once he had the rhythm of the course down. Her friend finished in just under 7 minutes, and he landed with a wide grin, cheeks flushed with exertion and pupils wide with excitement. That was great, Dre, Rigel said honestly, you're definitely moving on. Draco flicked a bit of water from his sleeves at her playfully. You'd better be there with me, Rye, so don't mess up. Rye, Rigel repeated with amusement. Draco looked briefly away, then back defiantly. Pansy and I have nicknames. Why not you? Since saying, because Rigel isn't my name in the first place, wasn't an option, Rigel just shrugged and let it go. Then, here goes nothing, Rigel said. She mounted her broom and rose about 5 feet off the ground to hover, waiting for the signal. When the whistle blew, she shot off toward the giant swinging pendulum of death. It was a lot more ominous up close, but when compared to the speed of a broomstick, it also appeared to move a lot slower than it did from a standstill. Rigel had no trouble maneuvering toward the side the blade wasn't, and immediately focused on not missing any of the hoops that were coming up next. She'd been watching people attempt the course for a good half hour, so she took the path that both Pusey and Draco had taken, as it seemed to be the most efficient overall. It was a little bit cheating, but mostly she thought it was just paying attention and being clever. She had braced herself against the wind and rain, but was entirely unprepared for the cold. She and Archie had never played Quidditch in the middle of a storm before. Lily would have had their brooms snapped in half for even thinking about it, and really, why would they even want to? Closing parenthesis. The water was one thing, encumbering her as an extra 10 pounds of weight absorbed into her robes, and a nightmare for visibility. Not for the first time, she thanked the polyjuice potion that she wasn't still wearing contacts, which surely would have been washed away when the rain started getting pushed horizontally at her by the impossible winds. The cold, though, was something else entirely. It froze her muscles and made her want to seize up with discomfort for precious seconds after getting through the rain to the other side. In those seconds the blue ball seemed to come out of nowhere, though Rigel instinctively batted it away from her face when she finally registered it approaching. If it had been any other color she would have been disqualified. Grimacing, she made a mental note to be more prepared coming out of the storm on the next lap. The maze she had watched several others make it through already, so she simply followed the path she'd memorized and tried not to touch the edges. One carelessly draped sleeve, however, demonstrated to Rigel exactly how painful a mild shock could be when conducted through water-soaked robes and skin. Seriously disoriented by the shock, Rigel just managed to duck a bludger that came careening toward her before she'd even gotten the tail end of her broom out of the maze's exit. Deciding she didn't want to spend any more time in that section than she had to, Rigel shot forward as quickly as she could while maintaining an irregular flight pattern to throw off the bludger's homing charm, which acted like a navigational auto-lock on the closest moving non-bludger within the charm's range. She raced across the finish line, hurtled once more toward the menacing pendulum, and began the whole ridiculous process over again. It went better the second time around, and she was feeling pretty confident by the third time she encountered the obstacles. As she made her way through the course for the final lap, it occurred to her, not for the first time, that much of the things wizards got themselves involved in were sheer farce if looked at from a certain angle. Ah well, such was the influence of magic, she supposed, which was a force of farce if ever there was one. Rigel finished with a respectable time of 8 minutes and 9 seconds. Not as good as anyone who had been on the team the year before, but definitely in the top 12. Flint then divided them into who was trying out for what positions and called out the top finishers for each position. Last year's keeper was called, as well as the potential keeper who had the fastest time. He kept Draco and a fifth year who had a time 30 seconds faster than Rigel's to try for Seeker. The two chasers besides Flint from last year were kept on the pitch, as well as the three fastest finishers among the hopefuls. For beaters, since Derek wasn't able to try out, Flint kept Bull, the other veteran beater, and three of the newbies with the fastest times, including Rigel, who had placed right in the middle of her two competitors, all three of whom had placed a good minute below Bull. The beaters and seekers stepped off the field to watch the chasers and keepers try out first. Their tryout was fairly straightforward, just a mock quaffle game, with one keeper at each goal set and the 6 chasers facing off against one anther to see who scored the most goals. Great flying, Rigel, Draco said when the chaser-keeper scrimmage had begun. Not as good as yours, Rigel said, grinning back a bit. You flew like you didn't even notice the obstacles. What obstacles? Draco laughed. Oh, those old things. Flint has us train with obstacle spells all the time. Didn't you ever wonder why I'd come back from practice soaking wet, even though it was sunny outside? Rigel had honestly never even noticed the discrepancy. She didn't know if it was because she didn't pay enough attention to the weather, or, she winced inwardly, if she didn't pay enough attention to her friends. Out loud, she said, I thought it best not to ask. Well, Flint likes to keep us on his toes, Draco shrugged, apparently not noticing how his words were seriously freaking out the kids standing nearest them. One time he made us practice with deafening spells over our ears, so we had to hone our situational awareness with sight only, and once he cast hampering charms on our brooms to make them move slower, but then charmed the bludgers a little bit faster, so that we'd learn to react faster to make up for the lack of mobility. Most of us ended up in the hospital wing, but it was an enriching experience. Rigel glanced bemusedly at Draco. Her friend had never once described an experience as enriching, if it caused him physical discomfort. Looking at the kid on Draco's other side, who was noticeably green in the face, Rigel understood that Draco was telling her this for the benefit of those around them. She thought it was a bit risky, since he might have psyched her out as well as their competition, but maybe Draco didn't care if he upset her as well, or maybe he had faith in the strength of her stomach. Deciding to pitch in, Rigel affected an interested but nervously incredulous tone of voice and asked, so weather charms are common, too? Oh, yeah, Draco said with an innocent smile that should have sent alarm bells through the head of anyone who knew the bee-owned aristocrat. We've practiced in all sorts of conditions. You'd think the icy rain and snow would be the worst, but sometimes we practice in fog so thick you can't see the end of your broomstick, much less a bludger coming straight at you. Then there are the days Flint cranks up the localized heating charms in the stadium to desert levels, and won't let us rehydrate until we get to 100 points. The worst, though, was definitely the plague of locusts. Plague of what? The girl who was trying against Draco for Seeker finally snapped and rounded on the bee. Oh boy, you can't be serious. Draco blinked, as if extremely taken aback that someone would doubt such a thing, the plague of locusts. Once Flint transfigured all the dead leaves on the pitch into a swarm of locusts, which then attacked at random to see how good we were at ignoring annoying distractions. Let me tell you, those suckers bite like nobody's business. Rigel was now hard-pressed to keep an amused smile off her face, and from the corner of her eye she could see Bull smirking openly as the rest of the beater and seeker hopefuls gave up their pretense of not listening and gaped with horror. What kind of crazy sadist is Flint? I saw Higgs with bites all over his neck last year. A beady-eyed boy trying for beater exclaimed. I thought they were from his girlfriend at the time, but now, that's sick. Rigel coughed quickly into her hand to disguise the snort that escaped her. Honestly, how did people believe this stuff? Most of it was probably true to a certain extent, but locusts most certainly didn't bite, they didn't even have teeth. Just a hard outer shell that was mostly useful for thickening up debilitating drafts. At most one might be able to pinch with its mouth, but there's no way it would penetrate the skin, and Rigel doubted it would look anything like a teenager's hickey. Still, the other 3 candidates who weren't already on the team seemed very in awe of this information. I thought this obstacle course thing was just intimidation tactics, to test the nerves, you know. The other potential beater, a beefy boy in a silver scarf that in Rigel's opinion was highly impractical for flying in, said with a frown, "But if this is the kind of thing we can expect all the time, the prestige of playing on the house team just isn't worth it." Without another word, the boy walked off the pitch and didn't look back. Rigel sent Draco a surreptitiously impressed look, and Draco just smirked at her. Now it was essentially she and the beady-eyed boy competing for the second beater's spot, since Bull was practically guaranteed a place back on the team. Soon enough the chasers were decided, and the keeper position as well. Consistent with what Draco had surmised, the old members kept their spots, and the hopefuls were sent off with disappointed expressions. There was one exception. The girl who tried out for keeper against Bletchley was kept on as a reserve, since she did manage to stop all but one of the goals shot against her by the seasoned chasers. Flint called out the beaters, of which he was obviously amused to note there were now only 3, and explained to them what their tryout would consist of. Originally, Flint informed them, "I was going to give you each a bludger and then see how many times you could hit it accurately through one of the goal posts in 10 minutes. Rigel felt quite suddenly relieved that he had phrased it in such a way that it was clear such a feat was no longer expected of them. The quaffle goals were an extremely precise target to hit a bludger at. Usually with bludgers, you just had to hit it in the general direction of an opposing player. It didn't have to connect, it just had to pose enough of a threat that the opposing player stopped whatever they were currently doing, like chasing the snitch or blocking the goalposts, in order to dodge it. This was good, because bludgers rarely stayed on the trajectory you hit them on. They were spelled to veer and swerve, and that was without the influence of the homing charms pulling them toward the nearest source of movement. To try and hit one through an inflexible, and just barely big enough quaffle hoop would be nearly impossible. Then I thought, what's the point in that? In a real game, the targets aren't going to stay stationary, Flint went on blithely, and there's no sense of risk when aiming at a dead hoop. So I came up with a way to really test your skills. Rigel didn't think she was the only one who gulped. But before I explain, let me call the seekers over here. Flint whistled and gestured with 2 fingers at Draco and the girl he was trying against. They came trotting over immediately, and upon their arrival Flint presented each with a flimsy plastic hoop roughly the size of a single goal hoop. Rigel's stomach began to sink as she looked from the hoops, to Flint's gleaming eyes, to the innocently excited faces of the potential seekers. "I can see by the rapid loss of color in your face that you've figured it out, Mr. Black," Flint chuckled darkly. "Well, don't spoil the fun before I build up to it. So anyway, I thought moving targets were just essential to a proper beater tryout, and to make it more realistic, the targets would have to be in close proximity to something that was empathetically not a target. Like, say, a fellow teammate." The beady eyes boy stuttered and gaped inarticulately, while the girl trying for seeker looked like she was biting her tongue to prevent from protesting vehemently as she realized what was going on. "Then of course there's this part of me that just hates wasted time," Flint said contemplatively, "and that's the part of me that came up with a brilliant idea to kill 2 seekers. Birds. With 1 bludger and incorporate the seekers' tryouts into this situation as well. For anyone who needs it spelled out, this is how it's going to go down. Malfoy and Caveat will each have one of these hoops affixed with a sticking charm to the bottom of their brooms. Just to prove to anyone who thinks otherwise that I never put my team through something I'm not willing to do myself, I, too, will have a hoop affixed to my broom for this tryout. As you may have noticed, that means there are 3 hoops, and 3 beaters trying out. Incidentally, good job thinning the herd, Malfoy. Now I won't have to choose a random spectator to make it an even 4. Draco preened a bit under the praise, thought he was still giving the plastic hoop in his hand apprehensive glances. "Now, each of you will get 1 bludger. They'll be color-coded, so don't try hitting someone else's unless it attacks you directly, and you'll have 15 minutes to see how many times you can get it through your hoop. The hoops will also be color-coded, and Pusey will be my eyes in the sky to keep score. The 2 beaters with the most goals win, but be aware that hitting the person or broom of the one carrying your hoop will result in serious deductions," Flint said sternly. Mr. Flint." The beady-eyed boy spoke up nervously, "Why are the seekers carrying the hoops? I mean, it'll be harder for them to maneuver with them on, so how will they catch the snitch?" "They won't," Flint shrugged. No snitches in this game. I already know Malfoy can catch the snitch when he tries hard enough, and I've seen enough of Caveat's flying to assume she's got talent as well. This tryout's not about talent, though. I can beat that into you once you're on the team. It's about guts. The Seekers will be judged on how well they hold up under the pressure of being a constant moving target. Their role in this requires gumption to stick it out, and also trust in their fellow players. One badly timed bludger and you could knock them out of the air, but that's no different from how a real match will be, so it's best to get used to it now. Rigel thought that was a little bit not at all true. No beater would aim a bludger at a player who was right next to his own player. You went for the lone flyers. The Seekers are keepers, the other beaters, and occasionally the stray chaser. And that was when you aimed at anyone at all. Bludgers didn't need a beater's help in targeting other players, they did that on their own. Most of a beater's job was to keep the bludgers away from their own players. Catching the other team unawares was usually just a bonus. Flint stuck the hoops onto the bottom of his, Draco's, and the Caveat girl's brooms. He then charmed the one on his broom red, Draco's blue, and Caveat's green. Bull, you're red. Black. Blue. Tuigans, you're green, Flint said. It did not escape Rigel's notice that Flint was paired with the most experienced beater, and was therefore the least likely to get hit. Caveat seemed to be a bit leery of the pairings, too, and she eyed Tuigans nervously tapping fingers with uneasy concern. Pusey brought over 3 bludgers, 1 charmed red, 1 green, and 1 blue, and when Flint set them free the 3 beaters took to the skies after their bludgers as quickly as possible. The Seekers and Flint took off carefully with their colored hoops. It was immediately apparent that they'd have to fly awkwardly with their legs tucked up and out of the way if they didn't want to get an ankle broken by any shots that actually went through the hoops. Still, they seemed to be managing all right, and Rigel had no more time to spare them as she tore through the air after the tough blue comet streaking across the sky above her. When she finally caught up to the bludger, she just followed it for a moment, flummoxed. What was she to do now? She couldn't catch it and wait for the perfect shot like it was a quaffle, but she couldn't hit it blindly toward Draco's hoop either, as it was both too far away and at a bad angle for a shot. She considered hitting it softly in Draco's direction until it was close enough to get a better shot, but without enough momentum the bludger was as likely to go where she hit it as it was to go anywhere else. One did not simply nudge a bludger in the direction one wanted it to take, after all. As she kept pace with the blue bludger for a few moments more, she saw Tuigans get off a pretty solid hit on his green bludger towards Caveat. Unfortunately, it was too high, and Caveat was forced to duck and roll swiftly to avoid getting hit in the chest with the glowing green ball. Rigel shook her head at the foolishness. The only way that would have worked is if Caveat had pulled up enough to make the ball go through. Oh, Rigel blinked at the realization. Well, exactly. Hadn't Flint just said it wasn't about skill? It was about guts, for both the beaters and the Seekers. Rigel turned her broom sideways so she could both follow the bludger on its random path and catch sight of Draco once more. He was watching her, seeming content to wait for her to make a move. Rigel whistled sharply just as Flint had done down on the pitch and swung an arm in a motion to indicate he should come closer. Draco seemed to get the idea quickly enough, and he zoomed toward her quickly. If she couldn't get the bludger to the hoop, they'd bring the hoop to the bludger. Wasn't the whole point that the hoop was mobile? Admittedly, an opposing player would never cooperate during a game, but Flint hadn't said they couldn't work together, and in Slytherin House that was as good as saying you could. Soon Draco pulled up beside her, though his movements were wide and exaggerated due to the hoop. What are we doing? He shouted over the wind. Winning. Rigel yelled back. If you give me a straight shot to the hoop at less than 30 feet, I can make it. Draco grimaced, but nodded. No problem. Fly ahead of it and give it a target. It will head right for you, and I'll keep the hoop directly behind its path. Rigel nodded, and leaned forward on her broom. She shot forward, coming level with, then moving past, the blue bludger. She could tell when the homing charm on the front of the bludger locked onto her. The bludger started shifting ever so slightly in response to tiny variations in her movements. She increased her speed enough to get a good distance ahead of the bludger, but not outstrip it completely, and when she felt she had enough room, she shouted, "Now, Draco." She pulled the broom up so sharply it flipped neatly in place and readied her bat in the split second it took her to turn on the spot. The bludger was closing in 5 seconds, and she had a clear line of sight to where Draco hovered just 25 feet behind it. It wasn't very far of a distance, and an inexperienced beater might be tempted to hit the bludger with less than full force, in case it missed, so as not to endanger their teammate more than necessary. Rigel, however, was not so naive. If she hit the bludger with less than 100%, it dramatically increased the likelihood of the bludger breaking the trajectory and aiming for Draco instead. The homing charm could be overcome by brute force, so the only way to make it fly true was to commit totally to the hit, but that also meant that if her aim was off, Draco wouldn't have time to move out of the way before it hit him. All of that rushed through her head in 5 seconds, and before she could lose her nerve she set her sights on the blue hoop and let her bat swing forward with all her might. The crack of the bat against the metal bludger was always somewhat sickening at close range, but as a beater one got used to it quickly. The bludger changed direction with violent energy and careened back toward Draco with all the suddenness of a bombardment hex. Rigel held her breath as she watched the bludger's path. It looked for all intents like it was headed straight for Draco's face. She knew, in the logical portion of her mind, that it wasn't going to hit Draco in the face. They were right above the part of the obstacle course where the weather charms had been cast, and because of this there was a serious downward wind created by the vacuum of the spell as it sucked air currents into the charmed space to use in the storm. The wind would pull the bludger down a good 3.5 feet at approximately 10 feet away from Draco's position if Rigel had put the correct rotation on the bludger as she hit it, but a very alarmed part of her just realized that no one had told Draco that. Just as she was cursing herself for not warning him about the illusory trajectory, she realized that her friend was not diving out of the way as any sane person would have done in that situation. Draco was still hovering there, in the exact same place he'd been when she took aim, and the expression on his face was expectant, not worried. Draco, who had no idea she'd ever even played beater before, and had only ever seen her hit tiny little practice snitches with the bat, was not a bit concerned that the bludger flying at his face was about to break his nose. He trusted her. The realization was like a blow to the solar plexus, and Rigel was grateful the bludger wasn't heading for her, because with the way she jerked with the sudden knowledge of Draco's completely unwarranted faith in her, it would have missed entirely. In the end, Draco was steadfast enough for the both of them, and the bludger did indeed drop at the last moment to swoop neatly through the plastic hoop and continue on its drunkenly careening way toward the other side of the pitch. Draco whooped and cheered before flying toward her and wrapping one arm roughly around her shoulder in an awkward air hug. That was awesome. Let's do it again. I bet we can get 3 more in the next 10 minutes or so if we're fast enough. Rigel just stared at him, not daring to open her mouth for fear of what would come tumbling out. Seeing him stare down a bludger on nothing more than the faith he had in her abilities, Rigel just couldn't believe someone like him was friends with someone like her. Draco, with his wildly swept about hair and wide-eyed expression of intense enjoyment, was freedom incarnate. That he could just give in completely and trust in someone like that, in her, of all people, rubbed something raw within her gut. She, who had lied to him since the moment they met, she who couldn't even tell him her real name, she, who was using this game as a way to subdue her family's suspicions and as a single, selfish pleasure in her life of sacrificed indulgences, while Draco flew with the freedom of someone who would never pretend to be something he wasn't, no matter how much easier things might be for him if he did. She could never be worthy of such a gift, and the worst part was that she couldn't even tell Draco how remarkable his trust in her was, because the comparison would only raise more questions that she would never be able to answer. Rigel. Time limit. Hello. Rigel snapped out of her thoughts and cursed herself. Her mind always spaced out at the worst possible moments. Okay. Let's do this, she called, same pattern. When I call for you to freeze, do exactly what you did before. No problem, Draco said, grinning. Let's show them what we're made of. It seemed that the rest of the tryout was going to be a sweep. In the next 5 minutes, Rigel and Draco scored twice more with their bludger, and Tuigans didn't seem to have gotten even one. He was chasing a nervous caveat in circles as he tried to work up the nerve to aim at her again, and she tried to stay still long enough to be sure the bludger was going to hit her before diving once again out of the way. Flint and Bull were. Wait, what were they doing? Flint was hovering nonchalantly on the east side of the pitch, and Bull was on the complete opposite west side, corralling his bludger. Corralling was when the beater needed to control the bludger but wasn't yet ready to hit it. Instead, the beater teased the bludger by flying in front of it, as Rigel had done earlier, to make it follow the trajectory they chose without getting rid of it yet. There was a famous game from the 1960s in which one team's beaters had decided to do nothing but corral the bludgers the whole match, taking them out of the equation completely and letting their chasers, who were world-renowned at the time, work uninterrupted and win the match. Rigel wondered what Bull was doing with his bludger, though. He wasn't hurting it back toward Flint. Instead, he seemed to be flying toward where she and Draco were trying to line up another shot on the edges of the northwest stands. In fact, oh, crud. Draco, look out. She changed direction before their shot was lined up and absently batted the blue bludger away from them as she shot toward Draco's position. The blue bludger wasn't the one they had to worry about, because Bull had just whacked the red bludger right at them. Or more specifically, right at Draco, who, with the unwieldy hoop attached to his broom, probably wouldn't be able to maneuver fast enough to avoid the barreling ball. Draco's eyes flew to the ball, and when he realized how close it was, a grimly resigned look overcame his features. No matter where he moved, the bludger was close enough to follow at this point. Unless. Fly toward me, Rigel yelled, bent double over her broom to get there in time. She wouldn't have made it if Draco stayed where he was, but when he flew toward her as quickly as he could with that stupid hoop, it brought the bludger toward her as well. It was close. Too close, but Rigel managed to bring the bat between the red bludger and Draco's left shoulder as he darted past her. It was barely a hit, and only moved the bludger back 10 feet or so, but that was more than enough time for Rigel to bring her arm back and hit it more squarely when it came round again. She hit it, not at Bull, but towards Flint, whose idea she was sure that had been. She could practically feel him smirking from across the field, and was almost disappointed the captain dodged the bludger so easily. Then again, he didn't have it shot at him practically point blank, like Draco had. Bull gave them an indifferent shrug as they glared at him in annoyance, though he did send Draco a slightly apologetic smile on his way back toward Flint. That's time, Flint roared, holding up his watch. He descended to land at the eastern goal posts and the rest of them followed suit. Tuiggans looked keenly disappointed, while Caveat seemed somewhat relieved to be on the ground once more. Well, overall I'd say it was pretty pathetic, Flint said, unattaching the hoop from his broom and tossing it to the ground with casual disgust. Tuiggans, you didn't score a single goal. Black, you scored 3, but only because your partner aided you actively. In a real game, that's not going to cut it. Caveat, you have the nerves of a frightened rabbit, and the only reason I'm not banning you from tryouts in the future is because Tuiggans can't aim for shit, and frankly I'm not surprised you didn't trust him enough to sit still. The only one who showed any real guts was Draco. What about Bull? Tuiggans spoke up, frowning. What about him? Flint drawled, he's been on the team for years, and doesn't have to prove anything to me. So, obviously Draco is going to be starting seeker, and Black will fill the beater position. Any questions? No. Good. Get off my pitch then. Draco grinned delightedly and punched Rigel in the arm. You did it. Ha, and you didn't even want to try out. Rigel smiled back bemusedly. You did it too, Mr. Starting Seeker. Let's go tell Pansy. They jogged over to the stands the spectators were sitting in, and Pansy hurried down to meet them. So, she asked excitedly, you must have made it. No one else even made any goals. We're both on the team, Draco said proudly, which means now you definitely have to come to all our games. Pansy sighed, but they could see her pride for them behind the surface gesture. This is what I get for being friends with you two hopeless boys. With Rigel on the team, too, it'll be nothing but Quidditch all day long. You'll learn to love it, Draco said reassuringly. And if you don't, you'll have manifold opportunities to practice exhibiting patience and false interest over the next 6 years, Rigel added thoughtfully. And at least you'll know what you're talking about when you finally get a boyfriend and he's interested in the sport, Draco said with a rather poor impression of a rakish grin. Win-win, Pansy said with extremely false enthusiasm. And just what do you mean, finally? I'm barely 13, and I don't see you with a girlfriend hanging off your arm. Well, that's because I'm too young to be tied down, Draco said airily, using the put-upon snobbish voice he affected when he was joking around. And anyway, for a girl it's more pathetic to be alone. That explains it, Rigel said. I thought Draco was looking a bit pathetic lately. Draco did a good impression of pouting while Pansy and Rigel laughed their way back to the castle. What should we do with the rest of the evening? Draco asked once they'd stepped into the castle entrance hall. I think Pansy should decide, Rigel said. We did make her sit through those tryouts for hours. And took a few years off my life, too, Pansy said primly. Reckless boys. As it happens, Rookwood intimated that he wanted to speak with you at some point, Rigel, so I think we should go see what he's up to tonight. Rigel glanced curiously at Pansy. Me? Whatever for? Who knows? Draco said, but it's bound to be interesting if Rookwood, and therefore Rosier, are involved. Rigel thought. Interesting was a good word for encounters of the Rosier Rookwood kind, but couldn't say she was very much looking forward to it. Somehow, things always got more complicated with the upperclassmen around. They met Rookwood in the Slytherin common room an hour or so before dinner, and, as expected, found Rosier there with him. Well, the up-and-coming Silver 3 made the time to see us after all, Rosier said, golden eyes glinting with amusement. I guess that means we're still interesting, Rookwood. As if that was ever in question, Pansy said easily, and whatever do you mean, the Silver 3, Alden? Didn't you know? Rosier said, clearly enjoying dangling the knowledge over them, people are starting to notice you three. The Malfoy scion, the only daughter of Rose Parkinson, and the heir to the ancient House of Black, three noticeably talented Slytherins with money and familial power to spare, all in the same year and best friends to boot. There's really no question that you three are going places, the only question is how far. You forgot witty and good-looking, Draco said loftily, a smile playing about his mouth. I didn't forget, Rosier said delightedly, I just didn't want to bore you with things you already knew. In any case, please sit, Rookwood said, gesturing to the three empty chairs across from the couch he and Rosier shared. Thank you for coming. What did you want to speak with me about? Rigel asked, figuring it was best not to waste too much time. A mutual friend of ours has recently come into the keeping of a particularly moody Viper Aberus, Rookwood said. He received it as a gift, and therefore has really no idea how to take care of the creature. He came to me for help, since I work with all kinds of animals on my family's wildlife preserve. I have an abundance of theoretical knowledge, but little practical experience with snakes, so I thought to inquire whether you had any tips for inexperienced handlers. Rigel blinked. That was unexpected. Why didn't Pusey just buy a book on keeping snakes? Rookwood raised an eyebrow. I gather he thought it would seem suspicious for a Slytherin student to be seen looking for information on keeping snakes. As you know, strictly speaking, pets excluding owls, cats, rats, and toads are forbidden at Hogwarts. Fathers tried to get them to change the rules, but the board insists that snakes are more dangerous than cats and toads and such, Draco said, shaking his head regretfully. Indeed, Rosier said, so you see Adrian's plight. Luckily we have amongst our number someone with a snake enthusiast for a father. So, Black, any tips? Rigel's brain stalled for a moment. What could she say? She didn't do much besides occasionally pet the snakes in Sirius Courtyard, and only knew what they ate because Archie complained about the dead mice in the freezer all the time. I'm really not sure, she said apologetically. My dad takes care of them for the most part. I just spend time with them when they get bored. But that's just it, Rookwood said, leaning forward intently. You seem to have a way with the creatures. How else would you know when they're bored? You told Adrian that his snake was tired and hungry, as though such a thing were obvious. Also, last semester you somehow obtained boomslang venom for Alice, and boomslang snakes are notoriously choosy about who they allow near them. Rigel thought the boomslang she'd met in the forest didn't seem too choosy when confronted with the possibility of a free meal, and said, I just bribe them, mostly. If you show them a mouse, they'll cooperate pretty easily. Snakes in general seem to be practical animals, too smart to turn down free food. Rookwood looked half disappointed, half unsurprised. You don't have to lie, Black. If you don't want to tell me how you do it, then don't, but there's no need to insult my intelligence. I let it go with the boomslang venom, because I was still half convinced it was something Alice put you up to, but although Alden enjoys his little games of deception, for me it gets a bit old being flat out lied to. Rigel winced, but could not deny the claim. Hey, watch what you accuse our friend of, Draco growled. Rigel's entitled to his secrets, same as any of us. Don't act like it's your business, and don't ask questions you know he can't give you a straight answer to. There's no crime in being curious, Rosier said in an airily waspish way, and you can't deny Black's habit for prevaricating and misdirection annoys even you, his friends, at times. Pansy looked between her old and new friends, completely unsure whose side to take, and said, let's all calm down for a moment. I'm sure this is a misunderstanding. But it wasn't. Rigel closed her eyes briefly, thinking she should have anticipated things coming to a head like this eventually. Surely someone would notice all the lying and avoiding she did and call her on it. It just turned out they'd been noticing for a while and refrained from bringing it up out of politeness. What could she say? She didn't want to start spilling her secrets every time someone made her feel guilty about lying, but she also didn't realize it was becoming both so blatant and so insidious. Were other people getting slowly fed up with it as well? If she could expect more confrontations in the future, perhaps she should give in just a little. After all, if she gave them enough truth to satisfy, then they wouldn't think to look deeper, right? The classic bend to keep from breaking approach with a little misdirection thrown in for good measure. Rigel spoke slowly, as though incredibly unsure, though in truth she had already made her decision. Even though what she was about to reveal could be dangerous, it was also one of the more innocent of her secrets. It wasn't illegal, after all, but it was looked down upon enough that her hiding it for that reason alone was plausible. It was, in short, the perfect secret to reveal to appease the upperclassmen. You're right, she said, looking around at them, all of you are, in a way. I do keep secrets, and they also really aren't any of your business. Still, I guess I don't need to keep this one any longer, as long as you guys can be discreet about it. She saw that she had their full attention, so she affected a look of sheepish embarrassment. My dad doesn't even know about it, because, well, it's not really something you bring up in casual conversation, and it's also a bit dark. Draco raised an eyebrow, and the corners of Rosier's mouth drew down slightly. Pansy just blinked at her, and Rookwood looked completely impassive. Not that there's anything wrong with dark, Rigel added, I just figured it wasn't something my family would really understand. Anyway, in truth I don't really have any specialized knowledge of snakes. I only understand them because I can, well, understand them. There was a beat of silence, then Draco said, what? Rigel took a careful breath, I can talk to snakes, and understand them when they speak. Seeing that none of the other four knew quite what to say in response to that, she rambled on, it's how I knew Pusey's snake was hungry, it told me. It's also how I got the venom, I just asked. So, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but traditionally it's seen as an unsavory sort of talent, and it's not that I'm ashamed of it, but you know how much I dislike attention, and a snake speaker tends to get a lot of attention once it's known. Draco swallowed hard. I can't believe you didn't tell us. Wow. Rigel, what in Salazar's name were you thinking, keeping a talent like that locked up? Do you know how popular that's going to make you in Slytherin once everyone, oh. Right, so, we can't tell anyone, can we? Rigel grimaced apologetically. I'd prefer it if you didn't, she said faintly, you're not mad at me. Well, I'm disappointed you felt like you had to hide that part of yourself from us, Draco said seriously, and Rigel saw Pansy nod in mute agreement, but like you said, it was your secret to tell. What made you decide to tell us now? I've been thinking lately I should trust my friends a little more, Rigel said, smiling, and you've just proven to me why I should. Thank you. You don't have to thank us for keeping your secrets, Rigel, Pansy said softly, we'd do it anyway. And you don't have to apologize for being yourself. We like you the way you are, whoever you turn out to be. Rigel felt a warm feeling flush through her, starting in her gut and rushing up to her head, where it pooled and made her dizzy with happiness. You guys are the best friends I could ever ask for. I don't deserve you. Of course you don't, Pansy said lightly, bumping Rigel with her shoulder, but we're friends with you anyway, because that's how wonderful we are. Draco nodded regally, and the three of them laughed in perfect understanding. Not that this isn't touching, Rosier said, voice laced with honeyed amusement. The 3 second years turned to look at their upperclassmen with identical expressions of chagrined surprise, having all forgotten the other two were still there in their moment of friendship affirmation. But just to be clear, you're a Parselmouth, Black. Rigel nodded slowly. Well, that explains a lot, Rookwood said. I no longer wonder that you were placed in Slytherin, Rosier agreed, but rather wonder how your father got out of it. Don't traits like that usually run in families? It's very recessive in my family, Rigel said. In fact, I think it came from a different family, one we married into at some point, and was passed down accidentally until it activated in me by chance. I suppose it's possible, Rookwood said. Usually familial magic ensures talents and abilities are passed in the direct line only, but there are always exceptions. It could even have come from your mother's line. Well, however you got it, it's amazing. To think, I know a Parselmouth personally. Draco looked at her pleadingly. Are you sure I can't tell my father? Rigel shook her head. I won't tell you what to do, and I did give you permission to write your father about me last year, so it's in your rights to do so, but I'd really appreciate it if you could keep this to yourself for a while at least. I want to have an uneventful school year, you know. And all the stir something like that would cause. Pansy nodded slowly. Rigel's right. Parselmouths are rare, and powerful Parselmouths are even more so. Most of Slytherin's line was inbred to the point of squibhood, after all, and the surviving descendants disappeared into obscurity dozens of decades ago. You must be descendant from one of the lines older even than Slytherin, where the line branched before Slytherin became known for the trait. After all, he wasn't the first Parselmouth, just the most well-known, so you could have gotten it from anywhere, really. The point is, a Parselmouth appearing out of nowhere after all this time, it will be unsettling for a lot of people. Especially concerning the current politics, Draco said, looking serious once more. Blood tension is at an all-time high, and a powerful dark trait appearing now of all times in the heir of a famously old pureblood family would definitely set some teeth on edge. You would be at best a poster boy for pureblood power, at worst a threat to the light faction and their arguments that pure-blooded inbreeding leads to talentless, magically impotent basket cases. Everyone turned to stare at Draco for a moment. What? I read it in one of the pamphlets. My father is always burning in the fireplace, Draco said defensively. So, anyway, Rigel said, now you four know why I'm good with snakes. I'm afraid I can't help you with many practical tips for handling them, Rookwood, though I wasn't kidding when I said a bribe works wonders. That's all right. Rookwood waved her off. I've learned something much more interesting. And since we can see how delicate the current climate is, we, too, will keep this talent between ourselves for the time being. Though Rookwood will probably tell dear Alice, Rosier said, smirking, the only people those two can't keep a secret from is each other. Rigel smiled. Thank you. I'm sorry I lied to you all, though I probably will do so again in the future. We understand why you did, in this case, Pansy said, patting her arm gently. And it makes it more interesting to be your friend if you don't spill all your guts at once, Draco said teasingly, otherwise we might get bored. In that vein, I've been meaning to ask, could you guys lie to me a little more often? Rigel asked sweetly, only I've been so uninterested by you guys lately, how? Draco had thrown his chair pillow at her. I think that's our cue, Edmund, Rosier said, rising gracefully. Thank you for your enlightening conversation. See you around, little snakes. The next afternoon Rigel was just finishing up a particularly grueling arithmancy essay for Flint when it occurred to her that she had spent hardly any time with her Gryffindor friends since the start of term. Since she needed to ask Percy something about link transfigurations for the last of Flint's essays anyway, she stopped by a bathroom to get rid of her disguise. Madame Pants's ire had not lessened one iota with the new semester, and headed off in a beeline to the portrait guarding the lion's den. Neville answered her knock on the portrait. The young Griff looked a bit wan for some reason, but when he saw who was in the corridor, he grinned a bit. You would show up now of all times, Rigel. Rigel raised an eyebrow. I can come back later, if you'd prefer. No, no, Neville said, you may as well come in. Just, take off your tie, will you? And, you're not here to see Ron, are you? Rigel blinked down at her green and silver tie, but removed it obediently and stowed it in her bag. I actually wanted to talk to Percy, but it would have been nice to hang out with you and Ron for a while. We haven't seen each other outside of classes much. Neville sighed. Well, Percy's with Ron, unfortunately, and Ron's in the hospital wing. Rigel frowned. Is Ron okay? He's fine, Neville said. It's his sister, Ginny. As best Madame Pomfrey can tell, she fainted sometime between breakfast and lunch. They found her in the Charms corridor and brought her to the infirmary, but she still hasn't woken up. Rigel frowned a little deeper. Is it? Neville knew exactly what she was asking. Not the sleeping sickness, no. But Ron and his brothers are still really worried. She's the youngest of the family, you know, and their only sister. I'm sorry to hear about Ron's sister, Rigel said, but why do I need to take my tie off? Neville bit his lip worriedly. Don't be mad, but some of the other Gryffindors think it was a Slytherin who hexed Ginny. They said first years don't just faint for no reason, so she must have been either really shocked or frightened, or else someone put her under a sleeping spell. Even if someone did, it could have been anyone, Rigel said. She was found in the Charms corridor, not the dungeons. Maybe a ghost surprised her, or she simply didn't eat enough for breakfast. I know, Neville said, shrugging, but you know how house sentiment is. They see it as an attack on the House of Lions, and the prime suspect is the House of Snakes. So, like I said, you can come in but don't advertise your house too much, okay? Rigel shook her head. That's all right, Neville. I think I'll go to the hospital wing to make sure the Weasleys are doing okay. Want to come? I've just come from there 10 minutes ago, Neville said. It was getting a bit, well, you'll see, I suppose. Thanks though. See you around, Rigel. Rigel retraced her steps down to the hospital wing, a place she was sure she never wanted to see again, and told herself she would just stop in to pay her respects quickly and then go struggle through the Transfiguration essay on her own. After all, there was no reason for her to stay long. She didn't even know Ginny Weasley, and she didn't want to bother Percy with academia while he was worried over his sister. The same went for catching up with Ron. It could wait until his concerns over his family were assuaged. She entered to find the ward much livelier than it had been the last time she was there, and traced the source of the atmosphere to Fred and George, who had somehow managed to conjure an entire bandstand without getting kicked out by Madame Pomfrey for it. In fact, Rigel didn't see the formidable nurse anywhere in the ward. Fred had his hands on some sort of flute, a recorder, she thought it might be called, and George was plunking away on a miniature piano while every now and then banging on a kick drum with his feet. Ron was tentatively holding a pair of maracas, looking as though he had no idea what to do with them, and Percy was standing with his arms crossed, disapproval on his face and a tambourine that was clearly meant for him abandoned on the bedside table. On the bed itself was a young girl with long red hair and an abundance of freckles that must have been their sister, Ginny. What are you doing? Rigel asked when it became clear they hadn't noticed her come in. Ron turned and dropped the maracas onto the foot of the bed hastily, as though he couldn't believe he'd been caught holding them. Percy sighed, and began to explain, but Fred cut across him after leaping up from where he'd been perched on the bed's bottom railing to ruffle Rigel's hair and sling a friendly arm around her shoulder. So good of you to ask, pup, but I should think it rather obvious, Fred said reprovingly. At her blank look, George took pity on her and supplied, we're waking up Ginny, of course. Rigel nodded as though that made sense, and is it working? No, it is not, Percy said, scowling, all they're doing is giving me a headache. You had a headache this morning, Fred said dismissively, you don't need our help to give you one. Besides, if you've got a medical issue, tell the nurse. And how am I to do that when you two have run her off? Percy asked exasperatedly. Run her off. We did no such thing, did we, George? George said innocently. Fred thought about it. I'm afraid he might be referring to that little story we told her about a third-year Hufflepuff falling down the west stairs, Fred. Well, that could have been true, George said reasonably. Third years are notoriously clumsy. Rigel had to suppress a smile at how true that was. George must have seen it, though, for he said, "Ah, it appears someone is recalling an incident that was perhaps less indicative of our own grace as third years than we'd appreciate." Oi! Show some respect. Fred said, affronted. Where do you get off laughing at us like that? This is a place of healing. Percy sighed. Like you two know anything about respect. Not to mention the fact that no one's getting any healing done with the nurse gone off on a wild goose chase to the west stairs. Well, if you aren't going to mention it, don't, Fred suggested. You know, I hate to admit it, but Percy's got a point, Ron said, wincing a bit at the betrayed looks Fred and George proceeded to give him. I'm just saying, Pomfrey might have had a better shot at waking Ginny up than all this would. He gestured to the musical instruments, and Fred got out his wand with an affronted sniff. Well, if you're not going to be appreciative, he flicked his wand at the recorder, which promptly vanished. 3 seconds later, the other musical instruments vanished as well, seemingly of their own accord. How did you do that? Rigel blurted out. That was a link transfiguration. I've been trying to figure out the theory behind it since lunch. Fred exchanged a look with George that had them both nodding to something no one else understood before turning back to her. Theory. What theory? You just do it. Rigel gaped at the redhead for a moment. Was this how other people felt when she just did things? How annoying. So you can't explain it to me. George could, Fred said with a yawn. He likes to figure things out. Once he does, I just have to tune my magical output to his and then copy it to get the same result. Rigel just stared. There were no words for how unbelievably brilliant, not to mention useful, that ability must be. Yeah, twins are special, whatever, Ron said, rolling his eyes in the face of his brother's genius. What I want to know is why you care about linking transfigurations. That's 6th year material. Oh, is it? Rigel said innocently. You should know it is, Percy said, frowning. That's why you're learning it, right? Because it's the same thing I'm learning now. Rigel inwardly flinched. She'd forgotten Percy was there, and what she'd told him about why their transfiguration studies coincided so perfectly. Hey, yeah, it's just embarrassing, you know. Working ahead, I guess I shouldn't be so ashamed to be studious. She was met with 4 considering looks, and mentally reminded herself not to try and fool the Weasley children when she could help it. They were all extremely sharp in their individual ways, and she had a feeling their friendship didn't exempt her from their shrewd scrutiny. So, is your sister going to be okay, then? Rigel asked, feeling like a coward for using their sick sister to deflect the conversation, but frankly intimidated by so many serious blue-eyed stares aimed her way. Ron frowned. Glancing back at the sleeping girl's face, Pomfrey says it's not the sickness, but it's not a natural sleep either, or Fred and George's racket would have woken her by now. Rigel looked more carefully at Ginny Weasley. She was paler than her brothers, and since she had the delicate muscle tone of a girl who regularly exercised, Rigel assumed the pallor was a symptom, not a natural characteristic. Her breathing was even, but her eyelids fluttered rapidly, as though in the midst of some serious REM sleep. If it wasn't sleep, though. She seems to be exhibiting all the signs of intense mental activity, Rigel said. Does she meditate often? She might have just gone too deep in a trance, which would mean she'd wake up on her own time when her body got too hungry or tired to maintain the meditative state. Pomfrey asked something similar, Ron said, but as far as we know, Ginny's never expressed any interest in mental arts of any sort. She's not exactly a sitting still kind of a girl. Rigel frowned. Oh, still, I'm sure she'll wake up soon, Ron. Don't worry. That sounded weak even to her, but what else could she say? Yeah, or you could wake her up, Ron said slowly. Fred and George frowned identically at him, but he rushed on. I'm just saying, Rigel can get inside people's heads, you know. Maybe he can get her out sooner, if it's really just a matter of time. I don't think that's a good idea, Percy said, I'm sure Rigel would mean well, but it's a dangerous thing to be going into other people's minds. Rigel nodded apologetically. I wouldn't feel comfortable experimenting with mind diving on your sister. I only did it with the sickness because the alternative was so dire. What's so dire about Malfoy being sick? Ron muttered darkly. Pompous git. Rigel bit her lip and said, carefully, Draco is my friend, Ron, and he was dying. I know, okay. Ron blew out a breath fraught with annoyance. He's still a Malfoy, though. You know, if he wasn't your friend, I'd accuse him of making Ginny like this. Rigel was taken aback. She hadn't realized Ron and Draco hated each other so much. I was with Draco and Pansy most of the morning, Ron. I really don't think he did anything to Ginny. Yeah, probably not, Ron said reluctantly, but nothing else makes sense. Rigel privately didn't think that theory made sense either, but didn't say so. You know, Malfoy Sr. got in a row with our dad in Flourish and Blots just before end of break, Ron said suddenly, gazing down at Ginny again. Dad broke the guy's nose. It was over something Lucius Malfoy said to Ginny, actually, so it's not so much of a stretch to think, well, someone had to do this to her, didn't they? She's never just fainted before, and she sure as magic didn't ever go into a coma for no reason at home. We'll know when she wakes up, Ron, Percy said gently. Ginny will know what happened to her. I guess, Ron said morosely. There were a few minutes of awkward silence after that, until Rigel couldn't really take it anymore. If she doesn't wake up by tonight, why don't I ask Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape to supervise me and try to wake her up? George smiled at her warmly and Fred ruffled her hair again. I suppose if the professors were supervising. Thank you, Rigel, Percy said. Do you still need help with linking transfigurations tonight? Oh, that's okay, Rigel said. I'll learn about them some other time. Flint could deal with a grade lower than an O on this one. Well, in that case, come with us, pup, Fred said, rubbing his hands together in a thoroughly unreassuring way. We've got a lot of work to do if Ginny's going to be waking up tonight. Work, Rigel repeated uneasily. Well, of course, George said, grinning. We've got to welcome our sister back to the world of the waking with style, right, brother? Indeed, brother, Fred said. I'd say it calls for something really grand to cheer poor Ginny up for missing a whole day of relaxing. Nothing worse than waking up to a Monday, George agreed solemnly. Oh, no, you two are going to prank someone again, aren't you? Percy shook his finger at them. I've half a mind to tell McGonagall before you do something to embarrass the rest of us unfortunate enough to share your last name. Ah, but a burgeoning barrister like yourself would never accuse someone before proof beyond a reasonable doubt was established, Fred said gravely. Innocent until proven guilty, Percy, George added, even you can't argue with that. Now come on, pup, and let's get out of here before he finds some way to argue with that. Rigel barely had time to wave to Ron and Percy as she was ushered unceremoniously out of the hospital wing and whisked off into a seldom used corridor with the twins. I actually have a bit more studying I was going to do this afternoon, she trailed off when they rounded on her with serious expressions. Oh, you're not getting out of this, George said with sharp cheerfulness. We've not seen you all semester. Do you know how frustrating it is to put off pulling any really good pranks because our touchstone is too busy learning 6th year transfiguration material to come up to the tower and say, hi, to us? It's quite frustrating, in case you were wondering, Fred added idly. Rigel winced, and opened her mouth to apologize, but Fred went on blithely, don't apologize, pup, you do that too much anyway, and don't go acting like we kicked you. We're not angry. 'Cause we know how you are. Rigel wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but it didn't stop her feeling somehow guilty for it. But we are going to insist you help us out with this prank, George said, smiling down at her from his superior height, and in return, I'll teach you linked transfigurations. Rigel smiled back and gave in. Okay, what are we doing? Well, funny you should ask. They spent the next few hours planning out the prank they were going to pull the next day if Ginny woke up. As far as pranks went, it was surprisingly nice. Rigel was actually looking forward to the end result. They wandered back to the hospital wing after finishing a working dinner in the kitchens, where Binny was happy to help convince the other elves not to clear away their hard work the next day. After assuring them the results would disappear on their own around lunch, the elves more or less happily agreed to leave the prank alone. When they arrived in the whitewashed room, Madame Pomfrey was back, and fixing the twins with a very displeased look that communicated exactly how she felt about being sent off to the West Stairs for an imaginary third-year Hufflepuff earlier, and Professor Snape was standing beside Ginny's bed, a look of concentration on his face that told Rigel he was probably attempting legilimency. Rigel was impressed that he had mastered the mental arts to the extent that he could remain standing while essentially unconscious. As they approached where Ron and Percy were standing off to the side, watching, Professor Snape's features were abruptly animated once more as his consciousness came back to reality. "It is no use," Snape said to Pomfrey, shaking his head, "there is something clouding her mind from legilimency. It is definitely not the sickness. That barrier was solid, but this is more like a dark mist, twisting mental probes away with alarming elasticity. I would say it was the work of an accomplished Occlumens, if you had not already insisted that Ginevra Weasley is undisciplined in the mental arts. Will it lift naturally, Severus?" Pomfrey asked with puckered brows. Snape frowned as well. "Without more information, it is impossible to know." Judging by the troubled expression lurking in the potion master's dark eyes, Rigel gathered he rather doubted it would. "Please, sir," Rigel spoke up, "could I be of any help to Ginny?" Snape and Pomfrey turned measuring looks on her. "I suppose it's possible that your particular talent may at the least provide insight to the situation," Snape said slowly. "However, the state of Miss Weasley's mind is currently unknown. This is not the sickness we are dealing with, and as such there may be something considerably less benign lurking about in the girl's mental landscape. I do not like the idea of your going into her mind alone and unprepared." Rigel nodded. "I understand, sir, but if there's a good chance that she is endangered by what caused her collapse, it's important to figure out what it is so that Madame Pomfrey can try and treat it, or else contact some kind of curse breaker or something." The nurse pursed her lips. "Mr. Black is correct, Severus. What I need is information, and there are very few things that can cause permanent damage to a person's consciousness without having direct access to their own mental plane. As such, there does not seem to be much danger to Mr. Black, who will only be projecting his consciousness into Miss Weasley's mindscape. If he feels himself in danger, he can, of course, simply let the connection snap. His consciousness should automatically retreat to his own mind." Snape looked like he'd tasted a milkweed stalk to check its viability and found it soured. "Very well," he said eventually, "I will allow this, but I would like you to allow me to establish a connection to your core, Mr. Black. If I feel a sufficient amount of time has passed on the physical plane, I will send a pulse down the pathways to alert you that you are to return post-haste." Rigel agreed. "Wait just a moment, then, sir." She took a seat on the bed next to Ginny's, and sank easily into her mental landscape. The familiar mountain brought a nostalgic smile to her face as she hurried into the decoy lab and down through the trap door. She loved coming here. There was something freeing in the air, and she thought it had to do with being able to be completely herself while in the comfort of her own mind. Although, she stopped for a moment to concentrate on turning her avatar's eyes from green to gray. Even though her physical body was now semi-permanently polyjuiced to have Archie's eyes, her mental self still retained her green eyes and long black hair. She did feel a little taller, though, so at least her estimation of herself was aging properly. Imagine being mentally an 11-year-old forever. She whispered the password to her space room and took a moment to simply bask in the warmth of her magical core before taking the now familiar plunge into the sun. When she reached the other side of her magical core, where it manifested in the physical world as a ball of concentrated magic around her midriff, she used the part of her awareness that controlled her physical body to say, "Ready now." A moment later, a rather agile thorn of magic came shooting toward her magical core from the direction she sensed her professor's core to be. She moved out of the way and sent a coil of her own fiery magic to meet it and help establish the connection. She could feel a pulse of magic come questioningly down the connection, so she sent an affirmative pulse back. Then she stretched her senses toward the magical cores she didn't recognize by feel. She knew Ron's, and peripherally Madame Pomfrey's, and passed over the two almost identical cores as well, assuming those to be the twins. Of the other two, she stretched toward the smaller and denser of the two cores and established a connection to it. It felt young and rather warm, so she knew before she sent her consciousness along the connection that Ginny Weasley must be a fire type as well. Sure enough, at first glance Ginny's core looked like a ball of simmering gold. It bubbled and rippled as though an open flame was heating it constantly from beneath, and when she offered it her hand and asked for entrance, the molten, lava-like liquid fire reached out to encase her hand like a warm glove. It was a comforting sort of core, she decided, but also looked a bit volatile. She soon had her entire form encased in hot gold, and after wading blindly forward for a moment, she felt a searing heat wash over her, as though she had just stepped fully into a tempered flame. Then her head popped out the other side to see nothing. Absolutely nothing. As far as her eyes could see, there was only air. The ball of fiery metal she was encased in floated in a seemingly endless landscape of sky blue nothingness. She hesitated before stepping away from the core, not sure what a fall to her death would actually do in another person's mental landscape, but as soon as she let go of the core, gravity took a holiday. She was floating, she noted with no small amount of interest. No, she was flying. At the barest thought, she was skimming through the air, up, down, and ways she could imagine. It was the strangest thing she'd ever experienced in someone else's mind. There was that one boy who used clouds like hard surfaces in his mind, but just flying through the air. Most people maintained a basic adherence to the natural order of the universe, even in their heads, but Ginny Weasley didn't seem to care about physics. Or perhaps she just really liked flying. It was fun getting the hang of movement via mental hovering, but after a moment she recalled herself. She was here to gather information, and the preferred information source seemed to be completely missing from the picture. Where was Ginny? There wasn't really a horizon to look out towards, because there was no ground for the sky to meet. It was just blank, blue expanse in every direction. Not sure what else to do, she called, anyone here? After waiting the requisite beat in case of an answer, she sighed. Plan B, then. She set off in a random direction, deciding to treat the molten magical core at north and simply travel directly away from it. After floating for a while, all the time glancing over her shoulder to check that the only landmark was still in sight, she began to feel uneasy. Her shoulder blades were beginning to itch, as though someone were staring particularly hard at her back. She slowed down her flying, and glanced around again, but still nothing was in sight. Hello. She tried again. Ginny Weasley. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched increased sharply, and she gave up the pretense of floating along to address the unseen watcher. I know you're there. You can see me. A quiet voice said from just behind her. He said you wouldn't be able to. Harry whirled around to stare at the patch of air the voice had come from. She couldn't see anything, but at least she knew she wasn't alone. Is that you, Ginny? How do you know my name? The voice asked again. It was definitely the voice of a young girl. Your brothers told me, Harry said. They sent me to find you. All of a sudden, a girl who looked very much like the Ginny Weasley she had recently seen in the hospital wing materialized in front of her. Her red hair was pulled back from her face in a ponytail, but a few tendrils escaped to frame the annoyed expression on her face. My brothers. So after ignoring me for the last month, now they acknowledge my existence. The girl, who must have been Ginny's mental avatar, snorted, typical. So they sent you to find me. Who are you? And how did you even get in here? Harry blinked at the aggressive tone. I'm Rigel Black. I came in via your magical core, because your physical body fell unconscious in the Charms Corridor. Do you know how it happened? The Charms Corridor. Ginny muttered, frowning. I haven't been anywhere near. Hang on. Rigel Black. The one who cured the sleeping sickness. My brother Ron wrote about you in one of his letters. And Fred and George mentioned you this summer, too. I think even Percy likes you, actually, but, Ginny looked her over with obvious confusion. I thought you were a boy. Harry tried to look as embarrassed as she was sure a real boy would have. My mental avatar just has long hair, though if we meet in the physical world you'll see me with short hair. Oh, Ginny said, weird. Anyway, you've found me. Now what? Harry faltered. What indeed? Well, I'm supposed to figure out what happened to you, so Madame Pomfrey or Professor Snape can wake you up. Ginny shuddered. Whatever you do, don't let Snape in here. He hates my family. Probably Fred and George's fault, though I don't remember him being too fond of Charlie, now that I think about it. He's not so bad. Harry trailed off under Ginny's unimpressed look. In any case, do you remember what happened to make you fall unconscious? Were you meditating, or did another student curse you with anything? Ginny's face suddenly became carefully blank. Nothing happened. I mean, yeah, I guess I was meditating. I still am, actually, but I'll wake up soon if everyone's really so worried. I mean, sheesh, it's been like half an hour. Harry shook her head. It's been more like half a day, at the least. At the girl's shocked look, Harry smiled sympathetically. It can be a bit difficult to judge time in the mental realm. It helps to set an alarm in the physical world to jar you out of it after a few hours just in case, though if you didn't even wake up when they moved you, you must have been very deep in meditation. Your brothers were making all kinds of noise to try and wake you. So in other words, Fred and George were making a ruckus, Ron was watching, and Percy, as usual, was completely ineffectual at trying to stop them, Ginny said flatly. Something like that, Harry said absently. It's strange, though, that you'd be so difficult to wake up, especially if you're not very experienced at occlumency yet. It is usually difficult to retain the meditative concentration at first. Who says I'm inexperienced? Ginny said a bit defensively. Well, I just assumed, I suppose. For one thing, you seemed unfamiliar with the difference in how time is experienced on the mental plane, and for another, Harry glanced around the air meaningfully. Forgive me, but you don't seem to have spent time doing much with your mental landscape. Ginny huffed. This is only the first layer. It's like an illusion. That's why you couldn't see me until I let you. My consciousness was manifesting on the layer beneath this one, which lets me see into the first level without intruders seeing me back. The way she said, intruders, made Harry wince and hastily apologize. I only broke in because your brothers were so concerned. None of us realized you had fallen unconscious on purpose, and with the sleeping sickness just last term, we didn't want to take any chances. Ginny softened a bit. Those idiots. They never pay me any attention, but as soon as I get so much as a scraped knee, it's like the world is ending. Still, I guess I should say thanks for going to so much trouble for a complete stranger, Black. Please call me Rigel, Harry said. Seems silly to stand on ceremony in your own mind. Can you wake on your own, then? Silly question, I guess. If you have the shields to deflect Snape already, you must be more experienced than I assumed. Ginny nodded carefully. It will take me a couple minutes, though. I have some things to tie up here before I leave. Harry nodded. Okay, I'll be going then. I look forward to meeting you officially, and don't be too hard on your brothers when you wake up, okay? Especially Ron. He was really worried someone had hexed you or something. Ginny sighed. Yeah, Ron's a total git, but he's way less crazy than the rest of my family. Oh, here. The red-haired girl concentrated for a moment, and at once all the space between where they were hovering and where the floating mass of boiling gold was disappeared. Harry smiled, chagrined. So all the time I spent moving away from the core was an illusion, too. That's pretty impressive. Also, weird. How was Ginny at once so good with occlumency and also so experienced with its basics? Maybe she was self-taught. Merlin knew Harry understood how difficult getting complete understanding without a teacher was. After all, she knew all sorts of things about fifth-year transfigurations, but almost nothing about third-year transfiguration. Ginny smirked. Thank you. Now get out of my mind. Harry raised an eyebrow with amusement, but willingly plunged a hand back into Ginny's magical core. As she did so, Ginny stiffened. What are you? Get out. You're making him mad. Get out. Startled, Harry was completely unprepared for the violent push Ginny gave her that sent her stumbling through the molten core much faster than she'd ever phased through a core before. She gasped ineffectually as she broke free of the sticky substance, unable to catch her breath because she was mentally winded, not physically. What in Merlin's name was that all about? That was the second time Ginny had mentioned a he, while she'd been in her mind, and it was the first time anyone had reacted negatively to the feeling of Harry passing through their magical cores. In fact, she couldn't recall anyone even mentioning a sensation accompanying the action. Strange. She pondered this as she retreated back along the connection to her core, sending a pulse down the link to Snape's core as she did so to tell him she was finished. Maybe he was an alternate personality of Ginny's. She'd read about split personality disorders, and theoretically it would make sense for a person whose consciousness was split to manifest separate avatars in the mental plane, didn't it? Or maybe it was possible to create a separate consciousness within the mental sphere that had nothing to do with split personalities. If Harry's magic had its own personality, wouldn't it be possible to create a consciousness entirely of magic? Musing along these lines, Harry made her way back through her mind and eventually back out into reality. Upon opening her eyes, she was immediately bombarded with questions from the Weasleys and Madame Pomfrey. Snape was silent, but the look in his eyes demanded answers just as plainly as speech. Rigel started to explain, but was interrupted by an irritable, "Shut up, you lot." "Oh, not you, Madame Pomfrey. Just these idiots. Honestly, what a way to wake up." "Ginny," Ron exclaimed, obviously relieved at the sight of his sister slowly sitting up. Well, attempting to sit up until Fred and George glomped her. "Sister," they cried, dramatically crushing her in a hug between them. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Now get the heck off me," Ginny said, though her voice was a bit muffled. Madame Pomfrey stepped forward and insisted on doing a full checkup on the girl before pronouncing her as healthy as could be expected after not having eaten all day. "I told you I was fine, ma'am," Ginny said. "I was practicing my meditation and went a little too deep, that's all." "Since when do you meditate?" Ron asked, nose wrinkling skeptically. "Do I tell you everything?" "No. Then don't act like you know my life," Ginny said sharply. "After you wrote home about the sleeping sickness, what did you expect me to do? Wait around for my mind to get invaded by icky black tar? No thanks. I've been working hard to protect my mind. Besides, I could have taken up pole dancing for all you four would know, the way you've been avoiding me all semester." Her brothers looked alternately embarrassed and sheepish. "Sorry," Fred offered, "but we'll make it up to you, Tomo." He broke off at the suddenly suspicious look on Snape's face. "Someday." After that, Ginny was forced to stay in the ward overnight, just in case, and Rigel left to go prepare her part of the prank the twins were planning. It wasn't anything hard, but it was certainly time-consuming, and the odds of getting caught, well, it was a good thing she had her father's cloak, not to mention the Marauder's map. If she managed to get caught with those two advantages, she probably deserved to, didn't she? Her alarm went off at exactly 4 am, vibrating gently under her pillow to let her know it was time to wake up. At least, that's what it was supposed to do. Instead, her wand wriggled its way out from the pillow and promptly jabbed her between her fifth and sixth ribs several times before attempting to bury itself into her ear. Luckily, it was too thick to do so. Unluckily, the uncomfortable feeling was the tip of her wand wet, made her yelp with surprise and roll straight onto the floor with a distinctive thump as a result of unconsciously trying to squirm away from it. She froze, listening for sounds of her roommates stirring. Theo snorted into his pillow, but otherwise didn't move. Draco's hand, which was hanging off the bed, twitched a few times, but he, too, remained fast asleep. From the last bed, "Oh, no. Was that rustling?" "Rigel." Blaze's voice whispered across the silent room. She sighed. It would have to be Blaze who awoke. "Sorry," she whispered back. "Just fell out of bed. You can go back to sleep." "Are you not going back to sleep yourself?" Rigel bit her lip to keep from sighing again. "I can never sleep after I've woken up already. I'll just go read in the common room. Night." So saying, she crept out of the room in the slightly wrinkled robes she had slept in. She was about to slip out of the door when Blaze appeared beside her. "Hard to read without a book," he commented. "You're right," Rigel said, getting annoyed. "I'm not going to read. I'll probably go and have a clandestine meeting with my secret girlfriend from another house instead. Just as long as she's not owned with pigtails," Blaze said lazily. "Why would? Never mind," Rigel muttered. "Good night, Blaze." She opened the door to the hall as quietly as she could, but before she could close it behind her, Blaze stepped out behind her, clad in a forest green dressing gown that probably would have been semi-presentable if his bare feet hadn't been peeking out from underneath the hem. Where are you really going? Blaze asked as they walked out into the common room. I'm probably going to keep lying to you if you keep asking, Rigel said, too tired to be delicate about it. So it's somewhere you're not supposed to be going, Blaze said. Smart of you to wait until now. Then, when even if you're caught you could feasibly just have woken up really early, and so wouldn't technically be breaking curfew. In reality, Rigel had been planning on using the map and cloak that were currently keeping warm in her robe pocket to avoid detection, but she supposed the early hour would be just as good. After all, even Filch stopped patrolling after 1 am. That was, in fact, why the twins had decided on 4 am as a good time to set up the prank. Filch wouldn't resume his duties until almost lunchtime, which was the only way he was able to afford staying up so late every night at his age. Still, she couldn't tell Blaze this, so she just shrugged. If I'm not supposed to be going somewhere, do you really think it's a good idea to tag along? Blaze thought about this for a moment. You don't strike me as someone foolish enough to get caught, and in any case, I think it would be more interesting to follow you than to go back to sleep. Rigel stopped at the false wall entrance to the common room and said, I'm going to help some friends of mine with a prank. That's it. It's going to take at least 2 hours, and it will be a very tedious and boring process, not to mention if you watch me set the whole thing up you won't get to enjoy it as much with everyone else. Still want to come? Blaze looked taken aback at her frank answer. What? Rigel said with amusement. Did you think I was going to go for a moonlit ride on the back of a Thestral? Sorry to disappoint. Blaze smiled slyly at her. Ah, but one thing I never am around you is disappointed. Very well, Rigel. Let's go attend to this prank. Rigel considered him carefully. First, please assure me you aren't coming along so that you can turn me or my accomplices, whose names I will not give you, into Filch. If my word means anything to you, consider yourself assured, Blaze said, smiling. Shall we? Rigel led the way out of the common room and through the dungeon corridors. She didn't really want to bring Blaze along, but it's not like she could actually stop him from coming. For one thing, he was physically stronger than her, and for another, though he might not turn her in, he could easily use the threat of reporting her as leverage to force her to let him come. Really, it was easier and less time-consuming to invite him along, and the odds of him reporting a fellow Slytherin, much less a roommate, were virtually zero. They walked until they reached the second floor, where Rigel used the directions the twins had given her to find the storage closet they'd left their supplies in. It seemed the twins had already gotten started on their parts, because of the 3 metal wind chimes Fred was supposed to stash there. There was only one left. She took out the wind chime carefully after casting a silencing charm on it. What's that for? Blaze asked bemusedly. You'll see, Rigel said, grinning. She closed the door and started back down toward the first floor. Fred and George hadn't gotten to the second floor yet, but she supposed they were starting from the top. They were responsible for the 2nd through 7th floors, while Rigel would deal with the first floor, the basement, and the dungeons. When they reached the first floor, Rigel approached the first sconce and held the wind chime up in front of her. She glanced between it and the torch holder, concentrating hard. Along every corridor in Hogwarts, there were torches, held in place against the stone by sconces. On every sconce, there was a decorative rendition of the Hogwarts crest that dangled like a talisman. After another long look at the wind chime to make sure she'd gotten the correct form in her mind, she pointed her wand at the dangling crest and asked her magic to perform the transfiguration George had spent the better part of 3 hours teaching her to do. The next moment, the sconce supported a small metal wind chime, no bigger than a water goblet, which was hastily silenced as soon as it began to flutter in the slight draft of the corridor. Satisfied, Rigel turned down the hall and walked to the next sconce, Blaze trailing behind her. After the third transfiguration, Blaze asked, incredulously, are you going to do this for every torch bracket in the whole castle? Rigel shook her head. Just the first floor, the basement, and the dungeons. My friends will do the other 6 levels. So you weren't kidding when you said it would be tedious, Blaze said. Need any help? My transfigurations aren't bad. Can you link them? Rigel asked. Can I what them? You can do the silencing charms, if you want, Rigel said, not too strong, since they need to wear off before breakfast. Blaze shook his head wryly. And you think you're an interesting? Hardly. All right, I'll silence the chimes as you transfigure them. I don't know if I can do over 100 silencing charms in a row, though. You can stop if you get tired, Rigel said, thinking absently that it was a lot of chimes they were supposed to transfigure. She wondered how Fred and George would manage, but then realized they would probably be fine, being both fourth years and from what she could tell from the brief glance she'd had of their magical cores the night before, pretty powerful themselves. She and Blaze worked their way from the first floor to the dungeons over the next couple of hours. Even Blaze had to admit the corridors looked pretty cool with all the wind chimes hanging from the torches. It'll be a pain to clean up, though, Blaze said, here's hoping we don't get caught. That's what the linking transfigurations are for, Rigel said, when a transfiguration is linked to another, whether a regular transformation or a conjuration, then as soon as one of the linked objects is vanished or reverted, the rest follows suit. That's useful, Blaze finally said. When do we learn those? In a couple of years, probably, Rigel said vaguely, so as soon as I transfigure one of my chimes back, the rest with revert as well. Same for my accomplices. It was the only way we could get the house elves to leave the chimes until lunch. I see, Blaze said thoughtfully, and if it doesn't cause caretaker Filch extra work, he's less likely to devote an abnormal amount of effort to rooting out the perpetrators. I hadn't think of that, Rigel said, though Fred and George probably had. They seemed to think of everything. She and Blaze didn't do the whole dungeons, obviously. Instead, they finished the most frequently traveled routes and hurried back to the Slytherin common room to get changed for the day. Rigel came out of the bathroom from showering and changing as Draco and Theo were finishing getting ready for the day as well. They headed to breakfast with the other second years just as the silencing charms on the chimes in the dungeons were beginning to wear off. As they walked, one by one the chimes dangling from the torch brackets were set into motion by the displaced air. Soft, tinkling sound echoed through the corridors, bouncing off the walls and mingling beautifully with the sound of the next chime, and the next, and the next. Pansy gasped and pressed her hands together, beaming. Oh, what a clever idea. Putting chimes in the dungeons is sure to liven them up a little. As they ascended the stairs to the entrance hall, however, it became apparent to the rest that the chimes went much further than the dungeons. Everyone was talking about it as they took their places at the tables. Joanna from Ravenclaw says they're even in the 4 main towers, one fifth year was telling his friend. The only place they haven't been found is inside the classrooms themselves and in the Olry. Good thing, too, as I don't expect the birds would appreciate the sound like we do. Imagine how much effort it must have been, Theo commented. It can't have been one person who did all this overnight. They wouldn't have even had the night, Blaze said, an amused gleam in his eyes that Rigel hoped no one else caught on to. After all, the prefects and teachers patrol until 1 or 2 am, not to mention Filch's rounds. It would have taken half a dozen people at least to transfigure them all before anyone woke up this morning, Pansy said thoughtfully. I wonder who would do such a thing. Someone with too much free time, Draco said dryly. Still, it's made the morning much more interesting than it would have been otherwise. Do you think the teachers will take them down? Theo asked. They don't seem too upset about it. Indeed, the teachers appeared to be animatedly discussing the prank. Well, most of the teachers, but none of them looked particularly angry. The chimes aren't that loud, Millicent pointed out, and as long as they aren't in the classrooms themselves, they can barely be considered disruptive. I bet they'll leave them for the house elves to put away. But if the house elves were going to get rid of them, wouldn't they have already done so? Pansy said. They're very efficient, usually. Maybe they were bribed, Blaze said innocently. Bribe a house elf? Theo snorted. With what? More work? Do you think it was your friends the Weasley twins, Rigel? Pansy asked. Rigel was saved from having to answer by a letter being dropped onto her plate. It was from Archie. It wasn't coded as sensitive, so she slid it open at the table and began to read. Dear Rigel, how's term going so far? I hope you're not learning as much as I am, because I feel a bit overwhelmed by how quickly our professors here are pushing us into the deep end. Last week we learned how to repair shattered joints, and the method is a bit tricky, so I've enclosed a copy of my notes to help you, as the textbook is fair useless on this one. Hermione was surprised by how different I looked after a summer away, but none of my other friends seemed to notice. Myone's always been very observant, though. Do you have any friends like that? Ones you just can't get anything by. They're great to have on your side, but don't ever try to pretend you did your homework if you didn't, it won't work. I received some very interesting news about my mum this morning, so I thought I'd shoot you a letter right away. Be on the lookout for news from Sirius, because I think they were going to tell you next. I hope you're as surprised as I was, and to ensure that you are, I'm not giving you any hints. Also, I think someone I met at work this summer misses me, because I heard there was someone asking about me around school, and I'm told the man definitely had an English accent, though it was apparently quite uncouth. No one's approached me directly, though, so I guess my new friend is shy. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I heard from Uncle Sirius you tried out for the Quidditch team, do let me know how that works out. You'll also find my new syllabus for the year in the envelope, so send me yours right away so we can compare. All the best, Harry. Rigel picked up the envelope to look for the extra pages, but it was empty. Frowning, she glanced around to see if it had fallen out somewhere, and found Draco looking over the handwritten notes curiously while Pansy tried discreetly to get him to put them back. Draco. Rigel looked at the notes in his hand pointedly. Can I have those back? Draco looked up, not one iota of guilt on his face. Yeah, in a second. This is interesting. Did your cousin send it? Yes, Rigel said. Those are her notes on one of the healing lessons she found particularly difficult. Yes, Draco mused, it looks like a process for repairing joints that have been severely traumatized. Why'd she send it to you? I'm interested in healing, Rigel said casually. I learn what I can on my own, and Harry is kind enough to send me her syllabus and some of the more difficult notes so that I can keep up with her curriculum when I have time. Draco stared at her and even Pansy seemed a bit surprised. Just how much school work do you do, Ry? Draco shook his head sadly. It's like you're allergic to free time, so you fill it with all these things you don't have to do. Learning healing, studying occlumency and extra potions lessons and reading up on 5th and 6th year material. Don't think I haven't noticed. Then there's the brewing you do for no apparent reason in the evenings, and you get up at the crack of dawn every morning for some reason I haven't been able to fathom yet, wearing absolutely hideous clothes, and, don't you ever just take a break? That's why I joined the Quidditch team, Rigel said sweetly. I'm sure that will be very relaxing. Draco groaned. I forgot you'll even have Quidditch practices to deal with now. You're going to run yourself into the ground. Rigel shook her head. You make it sound like I'm doing everything separately. I can multitask a lot of it. I do most of my regular schoolwork during class when everyone else is practicing the spells. I read up on material I'm interested in, like healing, advanced transfigurations, occlumency and the like during my boring classes, like history, and during my breaks. That covers the middle part of my day, and in the evenings I brew, which is a good opportunity to study because of the downtime required as a lot of potions simmer, and in the mornings I work out. I get my 8 hours of sleep, and all my meals, and I'll be even more physically active when Quidditch starts. Overall, I'd say my lifestyle is pretty healthy. Pansy pursed her lips. That's just it, though, Rigel. You've been skipping lunch several days a week lately. And how can you be getting enough sleep if you both stay up late and get up early? I'm not skipping lunch, Rigel said, thinking of pleasant hours spent learning French from Binny. She was really making good progress on her conversational understanding of the language, though she couldn't spell it to save her life. I always grab lunch from the kitchens those days while I'm studying. I just don't have time to come to the Great Hall. And I don't stay up that late. That's where you go every morning? Draco asked, frowning, running. Well, that explains the clothes, and the smell when you come back, actually. Excuse me for sweating. Rigel rolled her eyes. I need the exercise. Not with Quidditch starting up, Draco said. It's not the same type of exercise, Rigel argued. Quidditch is good cardio, but I'm working on strength training, too. We just don't want you to overwork yourself, Pansy said softly. you have to admit you have a tendency toward doing so, if the result seems to outweigh fatigue in your mind. Rigel smiled. I have such good friends. Tell you what, as soon as you think I'm excessively tired, sick, or in some other way overdoing it, let me know and I'll listen, okay? As long as I'm healthy, though, I'll just continue with what I'm doing. They didn't look happy about it, but there wasn't really anything for them to say after that. Rigel was grateful for their silence. She didn't need to be watched over like she was self-destructive, and the closer they watched her the more likely it was that they would pick up on something she didn't want them to. Yes, her life was busy, but she was handling it just fine. Besides, most of the things she did were completely necessary in a way that Draco and Pansy, who didn't know she and Archie's situation, couldn't possibly understand. So, really, what did they know? As September bled into October, nothing really changed, unless one counted the autumn leaves, but considering how many leaves there were on the Hogwarts grounds, Rigel couldn't imagine anyone wanting to actually count them. She went through her classes like clockwork, completing assignments and learning magic at an almost abysmally slow pace. Luckily, Rigel had extracurricular studies to keep her mind occupied. As for her body, it was occupied as well, in Quidditch practices. Flint, it turned out, was not at all exaggerated by his reputation. In fact, he seemed to be quite a bit more harshly critical and ruthlessly ambitious in his expectations than the rumors had made him out to be. At least, that's how it seemed from Rigel's point of view, which was, admittedly, often clouded by fog, dirt, rain, muck produced by the combination of dirt and rain, and occasionally an actual blindfold when Flint was experiencing one of his particularly creative phases. Still, getting to fly all the time, no matter how absurd and demeaning the conditions, certainly kept her happy, so with mind, body, and soul thus satiated, Rigel began October with a transcendent sort of peace. It was at that point, of course, that something had to go wrong. She had been conscripted into another of the Weasley twins' brilliant pranks, and although she did enjoy hanging out with the duo, and she did want to start establishing Rigel Black's reputation as a prankster, this particular prank was much more tedious than most. It was based on a Muggle Christmas tradition, and basically it was a prank that slowly but inexorably drew everyone in the castle into its game. At first, no one even knew it was a prank. The twins had transfigured a spool of thread into a wooden puppet with a pointed wizard hat and a wide grin on its blank wooden face. The puppet had then been placed quite randomly in an alcove just off the Great Hall, positioned so that the puppet's head, with its shock of red hair jutting out from under its hat, was just visible peeking out into the corridor. Only a couple of people noticed the poor, forgotten puppet that day, and the next day the puppet was moved to another innocuous location, perched on the railway to the astronomy tower stairs. It took nearly a full week for people to start noticing the puppet more. Each day the puppet was somewhere different, and as people mentioned the peculiarity to their friends and compared notes they realized that someone was doing it on purpose. After that, it became a game to see who could find the puppet first when it was moved the next morning. People began carrying around cameras and film developing potion, so that if they came across the puppet they could capture evidence. The more serious competitors all included some sort of time stamp, a watch or the Tempest spell visible in the picture, and someone, probably Fred or George, had started a bulletin board in the Great Hall where students could post their pictures each day and figure out who'd won. The headmaster seemed to delight in the game, and a couple of the photos showed a pajama-clad Dumbledore happily shaking the puppet's wooden hand at some absurdly early hour of the morning. Because of this, or perhaps because none of the teachers really cared that much, the bulletin board became a permanent fixture over the next few weeks, and impromptu prizes were arranged by the more indulgent school prefects for whoever found the puppet first each day. What was for the rest of the school a mildly interesting entertainment or a fun and engaging diversion was for Rigel a complete drain on her time in the mornings. The twins had all but handed the prank over to her after giving her the initial model for the puppet, saying that it was a good chance for her to spread her prank-making wings. She was not, of course, retrieving the puppet each day and moving it before anyone else woke up. That was a good way to get caught. After all, Filch, the professors, or even one of the more enthusiastic students would have only had to wait around at night where the puppet was for her to come get it. Instead, The original puppet was given to the house elves to hide away once Rigel had gotten its appearance memorized, and Woody, as he was affectionately, if rather unimaginatively, called by the student population, was now nothing more than a conditional transfiguration. Conditional transfigurations were pretty much exactly what they sounded like. The transfiguration was dependent upon one or more conditions predetermined by the caster at the time the spell was cast. A condition could be anything. It could be as simple as a time limit after which the transfiguration automatically reversed, or as complicated as a series of very specific actions that must be completed before the transfiguration reversed. Percy had told Rigel that McGonagall had claimed one could perform a conditional transfiguration so complicated that transfigured objects behaved more like animated objects, responding to any number of external stimuli depending upon the conditions set. Rigel wasn't doing anything like that, of course, but the prank wasn't exactly a boat ride across the Black Lake either. Woody was set every morning at 4:30 a.m., and 24 hours later the transfiguration was conditioned to wear off. Then, whatever mundane object had been used in the transfiguration would be abandoned where it fell. For this reason, Rigel had to be extremely careful not to let any of the objects used to base the transfiguration off of reveal anything about herself. She didn't choose anything lying around the Slytherin common room, and she also was very carefully to avoid shedding hairs around the scene of the crime, in case some wise guy picked one up and tested it with Polyjuice Potion. She also had to make sure she was ready every morning at 4:30 to transfigure something else into Woody the minute the old transfiguration wore off. Luckily, her roommates were used to her getting up early, and she could perform the transfiguration on her way outside to work out, so she had a semi-plausible alibi as long as she wasn't caught somewhere too outlandish. On the second Thursday in October, Rigel had just about used up her ideas for places to put the puppet. She couldn't reuse old hiding places, obviously, and it had to be somewhere that wasn't obvious, but which could be found with a little effort. That morning she decided that since the day before she'd put Woody in the boys' locker room down at the Quidditch pitch, she should put it somewhere girls frequented, to make it fair. Unfortunately, if she were caught sneaking in or out of a girl's bathroom as Rigel, there would be questions that no amount of prevarication could answer. So that day Rigel had on the owned wig that she had once rescued from the lost and found, as well as the glasses she often wore in her Gryffindor disguise at the library. She had changed into a Hufflepuff tie and kept her head down as she hurried down the third-floor corridor toward the girls' lavatory. In truth, she didn't feel very guilty about sneaking into the girls' bathroom, mostly because she was, in fact, a girl, and therefore wasn't doing anything nefarious. She did, however, realize what it would look like if anyone recognized her, and it was this knowledge that added a slight pink tint to her cheeks as she slipped into the bathroom. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.